Chapter 1. Am I really a bonus for topping up? In the Huaxia region, within a cloud sea, in an apartment, a handsome young man stood in the empty living room, staring at the letter in his hand, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was clearly very angry. The reason was naturally the shocking content of the letter. Son, your parents have left. If there's nothing, don't come looking for us that you've been a drag on our married life for 18 years. A full 18 years. Do you know how your father has lived these 18 years? You can understand that we left without a word, right? It doesn't matter if you don't understand anyway. You won't be able to find us. The day you realized you didn't have the talent for MECH was the happiest day of my life, because that means you can only stay on Blue Star and won't disturb our world together. We've set up a mech repair shop for you. As a parting gift, you can take care of yourself from now on. By the way, I'm not that heartless. You have 1 million star coins in your card. If you want to take it easy, that should be enough for you to live the rest of your life. Love, your daddy and mommy. Subai stared at the familiar handwriting, completely stunned. I knew it. Why did that old man give me 10,000 star coins yesterday? So I could enjoy myself. He was waiting for me here. How impressive. It's already 30:33, and there are still people leaving letters to say goodbye. Does paper cost nothing? Can't they just send a message? As Subai thought of this, a sudden flash of insight struck him, and he hurriedly pulled out his interstellar phone, opened the messaging app, and quickly typed a scathing rebuke. To his father, the content was quite emotional, condemning their actions from multiple angles, especially the part about being called a burden. He wrote a 5,000-word essay, feeling it wasn't enough, and quickly made a copy to show his mother. Perfect. After reviewing his essay and finding no typos, Subai directly clicked send. The recipient is not your friend. Message failed to send. Looking at the glaring red exclamation mark and the words the recipient is not your friend, Subai's mouth twitched. Fine, you got me there. Good thing I made a copy. He immediately found his mother's messaging app, pasted his essay, and clicked send. The recipient is not your friend. Message failed to send. An alto familiar scene reappeared. Subai was completely dumbfounded. Hey, mother. Mother also fell for that old man's tricks? No, this can't be true. At this moment, Subai finally believed that his parents' claim that he was a bonus for topping up might not have been a joke after all. After standing in place for a long time, Subai accepted the reality and walked to his sofa. Collapsing onto it in a lazy sprawl, he rubbed his handsome, starry eyebrows, feeling an intense headache. In the end, he sighed helplessly. Forget it, they probably have their reasons. I should understand them. They might be some unparalleled powerhouses with countless enemies. They fear that my lack of mech talent would bring trouble to me. Right, it must be like that. Subai usually didn't have many hobbies, just loved reading, especially novels, and was very familiar with such plots. After a little self-encouragement, Subai's eyes regained their sparkle. Humming a little tune, he tucked the transparent card into his pocket. He planned to head to the mech repair shop his father mentioned. In today's great interstellar era, this repair shop was naturally for mechs. Although Subai didn't have mech talent, he was quite familiar with them due to his interests and had obtained a junior mech repair technician license a year ago. Running a junior mech repair shop wouldn't be a problem even if business was average. It would be enough to survive. As for the 1 million star coins his father left him, Subai didn't plan to use them. For now, don't underestimate the youth. Subai also had ambitions. At the same time, Subai was heading to his repair shop. At the Blue Star Interstellar Airport, a fashionable and stunning middle-aged couple had just passed through the ticket checkpoint and were about to embark on their interstellar journey. Subai's mother, Zhou Mayun, looked down at her phone, hesitating as she spoke. Old Su, is it really appropriate for us to do this to Xiaobai? Beside her, Su Nantian smiled mischievously. What's inappropriate about it? That little brat has probably been waiting for this day for years. Besides, we're not gone forever. After a few years of wandering through the stars, we could come back and see him. As for now, let's forget that little brat. He has affected our married life for so many years. Now you belong to me alone. Looking at her husband, Zhou Mayun's face flushed slightly as she playfully pinched his waist. You old fool, still acting like a child at your age. Well, Xiaobai has indeed been a bit down these years, and since he hasn't awakened any mech talent, being around us might just discourage him further. By the way, where's our first stop? Suppressing the sharp pain in his waist, Su Nantian looked at the interstellar ticket in his hand and smiled. First, we're going to Centaur Star. All right, let's enjoy our journey. If the big account is exhausted, we'll aim to practice a small account. Ignoring her husband's flirtatious words, Zhou Mayun rolled her eyes at Su Nantian and directly stepped into the cabin. Soon Anton hurriedly followed, glancing back at the direction of the cloud sea just before entering the cabin. Son, bye-bye. Achoo! Just as Subai was on his way to the repair shop, he suddenly sneezed, looking at the bright sun in the sky. Puzzled. It shouldn't be. How could I catch a cold in the middle of summer? Rubbing his slightly itchy nose, he didn't think much of it and soon arrived at the mech repair shop his father mentioned. Looking at the scene before him, Subai's mouth twitched constantly, his right fist clenched. Then relaxed. Then clenched again. Fine. He'll endure. In front of him was a very shabby warehouse. The area was adequate for a mech repair shop, about 1,000 square meters, which could accommodate the repair of around 10 mechs a day. Time. But it was just too broken. Though the warehouse was not far from the city center, just looking at the patched-up roof, the wall with an unclear color, and that roller shutter door that had long been outdated. Made it look like an abandoned building, sure enough. I was too naive. Subai was speechless. Looking at the warehouse, he finally understood why his father left him that 1 million star coins. Clearly meant for renovations. Just as he was feeling a bit hopeless, a celestial voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Repair shop owned by the host detected. Interstellar mech system officially activated. Chapter 2, a makeover, customers arriving. System? This ethereal voice sounded like heavenly music to Subai's ears. As a seasoned novel enthusiast, he understood the significance of a system all too well. It seems that I, Subai, am indeed the chosen one, neither reincarnated nor transmigrated, and yet I can awaken a system. Subai felt a surge of joy and immediately began to check the system's introduction. Interstellar mech system. Use interstellar points to purchase goods in the shop or enhance target mechs with interstellar upgrades. This introduction was a bit simple, but I didn't mind after all. It was a system, and this interstellar upgrade must be extraordinary. I just wonder how to obtain these interstellar points. This was Subai's biggest doubt at the moment. Interstellar points can be exchanged for star coins. 10,000 star coins can be exchanged for 1 interstellar point. Exchange with star coins? A rate of 10,000 to 1? That's a bit pricey. Subai felt a bit of a headache upon seeing this exchange rate. He just glanced at the top products in the store, and they were indeed all good things. Truth level mecha. Exchange price 100 billion interstellar points. All heaven vitality technique. Exchange price 50 billion interstellar points. Truth level exclusive. Material, star engine. Exchange price 10 billion interstellar points. With prices like these, they were almost astronomical. If exchanged at the current rate, it would be in the trillions of star coins. It's worth noting that even the richest person in Huaxia today has only about 500 billion star coins. The purchasing power of star coins is very strong, which is why Su Nantian mentioned in his letter that 1 million star coins would be enough for Subai to live a worry-free life. For the rest of his days, as a salted fish, forget it, I won't think about those store items for now. I'll renovate the repair shop first and slowly save money, Subai thought for a moment, filled with determination. Even if he couldn't afford those things now, as long as he worked hard, he would be able to afford them someday, right? With high spirits, he looked at his somewhat shabby repair shop and found it increasingly pleasing to the eye. Ding! Detected that the host repair shop does not meet the standards for interstellar enhancement. 90 interstellar points are required for renovation. Would you like to proceed with the renovation? Seeing the system prompt, Subai hesitated not at all and gritted his teeth to choose renovation. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Although this would directly use up his 900,000 star coins for renovation, Subai believed it was worth it. With a click of his finger, balance, 900,000. Subai oh. He swore. This was definitely the biggest expense of his life. He hoped the system wouldn't let him down. Almost at the moment the balance was deducted, a beam of starlight surged forth, instantly enveloping the warehouse in front of him. 1 minute later, the starlight dissipated. The originally dilapidated warehouse disappeared, replaced by a metallic building. The colorful graffiti on the walls vanished, all replaced with alloy material that gleamed with metallic luster. The old rolling shutter door was eliminated, transformed into an induction light door, faint starlight flickering. The holes in the roof disappeared, replaced with the strongest vibranium. Looking at the repair shop in front of him, Subai's mouth gaped. This was no mere repair shop. It could easily be called the most advanced interstellar shelter. All right, this 900,000 was well spent. As a junior mechanic, Subai was very clear about how many materials were needed to renovate a warehouse of 1,000 square meters. The value of just these materials far exceeded 900,000 star coins, not to mention the cost of decoration. This was definitely worth more than what he paid. Excited, he stepped into the interior of the repair shop. He found that the shop now had 10 mecha maintenance bays, with materials no different from the outside, and at the external reception area, there were several light screens, clearly recording the data situation of each maintenance bay. Entering the maintenance bay, the equipment made Su Bai's eyes shine. These are all the most advanced repair tools. Gravitational lifting machine, beam, thermal knife, nanospray painting device. To be honest, Su Bai had some doubts before about whether he could earn enough money to exchange for items in the store. Now he felt utterly confident. Just using these tools for repairs, he could easily charge more than twice the cost of regular tools. Moreover, he also had the ability of interstellar enhancement, which would definitely allow him to earn a fortune. Although he hadn't looked closely, he believed there must be ways in the store to help him awaken his mecha talent. Successfully creating his own mecha had always been Su Bai's dream after all. Mechas are a man's romance. At that moment, an ethereal voice rang out again. The host has a repair shop that meets the interstellar enhancement standards that a beginner task has been issued. Successfully perform interstellar enhancement once, with a time limit of 24 hours. Task reward. The host receives one opportunity to awaken mecha talent. What the hell? Upon hearing the task reward, Su Bai couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "Is this what you think comes true? The only downside is the time is a bit short. But whatever, he would fight for his talent." Su Bai immediately uploaded his shop information, naming it the Interstellar Repair Shop. He took a few basic photos of the equipment and directly posted the information on the Star Network. This was the fastest way Su Bai could think of to attract customers. Fortunately, his father had already handled the paperwork for this repair shop, and it didn't take long from uploading to publishing. With the support of the Star Network, he believed customers would definitely come. 2 hours later, is this the place? They really use vibranium for the walls and roof. A girl dressed in a pink t-shirt and denim shorts, with 2 long, fair legs, stepped down from her red floating car and stood in front of the Interstellar Repair Shop, taking a look around. Sun Hani was somewhat shocked to see the repair shop that looked just like the picture on her phone. This owner is really wealthy. Such a repair shop must at least have star-level repair masters inside, right? I wonder if he can fix my little red. Sun Hani's gaze dimmed a little. As a genius girl from Yunhai No. 1, she had early on owned her first mecha. DB256 class, speed-type mecha, red moon, height, 12 meters, body weight, 25 tons, engine power, 720,000 kilowatts, thrust, 60 million kilograms. Among the initial mechas, this was the most suitable for a 1-star mecha master who awakened a speed talent, designed to improve agility by lightening the body and increasing horsepower, with the characteristic of guerrilla tactics. However, its drawback was naturally weak defense. Last week, during a test at school, she had shown off in the Red Moon, but just as she was about to win, she suffered a setback. The Red Moon was severely damaged in the final battle by her opponent. She had visited many mecha repair shops that said the Red Moon was almost scrapped. They suggested she get a new one. But after all, it was her first mecha, and Sun Hani still hoped to have it repaired. Coincidentally, she saw the information about Su Bai's Interstellar Repair Shop posted online. Seeing the equipment in the pictures, which others might think were fake, seemed like her last hope to her. She wanted to try here. Once she entered the repair shop, Sun Hani became even more convinced of her thoughts. The equipment in this repair shop was unexpectedly high-end. Not only was the exterior magnificent, but the interior also held wonders. She found it hard to imagine that such a repair shop would be located in this place. From what she knew, a repair shop of this scale would likely only exist in the most prosperous space stations of the Blue Star Alliance. And there weren't many of them. Who would have thought that Yunhai would have one? At once, Sun Hani believed she had made the right bet. "Welcome, welcome!" A somewhat youthful voice rang out, and Sun Hani looked somewhat astonished at the young man in front of her. In her mind, those who could work in such a repair shop must be experienced repair masters, usually older. But the young man in front of her looked like he was not much older than herself. "Are you the service staff of this shop?" Sun Hani instinctively asked. "No, I'm the shop owner and mechanic." Su Bai shook his head helplessly. He wasn't surprised by Sun Hani's question after all. She was his first customer. He maintained a smile. "May I ask, what do you need, customer?" After uploading the pictures to the Star Network, Su Bai's expectation of a bustling shop did not materialize. Instead, the comment section was very lively. Hee hee. Using this kind of internet picture to deceive people? I've been to that place before. It's just an abandoned factory and couldn't possibly turn into such an awesome repair shop. I really don't know what the market research people are doing. Even this kind of internet picture can pass the review. Brothers, let's work together to expose the true nature of this store and prevent others from being deceived. Upon seeing these comments, Subai immediately chose to delete and block them, putting them in a small black room. However, he soon realized that his position was clearly stated and someone must have known about the abandoned factory beforehand. Moreover, the images he uploaded were indeed a bit high-end for Yunhai, so it was normal for them to be skeptical. In this situation, a customer finally arrived. It was a pleasant-looking girl, and even though she didn't seem very perceptive, Subai didn't get angry. At that moment, Sun Hani, who was realizing her mistake, felt a bit embarrassed and quickly apologized. Sorry, but I really didn't expect the boss to be so young. At the same time, there was a hint of doubt in Sun Hani's eyes. This boss is so young, and it doesn't look like there are any other people in this repair shop. This implies that he is the only mechanic. Can he really fix my Xiaohong? May I ask what you need? Subai noticed Sun Hani's thoughts and smiled lightly. The MECH skeleton is damaged. Can you fix it? Sun Hani's tone was somewhat anxious, as this was almost her last hope. If it couldn't be repaired here, it would probably be hopeless. The mech skeleton had issues but had not yet affected the core. However, if too much time passed, the skeleton could completely collapse, leading to internal destruction, and at that point, no one could save it. Please take out your mech for me to take a look. Subai didn't agree immediately. He wanted to confirm the condition of Sun Hani's mech first. After all, if the skeleton was damaged, even a regular junior mechanic, let alone a senior mechanic, would be powerless to fix it, unless it was a star-level mechanic who might have a chance of success. Sun Hani nodded at his words and followed Subai to repair room number 1. Upon seeing the equipment inside, she felt slightly reassured. At least from the equipment, Subai before her was definitely an advanced mechanic, possibly even a star-level mechanic. Although he looked very young, there had to be some hope. Take it out. Subai looked at Sun Hani and said lightly. Only then did Sun Hani react, hurriedly tapping on the star ring on her wrist. Swish! In an instant, white light flickered throughout the repair room. After a moment, a humanoid mech, 12 meters tall and covered in bright red light armor, appeared in the repair room, looking magnificent. From its paint and the metallic texture it emitted, it was easy to tell that Sun Hani took meticulous care of the Hongyue. Unfortunately, this piece of art-like giant now had a hollow at its waist, which connected through the mech skeleton from the central point. The charcoal-colored skeleton was covered with dense, fine lines, and some dried blue radioactive residue remained on those lines. Seeing the state of Hongyue, Subai couldn't help but frown. Is this a core ray penetration wound? Did the Hongguang people do this? Core rays are a type of ray attack generated by energy collapse caused by nuclear fission. This technology is currently only used by the Hongguang people, who are about 0.32 light-years away from Blue Star. The Hongguang people cannot awaken and pilot MECHs using purely scientific means. However, this method not only requires a high physical quality from the mech pilots, but also has severe side effects, as almost every pilot's lifespan can only be maintained for 2 years due to radiation from the mech core. Such methods have long been abandoned by Blue Star and the entire Star Alliance, along with the weapons from Hongguang. Today's MECHs mostly need to be driven by star power, mainly through the resonance between the mech and the pilot. Modern weapons also mostly follow this direction, and weapons that originally had high radioactivity have almost been discarded. However, it shouldn't be possible for the Hongguang people to appear on Blue Star. This matter is not that simple. Seeing that Subai only took a glance and identified the culprit behind the injury to her Hongyue, Sun Hani's eyes lit up with excitement. In her eagerness, she hurriedly leaned close to Subai, grasping his hands tightly, her tone filled with pleading. Do you have a way to fix it? Seeing the excitement in Sun Hani's eyes, Subai didn't have time to experience the softness of her hands or the warmth in front of him. You need to answer my question first. Upon hearing this, Sun Hani realized her loss of composure and quickly released Subai's hands, looking apologetic. Sorry. I got too excited, that's right. This is a core ray, but the one who did it is not a Hongguang person. He is also a Blue Star person. I don't know what method he used to enable the gifted mech to have the ability to use core rays that I was careless and let Xiaohong get hurt like this. As she spoke, Sun Hani's expression dimmed, and her eyes were filled with endless self-reproach. Subai nodded. This matter indeed surprised him, but others would likely investigate it, so he didn't need to worry. He immediately approached Hong Yue and reached out to touch the light armor on its leg. Detected damaged mech. Meets interstellar enhancement conditions. Due to the mech's low level, only a 1st level enhancement is needed. Enhancement requires 10 interstellar points. Do you wish to enhance? Not bad, it can be repaired, and it's not expensive. However, Subai was still concerned about the effect of the interstellar enhancement, silently pondering, what is the effect of a 1st level enhancement? 1st level interstellar enhancement can raise the target mech's material rank by 1 level, increase the core by 1 level, and awaken a low-level talent skill. What the hell? Upon seeing the effect of the 1st level interstellar enhancement, Subai couldn't help but be shocked. The previous material and core enhancement by 1 level is acceptable, but the key is the last point about awakening a talent skill. Even with the lowest level as a prefix, it is enough to make Subai lose his composure. Not only Subai, if this matter were to spread, even mechanics above 5 stars would be astonished. Hong Yue is the most basic Earth-level 3-star mech. Among the 9 mech qualities, including Earth Sky, Star Treader, Star Breaker, Starfall, Eternal Sky, Vastness, Universe, and Truth, it ranks the lowest. In the 1 to 9-star tier ranking, it only reached the initial peak level. Such a mech theoretically shouldn't possess a talent skill. Let alone Earth mechs, even the higher-tier Sky mechs. Those that have talent skills are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Any one of them could be sold for 10 times or more the price. Talent skills are mech companion skills determined by the mech's own attributes and the user's awakened talent. Unlike skills learned through long practice by the mech pilot, the initial proficiency of a talent skill is already maxed out, and it is the most compatible skill for that mech, capable of increasing power by about double upon use. If an Earth mech possesses a talent skill, it is enough to dominate among Earth mechs, and it may even stand its ground against Sky mechs, and such an enhancement only costs 10 interstellar points, equivalent to 100,000 star coins. That's too cheap. Putting away his surprise, Subai now had a headache over how to set the price. If it were just a material and core enhancement by 1 level, that would be easy to say, as there are corresponding references. The price of a 4-star Earth mech is about 200,000 star coins, so naturally, he could charge 200,000 for upgrading Sun Hani's mech to that level, but adding a talent skill changes the pricing. After thinking for a while, Subai once again saw Sun Hani's pleading gaze. It was clear that she truly loved Hong Yue. Otherwise, she wouldn't have shown such an expression just to repair an ordinary Earth-level 3-star mech. Subai stated his price directly, 1.5 million star coins. Are you sure you want to repair it? Hearing the price quoted by Subai, Sun Hani was left stunned. She had thought that repairing the Red Moon might cost about the same as buying a new one, or even a bit more. But she never expected it to be 10 times more. The average price of a Dottie Samsung mech is around 150,000 star coins, and even those with excellent craftsmanship and rarity top out at 180,000 star coins. After all, there is a limit starting with the Dottie Samsung mech. The potential max is out at the Tian Kong Samsung. Once upgraded to Tian Kong Samsung, it is almost eliminated. Generally, a price of 500,000 is enough to buy a Tian Kong mech, which has the potential to become a Tashi Xing mech. Even if she loves the Red Moon dearly, upon hearing the price, Sun Hani couldn't help but think that Subai was a swindler. Is Subai a swindler? Of course not. He is actually quite honest. That is a Dottie mech with a talent skill, which could easily sell for more than 10 times the price of a regular mech, and Subai is offering the comprehensive enhancement for free. However, saying the repair cost is 1.5 million star coins out of the blue would make anyone leave without hesitation. Sun Hani's struggling expression made Subai realize that his decision was not wrong. This is not just the repair cost, it also includes helping your Red Moon awaken its talent skill. Subai said slowly. Sun Hani was so startled by his words that she stumbled over her words. You said, what? Talent? Talent skill? The Red Moon can awaken a talent skill. She now suspected that Subai had gone crazy. A Dottie Samsung mech? Talent skill? How could these two things be related? If it weren't for Subai being handsome enough and her feeling slightly rude earlier, she would have wanted to punch him directly. The shopkeeper really knows how to joke, Sun Hani said, crossing her arms and showing a hint of anger. If you can't repair it, just say so. Why frame me with sky-high prices and talent skills? In her heart, Subai had already become a big fraud. Subai, however, was unfazed and smiled calmly. We can sign a contract. Oh, Sunhani raised an eyebrow at this. The validity of contracts in Blue Star is well known. Once signed, the other party must fulfill their promise, or they would face high compensation. Seeing that Subai was willing to sign a contract, Sunhani's mind became active. Could it be that what he said was true? If the Red Moon could really awaken a talent skill, then 1.5 million is indeed not expensive. It might even be a bit cheap. Forget it. Since a contract is involved, there's no fear of him running away. After a brief mental struggle, Sunhani nodded. All right, 1.5 million is 1.5 million. As long as you can repair the Red Moon, we can discuss the talent skill issue later. Sunhani wasn't so serious as long as Subai could repair the Red Moon. Even if it ultimately didn't awaken a talent skill, she wouldn't ask for compensation from him, at most. Just a refund of the overpriced portion of the repair. No problem. Please wait a moment. Saying this, Subai immediately drafted a contract, stamped it with the Interstellar Repair Shop seal, and handed it to Sunhani. Take a look. If there are no issues, just sign and transfer the payment. Sunhani took the contract, carefully checked the content to confirm it was correct, and then signed her name and transferred the payment to Subai. Star Sky Treasure received 1.5 million star coins. Payment successful. Subai then told Sunhani to go out and wait. He turned to the Red Moon, a slight smile on his lips. This money is really easy to earn. Indeed, Subai had earned 1.5 million star coins with just 10 interstellar points, equivalent to 150 interstellar points, a 15-fold price difference. This was only because he considered Sunhani's deep feelings for the Red Moon. Otherwise, just based on the ability to awaken a talent skill, even if he quoted a price of 2 million star coins, he believed Sunhani would agree. However, I didn't expect that girl to be a little genius. Thinking of how Sunhani had said her awakened talent was the A-level talent Thunder, Subai felt a bit emotional. From F to SSS, there are 9 levels, and A-level talents are quite decent, but that doesn't mean A-level is a common talent. On the contrary, although not as rare as S-level and above, A-level talent awakeners are still quite exceptional. Looking across the entire U-High, there are probably only a dozen people with A-level talents in this generation. And Sunhani awakened the A-level talent Thunder, which is known for its strong offensive capabilities, likely giving her the potential to get into an interstellar prestigious school. Soon, Subai arrived in front of the Red Moon, extending his right hand to cover the red light armor. Use first-level enhancement. With a thought, a white light instantly enveloped the Red Moon, filling the entire repair room. Boom! A sound of thunder erupted suddenly, like the 9 heavens thunder striking down. A hint of purple appeared. The entire mech repair shop shook in the hall. As Sunhani felt a tremor, her heart tightened instantly. He won't disassemble the Red Moon, will he? Chapter 5, Bosu. Can I get your contact information? At this moment, she felt incredibly anxious. She had purely regarded Subai's claim of awakening a talent skill as a joke, and her greatest hope was that he could truly repair the Red Moon. With the current turn of events, her expectations had diminished significantly, and a surge of anger rose within her. If he really dismantled the Red Moon, I must make him pay the price. Sunhani's gaze turned cold, her teeth nearly grinding together. Being able to take out 1.5 million star coins at once to repair a grade 3 Earth mecha was enough to prove her true love for the Red Moon. It also indicated her extraordinary background. After all, in this age, only a handful of families in Yunhai could afford 1.5 million as pocket money. Sunhani was one of them, as her father was the current head of the Sun family, with their business spread throughout Yunhai, and their power had reached the level of a grade 5 Starbreaker, being a Starbreaker Mecha Master. More importantly, her father had another identity, the captain of the Yunhai fleet. While this may not be considered the pinnacle in the entire Xia country, he was undoubtedly a figure at the top of the pyramid in Yunhai. Training as a Mecha Master was not easy. It required absorbing the star power contained in the cosmos for cultivation. The speed of cultivation varied greatly, depending on one's talent, and being able to reach grade 5 Starbreaker indicated at least a B-level talent. With powerful financial resources combined with her father's strength and status, no one in Yunhai dared to provoke Sunhani. As Sunhani stewed in her frustration, Subai's voice suddenly came from the repair room. Come in. Upon hearing this, Sunhani was even more certain of her guess. This kid really did break the Red Moon. Does he really think being handsome allows him to do whatever he wants? Suppressing her emotions that were on the verge of eruption, Sun Hani stepped into the repair room. The moment she entered, all her previous resentment vanished instantly. Her mouth slightly agape, she looked at the brand new red moon before her and couldn't help but rub her eyes. At this moment, the light armor on the red moon had undergone some changes. It was still a deep red color, but this red was even more profound than before, exuding a sense of high quality. The previously monotonous mecha body now bore streaks of purple lightning patterns, making the red moon appear even more imposing. As for the previously eye-catching void, it had long since disappeared, and through the gaps in the light armor, the glossy black metallic sheen was clearly visible. Sun Hani, who was very familiar with the red moon, could tell at a glance that the red moon had directly grown 2 meters taller. From its previous height of 12 meters, it had now become 14 meters. If it weren't for her special mark in the cockpit area, Sun Hani would have doubted whether Su Bai had simply swapped her mecha for a new one. Boss, is this the red moon? Even though she already had an answer in her heart, Sun Hani still instinctively asked Su Bai. Su Bai merely smiled faintly. Of course you could try it out. Sun Hani's eyes lit up immediately, and she leaped into the cockpit. She hadn't piloted her red moon for too long, and she had to relieve her longing at this moment. As soon as she jumped into the cockpit, her hands rested on the core control position, which was a round crystal ball. As soon as Sun Hani's hands touched it, the cockpit cover closed instantly. Then, strands of fine lines connected from the cockpit to her back. Almost at the moment of connection, her consciousness merged with the mecha. The red moon's eyes sparkled with dazzling red light. This is... The growth potential has increased to Starwalker? Sun Hani's voice came through the mecha, and even after mechanical processing, her tone still conveyed her astonishment. You can now try the talent skill, but you can't actually fire it, Su Bai reminded her. Watching Sun Hani, who was as excited as a child with a new toy, constantly moving the red moon's limbs. This statement made Sun Hani pause, uncertain. Is there really a talent skill? After learning that the red moon had been repaired and its potential had increased, she had already decided not to ask Su Bai for a refund on the repair costs. The 1.5 million was well spent. Now hearing that the red moon might truly awaken a talent skill, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Of course, no deception, business is all about integrity. Su Bai's assured tone came through. Suddenly, they heard heavy breathing sounds from inside the red moon. Sun Hani worked hard to calm herself down, closing her eyes to sense carefully. As if sensing something, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and placed her hands flat in front of her. Zzz. A faint arc of electricity instantly wrapped around the red moon's palms, then continuously intertwined, converging and rotating in the air. In an instant, it formed a lightning ball. Purple arcs flickered, lightning surged, emitting the sound of 1,000 birds chirping. Through the red moon's eyes, seeing the lightning ball in her hands, Sun Hani's voice trembled. It actually, really is a talent skill. Oh my god. The red moon actually awakened a talent skill. How is this possible? After her shock, her respect for Su Bai grew immensely. The fact that a great Earth mecha could possess a talent skill was simply unheard of, and this boss Su before her was able to take her red moon, which was almost in a scrap state, successfully enhance its potential and also grant it a talent skill. His means were simply astonishing. Even a star-level mecha repair master might not be able to achieve this. No, one should say that a star-level mecha repair master probably couldn't do this either. Who exactly is Boss Su? Sun Hani couldn't help but become curious about Su Bai. She really wanted to know who this seemingly young and handsome guy was. All right, you can put away now. If you damage my equipment, you'll have to compensate. Su Bai's words startled Sun Hani, who was still lost in thought. She hurriedly withdrew the lightning ball and left the red moon, coming to Su Bai's front, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, Boss Su, for helping me repair the red moon. I apologize for my previous rudeness, and I hope you can forgive me. Sun Hani's well-developed figure made this bowing motion inevitably cause some subtle shaking under the influence of gravity. It was simply spectacular and breathtaking. Su Bai, glances cough. It's fine, this is just a fair trade. Please get up. After a brief glance, Su Bai returned to his usual calm demeanor. Subai. A gentleman. Hearing Su Bai's words, Sun Hani let out a sigh of relief. She had been a bit worried that her attitude might have been too poor. Offending such a genius mecha repair master who possessed divine skills was a consequence she couldn't bear. After glancing up at Su Bai's expression and realizing that he truly didn't take it to heart, Sun Hani mustered the courage to say, if Boss Su doesn't mind, can I get your contact information? Upon hearing this, Su Bai blinked, momentarily not understanding what Sun Hani meant. Seeing Su Bai's expression, Sun Hani hurriedly explained, I'm worried that the Red Moon might have issues again later, and having your contact information would make it convenient for me to check if you are in the shop. Her flushed cheeks made this explanation seem somewhat weak. Su Bai didn't think much of it, pondering for a moment before agreeing. After getting Su Bai's contact information, Sun Hani quickly stored the Red Moon back in her wristband and waved goodbye to Su Bai. Goodbye, Boss Su. Thank you so much. Watching her beautiful figure depart, Su Bai smiled faintly and directly closed the door of the repair shop. With a smile on his face, he felt a little excited. Let me see what talent has awakened. Just as he was performing the first level enhancement on the Red Moon, his task had already been completed. Only the task rewards are left to be claimed. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing a starry enhancement. Duration, 2 hours and 40 minutes. Task evaluation, SSS, now releasing task rewards. Would you like to claim them? Yes, no, do I even need to say? Without any hesitation, Su Bai directly chose yes. As the option took effect, a surge of power instantly flowed into Su Bai's body. His brain felt a slight pain at that moment. In an instant, everything in front of him seemed to fade into nothingness, as if he was standing on a barren land. Faced with this sudden change, Su Bai clenched his fist. Swish! Swish, swish! Suddenly, chunks of metal came rushing towards his body, covering him while continuously devouring and merging. Congratulations, host, for successfully awakening the SSS level talent, Fusion of All Things. The moment Su Bai heard the system prompt, his pupils constricted and a flash of brilliance appeared within them. SSS level talent, Fusion of All Things? Through his previous experiences, he understood that the fusion of all things allowed him to manipulate and merge surrounding metallic materials to enhance his mech. In other words, as long as he was in a place with metallic elements, he could strengthen himself infinitely. The way of nature, the fusion of all things, the universe as one. Life unceasing, cycles repeating endlessly. Suddenly, the phenomenon in front of Su Bai vanished, and he returned to his mech repair shop. At this moment, countless specks of light began to gather around him, which he had been unable to see before. Star power? In almost an instant, Su Bai guessed what these light spots were. They were the source of a mech master's power, star power. However, the star power in front of him was too scattered and seemed a bit thin. Moreover, it was not behaving, continuously rushing towards Su Bai. Ding! Detected host awakening talent. Mall promotion activated. Would you like to spend 100 star points to exchange for the truth level breathing technique, Star Whale, breathing technique level 1? Su Bai. Upon seeing this system prompt, some unpleasant memories surged in Su Bai's mind. It resembled the common tactics used in games for first-time recharge. Is it trying to trick me into spending money? Damn it, Su Bai will not be fooled. Ding, exchange successful, now granting Star Whale, breathing technique level 1. No choice. This is the truth level breathing technique. Which mech master can withstand such a test? Watching his hard-earned 5 million star coins instantly dwindled to 500,000. Su Bai shed tears of regret. I hope you won't let me down. This money really doesn't last long. After calming his slightly painful heart, the pain surged back into Su Bai's mind. Again? Boom! With a loud bang, the scene in front of Su Bai changed again. He found himself in a cosmic realm with a dazzling starry sky. Suddenly, a massive figure resembling a galaxy appeared in front of him, covered in starlight. With a huge head and elongated body, it swayed its tail, which resembled stars. As its mouth opened, a suction force emanated, and a star was instantly swallowed into its belly. The star whale devours the starry river, and a star is merely an appetizer. The whale's tail swayed, and the star shifted. Su Bai returned to the mech repair shop, but this time he already had a breathing technique in his mind. Star Whale breathing technique level 1. Su Bai quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, began operating his power according to the breathing technique in his mind, and absorbed the surrounding star power. Boom! As the star whale breathing technique operated, the originally scattered light points around him began to rapidly grow, and countless light points surged in, forming a tidal wave of star power. Su Bai was right in the center of this tidal wave. Star power surged, strengthening him. Under the nourishment of the star power tidal wave, Su Bai's realm began to rise rapidly. Earth Level 1, Earth Level 2, Sky Level 1. Absorbing all the star power around him, Su Bai leaped over the Earth Mech Master stage and became a Sky Mech Master. Once it spreads that he, at just over 18 years old, freshly graduated, has become a Sky Mech Master, it will definitely cause a stir. In the recently concluded mech examination, the strongest in Blue Star was only Earth Level 9, even if they entered a mech university for further studies. Their realm at this moment wouldn't be much higher than Su Bai's. Moreover, the other party reached this level after years of hard training. Su Bai took only a few minutes. Patting his pants, Su Bai was somewhat satisfied with his current strength. Unexpectedly, I have also become a Sky Mech Master. But what do I do without a mech? Although he has become a Sky Mech Master, another problem appeared in front of Su Bai. He did not have a mech. The money on his card was only 500,000 star coins, which was not enough for him to buy a starry mech. Moreover, he needed a mech that matched his talent of fusion of all things, which made it even more difficult. Sigh, I still need to make money. Feeling his current poverty, Su Bai's desire to earn money became stronger than ever. As for the subsequent exchange price for the star whale breathing technique, he didn't look. It was enough for now. Looking would only add to the troubles. After all, he couldn't afford it anyway. Just as Su Bai was breaking through, in the center of Yanhai City, in a tall building, a middle-aged man with a square face suddenly frowned, looking towards the location of the starry mech repair shop, his eyes filled with suspicion. What's going on? Star power riot? Star beast descending? Impossible. The Star Guardians did not issue a warning. The star power riot has disappeared? It should be due to a brief shift in the star power tidal wave. After a brief analysis, the man withdrew his gaze and looked at a document in front of him. His right index finger continuously tapped on the table. C-Core Ray? What exactly does the CF family want to do? Chapter 7, Talent Skill. Thunder Serpent's Fong Bang. Suddenly, the door of the man's study was pushed open, and Sun Hani excitedly entered. Dad, I have good news. Seeing his precious daughter arrive, Sun Yu instantly put away his previous cold demeanor and replaced it with a kind smile. Is Hong Yue fixed? He had noticed his daughter's affection for Hong Yue and had considered sending it out for repairs. However, with their heavy coursework, they needed to train constantly to prepare for the upcoming mech exam, which would inevitably affect things. He also suggested that Sun Hani swap for another mech, as time for Hong Yue was running out. Over the past few days, seeing his daughter's dim eyes had pained Sun Yu, so seeing her smile again made him understand without a doubt that Hong Yue must have been repaired. While he was happy for his daughter, he couldn't help but feel some confusion. He wondered which master had come to Yanhai. Hong Yue had been penetrated by C-Core rays, and under the influence of radiation and skeletal damage, many mech repairers were powerless to help. Only a star-level mech repairer would have the ability to fix Hong Yue. Meeting such a repairer would indeed be good luck for his daughter. It's not just fixed. Sun Hani smiled proudly. My Hong Yue has been completely renewed, and I even gave a new name, Wanjun Hong Yue. Not only had its basic stats increased by 1 star, but it also gained a talent skill, making her Hong Yue truly one of a kind. Most importantly, the talent skill of Hong Yue was extremely compatible with her own, which made Sun Hani wonder if Su Bai had done it intentionally. Oh, has the potential increased? Seeing his daughter's smug look, Sun Yu directly voiced his guess. As a break star mech master, he certainly knew that some powerful mech repairers had the ability to enhance a mech's potential. However, such methods would be somewhat wasteful when applied to a terrestrial mech. Sun Yu lifted the tea on the table, took a sip, and shook his head with some regret. The repair fee must be quite expensive, right? Not expensive, just 1,500,000. Sun Hani's excited voice rang out. Puffed. Sun Yu sprayed the tea he had just sipped, wide-eyed and incredulous as he looked at his daughter, wanting to confirm if he had misheard. 1,500,000 star coins. Sun Hani placed her hands on her hips, raising her head like a princess. Sunyu, Hani, were you scammed? Even if a star-level mech repairer fixed Hangyue, it wouldn't cost 1,500,000 star coins. Come on, take me to find him. How dare someone deceive Sunyu's daughter? Even a star-level mech repairer must give an explanation. Sunyu is already filled with anger. A terrestrial 3-star mech typically sold for only 150,000 star coins, yet they charged 5 million for repairs. Wasn't this pure extortion? Even though star-level mech repairers held high status, as a break-star mech master, he was not someone to be trifled with. Who would have thought that after hearing Sunyu's words, a surprised voice suddenly came from outside the door? What? 1,500,000 star coins? Were you two hiding from me? A woman, who bore a striking resemblance to Sun Hani and still had her charm, anxiously entered the study, her gaze scrutinizing the father and daughter duo with an interrogative expression. Sun Hani, ex-winky face. Sunyu, ex-winky face. Upon seeing Zhongyi enter, the father and daughter exchanged a tacit understanding and closed their mouths. Both knew their wife's, mother's, character very well. No matter the reason, when it involved such a large sum of money, she would go crazy. Silence was the best answer. After a while, Sunyu chuckled and signaled Sun Hani with his eyes. No. We were talking about that little girl Lu Ran who spent 1,500,000 to gain early admission qualifications to Feishing Academy. Yes, that's right. Sun Hani quickly understood Sun Yu's meaning and nodded vigorously. Although Zhongyi still looked somewhat puzzled, her mood calmed down a lot, and she shot them a glare. All right, don't casually discuss other people's affairs. Dinner is almost ready. Let's eat. After saying that, she left the study. Seeing Zhongyi leave, the father and daughter both breathed a sigh of relief. Sunyu lowered his voice. After dinner, take me to find that scammer. Sun Hani shook her head. Boss Su is not a scammer. He even awakened the talent skill for my Wanjun Hangyue? Sunyu was taken aback, shaking his head helplessly. Sigh, it seems Hani has been scammed badly. She's starting to talk nonsense now. A terrestrial mech awakening a talent skill? That's absurd. Dad, don't doubt it. After dinner, let's go to the training ground, and I'll show you. Sun Hani's lips curled up slightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seeing his daughter like this, Sunyu affectionately ruffled Sun Hani's hair. All right, I'll wait for your demonstration. Now let's go eat. If we don't hurry, your mom will blow up. Mentioning Mrs. Zhongyi, Sun Hani obediently followed Sunyu to the living room. After dinner, the father and daughter headed to their training ground. Although it was called a training ground, it was not much different from an ordinary playground. The only difference was that a circle of electromagnetic barriers surrounded the training ground to prevent damage from the aftermath of mech battles. As a break-star mech master, Sunyu naturally would not use his mech to fight. He selected a training mech from the warehouse. This mass-produced training mech was quite different from a real mech in terms of materials and equipment. However, as a break-star mech master, Sunyu could still handle a match against a terrestrial mech master with it. Seeing her father on the training mech, Sun Hani was somewhat dissatisfied. Dad, do you look down on me? Why are you using a training mech? Sunyu noticed his daughter's sulky expression and smiled faintly. It's okay. I just want to see how much your Hangyue has improved. It's not a real battle. The maintenance cost of my Canglong is quite high. Upon hearing this, Sun Hani's anger subsided a little. Indeed, the maintenance cost for a break-star mech was high, and if it was a training mech you better be careful. Sunyu didn't catch the hidden meaning in his daughter's words and waved his hand while piloting the training mech. Come on. Sun Hani lightly touched the bracelet on her wrist, and white light flashed. Wanjun Hangyue instantly appeared in the training ground. Then, she leaped into the interior of Wanjun Hangyue, and the crimson and violet light shimmered, as Wanjun Hangyue's eyes lit up. Seeing the transformation of Hangyue, Sunyu raised his eyebrows. It seems that Repairer really has some skills. The potential level of Hangyue had at least risen to the star step level. Just the increase in potential was worth 500,000 star coins. However, the price of 5 million was still a bit high. Just then, Sun Yu's words came to an abrupt halt as he stared blankly at Wanjun Hangyue's hands through the training mech. Zizzes. Electric arcs intertwined, rushing like dragons. Electric orbs gathered, emitting the sound of 1,000 birds chirping. Boom! Wanjun Hangyue pushed her hands forward, and the electric orb slowly floated out. instantly forming a lightning beam that snaked through the air like a thunder serpent coiling. With the might of thunder, it struck the training mech piloted by Sun Yu. Boom! The lightning struck down, instantly enveloping the training mech, and a dense torrent of electricity surged over Sun Yu's entire body. Even as a break star mech master, he felt a slight numbness at that moment. The power of this thunder was far beyond what an electromagnetic gun could compare to. It was likely comparable to a large-caliber electromagnetic cannon. This is the talent skill awakened by the one June Red Moon, Thunder Serpent's Tooth. As the thunder light dissipated, the original training machine had turned into a charred mess. A faint black smoke rose from the machine, resembling a burnt piece of charcoal. The machine fell apart, revealing Sun Yu, who was shrouded in star power inside. The star-breaking Mecha Master was now staring blankly at the crimson and purple Wan June Red Moon ahead, his heart filled with mixed emotions, drumming continuously. Finally, he awkwardly smiled and said, You're indeed my proudest daughter. How about it? I didn't lie to you. This is the talent skill that Boss Su helped awaken for the Wan June Red Moon. How powerful is it? A teasing voice echoed through the mechanical sounds, and Sun Hani was now beaming with joy. See, you look down on me. Now you know how impressive it is, right? Sun Yu had long felt awe for the boss, Su's daughter mentioned. He could not imagine what kind of extraordinary person could awaken a talent skill in a ground mecha. Could it be a descendant of those supreme mecha engineers far away in the depths of the starry sky? To know such a remarkable person is indeed her fortune. Even though his heart was turbulent, Sun Yu couldn't help but smile awkwardly at his daughter's words. That's right, but a training machine is still just a training machine. It can't truly reflect the might of your talent skill. Let me switch to my own mecha, and we can go again. This will also test the power of your talent skill. Upon hearing this, Sun Hani's pretty face darkened. Oh, is this the competitive spirit of a middle-aged man? He was reluctant to use his own mecha earlier, but now he is changing his tune. Despite her thoughts, Sun Hani naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, she didn't often get to see her father's mecha, let alone compete against him. This was an opportunity for her. She immediately nodded in agreement. All right. Sun Yu breathed a sigh of relief. If it got out that he, a renowned star-breaking mecha master, was defeated by a ground mecha master, even if it was his own daughter, he would lose face. At the same time, he was eager to know just how powerful the Thunder Serpent's tooth really was. Gently stroking his wrist guard, a black light flickered along with the dark thunder. Boom! In an instant, a mecha, entirely cobalt blue, with flame patterns entwined and a faint blue metallic luster at its joints and bones, stood before them. Crafted from rare materials, made of dense steel. It resembled a wolf, but was not quite one, standing about 50 meters tall. It appeared above the training ground. UCD-24, the only power-type, star-breaking mecha, Songlong, standing at 50 meters tall, with a body weight of 1,600 tons, an engine power of 44 million kilowatts, and a thrust of 3.6 billion kilograms. Talent skill, Songyan. The flames of the heavens, burning and consuming all under the sky, never extinguished. In front of Songlong, even the 14-meter-tall Wan June Red Moon looked like an infant, barely reaching its waist, even though she had prepared herself mentally, upon seeing the star-breaking mecha with her own eyes. Sun Hani couldn't help but reveal a longing in her gaze. This is what a mecha should look like, a true mecha that can traverse the starry skies. Seeing Wan June Red Moon looking up in awe, Sun Yu couldn't help but smile and said cheerfully, "Don't worry, you have an A-level talent. As long as you work hard, you will definitely become a star-breaking mecha master and even reach a higher realm in the future." I understand. The mechanical voice emanating from Wan June Red Moon carried a sense of determination. After witnessing the star-breaking mecha, Sun Hani's goal became clearer. She would definitely become a star-breaking mecha master and even strive for the higher realm of the celestial mecha master. At that time, she would pilot her mecha across the galaxies, effortlessly defeating star beasts and standing above all other prodigies. Come on, unleash your talent skill, and let me see just how powerful it is. Sun Yu's voice came from within Songlong, tinged with anticipation. The previous training machine had been made of two poor materials, and its destruction couldn't reveal the true power of the Thunder Serpent's tooth. All right. June Red Moon swiftly retreated, raising both arms high above her head. ZZ. The thunder light lingered, arcs of electricity flickering, and a thunderball, even larger than before, instantly formed atop June Red Moon. With a swing of its arms, sparks flew from the armor due to the excessive force. The thunder erupted, lightning flashing, swirling into the air like a thunder serpent opening its blood-red mouth with two sharp thunder fangs, directly stabbing towards the armor on Songlong's neck. Boom! Thunder roared, and lightning instantly enveloped Songlong, as arcs of electricity seeped into the bones beneath the armor. Bang! Feeling the tingling sensation brought by the electric current, Songlong lightly waved its arms. A shock wave surged, instantly deflecting the arcs of electricity. The force of the wind was so great that it caused the ground to tremble, even making June Red Moon sway. This is the power of a star-breaking mecha. Just a casual strike can easily neutralize the talent skill of a ground mecha and cause it to tremble. This was also the reason why Sun Yi didn't set his sights on June Red Moon. A wave of defeat washed over Sun Hani inside June Red Moon as she silently lowered her head. I lost. Inside Songlong, Sun Yi was also not at peace. The power of the Thunder Serpent's tooth far exceeded his expectations. June Red Moon was merely a ground 3-star mecha. Yet this strike had the power of a ground 6-star. This indicated that the Thunder Serpent's tooth was extremely compatible with Sun Hani's inherent talent for thunder. Not all thunder-type attacks could have such compatibility with Sun Hani. Was this a coincidence, or suddenly, a bold guess arose in Sun Yu's mind, startling him? He suspected that the Thunder Serpent's tooth was a talent skill specially crafted by Boss Su after learning about Sun Hani's talent. Not only could it awaken the talent skill of ground mecha, but it could also perfectly match the talent skill with the Mecha Master. Sun Yu could no longer fathom the level of expertise that Boss Su possessed. He lowered his head to comfort the somewhat dejected Sun Hani. Your strike was very strong, at least reaching the power of a ground 6-star. This level of strength is something I did not possess when I was a ground 3-star. You must seize this power. Once your star power level increases, you will definitely make a name for yourself. Perhaps you can compete with those true prodigies of the Blue Star Alliance. Sun Hani, who had already left June Red Moon, was shaken by her father's words. She knew her father's character very well. Although he was very fond of her, he wouldn't joke about this matter. In other words, did her Thunder Serpent's tooth really possess the strength of a ground 6-star? The previous gloom completely dissipated, and her heart was once again filled with hope. Yes, with Basu around, I can definitely do it. When June Red Moon levels up, I must go find him for help. Thinking of this, a hint of panic flashed in Sun Hani's eyes. But Boss Su must be very expensive, right? So I need to earn some extra money. Sun Yu was unaware of Sun Hani's thoughts. He was only filled with strong interest in Su Bai. However, he did not let Sun Hani take him to meet Su Bai. In his view, a mecha engineer with such skills must be an extraordinary individual. If he used Yi's connections to approach him, it might inadvertently affect Yi. He couldn't let his own selfish desires hinder his daughter's future. Chapter 9. The Legacy of Star Mechanics? Set a small goal in the Achi Interstellar Repair Shop. Su Bai, who was lounging with his legs crossed, suddenly sneezed while fiddling with the original magic. After Sun Hani's order, the repair shop today seemed particularly quiet. Out of boredom, he opened his phone to play some games. After all, he didn't have a mech, otherwise he would love to practice his mech piloting skills. After becoming a Sky Mech Master, Su Bai quickly browsed through the detailed parameters and prices of various star mechs. However, he did not find a mech that matched his talent for the integration of all things. Su Bai's requirements were not high. He just wanted a mech that looked good, had balanced performance, preferably a 6-pointed Star Warrior, and most importantly, strong compatibility. Only then could he unleash the true power of the integration of all things. As for innate skills, they weren't important, since they could all be enhanced anyway. However, even with this in mind, he still couldn't find the mech he desired among tens of thousands of sky mechs. Could it be that he really had to build one himself? After finishing his daily routine, Su Bai put away his phone and began to ponder. He knew his own situation well. Although he had a system that could awaken innate skills in Earth mechs, building a mech was far beyond the capabilities of a junior mechanic. Moreover, building a sky mech? That would require at least a 3-star mechanic to accomplish. Perceiving the host's wish, a random task is now issued. Personally create a mech for your own use. Time limit: 1 week. Task reward: absolute control of the interstellar repair shop, a constant sky-level defensive barrier. Task assistance: open the inheritance skills below, 3-star mechanics for the host to learn. Do you accept? Yes, no, what the hell? The moment the system prompt appeared, Subai jumped up in surprise. Another task was here. The reward was absolute control of the interstellar repair shop. Subai felt indifferent about this. Although there were some devices he couldn't use yet, he still had most of the permissions in the repair shop. So this absolute control seemed a bit redundant. However, that constant sky-level defensive barrier was a good thing. In the Blue Star Alliance, the strongest existence was probably the constant sky mech masters, and there were only a handful of them. If he had such a defensive barrier in his interstellar repair shop, everyone would think twice before acting. The truth will out, even though there weren't many customers now. Subai believed that once news got out that he could make MECH's awaken skills and elevate their potential, the interstellar repair shop would soon be bustling. This would also attract the attention of some unscrupulous individuals, and he would inevitably face some danger. With such a barrier, he could operate fearlessly in the shop. Worst case scenario, he could just move in. After all, he was currently all alone. His parents were off enjoying themselves in some distant galaxy. When he saw the last line of task assistance, Subai's eyes lit up. This was a repair shop. Even with powerful interstellar enhancements, he would still occasionally have customers needing regular maintenance. Such maintenance required a solid foundation of mechanical knowledge. Moreover, knowledge from star mechanics? That would cost an astronomical amount outside, and now he could learn it for free. This was an incredible benefit. Without any hesitation, Subai chose to accept the task. The moment he accepted the task, a brand new option appeared on the system panel. Task assistance: inheritance skills below, 3-star mechanics. He placed his finger on the inheritance skills, and a dazzling array of skills appeared before Subai. 1-star mechanic inheritance skill: mech exoskeleton switching, 2-star mechanic inheritance skill: armor reflection membrane, 3-star mechanic inheritance skill: core power explosion. Looking at the various skills before him, Subai couldn't help but let tears fall from the corners of his mouth. He ultimately chose the one at the bottom. Mechanic from beginner to advanced. There was no other choice. He was just a junior mechanic, and he couldn't understand more advanced techniques. He had to start from the most basic content. The moment he made his selection, a thick book appeared in his hands. It was indistinguishable from the advancement manual for mechanics that would cost 100,000 star coins outside. Subai. Well, since the names are the same, I don't know what I was fantasizing about. Looking at it from another angle, it also saved him 100,000 star coins. Silently flipping open the book, he skipped over the knowledge he had already mastered and quickly read from the intermediate section. Perhaps it was because he had awakened his SSS level talent and became a sky mech master. The knowledge that had previously eluded him now seemed to come easily. In just 2 hours, he completely mastered the techniques of an intermediate mechanic, becoming a qualified intermediate mechanic. Looking at the sky outside, Subai closed the book and left the interstellar repair shop. Upon returning home, he looked at the somewhat empty living room and shook his head helplessly. Sigh. Why make it so empty? Perhaps this is the trouble of growing up? Saying this, he directly opened the interstellar computer in the living room. He then opened several live streams and turned the volume up to the max. Subai's home was in a top-notch community in the center of Yunhai City, where each floor had only one unit, and the soundproofing was excellent, ensuring no disturbance to the neighbors. When his parents were home, Subai never dared to act this way, but now he was free. The sky was high and the birds could fly. The sea was vast and the fish could leap. After a busy day today, he had to relax. On an interstellar spaceship flying out of the Blue Star Alliance, Su Nantian, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly jolted awake. A chill slowly crawled up his spine, causing him to feel puzzled. What was going on? Why did he have a bad premonition? Zhou Maiyun, disturbed by his movement, grabbed the soft flesh at his waist and spun him around 180 degrees. Are you sleeping? So jumpy. Su Nantian held back his laughter. Just getting used to the bed. Let's continue sleeping. The next morning, Su Bai, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, headed to the interstellar repair shop. Beyond on the way, last night, after gaining his freedom, he lost control and stayed up all night. Even though he was now a sky mech master, he still felt a bit tired. He had indulged too much. No, he needed to be more disciplined. Today's goal was to become a high-level mechanic. Arriving at the shop, Su Bai entered sage mode, feeling deeply ashamed of his actions yesterday. He decided to turn over a new leaf and set a small goal for himself today, to become a star mechanic. Once inside the shop, Su Bai laid the book Mechanic from Beginner to Advanced on his desk, ready to start today's study. Ding! Your shop received a 5-star review. Please check. As soon as he sat down, his phone received this prompt. Su Bai opened it to see that a new 5-star review had been added to his store on the Star Network. Queen of Thunder. The boss is nice, handsome, and incredibly skilled. It was my best experience. I hope everyone tries it out. Without needing to look, he knew it was from Sun Hani. Last night, she had sent him a message expressing her gratitude and mentioned that the power of the Thunder Tooth could elevate the Wan Jun Red Moon by 3 stars. Unfortunately, Su Bai was in a carefree and wild phase at that time and did not reply to her. Seeing the 5-star review today, Su Bai couldn't help but smile faintly. With this good review, business should gradually improve, right? Su Bai had considered directly using the awakening of mecha talents as a promotional tactic. But someone needs to believe it. Hadn't he just uploaded a few pictures of the interstellar repair shop and been labeled a scammer, claiming he could awaken their mecha's talents? Wouldn't that get him sued for false advertising? He could only rely on gradually building up his reputation. At least he had the first good review. The trolls should be quiet now, right? With this thought, Su Bai continued to look at the comment section. To his surprise, under Sun Han Yi's comment, there were already 100 replies. The poster must be a shill, right? Exactly. How can a clearly fake repair shop get good reviews? Come on. How much for a review? Let us share the money. Haha, you're killing me. What kind of person is so handsome and skilled? Are you talking about the repair level? Smirking. JPG, I really don't want to be a quick-witted teenager. Su Bai, these trolls really can't be stopped. He decided not to look at the comments anymore to avoid torturing himself. He needed to improve his repair skills after all. There were still so many star-level repair techniques waiting for him. Ding dong. Just as Su Bai sat down, the doorbell rang. As the automatic door opened, a not very tall, but very well-off girl appeared at the entrance of the repair shop. The girl wore a beret pulled low over her face and a pink mask, looking as if she was afraid of being recognized. The moment she saw Su Bai, Xiao Mingyan softly asked, "Excuse me? Are you Boss Su?" Su Bai nodded and gave a bright smile. "Yes, how can I help you?" It was indeed true. He said the most handsome one in the shop was the boss. Xiao Mingyan then took off her beret, revealing a dazzling smile. Her black hair cascading down her shoulders, looking very smooth. Su Bai felt the girl in front of him looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't place where he had seen her before. "Hello, boss. I'm Xiao Mingyan. I came after hearing Yi's introduction. You're really amazing. You actually managed to fix Red Moon." Xiao Mingyan's eyes shone with a hint of admiration, but soon, she noticed the book on the table titled From Beginner to Advanced in Repair Techniques. Xiao Mingyan, Q. Didn't he say that Boss Su was incredibly skilled and probably a powerful interstellar repair master? Why is he reading this beginner's book? Did he deceive me? No, she shouldn't joke about fixing Red Moon. Su Bai suddenly clapped his hands, startling Xiao Mingyan, causing her to shrink back slightly. "I remember you now. You're that famous internet celebrity?" Su Bai thought Xiao Mingyan looked familiar. He had seen her live stream yesterday, and couldn't help but look at this cute and majestic girl a few more times. No other intentions, just pure admiration. "Oh, boss, you know me?" Xiao Mingyan, whose heart had just received a slight shock, spoke with some surprise, pushing aside her thoughts about Su Bai's identity. Since she was his fan, she couldn't be a scammer. "I'm here to find Boss Su for an upgrade. Is that possible?" Xiao Mingyan's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. She had heard that Boss Su's skills were indeed top-notch. Although the fees were high, it was reasonable for a star-level repair master. What she worried about was that she had heard star-level repair masters often had their own temperaments. And if the other party was unwilling, there would be nothing she could do. Money is not a problem. Su Bai hesitated upon hearing this, since he didn't know how many interstellar points the upgrade would require. Please take out the mecha for me to take a look. With that, he walked toward the first repair room. Xiao Mingyan hurriedly followed, taking it as Su-bai had already agreed and was now very excited. Sure enough, learning is a lifelong process. Boss Su didn't even ask me what my needs were before preparing to help me with the upgrade. Xiao Mingyan was indeed a social media influencer, but she also had another identity, the top student in her first year at Shanghai University. Shanghai University, located in Yundu, the capital of Nanjing Province, ranks among the top 100 prestigious schools in the entire Star Alliance. There are countless mecha universities within the Star Alliance, conservatively estimated to be over 10,000, and being ranked in the top 100 speaks volumes about its quality. Only 8 prestigious schools can rank in the top 100 in the Blue Star Alliance, with 4 of them located in Huaxia. Xiao Mingyan stood out at Shanghai University thanks to her S-level talent, Golden Flame Burning Sky. Golden Flame, a quality above Azure Flame, possesses the power of the sun and moon, collecting the essence of heaven and earth, making it one of the world's great powers. The Golden Flame carries a hint of the sun's fiery aura, achieving absolute high temperatures that turn anything it touches into nothingness. Once in the repair room, Xiao Mingyan didn't hesitate and directly touched her wristband, producing a dazzling golden light. A mecha clad in golden armor, resembling a Valkyrie with mechanical wings that had sharp tips, appeared in the repair room. BR-23 Series, limited edition Earth Mecha, Golden Valkyrie. Height, 16 meters, weight, 32 tons. Horsepower, 880,000 kW. Thrust, 90 million kilograms. Although it is an Earth Mecha, due to its special core material, it has a certain possibility of surpassing the Sky Mecha and becoming a star-passing mecha. Looking at the Golden Valkyrie before him, Su-bai couldn't help but sigh. Internet celebrities really make money. Although it is an Earth mecha, this Golden Valkyrie is at least twice as expensive as Red Moon. However, it's still an Earth mecha. The required interstellar points shouldn't be too high, right? Slowly walking up to the Golden Valkyrie, Su-bai extended his right arm and lightly touched the golden armor. Detected Earth 9-star mecha. Meets interstellar enhancement conditions. Since the mecha level meets upgrade requirements, a 2-tier enhancement is needed. 100 interstellar points required for enhancement. Would you like to proceed with the enhancement? 2-tier enhancement can upgrade the target mecha, while also increasing the target mecha's equipment tier by 1, core by 1, and awaken a mid-tier talent skill, randomly awakening specialized attributes. Chapter 11 The Repair Shop is just the two of us. Does he want a special trait? Is this the difference between Tier 2 and Tier 1? Has the talent skill also evolved from low tier to high tier? Su-bai couldn't help but frown in thought. According to Sun Han, the so-called low-tier talent skills provided by the system seem to differ from those in the outside world. The adaptability and power offered far exceed what is considered low-tier, likely reaching mid-tier levels. So, wouldn't this mid-tier talent skill be comparable to high-tier? High-tier talent skills are exclusive to mechas above the star-breaking level. After examining it, Su-bai looked at Xiao Mingyan. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyan immediately tensed up. She felt as if Su-bai's gaze was like a hunter looking at its prey, sending chills down her spine and raising goosebumps. What does Boss Su want? Just the two of us in the repair shop, does he want? No way. Someone this handsome shouldn't be a beast in human clothing. But still, if he really wants to do something, what should I do? As an internet celebrity, Xiao Mingyan occasionally checks the barrage and audience comments, which can be filled with all kinds of vulgarities. She was unsure about this. If it were outside, she wouldn't be afraid given her current promotion to Sky Mecha Master, but now she has no mecha, and the Su-bai in front of her looks very strong. She has no confidence. Well, promotion is possible, but this price might be a bit expensive. Su-bai's magnetic voice pulled Xiao Mingyan back from her wild thoughts. Seeing his gaze returning to normal, Xiao Mingyan realized she was overthinking and immediately blushed. When she heard the price was expensive, she actually breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, I have money. Not to mention her family situation. Just the money she earned from live streaming this year was already over 10 million. She was a little rich woman. As long as she could level up, money was just a drop in the bucket. That's good. The cost for leveling up is about 20 million star coins. Seeing Xiao Mingyan's confident demeanor, Su-bai directly stated the price. This price was very reasonable. After all, in addition to awakening a talent skill comparable to high tier, there was also the possibility of awakening a special trait. Charging 20 million for a 1 million cost is not unreasonable, right? If this gets out, it would probably be snatched up. No problem, isn't it just 20 million? How much? Just as Xiao Mingyan was about to blurt it out, she suddenly felt a bit dazed. She had heard that Boss Su's charge for fixing the Red Moon was about 10 times the market price. Why did it suddenly become 40 times just for me to level up? Isn't this bullying honest people? Dies. I seem to not have that much money. Can you make it cheaper? Xiao Mingyan immediately used her cute attack, attempting to leverage Su by being her fan to win him over. Oh, then there's nothing that can be done. However, upon hearing this, Su Bai's eyes squinted into a line, and his attitude changed dramatically. Itoe, my mom said you can't trust the words of pretty women. Just a moment ago, she was confidently claiming to have money. Now, she wants a discount. Disappointing. Xiao Mingyan. Wasn't it agreed that he was her fan? Why is he so unyielding? Wait, what's up with his gaze? Is he looking down on me? Su Bai's gaze deeply pierced Xiao Mingyan's heart. She never expected to be looked down upon one day. Since her birth, Xiao Mingyan had always been the center of attention, cherished by her family. Even though she became an internet celebrity out of interest, most of her fans referred to her as Princess, which she enjoyed. But today, she was actually looked down upon by a male of her age who claimed to be her fan. Straight man. Serves him right for not having a girlfriend. Fine, 20 million it is. My requirement is that the talent skill must awaken, and the potential of the golden armored Valkyrie must be raised to the star-treading level. If you can do that, I'll transfer the money to you right now. Xiao Mingyan was also getting fired up and directly stated her demands. If Su Bai could really do it, it wouldn't tee her to be a big spender this time. Although she only earned 10 million star coins from live streaming, she was still the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family in Nanjing. She was also the #1 prodigy of this generation. The pocket money her family gave her totaled around 10 million star coins. She could just go all in. The girl's fighting spirit was completely ignited. Since Xiao Mingyan said so, Su Bai naturally was happy. All right, let's sign the contract. Maybe I can give you a little surprise. Saying this, he drafted a contract and handed it to Xiao Mingyan. He had to rely on the contract to collect the money first. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough interstellar points to upgrade. Su Bai could fully meet Xiao Mingyan's requirement for Tier 2 enhancement, and as for the special trait, he couldn't guarantee it, so he didn't include it in the contract. Xiao Mingyan took the contract and carefully reviewed it. After all, she was a working person and was much more meticulous than Sun Han Yi in this regard. After carefully confirming there were no problems, she signed it and transferred the money to Su Bai. 20 million star coins received. Looking at the single-digit balance left in her account, Xiao Mingyan was speechless. Was all her hard work for a year gone, just like that? As expected, spending money is easier than making money. Su Bai and Xiao Mingyan formed a sharp contrast. It was the first time he had received so much money in his life. He was overjoyed, changing to a bright smile. Okay, just a moment. Seeing Su Bai's drastic change in demeanor, Xiao Mingyan was stunned. This person, how can he change his face so quickly? Ugh, scumbag. Su Bai naturally didn't know what Xiao Mingyan was thinking. He happily walked into the maintenance room with the star coins he had just received. Looking at the golden armored Valkyrie before him, he felt a sense of affection. It was this precious gem that brought him 20 million star coins, and he must work hard to awaken a good talent skill for it. S-level talent skill. Golden Flame Burning Void. Su Bai extended his left hand and touched his chin, then reached out his right hand to place it on the golden armor of the golden armored Valkyrie. A white light erupted. Recharge successful. Starting Tier 2 enhancement now. As the system prompt sounded, the temperature in the entire room began to rise, a heat wave hitting him. Then, a golden light flickered, radiating a scorching sensation that was hard to look directly at. The change in temperature startled Xiao Mingyan outside the repair room. She quickly looked toward the maintenance room and muttered to herself, "This is a fire attribute talent skill? It really awakened a talent skill?" It seemed the money was well spent. Although spending 20 million star coins was a lot, the cost for leveling up a special Earth mecha like the Golden Armored Valkyrie to a Sky mecha was already double that of a normal one. About 10 million star coins. And with the talent skill, the price would multiply several times again. 20 million star coins was still reasonable. Although the little money was gone, the enhancement of her strength made Xiao Mingyan feel much better. She looked forward to the maintenance room's door opening. Click! The mechanical door opened, and an even more intense heat wave rushed out. Even with the golden flame talent, Xiao Mingyan felt a bit uncomfortable under this scorching aura. Fortunately, she quickly adapted, her eyes sparkling like stars. Bosu? She tentatively asked as she slowly stepped into the maintenance room. The scene that greeted her made her eyes widen, her breath quickening. The golden armored Valkyrie. No, now it should be called the Platinum Valkyrie. The original golden battle armor has been completely transformed into a more understated platinum color, with vivid golden flame patterns that sway as if they are burning. The height of the mech has also increased from 16 meters to 22 meters, making it even stronger than a typical 2-star sky mech. The most important change, however, is in its core. The Earth mech's core generally uses helium stone, while the Valkyrie of Gold has a special core that is a variant of helium stone, containing about 30 light stone as a base. Now, its core has completely changed to Mangzhong. This is an energy source above light stone, typically used in star-treading mechs, with the potential to become a star-breaking mech. This means that the current Platinum Valkyrie not only belongs to the sky mechs, but also has the possibility of becoming a star-breaking mech. Just based on this change, Xiao Mingyan feels that her 20 million star coins were well spent. The price of any star-breaking mech on the market is over 100 million. Moreover, the aura just now has already proven that her Platinum Valkyrie has awakened a very strong innate skill. This is simply a huge profit. At this moment, Xiao Mingyan's gaze towards Su Bai was no longer filled with resentment, but instead showed immense respect. Her originally beautiful eyes now had a hint of moisture, looking charming. Thank you, Boss Su. Can go try it out? Xiao Mingyan could hardly contain her excitement to personally experience the changes in the Platinum Valkyrie. Su Bai looked at the eager Xiao Mingyan and teased a little. Then go feel it out, the little surprise I mentioned earlier. Xiao Mingyan was completely shocked. This ISNT the surprise Boss Su mentioned? She thought that the significant upgrade of the Platinum Valkyrie's core and materials was the surprise Su Bai referred to. Unexpectedly, there was still a surprise for her? This guy is simply a treasure. Xiao Mingyan's gaze towards Su Bai had completely changed. How should she put it? It felt a bit strange. This made Su Bai stiffen, his smile becoming awkward. Miss Xiao, wipe. He kindly gestured for Xiao Mingyan to wipe her drool. He didn't expect such a big internet celebrity to act so infatuated. Does she really like MECH this much? Xiao Mingyan was so embarrassed that she could almost dig a hole to hide in. She didn't know how to explain herself, and could only quickly leap into the Platinum Valkyrie to hide. Whoosh! As Xiao Mingyan entered, the eyes of the Platinum Valkyrie lit up, and the mechanical wings behind it opened up like an angel spreading its wings. After moving its body around, Xiao Mingyan raised her eyebrows. Whoosh! The Platinum Valkyrie, which was still in front of Su Bai, instantly appeared behind him, causing the surrounding equipment to rattle with the rush of air. Xiao Mingyan's voice trembled with excitement. This is a specialty skill? Instant step? Even though she had already regarded Su Bai as a deity, she never expected that the little surprise he mentioned was actually a specialty skill. And it's the instant step, an almost divine technique. This is what Boss Su called a little surprise? Who calls a specialty skill a little surprise? While innate skills are indeed powerful, they pale in comparison to specialty skills. The use of innate skills is directly related to the mech engineer's capability. Only a sufficiently strong mech engineer can release enough innate skills. But specialty skills are different. They are unique to the mech and can be activated without consuming too much star power. Some literature has calculated that the star power required to use a specialty skill is only 1/3 of that needed for an innate skill. This means that under the same star power conditions, one can use specialty skills more than 3 times compared to innate skills. The instant step she possesses, as the name implies, allows the mech to accelerate instantly, achieving an effect close to teleportation. This can definitely be used as a trump card. Now, Su Bai has become not just a deity in Xiao Mingyan's mind, but a god. Be careful. If you break the equipment, you'll have to pay for it. Su Bai's cold voice broke the fiery excitement in Xiao Mingyin's heart. Xiao Mingyin. Pay. So stingy. Oomph. Scumbag. Sometimes, girls can be unreasonable when they are angry. However, she was smart enough not to voice these thoughts. After witnessing Su Bai's mechanical repair skills, she could no longer seek out other mechanics. What if she angered Su Bai and he refused to repair and maintain her mech in the future? This is a strong ally. Xiao Mingyin firmly decided that she wouldn't let go of him. You can feel if the innate skill is suitable. Seeing that the Platinum Valkyrie was motionless, Su Bai reminded her, but soon thought of something. Let us go outside to test it. It seems like it can't be fully demonstrated here. The Platinum Valkyrie nodded and responded with a mechanical voice. Okay, I'll go try it out. There doesn't seem to be a training ground around here. With a specialty skill, she was not as eager about the innate skill anymore. So she left the Platinum Valkyrie and stored it in her wristband. Boss Su, let us add each other on Douyin. I'll come back next time. Xiao Mingyin took out her phone first, opened the QR code, hoping to exchange contact information with Su Bai. Su Bai didn't refuse, as she was a big customer who had just spent 20 million star coins. Who knows, there might be more opportunities in the future. See you next time, Boss Su. After getting Douyin added, Xiao Mingyin put on her beret and mask again, waved goodbye to Su Bai, and left the repair shop. Once her figure completely disappeared from the repair shop, Su Bai returned to his seat. He first glanced at the book titled From Novice to Advanced Mechanic beside him and quickly slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot the important matter. Today is the day I enter the ranks of Advanced Mechanics. Time to study. Once he learns the inheritance techniques of those star-level mechanics, he can start looking for materials. Looking at the 19.5 million star coins in his account, Su Bai felt very pleased. While studying mechanical knowledge, he also contemplated how to construct his mech. So this is how the changes in bearings and joints work. He saw that advanced content had already involved the design of popular mechs: skeleton, joints, armor, core power, and type bias. These 5 elements are the core components of mechs on the market. Among them, the connection between the mech core and joints is a key part. The most important component aside from the core. Joints are fundamental for enabling the mech to perform high-difficulty actions. If the joints are not stable enough, the mech could very likely fall apart. As for armor and type bias, they're mostly about the design intent, with theoretical significance being more prominent. Type bias includes 4 categories: speed, power, armament, and balance. However, the 2 enhancements Su Bai made previously were both for speed-type mechs, characterized by light armor and greater mobility. Power and armament types are heavy armor, but armament leans more towards the quantity of equipment, making them artillery-focused. Balance is the most expensive among them, combining light and heavy armor while also using a considerable amount of equipment. Not many can master it. This is also Su Bai's target type. It's not easy. It always feels like something is missing. As Su Bai's understanding of mechs deepened, he increasingly felt that these mechs did not match his innate talent very well. The ability to merge with all things, integrating all surrounding metal and energy materials into oneself, negated both power type and speed type. The power type would severely exceed its load after acquiring these metal materials, while the speed type would not be able to bear these materials at all. Even the balance aspect was somewhat uncertain for him. Just then, Su Bai noticed a line of small text at the corner of the book. Theoretically, the most perfect balanced mech is the close combat mech, but the limitations of close combat mechs are too great, and the difference in size inevitably leads to insufficient power. Upon reading this, Su Bai's eyes lit up. He quickly clapped his hands. That's right, the close combat mech. This is the most suitable for me. At this moment, he finally found direction. The close combat mech, also known as mech armament, is limited by the difference in size, which means that even with the same core power, it cannot possess the strength of a normal mech. However, this limitation did not exist in Su Bai's eyes. He possessed the talent of merging with all things, allowing him to temporarily mobilize and synthesize new weapons and armor from the surrounding metallic elements, with power equivalent to that of a normal mech. He could even use the mech armament as the core and integrate a new mech externally. Thinking of this, his gaze became fervent, constantly shifting. However, I still need to find suitable materials first. The quality doesn't have to be too high. After all, I have the ability to enhance in the starry realm and can improve bit by bit. It's decided then. With a goal, Su Bai's reading speed doubled, and he was just a step away from achieving the boast he made today about entering the ranks of high-level mech repairers. In Nanjing Province, Yendu, Shanghai University, Xiao Mingyan had just left Su Bai and returned directly to school. She had to go to find Sun Hani, but it seemed that the other party had extra classes, so she had to give up. As soon as she arrived at the school gate, countless gazes converged on her. There was no helping it. After all, Xiao Mingyan was not only the top student of Shanghai University, but also the campus belle. Wherever she went, there were always admiring glances around her. Feeling these gazes, Xiao Mingyan regained the confidence she had lost with Su Bai. It seems my charm hasn't diminished. It's definitely Su's fault. You little shorty, come and fight me. Suddenly, a cheerful female voice rang in Xiao Mingyan's ear as she criticized Su Bai's misdeeds in her heart. Turning her head, she saw a girl with ice-blue long hair flowing in the sunset glow, with skin like cream, delicate features, and a height of about 7 meters. Pointing her slender finger at Xiao Mingyan, the smile at the corner of her mouth felt very pleasant. If there was anything lacking in beauty, it might be that this girl was a bit flat, forming a sharp contrast with Xiao Mingyan's curves. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyan felt somewhat helpless. Airport. You're here again? Just a defeated opponent. Zhao Mingyue's smile did not waver at all. Instead, she appeared somewhat disdainful. We fought 108 matches. I have 25 wins, 58 draws, and 25 losses. Is that a defeated opponent? Besides, I'm now a Sky Mech Master, so if you obediently admit defeat, I'll let you go. At this point, Zhao Mingyue's smile broadened even more. She and Xiao Mingyan had been childhood friends, constantly compared to each other since they were young. She indeed had made progress. Even with only an A-level talent, the Frosty Eye Spirit, she could hold her own against Xiao Mingyan. In this regard, Xiao Mingyan admired her a lot. However, the fact that the other party liked to call her little shorty made her very annoyed. Really? Then I want to see how you teach me a lesson. Hearing that Zhao Mingyue had also become a Sky Mech Master, a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Mingyan's mouth. No matter how advanced the other party's mech became, it could never compare to her Platinum Valkyrie. Moreover, she still had a talent skill that hadn't been tested yet. Since you've come to my door, then I won't hold back. The dialogue between the two girls caused surrounding students to stop and watch. These two were the top and second in their class at Shanghai University, and they were also tied for the campus belle title. One was heroic and spirited, while the other was petite and cute. Each had their own merits and dedicated fan clubs. They had never seen the two officially battle. They had only heard that previously they were evenly matched. Xiao Mingyan's top position was mostly due to her S-level talent, Golden Flame Burning Sky. However, Zhao Mingyue's Frosty Eye Spirit was not bad either, being hailed as the closest A-level talent to S-level in ice attributes. Are the two goddesses about to fight? Wow, this is so exciting. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's go to the arena. If we go late, there might not be any seats left. Ha. This is not just a battle for the top spot, but also a competition for campus belles. How is this related to the competition for campus belles? Aren't they fighting mechs? Where are we? This is Shanghai University. How can the campus belles only have looks and no strength? You seem to make a bit of sense. As soon as the news of the two's impending mech battle spread, it instantly ignited the entire Shanghai University. The large arena was almost immediately filled to capacity. Not only were there new students from this year, but also many seniors from previous years. Even several teachers came to the audience area. Bingyu, this Zhao Mingyue seems to be your student, right? Why is she clashing with my student? At the very top of the audience, a beautifully made-up woman looked at Wang Bingyu beside her and asked, her tone full of provocation. The elegant and cold Wang Bingyu merely glanced at her. Li Mengran, this is a matter between students. We just need to watch. Boring. Seeing Wang Bingyu not accepting her provocation, Li Mengran felt somewhat disappointed. She could only shift her gaze to the arena below. The protagonists of this competition, Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue, had already taken their positions at either end of the arena. Chapter 14. All eyes on the battle for the top of Shanghai University. The Mecha Arena of Shanghai University covers an area of about 10,000 square meters, making it the largest mecha competition venue in the entire South Jiang province. This arena, which can accommodate hundreds of thousands of spectators, is currently filled to capacity, with students and teachers from Shanghai University as well as students from surrounding schools rushing to watch the battle between the two young women in the arena. As both sides enter the arena, a round, ball-like figure appears on the central screen. This figure, which has eyes and a mouth, resembles some kind of creature. It is Pier, the AI referee, capable of determining the damage level of the mechas through the Star Force sensors in the arena. When one side suffers a fatal blow or accumulates 70 damage, it will declare the other side the winner. This advanced technology is designed to maximize the safety of the participants while allowing them to fight to their heart's content. Welcome everyone to the Shanghai University competition arena. I'm the referee for this mecha battle, Pier Shanghai. Now, please have both contestants board their mechas. A somewhat silly synthetic voice echoes throughout the arena. Xiao Mengyan and Zhao Mengyue almost simultaneously touch the star rings on their wrists. Light in pale blue and platinum colors dazzles throughout the arena. The Platinum Valkyrie and another mecha in icy blue heavy armor, with mechanical bone spikes covering the lower body and wielding an icy blue great sword, display patterns of snowflakes blooming on its icy blue body. The heavy armor on its shoulders resembles two icy blades, and a warrior helmet covers its head with a majestic and unyielding presence. IC-235, the strength-type Sky Mecha, Ice Sword Master, standing 20 meters tall, weighing 120 tons, with an engine power of 8 million kilowatts and a thrust of 120 million kilograms. Among typical Sky Mechas, the Ice Sword Master boasts excellent thrust, which allows it to support its heavy armor. Is this the Ice Sword Master? It is said that Zhao Mengyue spent a fortune to acquire it. I think it was around 1 million star coins. So envious, that price could buy 2 Sky Mechas. Is this the world of the wealthy? It's a bit of a pity that the Ice Sword Master doesn't have a talent skill. Otherwise, its price could skyrocket tenfold. So cool. Wait, what is Xiao Mengyan's mecha? With a gasp, the audience finally notices Xiao Mengyan's Platinum Valkyrie. Unlike the ostentatious Golden Valkyrie from before, the Platinum Valkyrie exudes understated luxury, its platinum sheen giving a sense of hidden power. More importantly, compared to the Ice Sword Master's flamboyance, the Platinum Valkyrie is equally impressive. With a platinum skirt and golden flame patterns, plus a body that is 2 meters taller than the Ice Sword Master, making it hard to believe this is a speed-type mecha. What's even more significant is that the mechanical wings behind the Platinum Valkyrie have fully unfolded, resembling an angel. Has Xiao Mengyan's Golden Valkyrie evolved? What should we call this one? It looks even cooler than before. Whoa, Tian, are those wings behind it for real? Why they look so harmonious? Within 5 minutes, tell me everything about this mecha. The crowd quickly shifts their praise from the Ice Sword Master to the Platinum Valkyrie. There's no denying that the appearance of the Platinum Valkyrie is superior. Seemingly responding to the crowd, Pier finally answers after a brief silence. Unknown sequence. Platinum Valkyrie. Height, 22 meters. Weight, 150 tons. Engine power, 100,000 kW. Thrust, 2 million kilograms. As these parameters are announced, the previously noisy audience falls silent. After a while, someone reacts. What? Is this for real? A speed-type mecha with this weight, this power, and thrust? Are you kidding me? Is this still a speed-type mecha? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could there be an error in the parameters? And what does unknown sequence mean? Could this be an unreleased mecha? Everything happening now is somewhat beyond their understanding. Not just for these ordinary students and onlookers, but even the teachers at Shanghai University are a bit dazed. Li Mengren looks at her disciple's mecha, her head filled with big question marks. What is this? What kind of advancement could evolve a mecha to this extent? Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the details. As a mentor at Shanghai University, Li Mengren immediately sees that the Platinum Valkyrie is worlds apart from the previous Golden Valkyrie. Wang Bingyu, beside her, also recognizes the extraordinary nature of this mecha. Her pupils constrict, and her eternally icy expression reveals a hint of emotion as she asks Li Mengren, "Did you get her a star-level mech engineer?" In her view, only a star-level engineer could cause such a dramatic change in the Golden Valkyrie, and probably one of a high rank. No, who knows about her? But this girl has indeed surprised me. It seems your girl is going to lose. Li Mingran directly denies Wang Bingyu's speculation. Although she doesn't know how Xiao Mingyan advanced, she feels quite pleased that the outcome of this battle is already determined. Wang Bingyu does not argue back. She is not the type to boast, and can only look down with a serious expression. Zhao Mingwei, piloting the Ice Sword Master, is also momentarily stunned upon seeing the Platinum Valkyrie. She had thought that with her advancement to a Sky Mecha Master, she would surely defeat Xiao Mingyan. Who would have thought the opponent would come up with such a surprise? If anyone can feel the extraordinary nature of the Platinum Valkyrie, it is undoubtedly her. Now, looking at the angelic mecha with wings spread wide before her, a sense of crisis rises within her. I didn't expect you to have this up your sleeve. You really are something little shorty. Zhao Mingyue's gritted teeth can be heard from within the Ice Sword Master. Ha! Let's not say anything. Just ask if you propose this match. Now it's my fault. Xiao Mingyan's tone is quite relaxed, and she once again thanks Su Bai in her heart. The battle begins. At this moment, Pierre officially announces the start of the match. As his words fall, the Ice Sword Master activates first, its leg particle accelerator firing up, emitting a pale blue beam that leaves a trail in the air, while its hands grip the great sword raised overhead, striking down at a 45-degree angle with force. As it strikes, the left and right feet move in a fragmented lateral shift, utilizing shoulder power at the same time, driving the wrist joint slightly upward at the moment of the swing. This is the intermediate technique of the mecha pilot, the sweeping slash. Particles flicker on the great sword, resembling two segments of a lightsaber merging. The pressure from the Platinum Valkyrie is overwhelming, and she knows that to win, she must strike first. If this blow hits, even if the opponent's armor is sturdy, it will surely sustain severe damage. The great sword descends like a mountain pressing down. The razor-sharp light blade is about to land on the Platinum Valkyrie. Bang! A loud sound erupts, followed by a cloud of dust. The arena floor is shattered into a spiderweb pattern from this strike, and with the fierce wind, a yellow mist instantly envelopes the arena. The audience grows anxious. No. Don't block the view. We can't see anything. Did that strike hit or not? Don't keep us in suspense. We're on edge. Zhao Mingwei's powerful strike, if it really hit, could at least incapacitate the Platinum Valkyrie to some extent. They are also very curious about the outcome of this strike. Soon, the smoke begins to clear. Unfortunately, the only figure in the arena maintaining the pose of the great sword strike was the Ice Sword Master, while the Platinum Valkyrie was nowhere to be seen. Huh? Where's the Platinum Valkyrie? She couldn't have been defeated in one hit, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No, wait. Look up at the sky. At this moment, the audience finally raised their heads to see that the Platinum Valkyrie had appeared high above, overlooking everyone. The mechanical wings behind her emitted faint beams of particles as she stood with her arms crossed, independent of the world. Suddenly, she extended her right hand. Boom! Flames ignited. A golden flame materialized out of thin air in her palm, and even facing the sunlight, the heat waves above the golden flame were still clearly discernible. The intense heat made those outside the protective barrier feel a slight warmth, and many felt unbearably thirsty, quickly grabbing water to drink. Soon, the golden flame transformed into a golden spear. At this moment, the Platinum Valkyrie, holding the spear, truly embodied the image of a Valkyrie. The spear's tip pointed to the ground, propelled by the particle accelerator behind her. She came crashing down from the sky. Bang! As she descended rapidly, the sound of her breaking through the air was accompanied by waves of heat. Like a golden meteor, the golden flames on the spear ignited from the high-speed friction, instantly enveloping the body of the Platinum Valkyrie. Holding the spear, clad in platinum armor, she was covered in flames that reached the sky. Innate skill. Sun's fall. As the Platinum Valkyrie drew closer, Zhao Mingwei, the Ice Sword Master, was already sweating profusely. She stared blankly at the figure rushing towards her like the blazing sun. She wanted to dodge, but in her immense shock, she momentarily forgot to release the great sword embedded in the ground. As a result, she failed to evade in time. Hiss! At this moment, the tiles of the arena beneath her feet had begun to melt gradually, embedding the Ice Sword Master's feet within, making it impossible to escape now. She never expected that her old rival had unknowingly thrown her far away. She didn't even have the strength to fight back. This had never happened in their previous battles. Who did she advance with? This was the last question in Zhao Mingyue's mind. Boom! The sun crashed to the ground, flames engulfing the arena in an instant. The overwhelming heat waves continuously pounded against the barrier outside the arena, startling the front row spectators. The match ended, with the winner being the Platinum Valkyrie. Accompanied by countless water columns extinguishing the flames within the arena, Pierre announced the conclusion of this mech combat. As the golden flames dissipated, only the figure of the Platinum Valkyrie stood firm in the arena. Outside, the Ice Sword Master was left with her armor burned black. Unlike her previous impressive warrior image, the Ice Sword Master now appeared somewhat disheveled. Zhao Mingyue stepped out from the Ice Sword Master, looking at her beloved mech transformed into this state, feeling heartbroken. This was also because Pierre had intervened, forcibly moving her out of the arena before the sun's fall struck her. A fatal blow. I didn't expect, I couldn't even take a hit from the little dwarf. Zhao Mingyue self-deprecatingly smiled, her originally spirited demeanor now somewhat dimmed. With her ice blue hair clinging to her back due to sweat, giving off a sense of desolation. She looked up at the Platinum Valkyrie, standing like a towering mountain in the arena, feeling a mix of emotions. From the moment the sun's fall appeared to Pierre announcing the end of the match. Only a few seconds had passed. After a brief silence, the audience erupted in an uproar. Wow, we are the champions! Goddess Xiao is indeed the top of our Star Sea University this year, truly deserving of her name. Now I announce that Xiao Mengyan officially becomes the first school belle of Star Sea University. No objections allowed. Goddess, I love you. But, to be fair, that just now. Could it be an innate skill? Don't say that. Seriously, don't say that. The Platinum Valkyrie of Goddess Xiao actually awakened an innate skill. Zhao Goddess lost this match, but it wasn't unjust. I thought the Eyesore Master was the pinnacle of sky mechs. Yet who would have thought that Goddess Xiao actually possesses an innate skill? Wait, I remember that the previous Golden Valkyrie didn't have an innate skill, right? How did she awaken an innate skill during her advancement? Wow, it's true. Where exactly did Goddess Xiao advance? Did she find a 6-star mechanic? Wake up. What kind of person is a 6-star mechanic? That's someone comparable to a celestial mech master. Does our Blue Star Alliance have such a person? The Blue Star Alliance doesn't. But that doesn't mean the Starry Sky Alliance doesn't? Do you think such a big shot would specifically help someone advance from Earth to Sky? Then tell me what is going on. I don't know. This victory originally belonged to Xiao Mengyan, but at this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the mechanic who helped her advance. Xiao Mengyan didn't mind it at all. She directly left the Platinum Valkyrie and came down to the arena, smiling as she looked at Zhao Mingyue. Hee. Now it's 26 wins. Hearing this, Zhao Mingyue clenched her fair hands tightly, forcing herself to calm her breathing. Little dwarf, I will win it back. Ha! I'm waiting for you. If you need to repair the Ice Sword Master, I suggest you go to the Interstellar Repair Shop on Songhai Road in Yanhai City. After saying that, Xiao Mingyan turned and left. She actually had a lot of feelings for this childhood friend. Moreover, she genuinely admired her. After all, being able to stand up to her for so many years with an A-grade talent was something that ordinary people couldn't imagine. Just like that previous slicing strike. Xiao Mingyan asked herself if she could do it. This victory was mainly due to Boss Su's powerful advancement, giving her the advantage. But this wasn't the victory she wanted. She, Xiao Mingyan, an S-grade talent awakener, wanted to win fairly and squarely. Therefore, she decided to recommend Su Bai's repair shop to Zhao Mingyue, hoping she could also gain something. Watching Xiao Mingyan gradually walk away, Zhao Mingyue's expression was somewhat complicated, and she ultimately smiled faintly. An interstellar repair shop? Thanks, little dwarf. The audience was unaware of the conversation between the two. As the main characters left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, Wang Bingyu and Li Minggran were the first to find their students. Wang Bingyu was the first to approach Zhao Mingyue, intending to say something. But in the end, she just gently patted Zhao Mingyue's shoulder. The Eyesore Master is seriously injured. I'll introduce you to a high-level mechanic for repairs. You still have a chance. Once you advance to a Star Walker Mech Master, the Ice Sword Master's potential will be maxed out. And then you can switch to a mech with an innate skill to fight back. She didn't say for Zhao Mengyue to regain her standing during the Sky Mech Master stage, as it was unrealistic. Even if Zhao Mengyue's mech piloting talent was extremely high, having mastered the slicing technique during her first year, it merely allowed her to level the talent gap. To defeat Xiao Mengyan, she must possess an innate skill, which was obviously unrealistic at the Sky Mech Master stage. Zhao Mengyue looked at her teacher's comforting yet forced smile, feeling a warmth in her heart. Her teacher was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, yet her expressions were always hard to control, which from a medical perspective could be seen as a bit of facial paralysis. It was difficult for her to muster even a smile. She couldn't let her teacher down. Encouraging herself, Zhao Mengyue looked up at Wang Bingyu. Teacher, no need, want to go try in Yanhai? Yanhai. Hearing Zhao Mengyue suddenly say she wanted to go to Yanhai for repairs, Wang Bingyu was somewhat taken aback. She knew Yanhai, just a small place in Nanjiang. I'm not sure why my student wants to go there to repair mechas. Maybe there's a familiar mechanic? Although a bit confused, Wang Bingyu is not the type of teacher who likes to interfere forcefully with her students. She respects Zhao Mengyue's thoughts and believes that she won't joke around with mechas. This time it's an internal competition. At most, she'll just get hurt. If it were on the interstellar battlefield, that would be another matter. Those interstellar pirates and roaming star beasts won't go easy. No one will interrupt the battle. The most reliable partner for a mech engineer outside is their own mech. Fine, but if you can't fix it, remember to come find me. You mustn't delay. After Wang Bingyu offered her advice, she turned and left directly. Zhao Mengyue didn't hesitate either and left Xinghai University right away. This scene made many onlookers start to fantasize. A generation of talents has fallen, sorrowfully leaving the school. Goddess, don't be discouraged. We will always support you. You know, if I give the goddess a warm hug now, will she fall in love with me? Haha. I think she would kill you. I wonder where Goddess Xiao is going. Probably wants to be alone for a while. After all, she lost her old rival, and it was a crushing defeat. Sigh. Every rising talent will have countless peers fall. Are we destined to be stepping stones for Xiao Mengyan in this generation? Or are you, a bottom feeder with a 6-star Earth rank? Talking about stepping stones? I could step on you twice, okay? 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west, all right? Let us stop. It's getting excessive. Ignoring the crowd's discussions, Zhao Mengyue felt very hopeful. Since Xiao Mengyan specifically asked her to go to that repair shop, it meant that her Platinum Valkyrie must have gained a qualitative change there. She had to become stronger this time. At least she couldn't be worse than the Platinum Valkyrie. Stepping out of the school gate, Zhao Mengyue regained her valiant appearance. She is Zhao Mengyue, the never-discouraged Zhao Mengyue. The Zhao Mengyue who stands shoulder to shoulder with S-level talents with her A-level talent. Meanwhile, Li Mengran found Xiao Mengyan and hugged her tightly. Their actions could only be described as a peak reunion. Ruffling Xiao Mengyan's hair, Li Mengran smiled brightly. Ah, good disciple, you really made me proud. I was wondering why you went so far to advance. Turns out you had a great master helping you. Not bad, not bad. Now Wang Bingyu can't brag about her disciple's piloting talent anymore. At least in the Sky Mech Engineer phase, with your talent skill, you can definitely keep her at bay. Being hugged by Wang Bingyu, Xiao Mengyan felt a bit helpless, always feeling a bit stifled. After a great effort, she finally pushed her mentor away, looking helpless. Teacher, how many times have I said it? Stop ruffling my hair. I'm not a child anymore. I'm an internet celebrity. Do you know what an internet celebrity is? Xiao Mengyan pouted her cheeks like a dumpling, instantly increasing her cuteness level. Li Mengran pretended to attack again, and Xiao Mengyan immediately turned and ran. As for what the teacher said about being able to keep Zhao Mengyue at bay in the Sky Mech Engineer phase with her talent skill, she didn't mind. The reason she recommended the interstellar repair shop to Zhao Mengyue was partly to see if the latter could awaken her talent skill. On the other hand, she also wanted to help Sue by attract some business. Clearly such a skill mechanic, but the repair shop seemed to be doing poorly. It makes sense. After all, the prices are really high. Many people will probably leave upon hearing the price. I need to help him promote it well. Hee. Next time, I should be able to get a discount, right? My advertising costs are quite high. Thinking of this, Xiao Mengyan felt delighted and hurriedly bounced back to her residence. She directly opened her camera and recorded a video. Then she posted it to her social circle. After doing all this, Xiao Mingyan nodded in satisfaction and sent a message to Su Bai. Boss Su, I really helped you a lot. Next time don't charge so much for repairs, okay? However, as soon as this message was sent, it seemed to sink like a stone into the sea. There was no reply at all. Xiao Mingyan, he is probably busy. After all, there's a lot for a star-level mechanic to learn, especially since he is so young. It must be that. After self-soothing for a bit, Xiao Mingyan suppressed her grievances and began to review today's battle. To be honest, if it weren't for her specialty in instant step, the outcome of today's battle was still uncertain. Even Xiao Mingyan had to admit that Zhao Mingyue's piloting talent was indeed above hers. If you set aside all the MECH and talent reasons, she definitely wouldn't be Zhao Mingyue's opponent. But, so what? S-level talent is her advantage, just as piloting talent is Zhao Mingyue's. It's a fair duel. She just didn't want to win by relying on the advantage of MECHs. While reviewing and summarizing, Xiao Mingyan occasionally checked her phone. After waiting for a long time, she finally received a reply from Su Bai. Our shop is honest, with fair prices. There is no such thing as discounts. Xiao Mingyan. Good grief. Stubborn as a mule, huh? Bah, scumbag. Angrily, she turned off her phone and tossed it aside. Then began meditating and cultivating to enhance her star power. Chapter 17. Zhao Mingyue's terrifying background. Inside the interstellar repair shop, Su Bai had just achieved his small goal for the day, successfully promoted to a high-level mechanic. The book from novice to high-level mechanic could now be considered a formal exit from his studies. Just as he took out his phone, he saw a message from Xiao Mingyan, which left him puzzled. Without thinking, he replied to her message. Want a discount? No way. After sending the message, Su Bai stretched contentedly. Now he had the blueprints for his own mech, and the direction was very clear. He even had the initial materials set, opting for a new type of nanometal. Although its strength was somewhat lacking, it could be quickly assembled. As for the strength issue, he could easily use interstellar enhancement to boost it. The current problem was where to get the nanometal. Previously, Su Bai had checked the system all, but materials like nanometal were not available in the lower-tier materials section. This left Su Bai in a bit of a dilemma. It seemed he would have to go to the market. Su Bai rubbed his chin with his left hand, estimating that he would have to visit the metal market to find the nanometal. Ding dong. Just as he was pondering, the doorbell of the repair shop suddenly rang. This surprised Su Bai, as he thought Xiao Mingyan would be the only visitor today. Now, there was another customer. Turning around, he saw Zhao Mingyue standing at the entrance of the repair shop, her expression fiery, which made Su Bai feel a bit overwhelmed. Excuse me, are you the boss? I need to get my mech repaired. Zhao Mingyue spoke directly, stating her request. Upon entering the interstellar repair shop and seeing the walls made of vibration gold, she understood that the boss here must be the one who helped Xiao Mingyan awaken her talent skill. However, she was also a bit uncertain, as Xiao Mingyan had awakened her talent skill through advancement, while she was just here for repairs. Cool. Su Bai didn't say much. He directly walked toward the repair room, signaling Zhao Mingyue to follow. Filled with nervous anticipation, Zhao Mingyue followed Su Bai into the repair room and directly took out the ice swordsman, which had been scorched. Upon seeing the injuries on the ice swordsman and recalling Xiao Mingyan's previous messages, Su Bai instantly understood. This was done by Xiao Mingyan, right? Yes, that's right. Can you fix it, boss? Zhao Mingyue asked tentatively. Haha, Su Bai chuckled and replied, what you really want to ask is probably not whether I can fix it, but if it's also for a talent skill, right? Seeing her thoughts exposed, Zhao Mingyue felt a bit embarrassed. However, being straightforward by nature, she didn't beat around the bush and directly admitted, that's right, I came here for the talent skill. Is that okay? Su Bai raised an eyebrow at her words, surprised by Zhao Mingyue's frankness, but he appreciated her straightforwardness. He preferred doing business with people like her. He directly held up 2 fingers, 20 million star coins. And I'll fulfill your request. Hearing Su Bai's price, Zhao Mingyue gasped. She had thought Su Bai's price would be steep, but she didn't expect it to be this high. Generally, mechs with talent skills in the Sky mech market were priced at around 10 million. But auction prices varied widely, making them hard to come by. The price of 20 million star coins was hard for her to accept, but she also felt reluctant to give up without a fight. Wait a moment. I'll go get the money. After a moment of struggle, Zhao Mingyue made her decision. Spending 20 million on a sky mech might exceed that, but it was crucial for her confrontation with Xiao Mingyan. She didn't want to wait until she advanced to the star-pacing stage to seek revenge. Moreover, who knows when she would reach the star-pacing stage? Training as a mech engineer wasn't that easy. No problem. Subai could see Zhao Mingyue's struggle, but he couldn't lower his price. Appreciation was one thing. Money couldn't be less. He would have plenty of places to spend in the future. After exchanging pleasantries with Subai, Zhao Mingyue went to the lobby. Along the way, only her intermittent voice could be heard. It's true. It really is a talent skill. I'm not lying to you. I don't care. I want to buy it. Just tell me if the money can be transferred. Listening to this conversation, Subai could guess that Zhao Mingyue must have told her family about this matter, and they expressed disbelief. After all, it was unheard of for a mech to suddenly awaken a talent skill. All right, but you need to go home for a bit. Your grandfather's health isn't great, and he wants to see you. The middle-aged man on the other end of the line ultimately couldn't resist his daughter and reluctantly agreed. 20 million might be a lot for Zhao Mingyue, but for him, it wasn't much. If his daughter wanted to give it, then so be it. He was just worried that his daughter was inexperienced and straightforward, making her prone to being deceived. Okay, I'll send it to you. Remember to come home. I know. After receiving the money, Zhao Mingyue's tone was somewhat low. She seemed quite resistant to going home, and after saying the last sentence, she hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the hang-up sound, the middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh. This girl. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Mingyue quickly dialed another number. Her tone filled with a sense of urgency. Find out who the owner of the interstellar repair shop in Yunhai City is. Whose asset is that place? I want to see who dares to deceive my daughter, Zhao Tianming. The person on the other end quickly agreed, curious about who would dare to provoke this individual. Did they have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Across the entire Blue Star and even the Star Alliance, Zhao Tianming's name was well known. He was a peak meteor mech engineer, just one step away from entering the ranks of the Hung Tian mech engineers. Not to mention a small place like Yunhai. Even in the imperial capital, there were very few who could provoke him. Subai, of course, didn't know that he had already been targeted. It was still the father of the girl before him. However, even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. He wasn't a con artist. Subai conducted business honestly. Not only could he awaken talent skills and enhance mech potential, but there was also a certain probability of gaining characteristic specialties. With such conditions, 20 million was truly not expensive. Zhao Mingyue approached Subai, who directly handed her the contract. He had principles in business, signed a contract before collecting the money. Zhao Mingyue looked at the contract in her hand and signed it directly, then transferred the money to Subai. Ding! 20 million star coins credited to the account. Please wait outside for a moment. After receiving the transfer, Subai invited Zhao Mingyue out of the repair room. He turned to look at the somewhat charred ice swordsman and noticed that besides the upper armor being burned, the great sword and legs also suffered considerable damage. He reached out to touch the ice swordsman's leg armor, murmuring, "Frigid ice spirit. The weapon is a great sword. This talent skill is quite suitable for her." Second level enhancement activated. Spending another 100 interstellar points, the second level enhancement began. A faint blue glow flickered, and at the same time, a white mist spread, bringing with it waves of coldness. Wherever it passed, a layer of white frost covered the surfaces, as if clad in silver armor. The chill permeated, breaking through the gaps in the repair room and reaching the lobby outside. Sitting in the lobby, Zhao Mingyue instantly stood up as soon as she felt the cold air, her eyes fixed on the direction of the repair room. Having awakened the frigid ice spirit, she was very sensitive to the cold. Even though the white frost had already covered her jeans, she felt no fear of the cold. Her heart was warm, a talent skill. It really awakened a talent skill. This boss Su truly has divine methods. As Zhao Mingyue, she had indeed come into contact with some high-level mech engineers, but previously, under pressure, she hadn't thought carefully. Now that she had calmed down, she realized how impulsive she had been. The reason why talent skills are called talent skills is that they awaken when the mech is successfully built. There are ways to awaken talent skills after birth, but those are exclusive to high-level mech engineers, requiring at least 6 stars to achieve. Boss Su. is actually a high-level mech engineer? How is that possible? He is so young. The more she learned, the more she understood the terror of Su Bai. If Sun Hani and Su Mingyan only held admiration for Su Bai, Zhao Mingyue felt a bit of awe. A high-level mech engineer is someone even her father couldn't provoke. Was my attitude just now okay? Zhao Mingyue began to reflect on whether she had offended Su Bai in any way. After all, since entering the interstellar mech shop, she had been somewhat decisive, and she hadn't exchanged many words with Su Bai from the transaction until now. After carefully recalling, Zhao Mingyue felt relieved. Well, thankfully, I didn't offend him. Immediately, she became inexplicably excited and wanted to rush straight into the maintenance room. At that moment, the door to the maintenance room swung open. A blast of cold air erupted, instantly enveloping the entire hall, covered in white snow, making the whole hall look like it was draped in silver. A streak of silver added to Zhao Mingyue's ice blue hair, giving it an extra touch of heroism. At this moment, she couldn't care less about the cold and directly stormed into the maintenance room. Like a long-lost lover, she pounced in front of her ice swordmaster. The charred spots on the ice swordmaster had completely vanished, replaced by a pristine heavy armor, and the ice blue body had become even more transparent, with snowflakes adorning it. The bone spikes on the lower body had also changed. They had originally leaned towards a bony texture, but had now completely transformed into ice crystals. What attracted Zhao Mingyue the most was the great sword in the ice swordmaster's hand. The previously damaged broadsword had now been restored to its original state, but the light beam channels on both sides of the blade had been completely replaced by ice crystals. The sword body had transformed into an entire beam array. It looked to be at least a grade higher than before. Can I try it? Zhao Mingyue stammered with excitement, hurriedly seeking Su Bai's opinion. Su Bai smiled faintly in response. Of course, this is your mech. Almost the moment Su Bai's words fell, Zhao Mingyue leapt into the ice sword master like the wind. The ice sword master's eyes sparkled. She gripped the sword with both hands and waved it around. Horizontal slashes, vertical cuts. She even performed a flourish with the broadsword. The light beam in the center of the sword gradually changed length under her control, while the ice crystals on either side emitted cold air. Amazing. It's really amazing. I feel like the Ice Sword Master's potential has broken through to the Starbreaker level. Right? Is this the talent skill? Zhao Mingyue's tone was very cheerful as she raised the broad sword high above her head. With a piercing sound, the beam sword tip instantly thrust toward the ceiling of the maintenance room, causing sparks to fly and producing a metallic grinding sound. I'm sorry, Boss Su. Zhao Mingyue quickly apologized like a child who had made a mistake. Su Bai waved his hand helplessly. It's fine. Just control your strength. Su Bai was also curious about the talent skill awakened in the Ice Sword Master. He wondered how powerful it really was. A breath mixed with mechanical sounds emerged. Zhao Mingyue brought the broadsword she had raised overhead behind her. The blue light in the Ice Sword Master's eyes surged. At the same time, the broadsword was gently swung out. Boom! Frost erupted. A sword chi, as thick as a finger, instantly slashed down from the broadsword. Wherever the sword chi went, it turned into frozen earth. Where the sword pointed, frost covered everything. The white mist trailing behind even condensed the moisture in the air into ice shards that slowly fell. Talent skill. Winter sword technique. This was a talent skill tailored for Zhao Mingyue by Su Bai based on her talent, able to slash out winter sword chi with just a bit of power. The sword chi flew across, rapidly slicing towards Su Bai. However, when it reached Su Bai, it suddenly froze. It was as if it had collided with an air wall. This is a specialty skill, energy manipulation. From inside the Ice Sword Master, Zhao Mingyue's astonished voice echoed. Just as the winter sword chi was about to reach Su Bai, she became anxious and tried to retract the sword chi. To her surprise, she actually succeeded. With a move of her left hand, the winter sword chi changed direction freely according to her hand's movement. This isn't a specialty skill. What is energy manipulation? Energy manipulation allows one to control the energy material produced by their own mech. For Zhao Mingyue, who had a high level of operational talent, this was simply a divine skill. With energy manipulation and the winter sword technique, her tactical pool was instantly expanded. The biggest drawback of strength-type mechs. Their weak long-range attack capability was completely overcome. Boom! Dropping down from the Ice Sword Master, Zhao Mingyue directly came in front of Su Bai, standing straight, and immediately bowed her head and exclaimed, "Thank you, Boss Su, for the rebirth." Indeed, Su Bai's enhancement of the Ice Sword Master could be described as a rebirth. He had completely changed the output environment of the Ice Sword Master. With this Ice Sword Master, she believed she could win against Xiao Mingyan. The reason she said should was that she wasn't sure what Xiao Mingyan's specialty skill was. Also crafted by Su Bai, she didn't believe Xiao Mingyan wouldn't have a specialty skill. As if recalling something, Zhao Mingyue spoke up, "Please, Boss Su, give the Ice Sword Master a name." In her view, the Ice Sword Master that had been modified by Su Bai could no longer be called the Ice Sword Master. Its name should be given by Su Bai. Su Bai raised his eyebrows in surprise at her request. This was the first time someone had asked him to name something. Whose subordinate is this to be so bold? After thinking for a moment, Su Bai directly said, "How about Winter Sword Master?" In his opinion, since the talent skill is the Winter Sword technique, it makes sense for it to be called Winter Sword Master. Zhao Mingyue was very satisfied with the name Su Bai had given and immediately nodded in agreement. "No problem. Thank you, Boss Su. If you ever need help in the future, just let me know." Hearing this, Su Bai's eyes flashed. "Really? Zhao Mingyue?" Zhao Mingyue was momentarily stunned. Although she was sincere, usually, in such situations, shouldn't she refuse a bit? Or wait for an opportunity to make a request later? Why did it take effect immediately? However, after just a moment of distraction, she directly said, "Boss Su, please go ahead." Although she was a bit straightforward, she wasn't foolish. Having a high-level mech engineer like Su Bai willing to owe her a favor was a huge opportunity. In the future, she might still need to ask him for upgrades or maintenance. Su Bai didn't hold back and directly asked, "Do you know where there are nanometals for sale recently?" The fact that the other party could ask for 20 million star coins with a single call indicated that their background was definitely not simple. Rather than fishing for a needle in a haystack at the metal market, it was better to have Zhao Mingyue help with a small task. Zhao Mingyue was once again rendered speechless by Su Bai. She had thought of some grand request he would ask of her, and she was even considering how to explain it to her father. But just this? Just asking if there were any nanometals for sale? If she remembered correctly, while the quantity of nanometals wasn't large, it wasn't particularly rare either, right? Could it be that Boss Su was testing her? "May I ask, how much nanometal do you need?" Zhao Mingyue asked tentatively, a bit unsure, as she was worried that if Su Bai needed hundreds of tons of nanometals, she wouldn't be able to help. "About 10 tons, I suppose." Su Bai thought for a moment and provided a specific number. In fact, according to his estimation, his mech armor would only require at most 5 tons of nanometal. The request for 10 tons was mainly to increase the margin for error. After all, he had the talent to integrate with everything, so he could just store it all in the star ring and replenish it in case of damage. Zhao Mingyue. This was already the third time she had fallen silent. 10 tons? She didn't expect that Su Bai only needed this little nanometal, and he didn't even need to rely on his family's power. She could get it for him at Star Sea University. Was that too much? A smaller amount would work too. "How much can you get?" Su Bai saw Zhao Mingyue's reaction and thought he was asking for too much. "No, not too much. 10 tons, right? I'll get it for you tomorrow, Boss Su." Zhao Mingyue hurriedly waved her hand upon hearing this. This was the first task Su Bai had entrusted to her, and 10 tons was something she could easily obtain. "Should I deliver it here?" "Yes. My work hours start after 10 a.m. Any time after that is fine." Seeing Zhao Mingyue agree, Su Bai's mood improved significantly. "By the way, let me know how much it will cost." "No need for money. 10 tons of nanometal isn't expensive." Upon hearing that Su Bai wanted to pay her, Zhao Mingyue quickly refused. But Su Bai was very insistent. "Cash on delivery, fair trade. That's my principle. Just calculate it at market price. If others are willing to help you, that's kindness. Asking for something for free is too much." This was Su Bai's principle. Seeing Su Bai like this, Zhao Mingyue could only hurriedly agree. "All right, I'll come back tomorrow. By the way, what's your contact information?" Before she finished speaking, Su Bai had already pulled up his Douyin QR code. After being asked for Douyin twice, he was already prepared. Besides, Zhao Mingyue was helping him find nanometal. It couldn't be vague. As if thinking of something, Su Bai continued. By the way, if you have any kryptonite, you can bring some too. About 5 pieces should be enough. Kryptonite? Zhao Mengyue was somewhat puzzled. Kryptonite is the lightest core material, generally used in floating vehicles. She didn't quite understand what Su Bai wanted kryptonite for. However, she didn't ask further and directly agreed, no problem. After saying that, she left the interstellar repair shop. Watching Zhao Mengyue leave, Su Bai's lips curled up slightly. Today is indeed a good day. He looked at his starry sky treasure balance. After deducting the 2 million star coins spent, he still had 38. 5 million star coins left. This amount of money was enough for an ordinary person to live a luxurious life. Of course, that's assuming they are an ordinary person. If they were a mech engineer, it wouldn't be enough. After all, a random stepping star mech could sell for about 10 million star coins on the market. Plus, the costs of daily maintenance and upkeep were simply astronomical. Mech engineers are really wealthy. Fortunately, there are no mech engineers above the level of Hung Tian and Huaxia. Otherwise, it might not be sustainable. The deeper Su Bai understood the repairman profession, the more he agreed with the title of the mech gold eater. Back then, he spent money quite lavishly. A little happiness would lead him to tip a few thousand star coins to a girl. Now, comparing himself to a mech engineer, it was nothing. Keep working hard. Soon he would be able to explore outside of Blue Star. Tomorrow he would have a mech, and he would no longer be a sky mech engineer with only star power, but no mech. Piloting a mech had always been Su Bai's dream. Now, he was only one step away from realizing that dream. After simply removing the frost from the interstellar repair shop, he went home, feeling happy and walking with a spring in his step. After Su Bai left, at the entrance of the interstellar repair shop, a man in black lingered for a long time. Then he circled the repair shop twice. His gaze showed some surprise. A wall made of vibrating gold? So extravagant? I heard that the mech of that girl from the Sun family was repaired here. This damned repairman actually dared to disrupt our plans. He must be eliminated. A wall made of vibrating gold. He must possess considerable wealth. A greedy look flashed in the man's eyes. If one looked closely, they would notice that his pupils were different from a Blue Star person. They were vertical. Go back and prepare. After saying that, the man in black disappeared from the spot. Almost the moment he vanished, a group of young people suddenly surged outside the interstellar repair shop. They looked at the wall made of vibrating gold, all dumbfounded. Wow. It's actually real. It's not a web picture. High actually has such a high-end repair shop? Of course. Didn't you see that Xiao Mengyan recommended this repair shop? How could it be fake? But, all right, let's hurry in and take a look. I've never been to such a high-end repair shop. Wow, it's closed? Which kind-hearted repair shop closes at 5 p.m.? Does this boss even know how to run a business? Forget it, I'll come back tomorrow. I still need to get my mech maintained, as the next big exam is not far off. In the hands of these people, a video was playing. In the footage, Xiao Mengyan was smiling sweetly, enthusiastically promoting the interstellar mech shop's level. However, the consumption at the interstellar mech shop is very high. I hope everyone acts within their means. Of course, it's definitely worth the price. Back at home, Su Bai was completely unaware of what had happened after he left the interstellar repair shop. At this moment, he was only thinking about drawing the prototype of the mech armor immediately. Although he had seen similar design drawings before, he wasn't very satisfied. Especially one of them, the bald-headed image, made him feel like something was missing. Adding hair was unrealistic. How about making the whole head transparent? No, that seemed too dangerous. Hey, the helmet of the Winter Sword Master looks pretty good. Let us make something similar. Let's refine this part a bit. If the core uses kryptonite, the gap of the isolation layer and the neural connection components should be a bit further apart. About 40 centimeters. This distance should be enough. Soon, Su Bai's pen danced across the paper, unleashing his imagination. Ultimately, a mech armor resembling a warrior in armor, topped with a martial artist's helmet, reminiscent of Huaxia General L. Fengxian, was designed. He felt the red tassel at the back of the armor was too long, so he deleted it. That should be about it. Specifics will have to wait until the materials arrive tomorrow. After finishing all this, the sky darkened. After a day of craziness yesterday, he had learned mech knowledge all day today. Su Bai did not immediately study the inheritance techniques of star-level repair engineers. He understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew. Anyway, there was still plenty of time. He would rest a night, kicking his legs, climbing into bed, and covering himself with a blanket. Subai quickly fell into a dream. Outside Yunhai, at the CF family mansion, the black-clad man had returned to the CF family, half kneeling in front of a man wearing a half-human, half-demon mask and draped in a black robe. Beside the man, there was also a middle-aged man with gray and white hair, but his gaze was somewhat vacant, like a puppet on strings. "Master, we have found a repair shop that is affecting our plan. What should we do?" Duan Han asked the man in the black robe, looking down for instructions. "The Sun family's little girl's mech has been restored, and our puppet has been exposed. The hope of entering Star Sea University through the big exam is slim. Since that person likes to meddle so much, let him understand that everything he does will come at a cost. However, recently, don't rush to act. First confirm the opponent's strength. There are also strong individuals among the mechanical engineers." The man in the black robe fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Upon hearing this, Duan Han's pupils shrank slightly. "But if we delay, things may change. What if the Blue Star Alliance reacts?" The man in the black robe's vertical pupils flashed with a cold light beneath his mask. "Did you not understand?" Duan Han hurriedly shook his head. "A bit anxious. I dare not." You may leave." The man in the black robe then withdrew his aura and slowly turned around. The Blue Star Alliance. They probably have their own troubles now. Duan Han's expression shifted slightly. Without asking more, he directly left. Before leaving, he disdainfully glanced at the middle-aged man, who looked like a puppet. "The CF family of Yunhai. This is the consequence of resisting us." Indeed, the middle-aged man with gray and white hair and lifeless eyes was Xie Zhihao from the Yunhai CF family, a 9-star mechanical engineer. Just one step away from becoming a breaking star mechanical engineer. Such a strong individual could rank among the top 10 in Yunhai. Yet now he had become a puppet, showcasing the terror of the man in the black robe. After Duan Han left, the man's expression became somewhat conflicted. "The Blue Star Alliance. You have 6 months. You will surely pay for the decisions you made back then." His vertical pupils were filled with the flames of hatred, burning fiercely. It seemed he harbored deep resentment against the Blue Star Alliance. After a while, he finally calmed down. The man in black waved lightly. "Go check on the status of number 1. "Understood." The nearby Xie Zhihao nodded dully in response and left the hall. Nanjing Province, central mansion of Yundu. Zhao Tianming looked at the information in his hand, his expression somewhat complicated, his right index finger continuously tapping on the table. "I never expected it would be his son. I wondered where that old guy had been all these years. Turns out he was hiding in Yunhai. Forget it, since it's the son of an old acquaintance. If he gets scammed out of some money, so be it. At such a young age, not learning properly, just like his father. No, I need to tell you yet to stay away from that kid." Zhao Tianming was quite angry when he saw that Su Bai was only 19, about the same age as his daughter. He was almost ready to send his mech squad to destroy the interstellar repair shop, until he saw the information about Su Bai's parents. Father, Su Nantian, 48, classified. Mother, Zhou Moi, 45, classified. These two pieces of information instantly calmed Zhao Tianming's anger and even brought him some surprise. The surprise wasn't because of the classified label, but because of the name Su Nantian. No one knew it better than him. Back in the day, the two had a life-and-death friendship. They even considered arranging a marriage for their children, but Su Nantian had rejected it. Zhao Tianming still remembered when he mentioned this to Su Nantian. The latter had a rebellious look. How could the son of Su Nantian hang himself on a single tree? It must be said that Su Nantian indeed looked quite cool when he said that. But when Zhou Moi found out and gave him a good beating, he was quite embarrassed. As for the marriage arrangement, it could only be put aside. Fortunately, they didn't arrange it back then. This kid clearly doesn't look like a good person. Now Zhao Tianming felt extremely grateful that things turned out this way. If Su Nantian had a higher opinion of himself, things would have been much more difficult for him now. Su Nantian, didn't he expect that after being a carefree wanderer for so many years, your son would be so high profile? Thinking about Su Nantian's expression upon finding out that his whereabouts were exposed by Su Bai, Zhao Tianming felt very pleased. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Zhao Tianming quickly adjusted his expression and put away Su Bai's information. Come in. Commander. Not good. We've discovered traces of voracious beasts near Starry Sky Number 1, and their numbers are estimated to be in the thousands. A member of the mobile team, dressed in uniform with a Blue Star Alliance emblem on his head, reported anxiously to Zhao Tianming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianming's expression darkened, his tone low. I understand. Continue observing. If they approach Starry Sky Number 1, launch a direct attack. Understood. The team member complied and left directly. After they left, a bitter smile appeared on Zhao Tianming's face as he glanced at an old photo on the table. You're enjoying yourself, while I'm shouldering everything alone. Thousands of voracious beasts. How many years has it been since Blue Star encountered a beast tide of this scale? Times are destined to be tumultuous. Dawn broke. Su Bai was awakened by his phone's notifications today. Ding. You have received a new comment. Ding. You have received a new comment. Ding. You have received a new comment. This series of notification sounds jolted him awake from his dream. Su Bai sat up at the head of the bed, still in a half-dreaming state, picked up his phone, and looked at the red circle showing 99 notifications, feeling even more confused. What is going on? Didn't I block the negative review notifications? No way. It's been 3 days, and these trolls are still at it? Do they think I, Su Bai, won't get angry? Even a clay figure has some anger, let alone Su Bai, especially since it's still morning. Everyone knows the power of morning irritation. Su Bai rolled up his sleeves, ready to battle these trolls to the end. However, the moment he opened his phone, he was stunned. What greeted his eyes were not the various negative reviews he had expected, but positive reviews and more curious comments. Brothers, huge news. That interstellar repair shop is actually real. That's right. Under the guidance of the goddess Mengyan yesterday, I came to this interstellar repair shop, and it was truly eye-opening. I can testify, our Yunhai has never been so bold. There's actually such a high-end repair shop. Is it true? I was busy playing in the original Magic, and didn't have time to debunk it. Absolutely true. At least dozens of us went together. It's impossible to deceive you, right? Besides, a scammer has no need to invite Xiao Mingyan. She wouldn't advertise for him, right? That makes sense. I'll go have a look today. Haha. Can you afford the repair fees at such a high-end repair shop? Who said I'm going to spend money? Didn't I say I'm just going to take a look? Wow, you really have your ways. Seeing these comments, Su Bai felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He initially thought that when Xiao Mengyan said she helped him out, it meant she would send Zhao Mengyue to his shop for repairs. Who knew? It would lead to this. She even advertised for him? Although she helped me with advertising, offering a discount is out of the question. Su Bai thought for a moment and decided to abandon the idea of giving her a discount. At most, he would slightly lower the price. Once he opened the door to discounts, should he offer them to old customers who come back? If everyone gets a discount, can he still make a profit? He could. Definitely, but that would affect his progress speed. It must be said that the star whale breathing method truly lives up to its reputation as a truth-level breathing technique. Apart from the explosive growth on the first day, he also made progress yesterday. He was now a 3-star mechanical engineer, though he didn't have a mech. But he would today. Such a speed of improvement would be hard for anyone to believe if he told them. Conversely, he needed more resources. The first layer of the star whale breathing method could only allow him to advance to 9 stars in the sky. At this rate, he would hit the ceiling in just a few days. As for the cost of the second layer, he had checked it out. Not too much, not too little. Exactly 5,000 interstellar points. Converted into star coins, it would require 50 million star coins, and even if he used all his savings, it wouldn't be enough. Not to mention that he still needs to upgrade his mech. Calculating the cost for a level 1 enhancement requires 10 times the price. Forget it. Just thinking about it makes me feel like a poor person. Sigh. Being a mech engineer is too expensive. Su Bai shook his head helplessly. Maybe this is the price of realizing dreams? Just then, his messaging app suddenly lit up. It was like a goddess. How is it going, Boss Su? I helped you out a lot, right? Looking closely, it was sent by Xiao Mingyan. Who would have thought that the sweet and lovely Xiao Mingyan in front of people was so narcissistic behind the scenes? Su Bai pondered for a moment. Thanks, but no discounts. At the same time, Xiao Mingyan, at home in Yundu, had her 2 fair legs lifted high and gently swaying. Holding her phone with an expectant look on her face, waiting for Su Bai's reply. The result was just this message. Xiao Mingyin. She was crushed. She threw her phone away, fell onto her bed, and kept pounding the mattress with her fists. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh, scumbag. She originally wanted to catch up on sleep, but now she couldn't sleep at all. She could only get up to meditate, turning her anger into effort. After studying the technique of cleave all day yesterday, she realized that this technique wasn't suitable for her. Combining blink and falling sun, she found that she was more suited for marksmanship. She could work on that. Oomph. That airport situation from last night was clearly a provocation directed at me. It seems she reaped quite a bit. I can't accept her challenges until I master intermediate skills. Anyway, the whole school knows that I'm the victor now. Thinking of Xiao Mengyue, Xiao Mingyin's mood improved quite a bit. After tidying up her feelings, she began her meditation for the day. After replying to Xiao Mingyin, Su Bai stopped checking his phone. It was already 9 o'clock, and he had told Xiao Mengyue that he would open at 10. It would be good if he was late. After a simple breakfast, he headed to the interstellar repair shop. He had thought being a boss would be easier, but he still had to go to work on time. Su Bai couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. Fortunately, thinking about his mech helped him adjust his mood. Humming a little tune, he arrived outside the interstellar repair shop. However, when he was about 500 meters away from the shop, he froze. In front of him was a sea of heads. They had even formed a line on their own. Roughly estimating, there were at least 500 people. Su Bai, what? What's going on? On the third day of opening, he had only processed 3 orders in total. He had never seen such a scene. Not to mention, if these people were really there for repairs, he wouldn't have enough hands to handle it. Swallowing hard, he forced himself to calm down and quietly made his way to the front of the line. However, halfway there, he was stopped by someone. Hey buddy, I'm not saying you, but can't you see everyone is lining up? If you want to go in, go to the back of the line. Exactly. No cutting in line. I've always looked down on people like you who cut in line. We have hundreds of eyes watching. So behave yourself. Go to the back, or I'll mess you up. Su Bai. Today was truly an eye-opener. The buyers were driving off the sellers. If I don't go in, who is going to open the door for you? Su Bai shrugged, looking helpless. Little guy. That excuse has already been used by 108 people. Su Bai. You're so impressive, so noble. In the end, he still ignored their obstruction and continued forward. Seeing Su Bai disregard their blockade, everyone glared at him in anger. A burly youth stepped forward and glared at Su Bai. Go queue up. Su Bai glanced at him indifferently, and his star power erupted. The power of the sky, 3 stars bursting forth, instantly shocking the people around him. The sky, 3 stars, although it doesn't sound too strong. One must know that even Xiao Mingyin and Xiao Mengyue, the top freshmen from one of the interstellar 100 schools, are only sky 1 star. And Su Bai was the same age as them. With such strength, he could already be called a prodigy. Sure enough, after he unleashed his star power, the burly youth scratched his head and looked into the distance. What a nice day. He stepped back and returned to the line. What a joke. Most of them were just there to watch the fun. Even if there was a mech engineer, the highest rank would only be a ground mech engineer. Stopping a sky mech engineer. The effects of star power are not just for piloting mechs. It also greatly enhances the strength and physical quality of the mech engineer themselves. After the other party retreated, Su Bai shook his head helplessly and continued toward the interstellar repair shop. He felt quite helpless. What is this all about? Finally, through his unremitting efforts, Su Bai stood at the entrance of the interstellar repair shop. He swore this was the most exhausting day he had ever had in a shop. Oh, no, he had only been open for 3 days. Standing at the door of the interstellar mech shop, Su Bai faced the retinal recognition lock. Click! The mechanical door opened. The crowd of onlookers who had doubted Su Bai was suddenly dumbfounded. Hey, he really is the boss? Holy cow, the owner of such a lavish shop is so young? This guy is so handsome, and so rich. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? A girl in the crowd looked at Su Bai, her face blushing. Instantly, it provoked the surrounding girls. Shameless, what are you thinking? Exactly. So what if he has a girlfriend? He is not married. Sister, will you feel sorry for brother? The crowd. You understand T-Art. As the shop door opened, the people at the front of the line surged forward, instantly surrounding the interstellar repair shop so tightly that no water could leak through. Upon seeing that the interior of the repair shop was exactly as depicted in the pictures, they immediately erupted in exclamations. Holy cow! This place is even better than outside? These must be the latest types of equipment, right? Holographic projection, thermal sensing tracking, beam heat knives, complete body support. Even the tables are made of vibrating gold? Are they treating vibrating gold like iron? This is vibrating gold worth a fortune. At least it's used as material for MECH of star step and above. And here it is, used for tables. What a waste of precious materials. What a waste of precious materials. What kind of background does this boss have? Is he some wealthy young master? He should be. Only they would have money to burn. What a pity the store manager is so young. His repair skills probably 1 TB too high. Goddess Ming Yin is ultimately blinded by money. Sigh. Hearing these words made Su Bai's mouth twitch. Even more, in the chaos, some people even touched him a few times. Su Bai could no longer endure. All right, maintain order. Those who need repair services can come in. Those unrelated should stay outside. At the same time, he unleashed his star power, pushing back those who were too close to him. Inside the repair shop, it finally quieted down a bit. Most of the onlookers had left the shop and gone outside. However, there were still quite a few mech engineers remaining, and there were even over 30 of them. Boss, how much do you charge for a full maintenance of a ground mech? The young man at the front asked first. He mainly wanted to experience the effects of this cutting-edge technology maintenance. Su Bai glanced at him faintly. 100,000 star coins. This time, he didn't randomly quote a price, but came according to the standard of a star-level repair engineer. Of course, maintaining for them would require interstellar enhancement. What? You say Su Bai isn't a star-level repair engineer? He'll be soon. He has inherited techniques from many 1 to 3-star repair engineers. Okay. Hearing Su Bai's quote indeed caused quite a stir. What? Is maintenance this expensive? I remember that a high-level mechanic charges only 10,000 star coins for maintaining a Terra mech, right? You directly multiplied it by 10. Yes, can advanced equipment really justify such a random price? Exactly. If you keep this up, we will report you. You better not say you are a star-level mechanic. Bah, crook. Let's go, let's report him. Su Bai felt no ripple in his heart, even wanting to laugh a little. Those who say such things usually aren't genuinely looking for maintenance. Otherwise, why would they complain without asking for details? Thus, another wave of people left. There were still about 10 people left in the store. Su Bai raised his eyebrows, clearly surprised that more people stayed than he expected, and the bespectacled young man who asked the question initially also did not leave. He adjusted his glasses and, after some thought, asked, I wonder what kind of maintenance services you offer here, boss? Oh, a knowledgeable one. Hearing the bespectacled youth's question, Su Bai instantly became interested and directly selected 2 maintenance skills from the task assistant's 1-star heritage: mech skeleton, unclogging, and outer armor coating. Since the other party sincerely asked, he naturally had to provide some valuable information. Sure enough, after hearing Su Bai's maintenance items, the remaining 10 people, including the bespectacled youth, had their eyes lit up with excitement. The bespectacled youth, Zhou Yunqing, didn't think twice and directly took out his phone to scan the QR code beside him. Ding! Starry Sky treasure received 100,000 star coins. Please, store manager, perform maintenance for me. After hearing Su Bai's introduction of the skills, Zhou Yunqing realized that this young man in front of him was indeed a star-level mechanic. Moreover, given his young age, his future was boundless. Such a valuable connection must be secured. Following Zhou Yunqing, the rest of the people also came forward one after another to scan the QR code. In just a short moment, Su Bai received another 100,000 star coins. They similarly did not doubt Su Bai's words, just based on the store's decor. He couldn't possibly be a fraud. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so extravagant. Once this was confirmed, their thoughts naturally aligned with Zhou Yunqing's. Opportunities are fleeting, and they must not be missed. After collecting the payments, Su Bai led Zhou Yunqing to the first repair room while asking the others to wait in the other repair rooms. Conveniently, the Interstellar Mechanics shop had 10 repair rooms. He could operate them simultaneously. Everyone followed Su Bai's instructions and brought their mechs into the repair rooms. Besides Zhou Yunqing, their mechs were relatively ordinary. 3 were universal types. CC-104 strength type Terra mechs with a height of 10 meters, a body weight of 15 tons, an engine power of 360,000 kW, and a thrust of 35 million kilograms. 2 were universal types, BA-101 speed type Terra mechs with a height of 11 meters, a body weight of 10 tons, an engine power of 370,000 kW, and a thrust of 37 million kilograms. 4 were universal types, DH-102 armored Terra mechs with a height of 10 meters, a body weight of 15 tons, an engine power of 370,000 kW, and a thrust of 36 million kilograms. Finally, there was Zhou Yunqing's mech. In the first repair room, a mech that was a blend of light and heavy armor in a purple-green color was displayed, with its upper body resembling a shrimp arch and countless scales attached to its lower body, resembling a snake-headed mech. FE2 55 balance type Terra mech Abyssal King Snake, standing at 12 meters tall, with a body weight of 26 tons, an engine power of 730,000 kW, and a thrust of 62 million kilograms. Moreover, this Abyssal King Snake was a Terra 3-star. It was on par with Sun Han's Red Moon. This was the first time Su Bai had seen a balanced type mech. Unexpectedly, that seemingly ordinary bespectacled youth turned out to be a little genius. The other party's talent now appeared in his eyes. A-level talent, Poison of Desire. Chapter 23. It's time to showcase real technology. A talent for poison type? No wonder he chose a balanced mech like the Abdominal King Snake. Poison talents don't mesh well with either strength or speed types, as their abilities primarily rely on diffusion attacks. The suitable types are armed and balanced. However, there are too few weapons that can use poison attacks within the armed type, and using other weapons would seem somewhat counterproductive. Of course, the so-called poison here is not aimed at mech operators, but more like electronic viruses targeting mechs. By infiltrating the mech's skeletal joints, it disrupts internal circuits, causing the mech to malfunction and stall. The toxins that can truly threaten living beings are not that strong. Mech operators like Zhou Yunjing generally use them in mech battles or interstellar wars. Against star beasts, it's a bit lacking. Besides him, others have physical enhancement talents. This is also why they choose universal mechs. In this world, there are actually the most mech operators with physical enhancement. Those with special means are rather a minority. After simply confirming their information, Su Bai arrived at the control panel. Maintenance does not require him to personally work on each mech one by one. With the equipment of an interstellar repair shop, he can easily perform multi-threaded operations. The others had no objections to this. After all, in their minds, Su Bai is a star-level mechanic, and his actions must have their own reasoning. However, when Su Bai truly began multi-threaded operations at the control panel, they were still shocked by his skillful techniques. First, in the first maintenance room, where the Abdominal King Snake was located, Su Bai used the inherited techniques he gained in his mind to directly control the mechanical arms, instantly removing the entire outer armor of the Abdominal King Snake. Unlike those universal mechs, or even speed or strength types, balanced mechs focus on precision. Almost every disassembly of light or heavy armor requires great finesse. Otherwise, it cannot be removed at all. As a result, Su Bai accomplished all of this merely with the mechanical arms. This caused everyone present to start discussing quietly. Is this the strength of a star-level mechanic? He actually removed the armor of the Abdominal King Snake with a mechanical arm. If this were in battle, would he also easily strip our mechs? It is indeed possible. However, ordinary mechanics do not have mech talents, so there is no need to worry too much. After all, they're the ones who understand the weaknesses of mechs the best. If everyone had mech talents, it would be a massive weapon. While a few were discussing, Zhou Yunjing was fixated on Su Bai's operations. He knew best how special the Abdominal King Snake was. Even among balanced mechs, it is an extremely unique existence. The reason is its special body structure, with its upper body arched like a shrimp, primarily for flexibility. The Abdominal King Snake is one of the few mechs that can achieve a half-body rotation. This is also why he chose it. A sudden half-body rotation can make his poison attacks more unexpected. Similarly, because of this, the structure of the Abdominal King Snake is more complex and precise. If Su Bai were only using one mechanical arm, to control the armor removal, it would be fine. The key is that he is currently controlling 10 at the same time. What level of mechanic is he? Indeed, while removing the armor of the abdominal king snake, Subai had already stripped the exterior of the other mechs, Zagbone, Turbine, and Green Kai, all at the same time. All of this was completed in just a few seconds. This made everyone exclaim in amazement. Wow. This is really amazing. That 100,000 was not wasted. Ha ha ha. Those who left early must be regretting it. To witness such operations in this lifetime is truly worth it. This boss Su is probably at least a 2-star mechanic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such operational skill. On this point, they were mistaken. Although he quickly learned 2 inherited techniques with assistance, Subai is at most a 1-star mechanic now, still lacking a bit of proficiency. His ability to perform multi-threaded operations mainly relies on the concept of integration and the insights gained from using the star whale breathing technique to create star power tides. Integration allows him to completely control the mechanical arms, even 10 at a time, with ease. The armor removal was based on observing the operation of star power, which made Subai extremely sensitive to the link of star power with MECHs, allowing him to grasp it accurately without mishaps. Of course, he wouldn't reveal any of this. Let them misunderstand. After all, he would soon become a 3-star mechanic. At this moment, Subai was fully focused on the 10 MECH displayed on the screen. Next, it was time to test his real skills. He manipulated the 10 mechanical arms to slowly move over the 10 MECHs. From above to below, he gradually pushed, pulled, kneaded, and picked. The 10 heavy mechanical arms now moved with the dexterity of an old masseur's hands. Within a few minutes, he had kneaded every part of the 10 MECH from top to bottom. This was not a simple massage. While pushing and pulling, the mechanical arms reinforced the neural components of the mech skeleton with electronic pulses, increasing their sensitivity and tightness. The kneading and picking process removed dust and accidentally dropped metal parts from the mech skeleton. After this whole process, the flexibility and lifespan of these MECHs would be enhanced significantly. The metal scraps on the ground were the best evidence of this. After cleaning the mech skeletons, the mechanical arms moved to the removed armor. With a click, the mechanical arm's fingers instantly closed, transforming into a spray nozzle shape. Colorful sprays erupted from it, resembling a rainbow falling. When these sprays touched the outer armor, they instantly transformed into their original colors. The colorful hues turned into a transparent coating. The outer armor coating was made from PIA materials that are dust-proof, waterproof, and heat-resistant, creating an adjustable camouflage. It not only improves the mech's durability in extreme environments, but also allows for camouflage as needed. After completing all this, Subai then operated the mechanical arms to reattach the outer armor. Mission accomplished. At this moment, everyone, including Zhou Yunzheng, looked at Subai with completely changed expressions. They initially thought that simultaneously removing the outer armor of 10 MECHs was Subai's limit. They did not expect him to perform such an extraordinary display. Indeed, it was a performance. This was no longer just maintenance for the MECHs. It was simply art. Is this really something we could see for 100,000? One man was so astonished he nearly dropped his jaw. I don't know, but this 100,000 was definitely worth it. Oh no, how terrible. I forgot to record this all on video. Hey, I recorded it. At this point, the boy who recorded the video nervously asked Subai, "Boss Su, can we upload these videos?" The few boys were a bit tense, as star-level mechanics like Subai generally have their own tempers and rules. They dared not rashly upload the maintenance videos, as such important figures were not to be trifled with. Oh, whatever. What they didn't expect was that Subai didn't care about this. To him, he was merely doing a small maintenance job, which was hardly worth mentioning. It didn't involve any core techniques. The real skills were hidden in every detail. Moreover, what they could see through the screen was not everything. The more microscopic operations could not be recorded. Once this video was released, insiders wouldn't see the tricks, while outsiders could enjoy the spectacle. It could generate some buzz and filter out some real customers, which wasn't bad at all. All right, if there's nothing else, you can leave. Subai issued the eviction order. Zhao Mingyue had just sent him a message saying she was almost there. Nothing is more important than one's own mech. Subai's eviction order was not to be ignored. and even though Zhou Yunjin wanted to say something, he had to give up. Thank you, Boss Su. I'll come again next time. After thanking Su Bai, they left the interstellar repair shop. Today's experience was quite beneficial for them, and spending 100,000 star coins was worth it, although it didn't result in a qualitative change like interstellar enhancement. The maintenance through 2-star level mech repair master techniques improved their MECH attributes by at least 30%. It might not sound like much, but the improvement is significant in practice. At least they would have an advantage in the upcoming major exam. After they left, the interstellar repair shop returned to calm. Su Bai sat quietly at his desk, waiting for Zhao Mingyue's arrival. His occasionally shaking legs expressed his excitement. Ding dong. Soon, the doorbell rang, and Su Bai got up to greet her. Zhao Mingyue was surprised to see Su Bai come out to welcome her. Boss Su, you don't need to be so polite. Hurry, give me the stuff. Su Bai didn't hold back, going straight to the point. Zhao Mingyue. Okay, I overthought it. I just felt like Boss Su would come out to greet me. Zhao Mingyue shook her head helplessly. There's no room here, right? All right, let's go to the maintenance room. In her eagerness to have her own mech, Su Bai forgot they were still in the lobby. Even if he wanted high-density, high-quality nanometal, it might still damage the floor tiles. The lobby floor was not reinforced with vibranium, making it the weakest point of the entire interstellar repair shop. Under Su Bai's lead, the two quickly entered the maintenance room. Zhao Mingyue reached out to touch the star ring on her hand. Bang bang. After 2 loud noises, 2 2-meter-high, semi-transparent metal masses appeared in the maintenance room. Unlike traditional nanotechnology, the density of nanometal was higher, causing changes in its internal structure, making the previously indistinguishable nanometal into a visible metallic substance. But its essence remained largely the same, especially in terms of strength, which was not inferior to its previous state. This was the limit of current technology. Bang, 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 bang. Another 5 loud noises, and 5 blocks of dark green glowing stones were placed on the table by Zhao Mingyue. These are what you need? After taking out everything Su Bai required, Zhao Mingyue looked at him proudly, seemingly waiting for Su Bai's praise. She had put in considerable effort and connections to obtain these items, especially the nanometal. She didn't expect that the inventory at Star Sea University would be insufficient. She had to leverage her family connections to gather these 10 tons for Su Bai. Su Bai naturally understood that if there were enough time, getting these items wouldn't be difficult. But the fact that she had gathered them overnight required a lot of effort. Thank you. Su Bai sincerely expressed his gratitude. Zhao Mingyue. Hey. This left Zhao Mingyue a bit stunned. After these 2 exchanges, she thought Su Bai was that kind of straightforward guy. She didn't expect him to be so sincere in his thanks. This made her a bit shy as she touched her ear. You don't have to be so polite. How much do these cost in total? After thanking her, Su Bai directly inquired about the price. Zhao Mingyue. Boss Su's rhythm changes are always so hard to decipher. It's a total of 250,000 star coins. Each piece of kryptonite is 10,000 star coins, and nanometal is 20,000 star coins per ton. She didn't hold back on the quote, as Su Bai had made his principles about fair trading very clear. These were all market prices, and she had no reason to lie. Su Bai nodded upon hearing this. All right, I'll transfer it to you. Soon, Zhao Mingyue's phone received a notification. 30,000 star coins credited to your account. Boss Su? Zhao Mingyue was a bit confused about Su Bai's intentions. Su Bai just smiled lightly. You just said these are market prices, and gathering these items in such a short time surely incurs a premium. I said, fair trading is my principle. She hadn't expected Su Bai to notice that. Indeed, she quoted market prices and followed Su Bai's principles. However, she chose to bear the premium part herself since she had agreed that if Su Bai needed anything, he could just tell her. Now that he had found out, she could only stick out her tongue helplessly, a bit like pouting. If people who knew Zhao Mingyue saw this, they would be shocked. To them, Zhao Mingyue had always been a very cool girl. Her straightforward personality and boyish manner of doing things were unexpected to reveal such a girlish side. Boss Su, are you planning to use these items to manufacture equipment? Zhao Mingyue couldn't help but ask as she looked at Su Bai inspecting the nanometal. Pretty much, Su Bai said, not intending to hide anything as he touched the nanometal. I'm planning to use these to build a mech. A mech? Zhao Mingyue's eyes lit up as if she had thought of something. Are you planning to build a mech weapon? Having been influenced by her family from a young age, Zhao Mingyue had a better understanding of MECH than the average mech engineer. Materials like nanometal were not suitable for making standard mechs, and kryptonite, as a core, lacked the power and thrust to meet the demands of large mechs. So, it was evident that the mech Su Bai intended to build was a mech weapon. Can I watch here? Zhao Mingyue asked nervously. She had never seen a mech weapon before. Not to mention her, there were hardly any on Blue Star who had seen mech weapons. Due to technological limitations, mech weapons mostly existed only as concepts. What could be made were merely auxiliary mechs for routine work. She had seen Su Bai's repair skills, and she didn't believe he would make such trivial things. She didn't want to miss the chance to witness the birth of a mech weapon. All right. After Zhao Mingyue expressed her desire to watch, Su Bai thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. But it might take a while. And you won't be able to enter the maintenance room. You can only stay in the lobby. After all, she helped him. In fulfilling her small request to see the mech weapon was something Su Bai could accommodate. He didn't plan to hide the mech weapon anyway. It would be seen sooner or later. As long as she didn't see the production process and the enhancement process, there was no problem. Okay, I promise to stay in the lobby and not move. Almost the moment Su Bai finished speaking, Zhao Mingyue nodded vigorously. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity meant she would be willing to wait in the lobby or even outside the door. Meanwhile, she secretly rejoiced. Little guy, you have no idea what you're missing. At that moment, Xiao Mingyan, who was meditating, suddenly sneezed, puzzled. What is going on? Caught a cold? That shouldn't be. Although she felt a bit surprised, Xiao Mingyan didn't pay much attention and continued her meditation. Inside the interstellar repair shop, at Su Bai's gesture, Zhao Mingyue closed the door of the interstellar repair shop. Now, only she and Su Bai were left in the large repair shop, although one was in the lobby and the other was in the maintenance room. The reason Su Bai closed the door was simple. He didn't know how much time he would need to build the mech. If a customer arrived midway, it would be inconvenient to keep them waiting. So, it was better to close the door. That's right, just so casual. Click. The door of the maintenance room closed. Su Bai first approached the two masses of nanometal. Stroking his chin with his right hand, his eyes shifting. Let's try this mass first. He thought for a moment, pulling a bone directly from the middle, using the bionic skeleton manufacturing method. This was a technique he had selected from the inheritance of star-level mechanics, a 3-star mechanic skill. Although Su Bai's current level made practical use of this technique somewhat awkward, he had task assistance. The true function of the task assistance was reflected at this moment. As long as it was a skill included in the task assistance, Su Bai could quickly master it, with proficiency equivalent to that of the original inheritor. With a wave of his right hand, one of the masses of nanometal immediately moved closer to him. Under the effect of the integration of all things, these nanometals began to change shape continuously along his right hand and merged. The solid metal now felt like a lump of clay, allowing Su Bai to knead it freely. While his right hand controlled the nanometal, Su Bai's left hand was also busy, continuously carving patterns on the nanometal with the thermal beam knife. After an hour and a half, many shaved nanometal scraps lay on the ground, and in front of Su Bai stood a 2-meter-tall, semi-transparent metal skeleton. The limbs, torso, neck bones, and skull were all perfectly formed, lifelike. He reached out and rotated the right arm of the metal skeleton. There was no pause at all, and it moved very smoothly. Seeing this, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a 3-star mechanic's inherited skill, this mecha skeleton is comparable to the human body in every aspect, and the compatibility must be high. The mecha connects to the mechanic's body through neuron components, forming a dedicated link through the flow of star power. However, humans and mechas are fundamentally different. Due to different skeletal structures, even the most exquisitely designed large mechas can only approximate human anatomy, making it difficult to perform certain unique actions. This is why there are varying levels of difficulty in mecha operation techniques. However, Su Bai's mecha armament did not have this problem. The almost identical structure made it much easier for him to operate. Next, it was time for the joints and outer armor. Su Bai was very satisfied with his creation, but this was only the first step. With a wave of his right hand, the nanometal scraps on the ground instantly soared into the air and then merged back together. The integration of all things truly lived up to its SSS level talent. This waste utilization effect that caused no loss was simply a divine skill, and this was only one of its abilities. As for the outer armor, let's use the light and heavy armor golden ratio. In choosing the outer armor, Subai used the 2-star mechanic inherited skill, the light and heavy armor golden ratio. Using his own skills, he skillfully controlled the ratio of light and heavy armor on the mecha to ensure both reached optimal performance. The key to this technique is precision. A small mistake can lead to complete failure. Even Subai had to take it seriously. Similarly, his right hand controlled the nanometal to change its overall shape, while his left hand used the thermal beam knife to carve patterns and details. As sparks flickered, beads of sweat began to appear on Subai's forehead. 3.5 hours later, looking at the mecha covered with outer armor and completed joints, the corners of Subai's mouth lifted slightly. Not bad, almost no difference from the blueprint. The mecha armament in front of him had basically taken shape, and Subai ultimately chose to spray it with a red and black paint job, looking like an ancient war general. The entire body had a perfect ratio of light and heavy armor, and he also chose a helmet design that he particularly liked. Although the mecha was only 2 meters tall, visually, it was not at all inferior to larger mechas. On the contrary, it had even more deterrent power. Next was the core power source. Subai looked at the kryptonite stones nearby, eager to try. This time he was using the 3-star mechanic skill, 5-core co-firing. That was why he needed 5 kryptonite stones. He had discovered this technique when he first viewed the task assistants. But too powerful a power source would lead to energy eruptions and even explosions, and Subai lacked the confidence to control it. Not to mention Subai, even higher star mechanics would find it almost impossible to achieve this. They could only choose relatively weaker power sources to try. Therefore, even with the ability to defy the heavens, this technique was only rated as a 3-star mechanic skill due to its limited practicality. But Subai had interstellar enhancement. Under the effect of interstellar enhancement, it was very likely that he could upgrade the originally low-tier power source. Then he could achieve high energy output for 5-core co-firing, creating the strongest power mecha. He exhaled a breath of stale air and wiped away the fine sweat on his forehead. Standing before the 5 pieces of dark green kryptonite, he spread his hands. The 5 kryptonite stones instantly soared into the air. They formed a pentagon, placed at 5 different positions. Then they gradually moved closer. As the 5 kryptonite stones drew nearer, a net of energy suddenly formed between them. The energy net connected the cores of the 5 kryptonite stones, gathering their energy, glowing green. At that moment, the energy on the energy net had far exceeded the energy of the kryptonite stones themselves, even tripling, comparable to the total energy of 2 helium stones. Boom! With a loud bang, Subai's eyes narrowed, and he pushed forward with all his strength, instantly embedding it into the mecha armament. At the moment the power source entered the mecha, all the links of the mecha armament were activated. A terrifying shock wave erupted, shaking the entire interstellar repair shop. Chapter 26. The prototype is completed, beginning reinforcement. The sudden shaking startled Zhao Mengyue, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation in the hall. She quickly got up, looking around. What is this commotion? The purpose of Zhao Mengyue staying here was to witness the birth of the combat mech's armament with her own eyes. However, she clearly remembered that the materials she gave to Subai were merely kryptonite. Even 5 pieces of kryptonite shouldn't cause such a huge disturbance. What on earth is Boss Su doing? At this moment, Zhao Mengyue's heart felt like it was being scratched by a kitten, filled with curiosity about everything happening in the maintenance room. 5 hours had passed since Subai entered the maintenance room. She had come at noon, and now it was approaching evening. Zhao Mengyue wasn't impatient. After all, witnessing history, what was a few days of waiting? The key was that she clearly knew an unprecedented mech armament was about to be born not far from her. What kind of temptation could any mech enthusiast resist? Should she sneak a peek? Zhao Mengyue even had the thought of sneaking a look, but as soon as the idea arose, she quickly shook her head. No, if she got caught, it would be terrible if Boss Su got angry. Sigh. Time, please pass quickly. Forcing herself to suppress her restless heart, Zhao Mengyue found that she could no longer meditate, and could only practice mech skills in the hall. Of course, she wasn't practicing by piloting a mech, but was instead practicing offline. While this method wasn't as effective as practicing with a real machine, it could still enhance her skill proficiency. Taking out a lightsaber from a star ring, a faint blue glow flickered as Zhao Mingyue held the blade high in front of her. With her eyes tightly closed, she stepped forward with her left foot while keeping her right foot still, then quickly transitioned and spun, the sword in her hand dancing along. Intermediate mech skill, circular slash. Everything was done in one go. Aside from Zhao Mingyue's anxious waiting, the area outside the interstellar repair shop was also not calm. In the distance, Duan Han watched the comings and goings outside the repair shop, feeling very depressed. He never expected the business of this repair shop would be so good. If he acted rashly, he would definitely be noticed by the enforcement team. But what on earth is that kid doing? Only operating for an hour a day before closing? Not only was Duan Han puzzled about this, the customers who had come after watching Subai's maintenance video were even more confused. What the heck? Is this for real? Is already closed? Is this the place in the video? Is there really a star-level mechanic here? It should be right. After all, there aren't many repair shops of this scale. Let alone in High. We just arrived too late. Damn, is this the pride of a star-level mechanic? Which good person closes at 11 a.m.? What can we do? The person is a star-level mechanic. A supermaster who can operate 10 threads at once. The key is that the prices are reasonable. Indeed, 100,000 star coins is the usual price for star-level mechanics maintenance. But that's just for maintenance. Here, it's directly a 2-for-1 deal, so affordable. Anyway, I'm not leaving today. I'll wait here until the shop owner opens tomorrow. Is it that competitive? Then I'm not leaving either. Well said, if you guys aren't leaving, I'm not leaving either. Now, Zhou Yunjin and others have uploaded a video of Su by maintaining 10 mechs simultaneously online. Thanks to the previous hype from Xiao Mingyan. The topic about the interstellar repair shop is quite popular. As soon as the video was released, it instantly garnered hundreds of thousands of views. Just as Subai had guessed, insiders couldn't see the tricks, but outsiders found it very entertaining. Almost immediately, there were 10,000 comments. Is this for real? Yanhai has a star-level mechanic now? Damn. This operation, even an average star-level mechanic probably couldn't do it, right? Not to mention anything else. This performance alone is worth the ticket price. Okay, let us go. It seems we have to visit Yanhai. To be honest, I'm already here, but unfortunately, the boss closed the shop. Is this hunger marketing? Right? Right. Damn it, which good person closes the shop at noon? I really miss the years when chrysanthemums were still flowers and the phrase Wulong Fengshu was a compliment. People were so simple back then, without such deep tricks. I really admire this old six. Good thing I didn't go. Now you're dumbfounded? Don't you think a star-level mechanic is someone you can just meet? The person just finished 10 orders. Shoot and tea, they rest a bit. Damn, what you said makes a lot of sense. Of course, among them, the ones who regretted the most were those mech engineers who had queued up, but left because Subai's prices were too high. Just because of a moment's hesitation, they missed such a good opportunity. They didn't even need to think. The price for maintenance tomorrow would definitely be more than 100,000 star coins. Sigh, why didn't I hold on a little longer? This was almost their common sentiment. Subai naturally didn't know what was happening online, nor did he know that his interstellar repair shop had once again become a sensation. His attention was entirely captivated by the mech armament in front of him. The originally red and black color scheme, along with the dark green infusion, added an air of mystery. It was like the king of the dark night, the ruler of the night. Not bad, just a bit lower in quality. The next part is the main event. Subai rested his chin on one hand, examining his masterpiece. He then lowered his right hand and slowly walked up to the mech armament. Extending his right arm, he directly touched the mech armament. Ding! Target mech detected. Current mech tier too low. Can use tier 1 interstellar reinforcement. Starting reinforcement. Almost the moment the prompt appeared, Subai chose to reinforce it. A brilliant light burst forth and then dissipated. The mech armament in front of Subai underwent a transformation after the initial interstellar reinforcement. The overall color remained red and black, but the somewhat rigid nanometal was now completely rejuvenated. Even without touching it, Subai could feel that it had gained more resilience, while its hardness had also increased significantly. As he had thought, Interstellar reinforcement could enhance the material of any mech itself. However, the changes in the nanometal did not overly excite Subai. He remained calm. What needed to be confirmed next was crucial. His right hand lightly touched the mech armament. Crack! With a sound, its chest opened, and blue light flickered inside. It was like a swirling nebula. At this moment, Subai couldn't help but clench his fist and swing it. Indeed, it works. That's right. The 5-core co-burning structure that was supposed to be a dark green kryptonite core has now been completely replaced by helium, coupled with the special feature of the 5-core co-burning. Although it was still an Earth mech, Subai's mech armament now possessed a power source comparable to that of Sky Mech. Not enough, still not enough. Looking at the mech armament in front of him, Subai stroked his chin. Although the improvement was significant, it was still just an Earth mech. It couldn't keep up with his star power realm. According to the rules, after Tier 1 reinforcement, a talent skill should awaken. He wondered what the awakened talent skill was now. Thinking of the talent skill, Subai hesitated slightly. Generally speaking, a mech could only possess one talent skill. In Subai's view, even with interstellar reinforcement, it shouldn't break this limitation. Now, if I were to obtain a good talent skill, but it got washed away during the second enhancement, that would be simply unbearable. It might be better to wait until all enhancements are completed before checking. Continuing to enhance. My right hand touched the mech armament, and 100 interstellar points were successfully paid. Second enhancement initiated, accompanied by the system prompt. A golden light burst forth from the mech armament. This force far exceeded the previous first enhancement, and even the position of the mechanical armament exhibited a pulling force, as if a small black hole were trying to devour all surrounding metal materials. Seeing this, Subai frowned slightly and hurriedly used his ability to merge with all things to counteract it. This situation had never occurred before. The original talent skills awakened were all selected by Subai from a variety of talent skills, but now that it was his mech armament's turn, there were no options appearing. It was unclear whether this was due to his talent being too special, or if this level of combat mech armament was being introduced for the first time, making it somewhat unique. Soon, Subai's ability to merge with all things reached a subtle balance with the pulling force generated by the talent skill of the mech armament. And both retreated. Bang! Almost at the moment the pulling force disappeared, a wave of energy erupted, spreading out from Subai and engulfing the entire cloud sea. The first to be affected was Zhao Mengyue in the hall. Fortunately, having experienced the awakening of a talent skill once, she was prepared when she felt the shaking. She activated the frigid ice spirit to form a buffering barrier on her light shield. Even so, under this impact, the ice layer on the buffering barrier continuously fell, almost scattering all over the ground in an instant. The barrier itself was on the verge of collapse, causing Zhao Mengyue to hurriedly increase her star power to resist. Zhao Mengyue's face was filled with panic, and she was shocked. What talent skill has Boss Su awakened? Just a bit of residual wave has such powerful force. Is this really the power that a mech armament can exert? What level of mech armament is this? Star stepping or star breaking? Boom, boom. The shockwave continued to spread outward, instantly toppling all the guests waiting outside the door. Fortunately, there was vibranium as a buffer. Otherwise, many of them would have been severely injured just from this one blow. Most of these people were just high school students who had awakened their talents for less than a year. Even the force that was troublesome for Zhao Mengyue was something they could not withstand. After being thrown into disarray, they slowly got up, their little heads filled with big question marks. After a long time, someone finally gathered their wits. What just happened? I don't know. I just felt my head empty just now. Such a powerful impact. It actually toppled us even through vibranium. What on earth is that person inside doing? Is this the power of a star-level mechanic? Just messing around creates such a commotion? I don't care. I'm definitely staying at this interstellar mechanic shop. I'm sleeping here tonight. I mean it. You think you can stay here alone? I'm staying here too. I'll take the risk. Maybe if I miss this opportunity, the boss will leave, and I must wait until he opens for business. Shocked, they became increasingly eager for the interstellar mechanic shop. Now, Subai in their hearts was no longer just an ordinary star-level mechanic. He might even be of a very high level, capable of helping them stand out. This was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. They were not the only ones feeling shocked. not far from the interstellar mechanic shop. Duan Han felt the shockwave, and his vertical pupils suddenly contracted, his tone filled with suspicion. The power of the star stepping stage? The little girl who entered this mechanic shop has advanced to a star stepping mech master? Looking at that girl's age, she can't be that old. And she has already stepped into the star stepping realm at such a young age? No way. She must be eliminated. Even if exposed, I must keep these two here. This power, Duan Han made an accurate judgment, was likely the power of a one-star star stepping, and it could even threaten him. Associating it with Zhao Mingyue, who had entered the mechanic shop earlier, he instinctively believed this was the commotion caused by Zhao Mingyue's mech advancement. He had sensed Su Bai's star power level before, just at the level of a 3-star sky mechanic, and it was impossible for him to break through to star stepping in the blink of an eye. The only explanation could be Zhao Mingyue. Now Duan Han's expression was somewhat excited. I didn't expect I could personally slay such a prodigy. This would also be a contribution to the cold light civilization. Plus, with a mysterious and unpredictable genius mechanic, even if the higher-ups blame me, they should still protect me. Let us do it. Duan Han stared at the interstellar mechanic shop, his vertical pupils constantly flickering, his fists clenched tightly, clearly entering a state of readiness. Boom! The shock dissipated. Only then did Su Bai lower his right arm that had been blocking his eyes. The shockwave just now had even caused slight cracks in his goggles. For safety's sake, he directly raised his hand to shield his eyes. As soon as his right arm was lowered, the scene before him made Su Bai's mouth curl into a wild smile. In front of him, the red-black mech armament stood tall. Compared to before, the outer armor of the mech was now more precise, and even a gentle touch would result in a rebound. This was a performance of extreme resilience, with the outer armor's tension maximized. Moreover, the appearance of the mech armament had changed. It had previously been about 2 meters tall, but now it had reached 3 meters. While this wouldn't be much in the realm of mechs, this was a mech armament. The height change, while maintaining the internal space, meant that the amount of metal materials piled inside had increased exponentially. And indeed, this was the case. The mech armament that should have weighed only 10 tons now showed a weight of even 100 tons on the repair station instruments. This weight was comparable to that of a typical sky mech. What pleased Su Bai the most was the position of the core power source of the mech armament. 5 azure light spheres floated at the core power source, with energy flows forming a network among them. Moreover, this energy network was continuously contracting and expanding, pulsating like a heart. The key point is, their material is not the lightstone that Su Bai had guessed, but a higher-grade Mongzhong. 5 cores of Mongzhong forming a 5-core combustion. It actually strengthened to the Mongzhong stage. Su Bai was somewhat surprised by this. Not every second enhancement would necessarily advance the core power source of a mech to the Mongzhong stage. For example, Zhao Mingyue's Winter Sword Master still had a core power source at a half Mongzhong, half Lightstone stage. Moreover, her Winter Sword Master only had 1 core power source. He was using 5. The difference between them cannot be easily explained by mere quantity. Perhaps it was the previous special state. The talent skill resonated with his talent, causing a mutation in the enhancement, resulting in an overcore power source. After some thought, Su Bai arrived at his own speculation. This was also the only explanation for why. Despite both being second enhancements, his results were so much stronger than Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan. If it were said that it was different because of his system, that was clearly impossible, as the first enhancement had no distinction. Alright, let us not worry about that for now. Let us come up with a name. The ability to devour everything, combined with the talent of merging with all things. Let us call it Chaos. The mech of all possibilities, Chaos. Su Bai quickly named his mech Chaos. It seemed that at the moment the mech was named, its headlight flickered slightly, a detail that Su Bai, who was examining Chaos, did not notice. Let us give it a try. Finally owning his own mech, Su Bai rubbed his hands together. He had held back for a long time, not entering the mech immediately after it was completed. Now that the 2 enhancements were finished, the Chaos had reached the level of a Sky 3-star. Naturally, he no longer needed to hold back. Taking a step forward, it was as if he merged with Chaos, and without any hindrance, he was enveloped by it. In an instant, numerous neural connectors extended from within Chaos, making contact with Su Bai's body. The initial touch brought a slight pain, But to Subai, that was nothing. Bang. Connection complete. DNA sequence confirmed. Welcome, SkyMech Master Subai. The neural connection was successful, and a mechanical voice echoed in Subai's mind. He understood that this was the autonomous AI of the Chaos Mech. Almost every mech had its own autonomous AI, but the help these AIs could provide was limited, usually just disconnecting the pain nerve link between the mech master and the mech before the mech suffered severe damage. This was to avoid the unbearable pain of being bisected or losing an arm, just like Sun Hani's red moon, which was penetrated by a C-core ray. If the neurons were still connected, that blow could easily cause her to go into shock and suffer from aftereffects. That kind of pain was extremely hard to endure. However, this seemed unnecessary for Subai. His chaos was a mech weapon. It was a close combat mech. If he were bisected or lost an arm, he definitely couldn't protect himself. He realized he had been careless. At this point, Subai understood that he had initially only considered the application of his own abilities, lacking in safety considerations. But it didn't matter. If a mech was destroyed on the battlefield, the survival rate was less than 1%. As for battles in daily life, why would he want to engage in battles? He was a mech mechanic after all. That's right. Even after obtaining a mech, Subai still had a clear understanding of his position. He was a mech mechanic. He enjoyed piloting mechs, and that was to fulfill his dream. At the same time, it was also to have self-defense capabilities. But asking him to go around in a mech looking for sparring? That would be pointless. Working hard to earn money to improve his strength was much more appealing. Money is power, and this point was particularly evident in Subai. As long as he had enough money, he could not only step into the legendary truth level realm, he could even build a fleet at the truth level. Weighing the importance of things, he was quite clear. Huh? What is this? Subai's exclamation came from within chaos. Then, he saw the gaze of chaos instantly shift from azure to crimson. Boom! A black light burst forth from it. The black light rampaged through the maintenance room, enveloping all the metal it touched. Soon, the black light came into contact with another mass of nanometal on the ground, swiftly devouring it like a hunter discovering its prey. Moments later, the black light dissipated, and in Chaos's hand appeared a semi-transparent beam cannon, 5 meters long and with a diameter of 50 centimeters. Buzz! The cannon's muzzle continuously absorbed the surrounding heat, causing the temperature to drop sharply. And through its semi-transparent body, one could see a black mass gathering at its core, even though it was just a small clump. The power contained within it seemed capable of easily destroying a starship. Talented skill. Dark Energy Beam Cannon. After personally confirming his talented skill, Subai dismissed the beam cannon in his hand. He didn't dare to use such power here lightly. He never expected that it would be a dark energy beam cannon, a force that was completely opposite to gravity, actually merging harmoniously with everything. At this moment, Subai became curious about the talent of merging with everything. It seemed that the true power of this talent was far stronger than he had thought. Dark energy can generate a repulsive force opposite to gravity, which was once believed to be the reason for the expansion of the universe. Such energy could actually be controlled by a mech. Even if he only possessed pseudo-dark energy, or just a small portion of it, it was still terrifying. Not only that, after the beam cannon disappeared from Subai's hand, he waved his right hand. A scarlet longsword suddenly appeared in his hand. If the previous dark energy beam cannon had terrifying repulsive force that repelled everything, then this scarlet longsword possessed the opposite force of gravity. Talented skill, Sword of Attraction. It had the powerful ability to attract all metallic substances around it. This meant that within the range of the Sword of Attraction's ability, all mechs, starships, materials containing metal elements, or even living beings would automatically collide with its blade. To put it simply, one could stand still and still kill someone. He never expected. He actually awakened dual talented skills. Does this mean? After confirming that his chaos had awakened dual talented skills, Subai developed a bold idea. Perhaps every enhancement could give birth to new talented skills, not only for himself, but perhaps it could also work on other mechs. This thought, once it arose, began to invade Subai's mind like locusts. He really wanted to test whether it could be done. Unfortunately, he probably couldn't test it for now. There were two methods to conduct the test. One was to enhance a previously enhanced mech. But the three mechs that had been enhanced before were still far from being ready for another enhancement. The other was to find a mech with a talented skill to try. He silently noted this down in his mind, moved his wrist in chaos, confirmed that it was no different from his own, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. However, this special trait seemed a bit useless. Compared to Xiao Mingyin's instant step and Zhao Mingyue's energy control, the special trait of chaos was indeed somewhat inconspicuous. Special trait, Heavenly Eye. After use, it grants extremely strong dynamic vision for a specific period and the ability to see through the opponent's flaws. If this were applied to an ordinary mech master, it could be considered a divine skill. But for a mech mechanic, they were already the group of people who understood MECH the best, and could generally judge where the weaknesses were just by looking at the opponent's mech. At most, it would have some effect when facing star beasts. I was a bit greedy. Subai chuckled at himself. He already possessed two terrifying talented skills, along with a power source and armor that surpassed ordinary starground mechs. Wanting even stronger special traits was indeed a bit greedy. Overall, he was very satisfied with his harvest. More importantly, with the formation of chaos. The system prompt arrived as expected. Ding, the host has successfully created a mech of his own. Time taken for the task. 2 days. Now rewarding. Full control of the interstellar mech shop. Hung Tian level defensive barrier 1. The moment the mechanical voice fell, all the lights in the maintenance room suddenly lit up. At the same time, a lively female voice came from the control panel. Congratulations to the shop owner Su Bai for obtaining full control of the store. Now activating the virtual construction chamber and store expansion permissions. Detection reveals that the store's materials are severely insufficient. Now opening the interstellar logistics purchasing channel. Please check, shop owner. A series of prompts made Su Bai take a moment to organize his thoughts, somewhat puzzled. Virtual construction chamber? The time inside the virtual construction chamber differs from the outside. The flow of time is determined by the level. Based on the current level of the host shop, a level 1 virtual construction chamber can be used, with a time flow rate of 1 to 3. While Su Bai was asking, the control panel provided an answer. The host can practice mech repairs within the virtual construction chamber and create unowned mechs. The intelligence of the system surprised Su Bai, but what delighted him even more was this virtual construction chamber, a dedicated space for practicing mechanical repair skills, where time flows at 1/3 of the outside world. This means that if one spends 3 days in the virtual construction pod, only a day has passed outside. With this, one could completely become a master of time management. Now, I already have the initial strength to build mechas. So, using the virtual construction pod to build a dedicated interstellar repair shop mecha, and then selling it. Seems like it would earn even more. Realizing this, Su Bai's eyes were filled with excitement, and he really wanted to try it out right away. However, he ultimately held back. The expansion rights are understandable, but does it mean I didn't have the qualifications to expand the repair shop before? The expansion rights, well, it's just a literal meaning. I can expand the area of the interstellar repair shop, but this shouldn't require permission, right? That's right. The previous owner of the interstellar repair shop, who hadn't obtained all permissions, was just a worker and couldn't decide whether the repair shop would expand. Even if they blindly expanded, they wouldn't receive support. After hearing the central control's explanation, Su Bai understood. He could expand, but he couldn't have advanced equipment and cutting-edge defenses like the interstellar repair shop. It would be considered an illegal structure. Of course, there's no rush to expand, right? He looked at the 10 repair rooms he currently had, thought for a moment, and decided not to expand for now. With his current ability, he could still manage 10 threat operations simultaneously, but any more would be a bit strenuous and could affect precision and quality. He would wait until his strength improved. Soon, Su Bai shifted his focus to something he was most interested in, the Interstellar Logistics Purchasing Channel. What is the Interstellar Logistics Purchasing Channel? Su Bai was eager to know if this purchasing channel was the same as he imagined. The Interstellar Logistics Purchasing Channel is a shopping channel exclusive to the Interstellar Repair Shop, allowing the purchase of metal materials, core materials, and more through the Interstellar Network. No matter how far apart, they can be delivered within a day, and the price is 80 of the market price. Indeed, after receiving a positive response, Su Bai couldn't help but pump his fist in excitement, unable to suppress the joy on his face. This time, to build a chaos, he owed Zhao Mengyue a favor. The reason is that he, clearly a repair shop owner, didn't he have his own purchasing channel. Now, with the full permissions of the Interstellar Repair Shop opened up, this issue has finally been resolved. From now on, he can directly purchase any materials he needs on the Interstellar network. Most importantly, the central control said it included all metal materials and core materials. There are no distance limitations, and they can arrive within a day, meaning that as long as he has enough star coins, he can obtain countless scarce materials. Although interstellar enhancement can improve the quality of the mecha, there will inevitably be issues where special materials are needed for special maintenance. He can't use interstellar enhancement for even minor wear and tear, right? That's something he can accept, but customers definitely wouldn't. Previously, Subai was not interested in the full permissions of the Interstellar Repair Shop. Now it seems he was just being narrow-minded. This task reward is even comparable to the talent he obtained, at least at the level of the repair shop. It has reached its peak. Subai was very satisfied with this. At the same time, a golden light burst from his feet, spreading like a web throughout the entire Interstellar Repair Shop. Boom! A violent tremor swept through the entire Interstellar Repair Shop. Zhao Mengyue, who was in the hall, was startled. What? What happened this time? Just building a mecha. Does it have to be so frightening? After a series of tremors, Zhao Mengyue had become numb. She was truly shocked into inaction. In her view, everything Subai did had completely exceeded her understanding, whether it was combat mecha armaments or the continuous loud noises. Even now, the golden patterns on the ground made her feel even more terrified than when facing her father. What a joke. Her dad is Zhao Tianming, a peak meteor mecha master. Above him, isn't it the Hung Tian level? Does this golden pattern possess Hung Tian level power? Zhao Mengyue, winky face, no, my scalp is itchy. It feels like I'm about to develop a brain. Whoosh! Just as Zhao Mengyue was racking her brain, the golden patterns had covered the entire Interstellar Repair Shop. Then a terrifying aura erupted, making it hard for her to move. Fortunately, it was just for a moment. This aura completely dissipated, as if everything that happened before was a dream. Only her pale, slightly painful hand reminded Zhao Mengyue that this was not a dream. Just now, she really felt the power of the Heng Tian level. Chapter 30, Can You Show Me? Such a change occurred in the Interstellar Repair Shop. Strangely, the outside world remained peaceful. Unlike the previous commotion caused by Subai, this time the construction of the Hung Tian level defense barrier did not stir a ripple outside. The customers waiting for Subai to open had already taken out their phones in groups. Some were teaming up to enter the Mecha Canyon, while others were live streaming. Even Duan Han, who had been keeping an eye on the Interstellar Repair Shop, did not notice anything unusual. He was still focused on observing the situation in the shop. This kid is really outrageous. Does it need to take this long? Isn't he afraid people can't stand it? It had already been 6 or 7 hours since Zhao Mengyue entered the Interstellar Repair Shop. A man and a woman cooped up in one room for so long. It just doesn't feel right. What a beast. Killing this pair of dogs would be a service to the public. As a single dog, Duan Han didn't expect that just tailing would fill his mouth with dog food. He wouldn't admit he envied Subai's endurance. But with every passing second, his murderous intent grew stronger. In the repair shop, Subai approached the wall of the maintenance room and reached out to touch it. The sensation was no different from before. This is the defense barrier? It doesn't feel any different. Subai found it strange. If it weren't for the terrifying power that had dissipated somewhat earlier, he would suspect he was being fooled by the system. As if sensing Subai's doubt, the central control issued another prompt. The Interstellar Repair Shop has deployed a Hung Tian level defense barrier. The shop owner can rest assured. Subai, he had the right to express doubt about the central control as words. Bang! At that moment, a faint golden light burst forth from his palm, releasing the same aura as before, startling Subai into quickly retracting his right hand. Now, the shop owner should believe it, whether it was his illusion or not. Subai felt that the tone of the central control had a hint of sulkiness. He could only awkwardly smile. Just kidding. You handle things, I'm at ease. Central control. All right, let me see what's going on with the interstellar network. Just now interrupted by the defense barrier. Subai hadn't had the chance to check the interstellar network. He directly instructed the central control to activate it. Whoosh! As soon as Su Bai's voice fell, a light curtain suddenly rose before him, displaying a dazzling array of various metal materials and core materials. He was almost mesmerized. Kryptonite, helium stone, Mangzhong, is there even Star Dream stone? Seeing a pitch-black, irregularly shaped stone in the first column of core power source materials, Su Bai was also a bit surprised. Star Dream stone, above Mangzhong, is generally used as a high-energy material for the core power source of star-falling level mechas, and its rarity is comparable to that of star-falling mecha masters. If one wants to purchase a piece of Star Dream stone in the Blue Star Alliance, they must first prove that they possess the qualifications of a 4-star mecha repair master or higher, and also provide a commission letter from a star-falling mecha master for building or upgrading a mecha. This is to avoid some people maliciously purchasing Star Dream stones for profit. Star-falling mecha masters are absolute powerhouses in the entire Blue Star Alliance. They're also a pillar of strength in the Interstellar Alliance. Above them is Hung Tian. Hung Tian represents the pinnacle of the Blue Star Alliance, and those above Hung Tian have long entered deep space, existing only in legends. Such materials can only be obtained in deep space. I never expected that interstellar logistics would be this powerful. Star Dream Stone could actually be bought at an 80% discount. Seeing the price of Star Dream Stone, Su Bai couldn't help but feel tempted. He really wanted to simply buy the Star Dream Stone through interstellar logistics and then sell it. Even if there's only a 2-layer profit, it would be enough for him to make a fortune. It could match the income from performing 100 interstellar enhancements, a profit of 2 billion star coins. To actually use this to test cadres, Su Bai's eyes turned a bit red, and he took deep breaths to calm himself. There was no way. He had to stay calm. If he really did that, he would definitely be targeted by the Interstellar Alliance. Then how would he explain where the Star Dream Stone came from? Can't explain it. Good, iron bars and tears. Can explain it clearly? Good, Research Institute. No matter how he did it, the result would be losing his freedom. At least not now. I'm still too weak. After calming down, Su Bai shifted his gaze and began to scan the metal materials below. Sure enough, there were many nanometals here, available for purchase. What a pity. Vibranium, illusion gold, magic gold, they all have it? Not bad. Not bad. Now he could consider building mechas for auction from time to time. After browsing the interstellar network, Su Bai's smile almost reached his ears. On the current interstellar network, he could almost buy all the materials under Hung Tian. This means that as long as his mecha repair skills improve, he wouldn't need interstellar enhancements and could directly build star-falling mechas for auction. Great! Today is truly a good day. Su Bai was in a very good mood. After checking the time, he left the maintenance room. Creak! In the hall, Zhao Mingyue, hearing the door of the maintenance room open, quickly stepped forward to Su Bai. This action almost made Su Bai slap her. Fortunately, after realizing it was Zhao Mingyue, he hurriedly withdrew his outstretched hand. Zhao Mingyue, winky face Su Bai, stepping back 2 steps quietly. Zhao Mingyue was a bit scared. Boss Su, were you just about to hit me? Su Bai laughed awkwardly. No, you're overthinking it. He'd been so engrossed and surprised that he completely forgot Zhao Mingyue was still waiting for him in the hall. Luckily, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, with that slap, her cute face might not be preserved. Fortunately, Zhao Mingyue wasn't the type to hold grudges, and it was originally her who was too abrupt. Can I take a look? What? Looking at Zhao Mingyue's hopeful gaze, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. That. Zhao Mingyue, also excited, didn't he articulate clearly and just pointed to Su Bai's right hand resting by his leg. Su Bai. Following Zhao Mingyue's gaze, Su Bai looked at his leg. Isn't that inappropriate? Su Bai assessed Zhao Mingyue. She was indeed beautiful, and her personality was nice too. But this is too fast, not in line with his character. Zhao Mingyue, didn't you promise to show me the mecha weapons? Are you going back on your word? Zhao Mingyue was currently entirely focused on mecha weapons and did not catch Su Bai's undertone. Su Bai, so that is what you meant? Sure. Chapter 31. You can't even guess what you've missed having caused a misunderstanding. Su Bai quickly changed the topic. Wasn't it just wanted to see the chaos? Anyway, he had promised, so he directly reached out to the star ring. Swish! Unlike the usual way of appearing in a mecha, the moment Su Bai touched the star ring, A beam of white light instantly enveloped him. His body leaned back slightly, and in an instant he merged into the chaos. This was something he had specially designed to save time when entering the mecha. In his view, this made it easier to respond to emergencies. A regular mecha couldn't do this. They required a certain boarding time. With the Hung Tian level protective barrier, even if the chaos was heavy, there was no need to worry about it damaging the hull. As the white light dissipated, Su-bai appeared in a black and red mecha, with blue light shining through the imposing head armor. The chaos slightly lowered its head to look at Zhao Mengyue. Zhao Mengyue looked up at the 3-meter-tall chaos, feeling an overwhelming excitement. To her, the chaos was simply a work of art, second only to her Winter Sword Master. There was no way around it. In her heart, her own child was always the most beautiful. No matter how perfect the chaos was, it couldn't compare to her Winter Sword Master. However, aside from the Winter Sword Master, she was willing to call it the strongest. With proportions almost identical to a human, the chaos looked less rigid than ordinary mechas. But the power it exuded made Zhao Mengyue understand that this small body contained strength that was no less than that of an ordinary mecha. At least, in terms of power, her Winter Sword Master was far inferior to the chaos. Unexpectedly, Boss Su, you are actually a mecha master. After not finding Zhou Yunjin, Zhao Mengyue guessed that it was the other party piloting the chaos. Is this what mecha armament is? It doesn't even need boarding time. It can be equipped directly? It's so convenient. Boss Su, what is the name of this mecha? Zhao Mengyue bombarded him with questions like a machine gun. Chaos. Su-bai's magnetic voice came directly from the mouth of the chaos, leaving Zhao Mengyue momentarily stunned. No way. Is this your original voice, Boss Su? Why? You can still maintain your own voice in the mecha. Zhao Mengyue was very puzzled. Generally speaking, while piloting a mecha, communication is possible, but it inevitably mixes with mechanical sounds, which is one of the biggest complaints among many female mecha masters. Even if their voices are like heavenly music, once transmitted through a mecha, they become difficult to express, especially for Xiao Mengyan, who is extremely confident in her voice. This was a thorn in her heart. If Xiao Mengyan knew that Su-bai could emit his original voice through the mecha, that girl would probably go crazy. Although not as crazed as Xiao Mengyan, Zhao Mengyue was also very concerned. She stared intently at the chaos, hoping Su-bai could give her an explanation. It should be related to the size and structural fit of the mecha, right? After pondering for a moment, Su-bai provided this answer. The chaos used a bionic skeleton, and the position of the sound amplification device was very close to the mouth, allowing for perfect restoration of the voice while amplifying it. Ordinary mechas couldn't achieve this, as the weight of the microphone and speaker in a mecha is not significant, and interference from electrical currents inevitably alters the sound. Upon hearing Su-bai's explanation, Zhao Mengyue suddenly understood, but felt a bit disappointed. She understood the reasoning, but she had thought that Su-bai had made some special modifications to the chaos to maintain its original sound. She didn't expect it was due to distance. If that's the case, then there's really no way around it. Ordinary mechas could never achieve what mecha armament could do. What a pity. Setting aside the issue of sound, Zhao Mengyue circled the chaos a couple more times, thoroughly studying it before feeling satisfied. Thank you, Boss Su. I can consider myself the second person in the world to see a combat-class mecha armament. I am honored. She didn't ask Su-bai if he could continue building mecha armaments. She already had her Winter Sword Master. Moreover, even with the chaos right in front of her, she didn't think Su-bai could replicate a mecha armament suitable for her. Everyone has different talents. Indeed, the chaos was strong, but its size had limitations. Just by comparison, Zhao Mengyue could judge that even with the same materials, the power of the chaos was not as good as that of an ordinary mecha of the same level. Sacrificing strength for appearance did not align with the principles of mecha masters. As for why Su-bai chose mecha armament, Zhao Mengyue thought about it and concluded that he was an endlessly talented mechanical engineer, and for him, mechas were just embellishments. So there was no need to care too much about combat power. Her deduction was almost correct, except for one point. The reason Su-bai chose mecha armament was because of his own talent. To others, the power of the chaos was insufficient. That was because they did not have the enhancement of the integration of all things. With the enhancement of the integration of all things, Su-Bai could instantly unleash strength far beyond that of ordinary mechas. And at that moment, the Chaos' high mobility could provide him with countless tactical variations. It can be said that only Su-Bai in the current world had the qualification to use mecha armament. Others could not. All right, thank you, Boss Su. For fulfilling my small wish, I will come again. If there is anything you need, just let me know. Having waited here for several hours just to see the mecha armament with her own eyes, Zhao Mengyue had fulfilled her wish, and with the sky getting late, it was inconvenient to stay longer. Su-Bai smiled and said, "The successful construction of the Chaos owes much to your help." Zhao Mengyue shook her head. "What I provided to Boss Su was just ordinary nanometal and kryptonite. It's still your incredible skills that built such a powerful mecha." This was a heartfelt statement. She didn't know how to describe Su-Bai's terror. Should she say it was turning waste into treasure or turning stone into gold? It was simply miraculous. Although the Chaos still vaguely showed some traces of nanometal, its strength was incomparable. It was at least several times stronger. And as for the core, there was no need to mention it. Although Zhao Mengyue didn't know what the core power source of the Chaos was, she could judge that it was certainly not comparable to kryptonite. The more she witnessed Su-Bai's mechanical skills, the more determined she became to continue advancing and maintaining her skills with Su-Bai. Now, even if there were other star-level mechanical engineers for her to choose from, she would unhesitatingly choose Su-Bai. Even though Su-Bai's repair fees seemed very expensive, after experiencing it, she would find it was incredibly reasonable. Just as Zhao Mengyue was about to leave the mecha shop, her phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Xiao Mengyan. "Airfield, where are you? I've been looking for you at school all day and couldn't find you." Unexpectedly, it was sent by Xiao Mengyan. Seeing that familiar address, Zhao Mengyue narrowed her eyes slightly, mischievously tapping her fingers. "Swordmaster of a generation. He, of course. I'm here with Boss Su, little shorty. You can't even guess what you've missed." After sending this message, without waiting for Xiao Mengyan's reply, Zhao Mengyue directly turned off her phone. At that moment, Xiao Mengyan had just finished her meditation and training and was looking at her phone, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with disbelief. This airfield actually snuck away. What did I miss? Could it be that Boss Su has launched some new activity? It shouldn't be. He didn't post anything on his social circle. Just because of Zhao Mengyue's casual remark, Xiao Mengyan's good mood for the entire day was ruined. She now wanted to rush to the Interstellar Mechanical Repair Shop to see what was going on. Xiao Mengyan glanced at the sky and ultimately gave up on her idea. She kept sending messages to Zhao Mengyue on Douyin, acting like a queen. "What is going on? Explain it to me clearly." Hey. Replied me, "Are you dead? Damn it. You really should wash up. Do you know how disgusting it is to say half a sentence?" However, no matter how many messages she sent, Zhao Mengyue did not reply. This made Xiao Mengyan so furious that her teeth itched. "If you want to tell me, I'll ask Boss Su myself." In the end, Xiao Mengyan had a sudden inspiration and directly asked Su-Bai. She acted like a queen. "Boss Su, are you there? I heard Zhao Mengyue came to see you today. Did she have something to discuss?" Su-Bai glanced at Zhao Mengyue in front of him, then looked at the messages Xiao Mengyan sent, somewhat puzzled. He replied directly, "Nothing much. Just that she helped me a lot." Xiao Mengyan, "Hey." Seeing Su-Bai's reply, she was stunned as if struck by lightning, standing in place for a long time. After a while, she let out a mournful cry. "Oh, damn it. I will not let you go." Almost instantly, Xiao Mengyan thought of how Zhao Mengyue seemed to be frantically purchasing nanometal yesterday. Initially, she only found it a bit strange, but now she completely understood what Zhao Mengyue wanted those nanometals for. Who would have thought? The usually straightforward Zhao Mengyue was so scheming. Ultimately, it was my carelessness. I missed an opportunity to boost my favorability. Xiao Mengyan even felt some regret, thinking she shouldn't have just told Zhao Mengyue that Su-Bai's repair shop was amazing, but should have accompanied her personally. That way, the one who could boost favorability might have been herself. "No way. Zhao Mengyue, you wait for me. Once I master this move, I will definitely make you regret it." Xiao Mengyan clenched her fair fists, gritting her teeth, wishing she could swallow Zhao Mengyue whole. She didn't specifically ask Su Bai what he needed the nanometals for, as she thought with Su Bai's skills, he likely needed them for repairs. In the interstellar repair shop, Zhao Mingyue wore a satisfied smile. It had always been Xiao Mingyan who annoyed her. That scheming little shorty finally had her day of suffering. This joy was almost comparable to witnessing mecha armaments firsthand. Today was truly a good day. Zhao Mingyue spoke cheerfully, waving her hand to say goodbye to Su Bai. Boss Su, goodbye. However, just as her right foot crossed the threshold of the interstellar repair shop, a man in a black robe blocked her path. This caused great dissatisfaction among the people still waiting in line behind her. Hey. What are you doing? Can you please wait in line? How long have we been waiting? It's not appropriate for you to cut in line like this. Exactly. Go to the back of the line, or we won't be polite. Duan Han, hearing this, revealed a cold smile, his tone icy, noisy. Boom. At the same time, he unleashed his star power. The power of a Starwalker Mecha Master was fully displayed at this moment. The terrifying star power enveloped the crowd waiting behind, causing them to instantly lose their ability to move. Those at the forefront were directly crushed by the overwhelming star power. The strongest among them was merely an Earth-level 3-star Mecha Master, unable to withstand the force of a Starwalker. Thud! The sound of people falling echoed one after another. At this moment, Zhao Miyue's expression changed, entering a combat-ready state, her right hand lightly touching her star ring, ready to summon the Winter Sword Master to fight. Duan Han, however, was indifferent to this scene. You can try, whether you can summon your mecha faster, or if my 36 electronic cannon is faster. At this moment, a completely black cannon, with a mouth about 20 centimeters wide, its black barrel flashing blue light and emitting crackling electric arcs, was already aimed at Zhao Mingyue. 36 electronic cannon? Are you for the Cold Light Star? Born into a special family, Zhao Mingyue remained calm even with the cannon aimed at her. In an instant, she guessed the man's identity. Such old-fashioned weaponry was only still in use by the Cold Light Star people. The power of the electronic cannon wasn't too great. But at such a close distance, even a Starwalker mecha, a master, wouldn't fare well. So what? In a moment, you and that mechanic inside will be heading to hell. As he spoke, his face twisted into a snarl, and his sharp-nailed index finger directly pulled the trigger of the electromagnetic cannon. Zhao Mingyue knew she was doomed. In such a short time, she couldn't take any self-rescue measures. Moreover, her life-saving item might not be effective against an attack from the old era. Sigh. Who would have thought? Just before she died, she looked back. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. Whoosh! At that moment, Su Bai had already arrived behind her, directly pulling her into the interstellar repair shop. Bang! At the same time, the electronic cannon fired. A red electric arc shot towards Zhao Mingyue with a roar. The crackling sound like a death whistle. Duan Han's smile had long since twisted into a grin. Today, he could personally end the strongest prodigy of the Blue Star generation. A monster who had broken through to become a Starwalker Mecha Master at a young age. Now he was already imagining what rewards he would receive when he returned. Boom! A loud noise echoed as the electronic cannon violently struck the interior of the interstellar repair shop. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, Duan Han's smile instantly froze. The imagined scene of Zhao Mingyue's fall did not occur. At this moment, Zhao Mingyue, still feeling apprehensive, was staring blankly at Su Bai, who slightly raised an eyebrow beside her. Boss Su, this. Soon she reacted. This was the golden pattern she had seen before, a celestial-level defensive barrier. Sure enough, she had not misinterpreted it. The interstellar repair shop actually had celestial-level power. This Boss Su, truly unfathomable. It should be noted that throughout the entire Blue Star Alliance, and even the Interstellar Alliance, there were very few places with celestial-level defensive capabilities. Either they were interstellar fortresses guarded by celestial mecha masters, or they were experimental bases with powerful mechanics. And now, this seemingly ordinary, no, it couldn't be said to be ordinary, this mysterious and unpredictable repair shop actually had such defensive power? If Zhao Mingyue felt surprised, then Duan Han, whose robe was blown away, was horrified. He was the one who felt the terror of the defensive barrier most directly, and at this moment, Beads of sweat the size of peas were dripping from his pale and somewhat distorted face. His chest heaved continuously, trying to escape from the earlier terrifying emotions. Zhao Mingyue saw the other party's appearance and instantly reacted, quickly informing Su Bai. This Cold Light Star person is not right. He should be a cyborg. Cold Light Star people cannot use star power. That's right. Earlier, due to facing a life-and-death crisis, she had felt a sense of incongruity, but hadn't thought too deeply. Now, seeing the other party's appearance and combining it with the 36 electronic cannon he used, she immediately discovered the clue. This was a Cold Light Star person who could use star power. More accurately, he should be a cyborg combined with a star power core. Such inhumane practices were strictly prohibited throughout the entire Interstellar Alliance. Has the Cold Light Star gone mad? Zhao Mingyue immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly opened her phone to find the emergency communication option. Duan Han, at this moment, also recovered from the residual force of the celestial-level defensive barrier. He looked at Su Bai in front of him, his face twisted. Who exactly are you? He simply couldn't understand how such a small cloud, C, could exhibit this level of power. The identity of the young man before him was likely not simple. At this moment, he was constantly struggling within himself. In his opinion, using a Hung Tian-level power would definitely require a massive amount of energy. And in a short period of time, Su Bai would definitely not be able to activate it a second time. If he entered the interstellar repair shop now, he would surely be able to kill him. But he was also hesitant. He had already missed the opportunity. Even if he could really kill Su Bai, he would definitely be punished by the arriving enforcement team. Forget it. For the sake of my master's great cause, he must be killed today. In the end, Duan Han made a decision. He stretched out his pale, withered right arm and lightly touched the star ring adorned with skull patterns. A dark purple light suddenly erupted. Shortly after, a massive mech, hunched over and almost touching the ground, covered in bone armor, with a face resembling a decaying monster, continuously emitted a faint purple aura as it stood directly at the entrance of the interstellar repair shop. What is this? Seeing this mech, the customers lying on the ground were all startled. They hadn't seen the reason behind Duan Han's previous attack being blocked. Now that Duan Han had entered the mech, their star power had also been recaptured, allowing them to lift their heads and see the scene before them. But this only added to their fear. I have never seen such an eerie mech. The purple aura emitted by this mech makes me feel very uncomfortable. No, can this even be considered a mech? The mech before them exceeded their understanding. Upon closer inspection, they found that it lacked that metallic texture. Instead, it was filled with white bones. Moreover, its hunched shape did not conform to the mainstream skeletal design of mechs. Even armed mechs rarely had such peculiar forms. Even the previous king snake had an arched upper body, but overall it still maintained an upright position. This one, however, was almost lying on the ground. This is... Not only did they fail to recognize it, but even Zhao Mingyue had some doubts. What on earth has happened to Hongguang Star? This shouldn't be considered a mech. Saying this, she turned to Su Bai beside her, who was a powerful mechanic. Perhaps he could recognize the true form of this mech. Unfortunately, at this moment, Su Bai was also somewhat surprised. He indeed did not recognize the mech before him, but he could see a certain shadow of a mech within it. XR584 Universal Type, Starwalker Mech, Field Tiger? Field Tiger? Bosu, you say this is a Field Tiger? The problem is, it doesn't look like it at all. Zhao Mingyue seemed a bit astonished upon hearing the name Field Tiger. Moreover, Field Tigers are generally war mechs equipped by interstellar fleets. Ordinary people have no access to them at all. Her astonishment stemmed from this. If the mech before her was indeed a Field Tiger, then the problem was serious. This indicated that there were traitors within the Blue Star Alliance. The other party even had the ability to obtain a fleet-exclusive mech like the Field Tiger. At this moment, Zhao Mingyue's heart felt cold. This was no longer just a matter of a Hongguang Star modifier. There was likely a larger conspiracy hidden behind it. While she was pondering, Duan Han had already piloted the Field Tiger charging towards the interstellar repair shop. The titanium big knife in his hand directly swung out, and the strange purple aura crazily swept towards the vibrating gold wall of the repair shop, attempting to corrode it. The hunched body at this moment twisted, and the titanium big knife in his hand swept horizontally towards the entrance of the repair shop, just as it was about to touch the wall at the entrance. Its joints twisted at a non-human-like 90 degrees. It directly stabbed towards Zhao Mengyue and Su Bai inside the interstellar repair shop. Bang! Golden light flashed. The field tiger piloted by Duan Han was sent flying out. The terrifying backlash left the mech's fierce right arm empty, and the entire mech flew out. Customers on the ground saw the massive object about to fall and panicked, fleeing in all directions. Boom! The field tiger landed, and the hundreds of tons of the mech instantly left a large pit on the ground. Meanwhile, Duan Han inside the mech was completely dazed. The immense force just now had knocked him over, and his internal organs had suffered significant damage from the shock. Coughing up a mouthful of green blood, he looked towards the interstellar repair shop with despair in his eyes. Impossible. Impossible. How can this level of energy be used continuously? Ha ha. How is that possible? His eyes turned red, blood vessels filled his eyes, and he forcibly made the field tiger stand up. A crazed voice emanating from within. You won't come out, huh? Then today, I will level this area to the ground. As soon as the words fell, the purple aura on his body erupted, sweeping outwards. The purple aura touched the ground and instantly corroded it into deep pits like a woodworm. He was preparing for a desperate fight. He wanted to drag these people down with him. Zhao Mengyue looked at the mad Duan Han, her hands clenched tightly, and due to the excessive force, even bruises appeared. Biting her silver teeth, she finally took a step forward. Stop. In her view, Duan Han was coming for her. She couldn't just stand by and watch him harm innocent people, especially since most of these people were this year's candidates. They were the hope of the Blue Star Alliance, the future of Huaxia. However, just as she was prepared to bravely face death, a hand pressed on her shoulder. Su Bai's magnetic voice sounded. Let me handle this. Boss Su, you. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Zhao Mengyue was just about to stop him. Unfortunately, Su Bai had already stepped forward, his eyes flashing with cold light. He was indeed genuinely angry. Duan Han's actions had crossed Su Bai's bottom line. Originally, he had not intended to let the other party go when they came for the interstellar repair shop. Moreover, now he was actually going to harm his customers and had turned the entrance of his repair shop into a mess. If this matter got out, would anyone dare to come to him for upgrades and repairs in the future? Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. Moreover, the income of the repair shop was the source of Su Bai's strength. Duan Han was undoubtedly doomed. Seeing Su Bai's expression, Zhao Mengyue couldn't help but retract her head. She didn't dare to persuade him further. She just felt a warmth in her heart. She didn't expect. Boss Su was also such a one who took the lead, had a sense of righteousness, and was willing to shed blood for the future of Huaxia, a peerless hero. Now, in her eyes, Su Bai seemed to carry a filter, even stirring up a hint of inexplicable feelings. Even a heroic woman like Zhao Mengyue couldn't help but fantasize about the scenario of a hero saving the damsel in distress. Her beloved drove an unparalleled mech, stepping on the vast starry sky, saving her from fire and water, and rescuing all living beings. Naturally, Su Bai had no idea that Zhao Mengyue had added so much drama to him. To be honest, he wasn't that great. He would take action naturally because he was confident. If he really encountered an unstoppable strong enemy, what choice he would make would only be clear at that time. The moment Su Bai stepped out of the mech shop, Duan Han's eyes flashed red, and the one-armed field tiger charged directly at Su Bai, with that strange purple aura wrapping around it again. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Duan Han's mouth. How naive. The lives of these ants are nothing compared to your precious life. At this moment, he was happy. If he could perish alongside those customers, Duan Han would find it absolutely worthwhile. His main purpose was to use these people to force Su Bai out, but he wasn't entirely sure. Fortunately, Su Bai really came out. At this point, he unleashed all his strength. The remaining left arm gripped forcefully from within the bone armor behind him. In an instant, a bone sickle appeared in his left hand. Almost the moment the bone sickle materialized, the purple aura behind him instantly enveloped it. When the corrosive purple aura, capable of eroding both metal and ground, touched the bone sickle, it caused no damage at all. Instead, it directly merged into it, transforming into a fierce tiger phantom. Talent skill: purple corrupt tiger sickle. Roar. The tiger's shadow howled, carrying immense power and rushing towards Su Bai like a thunderclap. Boom! A loud explosion. Smoke filled the air as Duan Han halted his advance, laughing maniacally. Ha ha, this time. It was worth it. He knew that making such a huge commotion meant he couldn't escape. But before dying, being able to slay Su Bai meant he had made a significant contribution. Oh, what is worth it? A magnetic voice interrupted his laughter. Duan Han struggled to confidently command the field tiger to turn around. He saw a red and black mech armor, looking deep and imposing, had appeared in front of him at some point. Mech armor? Upon seeing the chaos, Duan Han was first stunned, then immediately looked down on it. I thought it was something impressive, but it's just a nimble mech armor that dodged an attack. But what can you do with this little thing? In Duan Han's eyes, the mech armor, which was only about 3 meters tall and even smaller than his own head, couldn't stir up any trouble. At most, it was fast and a bit troublesome to deal with. As long as he aimed well, he could send it on its way with a single strike. Is that so? However, what responded to him was Su Bai's cold voice. Soon, Duan Han noticed the flickering blue light in the chaos's eyes, that terrifying energy fluctuation, which made him shiver. At that moment, the information of Field Tiger also flashed in Su Bai's mind. Mutated skeletal mech, corrupt tiger. Length, 31 meters. Weight, 500 tons. Engine power, 15 million kilowatts. Thrust, 500 million kilograms. The original mech Field Tiger was formed by twisting the mech skeleton through special energy transformation and enhancing its corrosive power. The weak point is the connection between the upper and lower limbs and the lumbar spine. This mutated mech, which had rarely been seen before, was fully revealed under the influence of the special trait, Heavenly Eye, unlike the method of retrieving mech information from the database. Heavenly Eye was more like a giant search engine directly connected to the entire starry sky. Any mech that had been manufactured, even if it wasn't in the Star Alliance's database, could be recognized by Heavenly Eye as long as it had a trace. Earlier, Su Bai had thought that the Heavenly Eye trait was somewhat useless. He didn't expect to use it so soon. Corrupt tiger? Su Bai spoke softly. However, this sentence struck Duan Han like thunder. His planned attack came to a halt as he looked at Su Bai in disbelief. You? How do you know the name Corrupt Tiger? This is a mech created by our master. Even the Blue Star Alliance cannot obtain any information about it. Who on earth are you? Could it be someone from the organization? Duan Han now doubted Su Bai's identity, suspecting he might be one of their own. After all, the name Corrupt Tiger was absolutely known only to people within their organization. Wouldn't that be like a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple? If he really killed the monstrous mech engineer secretly cultivated by the organization, the result was obvious. Just as Duan Han was stiffening, Su Bai's emotionless voice came out, "The one who will kill you." At the same time, in his hand, a pitch-black great sword with a faint metallic sheen appeared. The moment this giant sword appeared, all the metallic materials around seemed to lose control and rapidly surged toward the giant sword. Those customers' phones, the right arm of the Corrupt Tiger that had been severed, and the shattered titanium sword powder. As the metallic materials gathered, the originally 10-meter black sword began to expand continuously. In the sky, clouds and mist surrounded it. Resembling an inverted tornado, on the ground, debris floated as if it had lost gravity. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters, until it reached 40 meters. Duan Han was horrified to find that his Corrupt Tiger had actually gone out of control. It was rushing toward the direction pointed by the sword's edge. Talent skill. Sword attraction. No. Impossible. You can't do this. Duan Han was now completely terrified by Su Bai's methods. Whether it was the previous Hung Tian-level defense array or the mech armor that dodged his deadly strike, the ability to easily recognize the Corrupt Tiger mech he piloted, and now this 40-meter sword cutting through the air, pointing toward the heavenly gate. Endless regret surged in his heart. Duan Han wondered why he had been blinded by greed, why he hadn't followed the master's orders, why provoke such a calamity. But it was too late. Rip! The sword of attraction easily split the Corrupt Tiger in two, along with Duan Han inside it. Boom! In an instant, an explosion sounded, flames scattered, and a mech explosion firework shone in the sky above the interstellar mech shop. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With Duan Han's fall, Subai also walked out from the chaos. Looking at the figure in white, untainted by dust, the crowd who had retreated far behind couldn't help but swallow hard. Just now, what was that technique? Talent skill? How could there be such a talent skill? No, this boss Su is not a mech engineer. Why does he possess such powerful combat strength? That was a Star Walker mech master, and he was actually killed by a mech engineer. Boss Su looks like he's not much older than us. How did he manage to elevate both mech engineering and mech combat skills to such a high level at this age? No way. It seems he used mech armor. Have combat mech armors really been developed? How could mech armor possess such terrifying power? I don't understand. Not understanding is correct. Before coming here, I didn't understand anything, and now I understand even less. You understand the art of nonsense. Sure enough, I was just here to make up the numbers. Those who survived the calamity felt much more relaxed at this moment. The earlier pressure and fear were now replaced by relief as they looked at Subai ahead, filled with immense gratitude. Although Duan Han had come for Subai, they were just collateral damage, but if Subai hadn't acted, they would have surely fallen at Duan Han's hands. This was undoubtedly a life-saving grace. Zhao Mingyue looked at Subai, who was slowly walking toward her heart racing under the filter's effect. At the same time, she felt a bit ashamed for underestimating Subai's strength. She never expected that mech armor could possess such power. It had crossed a significant tier to slice down a Star Walker mech. Even if Duan Han was severely injured by the defensive array, he was not something a Sky mech could match. Is this boss Su's talent skill, seemingly possessing the ability to attract all surrounding metallic materials? If it were on the interstellar battlefield, this move would likely become a devastating weapon. Zhao Mingyue, who had been extremely interested in various fleet formations and mech techniques since childhood, almost immediately saw the terrifying aspect of the Sword of Attraction. This move might not be the strongest in a 1v1 situation, but its true terror lies in chaotic battles. Whether disrupting the enemy's deployment or having outstanding area damage capabilities. Now Subai was only a Sky Mech Master. What if he grew to Starfall or even Hung Tian? That would be strategic level combat power. A single person could rival at least 30 people in an interstellar fleet. Boss Su, you, seeing Subai up close? Zhao Mingyue was momentarily at a loss for words. After 1,000 words, it ultimately turned into a simple thank you. Thank you, Boss Su, for your help this time. But there seem to be quite a few witnesses today. I'm afraid there will be some inquiries later. In Zhao Mingyue's view, Subai's talent is at least SS level or above, and the fact that he hasn't entered the Mecha University indicates that he has his own ideas. However, this incident today is unlikely to be kept under wraps. It's just that she doesn't know what Subai plans to do about it. Subai, upon hearing this, didn't seem to mind. It's fine, just answer truthfully when the time comes. Since the other party can even get a tiger, hiding what happened today is almost impossible. Rather than that, it might be better to leverage the power of the enforcers in the fleet, at least making sure the petty criminals don't dare to go too far in public. In fact, Subai was already prepared to stay in the interstellar repair shop. As long as he was in the repair shop, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. He now had the expansion rights, making it easy to set up a room. He understood the principle of not standing under a dangerous wall. Just then, several sounds of breaking through the air rang out. Boom, boom. 3 star-treading mechas appeared almost simultaneously above the interstellar repair shop. Upon seeing these 3 mechas, Subai raised his eyebrows. The leader was a mecha covered with light blue armor, with a unique swirling circular thruster at the back of its legs, unlike ordinary mecha's particle thrusters. And it had the same device on its arms. DS-584, a speed-type star-treading mecha, Vortex. It stood 32 meters tall, weighed 540 tons, had an engine power of 22 million kilowatts, and a thrust of 620 million kilograms. Behind it was a mecha with red and yellow colors all over, wielding a red titanium longsword in its left hand and a yellow beam sword in its right arm, completely encased in heavy armor, with a headscarf on top. Fu 574, a power-type, star-treading mecha, twin ninja. It stood 30 meters tall, weighed 600 tons, had an engine power of 21 million kilowatts and a thrust of 650 million kilograms. Next to the twin ninja was a slender, snow-white mecha covered in various beam cannons, plasma guns, and precision electronic pulse cannons. BC-623, an ARM-type, star-treading mecha, snow cannon. It stood 30 meters tall, weighed 480 tons, with an exterior weight of 120 tons, had an engine power of 24 million kilowatts, and a thrust of 650 million kilograms. As these three mechas appeared above the interstellar repair shop, the customers who were still discussing instantly fell silent. The chatter abruptly stopped. After recognizing the visitors, Zhao Mingyue's eyes changed slightly. Yunlong Squad? Vortex, Twin Ninja, Snow Cannon. These three mechas were too recognizable. They belonged to the Yunlong Squad, hailed as the strongest star-treading squad in Nanjing. She just didn't expect the Yunlong Squad would appear in Yanhai. Shouldn't they be on star defense? Upon hearing Zhao Mingyue mention the name of the Yunlong Squad, Subai was also somewhat surprised. That strongest squad in Nanjing? Yes, that's right. They shouldn't be here. Zhao Mingyue also considered whether this was sent by Zhao Tianming, but quickly dismissed that guess. She had made it clear that the arrival was just a wounded star-treading one-star cold light star cyborg. There was no need for the Yunlong Squad to take action themselves. While she was puzzled, the mechas in the sky had already descended. Then, three figures stepped out. The leader was a young man with a stern expression. Behind him was a young man with slightly yellow hair and a curious gaze looking around. And behind the yellow-haired youth was a beautiful girl with silver hair and an excellent figure, her gaze shifting between Su Bai and Zhao Mingyue. Did you do this? The captain of the Yunlong Squad, Xing Yunlong, approached Su Bai and directly asked. He completely ignored Zhao Mingyue beside him and stared intently at Su Bai. Old Xing, don't be so serious, you'll scare the kids. The yellow-haired Lin Huang patted Xing Yunlong on the shoulder and smiled at Su Bai and Zhao Mingyue. I'm Lin Huang. Old Xing is just like this. Don't mind him. All right, you two stop messing around. We're here on a mission. The last one, and Shui, rolled her eyes at the two and smiled at Su Bai and Zhao Mingyue. Let's first ask you two what exactly happened. Chapter 36, could you please say that again? Hearing in Shui's inquiry, Zhao Mingyue looked at Su Bai with her eyes for confirmation. After Su Bai slightly nodded, she directly informed the other party about what had happened earlier. Of course, she did not mention that the interstellar repair shop had a Hung Tian-level defense barrier. She only talked about Duan Han's situation and how Su Bai had killed him. When Zhao Mingyue mentioned that Duan Han was a modified person from Hongguang Star, she could clearly see that the expressions of Xing Yunlong and the others were not good. And when she mentioned that the mech used by the opponent was a modified Changhu, boom! Xing Yunlong's star power erupted, causing a wave of energy to sweep through, clearly furious. Sure enough, there are traitors in the fleet. Has the rat from the modification cult infiltrated this deeply? Hey, old Xing. Huang Lin hurriedly interrupted Xing Yunlong as soon as he mentioned the modification cult, clearly indicating that this name was not suitable to mention in front of outsiders. Xing Yunlong did not care about this, and Shui then reminded Zhao Mingyue and Su Bai, you two must not leak what you just heard, or it could end up in the interstellar court. Su Bai was indifferent to this, but Zhao Mingyue's heart sank. Is it a cult? Huh, you actually know about cults? Who are you? Hearing Zhao Mingyue mention the term cult, and Shui and the others were a bit surprised. This term is generally unknown to ordinary MECH University students. Zhao Mingyue, a freshman at Shanghai University. Zhao Mingyue simply introduced herself. After hearing that she was from Shanghai University, the expressions of the few relaxed a bit. So she's a student from Shanghai. It's not surprising that she knows about cults. That's right. This modification cult is a cult organization that has been very active recently. And the reason we are here is because of them, and Shui said lightly. Now, Zhao Mingyue finally understood why the strongest team in Nanjing, the Yunlong team, would appear here. They were originally here to track that modification cult. It seemed they had been monitoring this modification cult for a long time. All right, we have a general understanding of the situation. May I ask how to address this young brother? After understanding the course of events, Xing Yunlong turned his gaze to the silent Su Bai. According to Zhao Mingyue, it was Su Bai who had killed Duan Han. Although the strength of a modified person from Hongguang Star was not too strong, They were still star-tracking mech masters, and the young Su Bai in front of them possessed such strength which surprised all three of them. Su Bai, the owner of the interstellar repair shop. Su Bai smiled and pointed to the interstellar repair shop behind him. Only then did Xing Yunlong and the others notice the interstellar repair shop behind them, and they were momentarily stunned. The walls of the repair shop seemed to be made of vibrating gold. No way. You're the owner? That means you were a repair master? They never expected that someone who could kill a star-tracking mech master would actually be a repair master. Moreover, even the walls of his repair shop were made of vibrating gold. Even Xing Yunlong developed a strong interest in Su Bai at this moment. Huang Lin directly approached Su Bai and grabbed both of his hands. Young brother, how is your repair level? My Shuangren just had a small issue. Can you take a look? Huang Lin appeared frivolous, but he was actually very perceptive. Upon seeing the exterior of the interstellar repair shop and recalling Su Bai's strength, he immediately sensed that Su Bai was extraordinary. Perhaps this young man in front of him was a star-level repair master. After Huang Lin spoke, Xing Yunlong and In Shui also reacted, looking at Su Bai with great interest. They seemed to want to know if he was indeed what they thought. Su Bai looked at the excited Huang Lin, pondered for a moment, and said lightly, "My level is okay. All right then, how about you take a look for me?" Huang Lin took Su Bai's modesty as a sign of humility, directly pulling him into the interstellar repair shop without hesitation. Seeing Huang Lin so enthusiastic, and since he didn't plan to go back today, Su Bai decided to help him check. However, while entering the repair shop, Su Bai still kindly reminded, "My repairs are not cheap. No problem. I have money." In Huang Lin's view, his Shuangren just had a small problem, and at most it would cost 1 million star coins to fix. Watching Huang Lin and Su Bai go in, Xing Yunlong and In Shui exchanged glances and followed them in. They were also curious about what level of skill this shop owner Su Bai had. Zhao Mingyue originally wanted to go in and watch too, but it was getting late and she had to return to school. Moreover, the person Zhao Tianming arranged to protect her was already waiting outside the interstellar repair shop. "Forget it. I'll come back next time." Shaking her head slightly, Zhao Mingyue walked towards the woman in uniform and smiled. "Aunt Zhang, I didn't expect it to be you." Aunt Zhang looked at Zhao Mingyue and smiled helplessly, reaching out to tap her smooth forehead. "You have no idea. You just scared your dad half to death, and he quickly contacted me to check the situation." "I understand." Zhao Mingyue smiled bitterly. Indeed, her relationship with her dad was quite good. After all, they were father and daughter. But she really did not want to return to the Zhao family. Sigh. "All right, let's send you back. How did you find this repair shop?" "It looks pretty good." Aunt Zhang naturally understood Zhao Mingyue's thoughts and didn't say much, but instead asked about the situation of the interstellar repair shop. Upon hearing this question, Zhao Mingyue suddenly became spirited and began to chatter about Su Bai's wonders. Aunt Zhang was taken aback. "This Su Bai is really as amazing as you say?" She had never seen Zhao Mingyue so praise a man of similar age, and her tone carried a teasing implication. Of course, Zhao Mingyue did not catch the hidden meaning in Aunt Zhang's words and nodded vigorously, her tone firm. "Xiao Yiye has grown up." Aunt Zhang sighed upon seeing this, thinking about whether to tell Zhao Tianming about this matter. Forget it. It's said that a father grows increasingly angry the more he looks at his son-in-law, so it's better not to make the commander suffer. According to his temper, if he really found out that his daughter was taken away by someone, he could probably launch an interstellar cruise missile directly. He might even mobilize his personal guard to put Su Bai under severe interrogation. Don't be fooled by Zhao Tianming's usual carefree demeanor. Those who know him understand that this commander is completely a daughter control. He'll find out one day anyway. Aunt Zhang smiled faintly and stopped talking about Su Bai, instead starting to chat about family matters. At the same time, she drove her floating car towards Yundu. Not long after Zhao Mingyue and Aunt Zhang left the interstellar repair shop, Huang Lin's exclamation suddenly rang out in the shop. How much did you say?" "Huh. So little brother, my ears aren't very good lately. Could you please say that again?" Huang Lin looked at Su Bai with a complex gaze at this moment. It was really Su Bai's quote just now that caught him off guard. "Oh, there are two options. The price for the highest level one is 180 million star coins." Su Bai repeated what he said. Now, not only Huang Lin, but even In Shui and Xing Yunlong looked at Su Bai with strange expressions. "Young man, don't be so absurd. No matter how you look at it, the Schwangren in front of you is just slightly worn. Even if the most expensive materials are used, it definitely wouldn't exceed 10 million star coins. Yet Subai opened his mouth and asked for 180 million star coins. This price is almost the same as that of Schwangren. You have to know, the Schwangren is a star-tracking mech with innate skills. You just want to charge the price of a mech for some minor repairs. What is going on? Are you using Hung Tian alloy for the repair materials? Ahem. What about the other option? Huang Lin finally swallowed and prepared to listen to the price of the other repair method that Subai mentioned. The quote from the other party would determine whether he would label him as a profiteer. The other option was relatively cheap, only 1 million star coins. Subai directly stated the second method, which was to restore the worn-out areas. With his current abilities, it was easy for him to accomplish. And as for the metal materials, they could be purchased through the interstellar network without much effort. Upon hearing the second price, Huang Lin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This was the normal price he had previously considered. While secretly removing the profiteer label from Subai, he was also puzzled. Why? Was there such a huge price difference between the two options? Not only Huang Lin, but Xing Yunlong and Shui were also curious after hearing Subai's second quote. The other party obviously knew what the normal repair cost for minerware was. So, why would he quote an exorbitant repair fee of 180 million star coins? Was there some clue hidden within? Subai didn't keep them in suspense. 180 million could allow the Schwangren to awaken its second talent skill and a special proficiency. As for the 1 million star coins, it was just to repair the worn-out areas of the Schwangren. When he was inspecting the Schwangren earlier, a system prompt appeared before him. Ding! Detected the treading star mech. Current mech qualifies for third-tier enhancement. After enhancement, mech potential will increase and can obtain a mid-tier talent skill, as well as a special proficiency. Earlier, Subai was still wondering if a mech with a talent skill could awaken a second talent skill. Now he had the answer. It was indeed possible. A third-tier interstellar enhancement required 1,000 interstellar points, which converted to 10 million star coins, so asking for 180 million wasn't too expensive at all. Mainly, he was concerned that if he asked for too high a price, not many could afford it. Not counting the Schwangren, the price of a general-purpose treading star mech was around 10 million, and raising it 18 times would be hard for most people to bear. Even among mech masters, those with talent skills and those without had a qualitative difference. Their ability to earn star coins was entirely different. Subai's words were thunderous, leaving the three present in a daze. The large repair room instantly fell silent, especially Huang Lin. After hearing Subai mention awakening the second talent skill and the special proficiency, he could no longer absorb any further words from Subai. His mind was consumed with those phrases. As his gaze grew increasingly fiery, his heartbeat unconsciously quickened. 180 million star coins. He gritted his teeth and realized he could still come up with that amount, though it would be a significant strain, nearly all his savings from the past few years. But if it could truly give the Schwangren such a significant boost, he believed it was worth it. With 2 talent skills, he could even challenge Xing Yunlong and become the captain of the Yunlong team. Is this true? The first to speak was not Huang Lin, but Xing Yunlong, who directly asked before him. There was no way. Subai's offer was simply too tempting. Almost no mech master could withstand such temptation. A second talent skill. Such occurrences exist, but they are extremely rare. Only some incredibly powerful star-level mechs have a 1 in a billion chance of possessing a second talent skill. Now this young man in front of him claimed that for just 180 million star coins, he could give a mech a second talent skill, and even a special proficiency. Xing Yunlong had seen many grand scenes, but he had never encountered such a scenario. It was simply unbelievable. Of course, he didn't fully believe Subai's words, still holding a skeptical look in his eyes. That's right, we can sign a contract. Subai continued to employ the power of contracts. Now, the three could no longer sit still. They knew the binding power of a contract was extremely strong if violated. One would have to pay more than 10 times in compensation. What if you can't afford the compensation? That's simple. Just go to interstellar prison or undergo border transformation. They were familiar with such matters. All right, let us go with the 180 million option. I'll sign the contract with you right now. Huang Lin could no longer sit still. He immediately accepted Su by S terms, fearing that this opportunity might only come once, and if Xing Yunlong and Shui got ahead of him, he would be heartbroken. Sure enough, Shui and Xing Yunlong both sighed after hearing Huang Lin speak. Sigh? Too late. They were longtime teammates, and no matter how tempting it was, they could not raise the price to compete. Besides, this was originally Huang Lin's opportunity. They felt a bit sour in their hearts, lamenting that they might have missed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Okay, just a moment. Seeing Huang Lin choose the first option, Su Bai wasn't too surprised. Since the other party could have a Shuangren mech and was a member of the strongest team in Nanjiang, he should have some resources, right? After tapping on the central control, a contract appeared in his hand, which Su Bai directly handed to Huang Lin. Huang Lin quickly scanned the contract upon receiving it and signed it without any hesitation. Ding! 180 million star coins have been credited. With the arrival of the 180 million star coins, Su Bai's account now had a staggering 200 million. Even if he closed the shop and did nothing now, it would be enough for him to live a wealthy life, getting whatever he wanted. Indeed, MECH are really expensive. After a slight sigh, Su Bai let the three leave the repair room, looking at the Shuangren in front of him and thinking about Huang Lin's talent. Su Bai rubbed his chin. Could it be gold and fire dual attributes? This was the first time he had seen someone with dual attribute talents. Indeed, Huang Lin, who possessed the Shuangren, was a rare dual attribute talent holder, having both gold and fire attributes. Unfortunately, his gold and fire attribute levels were not high, only C-level talents. And together, they only elevated his talent to B-level. But it was still quite rare. To some extent, the rarity of dual attributes was not inferior to S-level. The first talent skill was the Gungjin Blade, then the second talent skill would be very suitable. With a choice in mind, Su Bai directly touched the Shuangren in front of him with his right hand. Third-tier interstellar enhancement starting. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and 4 hours went by. Outside, Huang Lin kept peeking into the repair room, but unfortunately, Su Bai always chose to seal the repair room during enhancements or repairs. So even if he strained his eyes, he couldn't see what was happening inside. Seeing Huang Lin like this, and Shui couldn't help but laugh. You've already paid and signed a contract, being anxious one help. Ha. And Shui, don't just stand there talking without any pain. If it were you, wouldn't you be excited? Don't you want to see what is going on? Huang Lin rolled his eyes at Shui. His tone slightly elevated as he thought about soon obtaining a second talent skill. I'm not excited. It's not my mech anyway. At this point, Shui also puffed out her cheeks, and her gaze shifted. But, do you really think this is possible? I don't know, but I believe in him. Huang Lin hesitated for a moment, but nodded. For some reason, I feel that this boss Su is very mysterious. He seems very young, yet gives me an unfathomable feeling. Your feeling is correct. Even I can't see through this boss Su. Xing Yunlong picked up the conversation. Moreover, he was able to defeat the mutated Scene Tiger and kill Duan Han, which proves that his strength is not below ours. I'm really looking forward to it. If he can truly allow the Shuangren to gain dual talent skills, we will have witnessed history. Xing Yunlong finished speaking and crossed his arms over his chest, silently staring in the direction of the maintenance room. And Shui and Huang Lin also fell silent, eagerly anticipating Su Bai's masterpiece. Boom! At that moment, a loud explosion rang out, followed by a wave of heat sweeping towards the three from the maintenance room's door. The scorching heat rushed in, creating waves of warmth. The heat wave surged, and Xing Yunlong and the others hurriedly mobilized their star power to defend against it. Under the influence of the star power, the heat wave bypassed the three and struck the vibrating gold wall. The temperature so high that it caused the wall to turn slightly red. What is going on? Huang Lin was the most anxious upon witnessing this change. After all, his dual ninja was still in the maintenance room. With such an explosion and high-temperature airwaves coming from inside, he couldn't help but worry about whether his dual ninja was still okay. It can't have exploded, right? And Shui, noticing Huang Lin's anxiety, couldn't help but tease him, though she also had some doubts. It was just a maintenance mech. Even if it awakened a talent skill, it shouldn't create such a commotion. Only Xing Yunlong remained calm, his gaze fixed on the maintenance room's door. Crack! Just then, the maintenance room door swung open, and Xing Yunlong charged in before Huang Lin could react. Huang Lin exclaimed in panic. Old Xing, you're being unethical. That's my dual ninja. The thought that he wasn't the first to see his own dual ninja was even more painful than killing Huang Lin. Who told you to be so slow? And Shui took advantage of Huang Lin's despair, stepping out with her long legs, making her way directly to the maintenance room. Huang Lin could no longer hold back. You two, don't go too far. Stop right there. Not only was it bad enough that he wasn't the first to see his own mech, but now he had even fallen to third place. How could he accept that? He directly used star power, flames wrapping around his feet, and with a burst, he charged towards the maintenance room. Bang! However, as soon as he entered the maintenance room, he collided directly with Xing Yunlong, who was wearing armor. It was fair to say he crashed into a metal plate. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Old Xing, what are you doing? Why don't you stand further in? Huang Lin's voice suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He looked up and saw his dual ninja in front of him. At this moment, the headscarf on the dual ninja had changed from its previous yellow-red pattern to a brilliant gold color, and its entire body seemed to be clad in glazed armor. The texture elevated beyond a single level compared to before. Not only that, but the mech's height had also reached 35 meters. The height of a stepping star mech is typically between 30 and 50 meters, and anything above that is classified as a breaking star mech. The dual ninja was originally a stepping star 1-star mech, only 30 meters tall, and now was comparable to a breaking star 3-star mech in height. The titanium longsword in its left hand had disappeared and been replaced with a completely black blade, while the beam sword in its right hand had also changed, now radiating white light instead of yellow. Black gold? Energy sword? And Shui immediately recognized the two revitalized weapons in front of her. As a mech master specializing in armed mechs, her ability to discern weapons and materials far surpassed Huang Lin's. Conversely, she was even more shocked. She couldn't understand how Su Bai managed to enhance Huang Lin's dual blades to this extent in such a short time. Whether it was black gold or energy swords, both were top-tier materials among stepping star-grade materials. Moreover, they were extremely rare. Just the enhancement of these two weapons, and Shui estimated, was worth at least 50 million star coins. In contrast, Huang Lin was moved to tears as he looked at the dual ninja before him. Not to mention anything else, just based on its appearance. It was worth at least 80 million. Now he completely believed Su Bai's words. In such a short time, Su Bai had made a tremendous change to the dual ninja. Boss Su, can I give it a try? For a moment, Huang Lin was so stunned that he forgot the mech in front of him actually belonged to him. Su Bai smiled and nodded. Of course, this is your mech. With Su Bai's permission, Huang Lin could no longer contain his excited heart and leaped directly into the dual ninja. As a neural link connected successfully, the glazed armor on the dual ninja instantly flickered with flames, making the mech even more extraordinary. Huang Lin moved his arms and legs, feeling that his movements were not only effortless but even easier than before. He soon discovered the reason. Half-star cloudstone, half-light seed? Upon seeing his core power source, Huang Lin couldn't help but exclaim. This exclamation was naturally heard by Xing Yunlong and Shui, both of whom had expressions full of regret. If they had known Su Bai's repairability was so extraordinary, they would have tried to speak up first. But such enhancement probably could only be done once, right? Just the materials might not even be enough. Huang Lin, you really hit the jackpot. Xing Yunlong sighed helplessly, and Shui nodded, her tone somewhat sour. That's just the luck of a fool. How about you not feel sour? Just think about what the dual ninja was like before, and now what it was like. Not to mention appearance, not to mention weapons. Even the core power source had changed to half-star cloudstone, half-light seed. The star cloudstone is the core power source material for breaking star mechs. Although it was only half, its power source still far exceeded the limits of stepping star mechs. Even if Su Bai hadn't allowed the dual ninja to successfully awaken a talent skill, Huang Lin wouldn't be at a loss. But could that be possible? A top-notch mech repair master who could transform a mech to this extent in such a short time, would he let it go to waste? For hours. Su Bai did all this in just 4 hours. What could an average star-level mech repair master do in 4 hours? At most, they could just change the paint job, right? Now, they looked at Su Bai with newfound respect. Not to mention that he possessed combat power that was not inferior to theirs at such a young age. Just his mech repair skills were enough to make them look up to him. It really is a double talent skill. Soon, Huang Lin's voice rang out again. Even though he was separated by the mech, they could still hear the slight cracking in his voice. Wait a minute. Let's try somewhere else. Subai looked at the eager Huang Lin and directly led the three outside to test. After all, this place had already become a mess after the previous battle, so it was better to test it out there. Open the hatch. Subai spoke calmly, and then the ceiling above the maintenance room instantly opened to the sides. This was something he discovered after gaining full permissions. It turned out that the ceiling of each maintenance room could be opened directly, facilitating the exit of MECHs. For this, Xing Yunlong and the others were not surprised, as many repair shops had similar setups. Moreover, their hearts were all focused on the newly awakened talent skill of the dual ninja. Xing Yunlong and Shui were both curious about what second talent skill Huang Lin had obtained. After all, this came from Subai's hands. After witnessing his methods, what kind of power did this talent skill possess? It was truly intriguing. Buzz. Soon, the dual ninja left the maintenance room and arrived at the entrance. Due to the earlier commotion, those who had been waiting in line had already left. What happened today had frightened them, and with the arrival of Yunlong's team, waiting at the entrance no longer held much significance. They would just wait for the news tomorrow. The scene outside the interstellar repair shop was still in disarray. Xie Yunlong and the other two didn't contact logistics at first. Looking around at the surroundings, and Shui patted her smooth forehead. Oh no, I forgot to inform the Yinhai law enforcement team. They should have sent someone to tidy up the scene. When they arrived, they did inform the Yinhai law enforcement team, but the other party wouldn't act recklessly without a response from the three. However, after seeing Subai, Huang Lin chose to repair the mecha. In the back and forth, they ended up forgetting about it. No matter. This way, Huang Lin could act freely. Otherwise, they would have to make adjustments later. Xie Yunlong didn't mind this. In fact, it was more convenient for Huang Lin to act. Inside Shuangren, Huang Lin could no longer suppress his excitement. With his left hand raised high, the black gold long blade glimmered under the moonlight, making the originally translucent black blade appear as if covered by a layer of white gauze, while the golden light shone brilliantly, instantly enveloping the entire blade. Swish! At the same time, the energy sword in his right hand was drawn out in a flash, emitting a pure white beam that instantly transformed into a pattern resembling a flame wolf. At the same time, crimson flames ignited, and the fiery energy surged into the sky. Almost the moment the crimson flames ignited, Shuangren swung his right arm fiercely, causing the energy sword to slash down onto the black gold long blade. This scene made Shui exclaim in surprise. Has Huang Lin gone mad? Is he trying to damage the energy sword? He clearly used the Gungjin blade. So why is he slashing the black gold long blade with the energy sword? In contrast, Xie Yunlong said nothing. Only his gaze shifted slightly, deep in thought. Boom! A loud explosion shattered Shui's doubts in an instant. The moment the energy sword touched the black gold long blade, it surprisingly covered it instantly. The crimson flames wrapping around the Gungjin blade, and amidst the golden light, a massive red cross soared into the sky. This cross was about 100 meters long, shooting straight up as if to split the heavens. The winds changed, and the surrounding airflow became chaotic under the influence of this cross, forming tornadoes. Boom! Boom! With the cross rising into the sky, explosions erupted continuously, and countless air masses burst forth in the sky. When the cross reached its peak, the high temperature evaporated the clouds and mist, scorching the sky, making the originally pitch-black night sky dazzling like dawn. A mushroom cloud erupted in the sky, and a shockwave instantly covered the entire Yinhai. The whole Yinhai shook for a moment. It was already midnight, and many people who were sleeping were awakened by this tremor, their drowsy eyes instantly clearing. What happened? An earthquake? It shouldn't be. It's been ages since we had an earthquake since entering the interstellar era. Could it be that the fleet is researching new weapons? This weapon scale is almost comparable to a nuclear bomb, right? Which good person is testing weapons in the middle of the night? Please act like a human. Fortunately, this tremor was fleeting, and after a long wait without a second occurrence, everyone returned to their dreams. At this moment, Xie Yunlong and Shui at the scene were completely stunned. They felt the tremor more acutely, making it even harder to believe. To know, Huang Lin's strike was aimed at the heavens, and the explosion occurred at a height of 1,000 meters. Even so, it had such power. One could imagine the impact if it were truly used against mechas or star beasts. According to their judgment, this strike was nearly comparable to a full power attack from a high-level Star Treader. Yet they were only Star Treader level 1. Was it necessary to be this outrageous? Regret. All that filled their hearts now was regret. If they had known this talent technique was so powerful, they should never have let Huang Lin have it so easily. Xie Yunlong rubbed his temples hard. He was now feeling a bit of a headache. With Huang Lin's personality, after acquiring such a killing technique, he was afraid he would be continuously challenged. And Shui puffed out her cheeks. She and Huang Lin were originally on par in strength, but now, she had been left behind. How's my Gungjin Qian / Shuangren raised the dual blades in his hands, looking down at Xie Yunlong and in Shui, sounding quite smug. He also didn't expect that the second talent technique awakened by Su Bai would be so powerful. More importantly, it perfectly matched his first talent technique. Truly miraculous. That 180 million spent was worth it, directly raising his strength by several tiers. This isn't over yet. As if sensing that Xie Yunlong and Shui had turned green with envy, Huang Lin's teasing voice came from Shuangren, and then he brought his hands together. The dual blades in his hands instantly merged into one. Energy wrapped around the black gold blade, enhancing its original sharpness. And with the infusion of energy, it could also achieve an energy impact effect. Special characteristics, dual blades combined. At this moment, and Shui could no longer hold back. What the hell? Is this ever going to end? In her view, such a characteristic that could merge weapons into one while incorporating the advantages of both was simply something she had always dreamed of. After all, she piloted an armed mecha. The feature was that it had plenty of weapons. If she had this characteristic, she could probably play around with it. If Huang Lin's second talent technique had already made her envious, now with the special characteristic, it was no longer envy, but outright jealousy. Even though the three were longtime friends at this moment, and Shui wished she could take Huang Lin's place, it was simply infuriating. Seeing this scene, Xie Yunlong's heart sank even further. Oh no! It seemed his position as captain was in jeopardy. Swish! Swish! The two almost simultaneously turned their gazes towards Su Bai, knowing the possibility was slim. But they still tentatively inquired, Boss Su, is it possible to carry out such enhancements again? Xie Yunlong was being unusually polite for the first time, but he had to maintain a respectful attitude towards Su Bai, who was an extraordinary mechanic. Due to his identity, Xie Yunlong had seen quite a few star-level mechanics. But he could guarantee that no one could achieve what Su Bai did, elevating a mecha to such a level in such a short time. If Huang Lin hadn't been able to operate it skillfully from the first try, and there were some similarities between the two, he would have suspected that Su Bai had replaced Huang Lin's mecha. Hearing Xie Yunlong speak, and Shui quickly chimed in, "Don't worry. Money isn't an issue. 180 million. If needed, we could just take on more missions and save for a few more years. As long as we can improve, that's negotiable." The two looked eagerly, anticipating Su Bai's response. Su Bai shook his head upon seeing this. The hope in Shui's eyes instantly shattered, and she could only show a wry smile. Yeah, such a level of enhancement. How could there be a second time? We were just thinking too much. Xie Yunlong remained silent, only shaking his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, it was already incredible for such a miracle to happen once. He was foolishly hoping for a second miracle. One could only say Huang Lin's luck was truly good. It's too late today, let's come back tomorrow. However, Su Bai's next words left them once again in a daze. Their originally blank expressions turned into confusion, and then into ecstatic joy. Su, Boss Su, you mean to say we can carry out such enhancements again? In excitement, and Shui even bit her tongue, but she couldn't care about the pain and hurriedly asked. Of course. Su Bai looked at the two with a somewhat strange expression. He should have made his point very clear. Okay, no problem. We'll be there first thing tomorrow morning. No, we'll wait right at the door tonight. Xie Yunlong also changed his usual calm demeanor and said this in a rush. Having missed once, He didn't want to miss a second time. At this moment, Huang Lin had already left the double endurance and felt genuinely happy seeing the two of them like this. Although his dream of becoming a captain was shattered after the captain's enhancement. They were a small team, a whole, and with the overall strength improved, they could take on higher difficulty tasks, thus earning more money for the next enhancement. After this enhancement, Huang Lin was already convinced by Su Bai. He couldn't imagine how to get by without Su Bai's enhancements. You guys take your time. I'm going to rest first. Ignoring the three, Su Bai directly returned to the interstellar repair shop. It was almost midnight, and he definitely needed a rest. As the door of the interstellar repair shop closed, only Xing Yunlong and the other two remained outside. Who would have thought that the team hailed as the strongest in Nanjing, the Yunlong team, would willingly guard outside a repair shop just for a chance to enhance by spending money? Beep, beep, beep. Shortly after Su Bai closed the shop, several hover cars appeared outside the interstellar repair shop. They were the Yunhai law enforcement team, who were monitoring the situation at the shop. Upon seeing the Gung Jin Qian slash, they couldn't wait any longer and directly moved in to check the situation. The hover cars were equipped with a lot of high-quality gear, ready to engage in a fierce battle at any moment. A middle-aged man slowly got out of one of the hover cars and was somewhat surprised to see the three standing at the door. Yunlong, are you all okay? Why didn't you notify us? Xing Yunlong forced a smile as he looked at him. Captain Zhang, we were just about to notify you when you came. Zhang Lei, the captain of the Yunhai law enforcement team, looked at the three with a furrowed brow. He felt that things were not simple. Do you know what that attack was about earlier? Oh, that? It's my new skill. I just mastered it recently and wanted to give it a try. Sorry. Huang Lin directly admitted, knowing that the truth couldn't be hidden. By the way, Captain Zhang, when did Yunhai get such a repair shop? The chief negotiator of the Yunlong team, and Shui, revealed a sweet smile, wanting to extract some information from Zhang Lei. Their irritation was partly due to the fact that they were all from Nanjing, although the institutions and cities were different. The interstellar repair shop should be a treasure for all of Nanjing. No, for the entire Star Alliance. How could they not make it public? What? You mean the one behind you? Zhang Lei then looked at the interstellar repair shop behind them. Even he, who had seen a lot, was stunned by the shop made entirely of vibrating gold. What the hell? When did we in Yunhai get such a repair shop? Seeing his expression, which did not seem to be fake, the anger in Xing Yunlong and the others gradually dissipated, but they still felt a bit disdainful. Zhang Lei was really incompetent. How could he not know about such a treasure in his jurisdiction? He even let the scum of the cult launch an attack on it. This was a serious dereliction of duty. Zhang Lei's mood was also unpleasant, although he didn't know Su Bai's repair skills. The fact that such a repair shop was in his jurisdiction and he didn't know about it was unacceptable. After all, this was a repair shop of very high standards. Shouldn't it have been reported? Xiaoli, this is your responsibility. You explain what's going on. Zhang Lei's tone was somewhat cold, and Xiaoli, who was called out, immediately shrank his neck. He cautiously stepped out of the lineup. Captain Zhang, this was still an abandoned warehouse a few days ago. They said they were going to open a repair shop. I didn't expect it would change this much in just a few days. Useless. How many times have I told you that everything must be personally verified and reported truthfully? You just go by your feelings? Zhang Lei was clearly angry. Their law enforcement team's principle was to demand truthfulness, no matter what others did. It had to be so in his jurisdiction. Xiaoli had clearly crossed his line. Hearing this, Xiaoli hurriedly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Captain. This matter is indeed my negligence. I am willing to accept punishment. I'll deduct 2 months' salary from you. You have no objections, right? Zhang Lei immediately decided on Xiaoli's punishment. Xiaoli felt a bit pained, but had nothing to say, only hurriedly agreeing. I have no objections. He also understood that if he had made such a mistake on a normal day, he would probably only have his salary deducted for half a month. But now that the Yunlong team's people were here, he had lost the face of the Yunhai law enforcement team. Being heavily punished was also understandable. He could only accept his bad luck and decided in his heart to personally inspect things in the future. All right, the attacker has been dealt with, but the surrounding damage is significant. You can start repairs now. Xing Yunlong quietly watched Zhang Lei perform, then moved on from the matter. It should be like this. Zhang Lei looked at the surrounding wreckage, feeling alarmed by the previous battle. Fortunately, this was not in the center of Yunhai City. Otherwise, the losses would be incalculable. Although there was considerable damage to the ground, at least there were no casualties. Repairs like this would be completed quickly. This was one of the benefits of entering the interstellar age, as the repair period for general ground or buildings had been greatly shortened. There would no longer be issues with failing to deliver on time. Zhonglei immediately arranged for people to start the repairs. By the way, the area within 100 meters in front of the repair shop should all be transformed into training ground materials. Xing Yunlong suddenly said, leaving Zhonglei somewhat puzzled. Why is that? Zhonglei indeed didn't quite understand Xing Yunlong's intention. Building a training ground with materials in the 100-meter range outside the repair shop? Did he mean to have people test the repairs after the mechas were fixed? That could completely be done after the repairs were finished. There was no need to set up a 100-meter training ground. He didn't understand, completely didn't understand. In fact, Xing Yunlong had his own selfish motives. Once this area was built, it would not be so convenient for him to test his moves tomorrow. This is the price for your oversight. Of course, the specific compensation needs to be discussed with the shop owner. Xing Yunlong directly stated the most appropriate reason, one that no one could find fault with. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Zhonglei fell into deep thought. No matter what, Subai was the victim in this matter. Being attacked by the Reformation cult would lead to the fall of any ordinary person. Moreover, it was indeed his own oversight that allowed the scum of the Reformation cult to launch this attack. Giving some compensation was only normal. First, they would build the area outside to show their apology, and then discussing compensation would be easier. That sounded good. In the end, Zhonglei chose to compromise, deciding to use training ground materials for the 100-meter range outside the interstellar repair shop. Wasn't too expensive, and it was a good way to express his apology. With the decision made, the Yunhai law enforcement team immediately began construction. An hour later, the area outside the interstellar repair shop had been restored to its original state. Or rather, it was even more exquisite than before. The 100-meter stretch in front of the shop was entirely replaced with training ground materials, which were made of a thermal induction metal that could also generate a defensive barrier around the metal, providing strong defense. With this construction, they could fully unleash the power of their mechs. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xing Yunlong nodded in satisfaction. Zhonglei looked at the three who were still standing in place and felt somewhat suspicious. Aren't you three leaving? According to the norm, the Yunlong team should be very busy, yet you all look completely unhurried, even having the time to watch us restore everything. This left Zhonglei puzzled, and Xue smiled and replied, It's fine, we're going to wait here for another night to prevent the scum of the Reformation cult from taking advantage of the situation. There is no need for that. We will send people to guard here. You all are usually busy, so you should take a good rest today. This is my Yunhai's calamity. How can I trouble you further? Zhonglei sensed a hint of conspiracy in Xue's words. He didn't believe that the other party would specifically guard outside an ordinary repair shop. There must be hidden motives. It's fine. We are all part of the law enforcement department in Huaxia, and we are all from Nanjiang. So why should we stand apart? We are not working hard. Huang Lin interjected at this moment. Wanting to let them leave? Not a chance. In that case, I won't persuade you anymore, but since you are so dedicated, we certainly can't fall behind. I will also guard here today. Zhonglei ultimately revealed a meaningful smile, choosing not to engage with them, no matter what their intentions were. He would also stay here. The other law enforcement team members immediately darkened their faces upon hearing this. They were being made to work overtime for no reason, and it was truly exhausting. Unfortunately, since Zhonglei wasn't leaving, they dared not leave either. As for Xing Yunlong, he had no objections. It was impossible to let them go anyway. After all, the interstellar repair shop was in Yunhai, and everyone was considered colleagues, so if they wanted to wait, then let them wait. Thus, an unusual scene appeared outside the interstellar repair shop. 4 Star Machine armor engineers and 20 members of the Yunhai law enforcement team were stationed at the shop's entrance, waiting until dawn. Yunhai Xie family. Bang! In the Xie family's reception room, a man in a black robe was filled with a murderous aura. With a wave of his right hand, he shattered an antique vase placed beside him. Through the black robe and mask, it was clear that he was now burning with rage. Waste. Truly waste. He was ordered not to act rashly, yet he dared to disobey. Most importantly, he was even killed in retaliation. When did our Reformed Church accept such useless people? Damn it. It's really damn it. Now, not only the law enforcement team, but even the Yunlong team has noticed the situation in Yunhai. Is he planning to summon the interstellar fleet? The man in the black robe kept breathing heavily. Beside him, Xie Hao could only keep his head down. No one dared to provoke this man. Next to him, a red-haired woman dressed in a black leather corset and short shorts. Her long legs accentuated, couldn't he help but shake her head. My lord, I think Duan Han really doesn't know who he is. It's very possible he's been brainwashed by someone else. If one observed closely, they would notice that this red-haired woman was different from Duan Han and the man in the black robe. Her eyes were not vertical pupils. She was not from the Hongguang Star people, but looked more like a Blue Star person. Is that so? The tone of the man in the black robe made it difficult to ascertain his emotions as he looked meaningfully at the red-haired woman. Of course, I am willing to take his place to keep an eye on that interstellar repair shop for my lord. The red-haired woman continued, her gaze fixed on the man in the black robe. Boom! Suddenly, a force pulled her towards the man in the black robe, and her fair neck was instantly grasped in his hand. In terror, she looked at him. His eyes were like a deep abyss, icy cold. Humph. You're not any better off. Are you still planning to watch that interstellar repair shop? Do you want to make the commotion even bigger? Are you trying to expose us completely? You need to know your own identity. As he spoke, the man in the black robe tightened his grip, suffocating the red-haired woman. Bang. Finally, the man in the black robe released his right hand, and the red-haired woman fell to the ground, gasping for breath. She was filled with fear. She quickly knelt down, revealing her graceful curves, and lowered her head. My lord, it was Yu Ming who was reckless. But Yu Ming guarantees that all of this is for the sake of our lord's great cause, with no ulterior motives. Please punish me, my lord. Humph. The man in the black robe snorted coldly upon hearing this. Forget about the interstellar repair shop for now. You should go to Yanhai No. One high school and make contact with that girl from the Sun family. If you don't handle this well, you know what will happen. Your subordinate obeys. Yu Ming hurriedly replied, leaving the CF family in a rush. Upon reaching outside, she touched the claw marks on her neck, her gaze turning cold. Still haven't seen his true form. After she left, the man in the black robe looked at the silent Xie Hao. Go. Send someone to keep an eye on her. Those not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Even if she has joined the Reformed Church, I still don't trust her. Yes, Xie Hao replied, and then left, leaving the man in the black robe standing alone. He looked down at his right hand, disdain evident in his vertical pupils, and then forcefully shook it off. So dirty. The sky was clear, with clouds filling the sky. An array of sunlight unveiled the morning's curtain. At this moment, outside the interstellar repair shop, 2 rows of law enforcement team members were all sporting dark circles under their eyes, yawning continuously. It's already 10 o'clock. Why isn't this repair shop open yet? I really can't believe it. What kind of good shop opens at 10 o'clock? This is ridiculous. Exactly. Some shops open early at 7, and even the later ones open by 9. Is this repair shop practicing health preservation? If you can open, then open. If not, just close the shop. Don't be so willful. They were just ordinary law enforcement team members who hadn't rested the previous day and had now stayed up all night. Their mentality was collapsing. The main issue was, if they were on a mission, it would be understandable, but they were actually waiting for someone to open the shop. It was simply unbearable. Captain Zhang, if it's not working, just go back to rest. We're fine here, Huang Lin said with an awkward smile, looking at Zhang Lei. The Star Machine armor engineers had strong physical qualities. Staying up for a few days and nights was fine, but ordinary team members clearly couldn't handle it. Yeah, these comrades have worked hard. It's not fair to make them wait like this. What if something urgent happens? How can they enforce the law then? And Xue chimed in, having been persuading Zhang Lei to leave all night. They were mainly worried that once the shop opened, these people would take away Su Bai's time. They couldn't wait even a moment. They just wanted Su Bai to enhance them. Xing Yunlong silently watched the 2 of them perform their little act, neither stopping nor helping, only silently giving them a thumbs up in his heart. Well done, go back and get a chicken leg. Zhang Lei looked at the 2 with poor acting skills and forced back a smile. After this night, he was convinced that there must be a big secret inside the interstellar repair shop. Otherwise, Huang Lin and Xue Wunti go to such lengths to try and drive him away. What a joke. This is my territory. Even if you are from a Yunlong team, don't think you could drive me away. Would I, Zhonglei, lose face? At first, Zhonglei would argue with the two, but now, he just responded with a smile. I want to leave. What can you do? Like a stubborn piece of gum, Huang Lin and Shui could only give up. Crack. Just then, the door of the interstellar repair shop finally opened. As soon as Subai opened the door, he saw the scene in front of him. Subai, what's going on? I shouldn't have done anything wrong. So why are there so many law enforcement team members guarding my shop? Could it be that the old man bought black assets at the beginning? Now, they want to recover them? His first thought was that his unreliable father had put him in a predicament. However, the moment he opened the door, and Shui, who was still arguing with Zhonglei, immediately dashed into the repair shop. Unfortunately, in front of her, Xing Yunlong had already reached Subai. Captain, this is really not fair. Seeing the captain in front of her, and Shui's pretty face instantly fell. She had put in a lot of effort and words to try to get Zhonglei to leave, but here her captain was silently taking the first place without saying a word. Cough, cough. Anyway, it was agreed. Just wait a little longer. Xing Yunlong was completely unconcerned about this. It was just a matter of first come, first served. He wasn't using his power to suppress anyone. He was just quick on the uptake. Okay? This scene left Zhang Lei dumbfounded. The moment he saw Subai, he had only one feeling. Young. The owner of the interstellar repair shop was surprisingly young. And then came the confusion. How could such a young shop owner make Xing Yunlong and Shui wait all night? Moreover, judging by Shui's expression, she seemed quite dissatisfied with Xing Yunlong being ahead of her. What on earth was going on? He had never seen such a scene. He had thought that the interstellar repair shop was not simple, but he never expected it to be this bizarre. What level of mechanical repair could a young person have? Was Xing Yunlong hurt in the head by that scum from the modification church yesterday? Or did the other party have some kind of deceptive means that made Xing Yunlong regard Su Bai as a powerful mechanic? Not just him. The law enforcement team members behind him were also completely blank. No way. Yunlong's team waited all night just for this young man? This young man looked like he was hardly older than my daughter. Are they crazy? And they made us wait all night too. Crazy. Completely crazy. Their hearts, already filled with resentment, were now on the verge of breaking down, unable to accept it. Bosu, I still want to strengthen what we agreed on yesterday. Xing Yunlong had no time to care about them and directly spoke to Subai. Subai nodded and handed him a contract. Here, sign it. Xing Yunlong took the contract and signed it without even looking. This left Zhang Lei stunned again. What the heck? He signed without even reading the contract? Was it because it was too cheap? 8 billion star coins have been credited to the account. However, Subai's transfer notification rang out at just the right moment. What the heck? How much? Xing Yunlong, are you crazy? You signed a contract for such a large amount without even glancing at it. Are you planning to buy a mecha here, or what? Captain Xing is confused. Zhang Lei completely exploded. Everything in front of him had exceeded his comprehension. Unable to restrain himself, he tried to dissuade Xing Yunlong. Their law enforcement team, affiliated with the Interstellar Fleet and Special Operations Team, was still just a Star-Step mecha master. Saving up money wasn't easy. This could wipe out several years of savings. Unfortunately, Xing Yunlong ignored his words, instead smiling. So can we start now? Come in, by the way. There are too many people, just a few in the hall will do. Subai said as he led Xing Yunlong into the repair room. Then Huang Lin and Shui also followed in. Zhonglei looked at the three, gritted his teeth. You all wait here, I'm going to take a look. Saying that, he entered the interstellar repair shop as well, leaving behind many law enforcement team members, all looking bewildered. Oh, what does this mean? We still have to wait. We can't go on like this. After entering the interstellar repair shop and seeing the facilities inside, Zhang Lei's eyes lit up. He never expected that such a top-tier repair shop would be quietly opened in his jurisdiction. There were hardly a few shops of this level in all of Huaxia. Their Yanhai was really impressive. At the same time, he became even more curious about what exactly Xing Yunlong planned to do with the huge sum of 8 billion star coins. I want to see what secrets this interstellar repair shop hides. That could make Yunlong's team act this way. At this moment, Xing Yunlong had already arrived at the repair room, lightly touching the star ring with his right hand, and the vortex appeared in the repair room in an instant. Boss Su, please. Xing Yunlong clasped his hands together and said to Su Bai before leaving the repair room and returning to the hall. After he left, Subai stroked his chin with his right hand. S-grade talent, Star Leap. I didn't expect the second S-grade talent owner I met to be this captain of Yunlong's team. It makes sense. If not, he couldn't have become the captain of the strongest team in Nanjiang at such a young age. However, the Star Leap talent is very special. A variant of physical enhancement talents. It allows for jumps based on 1-star power, which is somewhat similar to some spatial talents in novels. No wonder the structure of Vortex is so unique. The vortex-shaped particle thrusters on the limbs must be specially designed to allow the mecha to complete the leap action. The first talent skill of Vortex is also very simple, which is Starry Leap. It allows the mecha to perform jumps, and this talent skill can have remarkable effects in battles. But it doesn't have any direct attack methods. Since that's the case, this skill should fit him very well. After pondering for a moment, Subai decided on the enhancement direction. He lightly touched the right leg of Vortex. Third level enhancement activated. A faint blue glow accompanied by starlight instantly enveloped Vortex. In the hall, seeing Xing Yunlong return, Zhang Lei couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to supervise in person? This is a contract worth 8 billion star coins. You really are generous. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to spend such a large sum on enhancement. This is enough to buy another mecha, one with a talent skill." Hearing Zhang Lei's words, Xing Yunlong remained silent. This left Zhang Lei feeling quite helpless. Seeing Zhang Lei so persistent, Huang Lin patted his shoulder. "Captain Zhang, old Xing is just like that. Don't take it to heart. We've waited this long, and let's not hide it from you. I advise you to prepare the money quickly. Don't let it be too late." Huang Lin's words made Zhang Lei not believe a single punctuation mark. This guy was known as a big liar in Yunlong's team. He had previously tried every means to get him to leave, and now he was advising him to prepare money? Zhang Lei even suspected that this was a play they were putting on with Subai, aimed at punishing him for his negligence yesterday. No witties. I'll just take a look. Zhang Lei's calm demeanor left Huang Lin feeling helpless. This guy really wouldn't listen. Let him go. But he insisted on staying, and now, after waiting so long, he was told to prepare money. He said he was just going to watch. Ha ha. And Shui couldn't hold back her laughter. "It's fine. You guys chat. You guys chat." She didn't want Zhang Lei to prepare the money right now. Otherwise, what would happen if he cut in line, letting the captain get ahead of her for enhancement, and Shui was already feeling uncomfortable. Zhang Lei could forget about copying that. Seeing in Shui smile, Zhang Lei became even more convinced of his guess. They must be setting him up. "Hey, I want to fall for it. I'm just playing." They were discussing in the hall, but it was tough for the law enforcement team members outside. Some members had even fallen asleep standing up, while others silently took notes on Zhang Lei. Captain Zhang was indeed not being considerate. "When the time comes, I must report this." "Exactly. This is seriously delaying our work time. We must get an explanation. You better be careful. I'm keeping an eye on you." "But what do you think? What kind of magic does this interstellar repair shop have?" I saw Captain Xing almost without hesitation transfer 8 billion star coins. That's 8 billion. Based on my salary, I would have to work my whole life. This is indeed a huge sum for us, but for those Star-Step Mecha Masters, it could be earned back in just a few years. In this world, strength is the only way. What can we do? At most, we can only become Sky Mecha Masters. Star-Step Mecha Masters are out of the question. Although they earn a lot, it is also dangerous. This time, the transformation of the Vatican has them at the forefront, so it can be said that risk and reward coexist. Well, we're doing well too. At least we have no worries about food and clothing, and life is relatively comfortable. Of course. Except for now, most of the members of the enforcement team are Mecha Masters around the level of Earth 7 stars, with 1 or 2 being Sky 1-star Mecha Masters. Their strength is not as good as Zhao Mengyue and Xiao Mingyan. However, this is the reality of ordinary people. Not everyone possesses such high talent, nor can everyone become powerful. They can awaken E-level and D-level talents and pilot mechas, which already surpasses many untalented individuals. One should consider issues relevant to their current stage, so they can find contentment and happiness. Buzzing just as everyone was chatting, a sudden roaring sound came from the machine repair shop in front of them. The roar startled many members of the enforcement team who were standing and dozing off. What is going on? An enemy attack. Is it possible that the captain and the others are fighting? That can't be right. What would the captain have to fight with the Yunlong team? Meanwhile, in the hall, Xing Yunlong was so excited that he clenched his fists. The fluctuations coming from the repair room felt incredibly familiar to his star leap, even evoking a sense of yearning. He understood. This is the power of space. It seems that Boss Su has successfully enhanced it. This enhancement took longer than yesterday's Huang Lin's double ninja enhancement. It has been almost 5 hours now. But Xing Yunlong felt no impatience. He understood the uniqueness of his vortex, and enhancing it is naturally more difficult than double ninja. After sensing this fluctuation, he believed that all the waiting was worth it. Huang Lin and Meng also understood what this meant after experiencing yesterday's incident and cast congratulatory glances at Xing Yunlong. Only Zhang Lei was still confused. The power that just leaked from the repair room door even made his heart race. He caught a glimpse of the waste paper under the table twisting under that power, and then the piece in the middle disappeared. This is undoubtedly the power of space. This unexpected change made him anxious to understand what exactly happened. Crack, just at that moment, the door of the repair room swung open. Xing Yunlong wasted no time and directly used Star Leap to jump into the repair room. And Shui and Huang Lin hurriedly followed. Zhang Lei was not willing to fall behind either. Upon entering the repair room, Zhang Lei couldn't help but rub his eyes. The scene before him was hard to believe. How much time has passed? What on earth did this young man do? Is this the reason why Xing Yunlong was willing to spend 180 million? At that moment, Zhang Lei suddenly understood the intentions of the others. Why they tried every means to trick him into leaving at first. Why Xing Yunlong would unhesitatingly transfer such a huge sum. Why Huang Lin would persuade him to prepare money. The fool was actually me? What came into view was a completely transparent, deep blue light armor adorned with streaks of starlight. The particle thrusters at the back of the legs resembled a galaxy more than the previous vortex. And similarly on the arms, extending from a galaxy were 2 transparent blades, giving the vortex a more murderous intent. Zhang Lei stared at the newly refreshed vortex, his eyes wide open, envy written all over his face. Just in terms of visual effects, the vortex had improved significantly. Is this what 180 million enhancement looks like? It really has something to it. Zhang Lei couldn't help but marvel. But it didn't stop there. Hearing Zhang Lei's words, Huang Lin unconsciously replied, "Who told him not to prepare money beforehand? Now it's just right to hit him a little." Zhang Lei was somewhat puzzled. This isn't over yet. The overall materials have been upgraded. Even the core has been enhanced. It should be about done, right? Could it possibly awaken a second talent skill? Zhang Lei, unwilling to be outdone, directly countered, looking at Huang Lin with a smile, eager to hear how he would explain. "You guessed this too?" Huang Lin smiled faintly. Hand behind his back. "Just watch closely." Zhang Lei. Why is he so confident? It can't be, can it? The vortex already has a talent skill. He had never heard of anyone being able to make a mecha with a talent skill awaken a second talent skill. Even awakening one talent skill is already extremely difficult. Some high-star mecha masters can indeed help mechas without talent skills awaken talent skills. This is because the mecha itself has not awakened before. They only assisted in completing that awakening process. But how can a mecha that has already awakened give birth to a second talent skill? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Lei was very certain that Huang Lin was tricking him, so he simply ignored his words. Buzz at that moment, the ceiling of the repair room suddenly opened. Xing Yunlong quickly dashed into the vortex, and once the neural link was established, starlight flickered in the vortex's eyes. Suddenly, the vortex soared into the sky, directly leaving the repair room. Zhang Lei. He's just leaving like this? What's going on? Is Xing Yunlong going crazy? Driving off just like that? It shouldn't be. He has already paid. Zhang Lei truly couldn't comprehend this operation. However, after Huang Lin and Shui exchanged glances, they directly walked out the door. Especially Shui. Her eyes were already filled with anticipation. After all, it would soon be her turn. Now let us see what talent skill the captain has awakened. As the captain, Xing Yunlong relies on the special skill of Star Sky Leap, allowing him to perform various difficult actions unexpectedly. However, the lack of attack power has always been a point of criticism for Xing Yunlong. They all felt that space fluctuation earlier, if nothing unexpected happened. Xing Yunlong was very likely to have awakened an attack-type talent skill. This would be a tremendous boost for their Yunlong team. What is going on? What is this? The members of the enforcement team outside the interstellar repair shop were still chatting when they suddenly saw the vortex descending from the sky, instantly going on high alert. An enemy attack? Has the transformation Vatican gotten so bold? No, that seems to be Xing's team vortex. How is that possible? I've seen Xing's team vortex. It doesn't look like this. Huh, don't say, although the materials look different, the structure seems to be the same. Enough chatter. Get out of the way. It's about to land. Saying this, everyone scattered, clearing the area in front of the interstellar repair shop, buzzing as everyone moved aside. The vortex had already landed at the entrance of the repair shop. Looking at the suddenly arrived vortex, everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do. At this moment, Huang Lin and Shui and the still confused Zhang Lei appear before them. The enforcement team members finally found their backbone. Captain Zhang. This unidentified mecha has suddenly appeared here. What should we do? Zhang Lei glanced at everyone. This is Xing Yunlong's vortex. Hearing Zhang Lei's words, the person who recognized the vortex immediately put their hands on their hips and raised their head high. See, I told you it was the vortex. What the hell? It really is the vortex? What on earth happened? I remember the vortex didn't look like this. Could it be? This is the 180 million enhancement? It really does look like it. Indeed. Just looking at its appearance, it doesn't seem cheap, but 180 million still feels a bit pricey. At this moment, they, like Zhang Lei, no longer felt that Xing Yunlong had been too impulsive earlier. Just from the material and core upgrades alone, it was worth at least 50 million. If they added a bit for the appearance, it could reach about 80 million star coins. But there was still a small target premium. Suddenly, a voice came from the vortex, "Stay back." Although they didn't know why he said that, everyone obeyed and exited the training ground. Once they saw that there was no one around, the stars above the vortex began to shimmer. The star clouds on his limbs slowly started to rotate, as if a galaxy was flashing in the training ground. Boom! At the same time, the ground suddenly began to tremble, the stones on the ground shattered, and the barrier of the training ground quickly rose. With his arms crossed in front of him, Vortex pushed forward forcefully. Rip! An invisible force seemed to tear apart the surrounding space, with black cracks swirling in the training ground. This terrifying wave slammed against the barrier, and cracks like spiderwebs began to appear on the barrier that could withstand the full power of a star-breaking mech master. Talent skill, Dimensional Rupture, using the power of Star Leap to rapidly strike the surrounding space, causing a cutting effect. At the moment this scene appeared, Zhang Lei's mouth dropped open as if it could fit a fist. The members of the law enforcement team thought they were hallucinating due to lack of rest. Am I dreaming? It doesn't hurt. It must be a dream. Get lost. Of course it doesn't hurt. You're pinching me. No way. Has Vortex changed his talent skill? I've never heard of talent skills being able to change. This was also what Zhang Lei thought. He still didn't believe that Vortex had awakened a second talent skill. Is this the power of Boss Su? Can he really make talent skills change? Zhang Lei tentatively asked Huang Lin. Huang Lin gave him a meaningful look. You'll know if you keep watching. Soon, the figure of Vortex suddenly disappeared in front of everyone and instantly appeared behind them. Starry Sky Leap? How? How is this possible? After seeing Vortex could still use Starry Sky Leap, Zhang Lei could no longer hold back. He immediately made a phone call. Wife, quickly, transfer me 180 million. A somewhat fierce voice came from the other end of the line. Say that again. There's no time to explain. Hurry up. 180 million. Not a penny less. Transfer the money quickly. When Vortex truly revealed a second talent skill, Zhang Lei understood that what Huang Lin said was true. This Boss Su is truly remarkable. The other party is definitely not a shady businessman, but rather extremely kind. Just 180 million. Not only can he get the full body and core enhancement of the mech, but he can also gain a second talent skill. If he told others about this, they would think he was crazy. He would never believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Moreover, Su Bai is still so young. He couldn't even imagine what terrifying existence was behind this person. Only a world-renowned mech master could cultivate such a terrifying disciple, right? Are you crazy, Zhang Lei? Are you itching for a beating? Zhang Lei was still daydreaming when suddenly a harsh voice interrupted him. Before he could explain, Vortex moved again, and the star clouds on his limbs suddenly changed, transforming into streaks of starlight that instantly enveloped everything in the field. Under this starlight, everyone's vision was obstructed. A huge pressure instantly bore down on everyone in the training ground, making their bodies feel even heavier. This is Vortex's specialty, the starry light domain. As long as one is within this domain, the opponent will bear 5 times their own gravity, and the visible range will decrease. With the combination of starry sky leap and dimensional rupture, Xing Yunlong was a killing god in the starry light domain. Hurry, transfer the money. If you don't transfer it to me, I'll divorce you. Zhang Lei was now truly driven mad. It wasn't just a second talent skill. Xing Yunlong had also obtained a domain-type specialty. Such specialties are extremely precious, even among specialties. He absolutely could not miss this opportunity. A wave of regret surged within him, and now he only felt 2 words in his heart. Regret. Regret that he didn't think carefully about why Xing Yunlong would spend a lot of money on enhancements at the first moment. Regret that he still didn't move after Huang Lin reminded him. The tone on the other end of the phone gradually grew cold. Do you have the guts to say it again? Say it again. Transfer the money, or I'll divorce you. Zhang Lei changed from his previous timidity and for the first time stood firm against his wife. Even if he would get beaten later, he didn't care. Fine, just wait for me at home. Hearing his words, the other end of the line let out a cold laugh, but still transferred the money to Zhang Lei. She also understood that whatever made Zhang Lei so excited must be a big deal. The money could be given, but this matter couldn't just end like that. Being tough comes with a price. Zhang Lei didn't care about the consequences and rushed towards Su Bai after receiving the money. Unfortunately, a graceful figure blocked his path, and Shui looked at Su Bai with an expectant expression. Boss Su, it's my turn now, right? Her tone was so gentle that it made people feel a bit tingly. Huang Lin, on the other hand, was covered in goosebumps. And Shui, can you please speak properly? Get lost, was the response he received, sounding like a fierce lion, as if the soft and cute girl from before didn't exist at all. Huang Lin. After scolding Huang Lin. And Shui switched back to her soft girl demeanor, staring at Su Bai with her fiery curves making it hard for Su Bai to resist. No problem. It was agreed upon yesterday. Saying this, Su Bai had already taken out a contract, which he had prepared the day before. And today, he was ready to take on the enhancements for Xing Yunlong and Shui. Although the actual time for interstellar enhancement was only a moment, he couldn't afford to do it that way. Reaching this level of enhancement was already amazing. If it were completed in an instant, anyone could see the trick. Being able to complete it in a few hours could be called a monstrous mech master, but in just a few seconds? That would be a huge secret. Everyone would wonder if they could achieve the same after obtaining the secret. At this moment, Zhang Lei still didn't know Su Bai's intentions. So he simply didn't argue with Shui. Once Shui completed her enhancement, he should be next, right? Thinking this, Zhang Lei quietly glanced at Huang Lin beside him. No, there's also this kid. Their Yunlong team must be preparing for a full enhancement. No way. He couldn't let him get ahead. In Zhang Lei's view, since the Yunlong team had specifically waited all night, naturally, everyone would need enhancements, as no one would want to miss this opportunity. However, most members of the law enforcement team could only silently sigh. Sigh. If only I had money. Indeed. But this also depends on strength. Without reaching star-breaking mech master, having money is useless. They were truly envious. Who could have thought they would witness such a scene today? I wonder, can Basu help enhance the sky mechs too? This sentence was like opening Pandora's box, as some talented sky mech masters in the law enforcement team began to calculate. It shouldn't be possible, right? Exactly. The sky mechs aren't necessary. Oh, right. One by one, they insisted it wasn't necessary and that it was impossible, but in reality, they were secretly sending messages to prepare money. From their estimates, even enhancing a sky mech would require at least several million. Better to be prepared than sorry. The focus of everyone's attention, Xing Yunlong has now retracted the vortex. He approached Su Bai and directly gave him a salute. Thank you, Boss Su, for your assistance. This kindness will never be forgotten. Xing Yunlong is the owner of an S-class talent, and he is also an S-class in the space system. All along, relying on Stellar Leap, he successfully built the Yunlong team into the strongest team in Nanjing. But That was as far as it went. If he wanted to reach a higher stage, the lack of a powerful attack method would become a glaring flaw, easily exploited by others. The situation was manageable with a gap in strength, but once he encountered someone of similar strength, that flaw would be magnified infinitely. However now, he not only possesses a powerful attack method, he even has domain-type special expertise. While addressing his shortcomings, he has even undergone an epic enhancement. Coupled with the enhancements from Huang Lin and the upcoming in Shui, Xing Yunlong is confident that he will not only become the strongest in Nanjing in the coming time, they might even become the strongest in the south, the strongest in Huaxia, the strongest in the Blue Star Alliance. All of this is thanks to the young man in front of him, who has given him the capital to pursue his dreams. Su Bai just waved his hand. Perhaps for Xing Yunlong and the others, they felt that the help they received was cheap. But it's their own business, they know it best. This time, the capital for enhancing himself was only 10 million star coins, and what he gained in return was indeed a whopping 180 million. A fair trade. There is no debt between them. Captain Xing, you're being too polite. And Shui, let us go. With that, Su Bai walked towards the maintenance room. Zhang Lei, acting on impulse, stepped in and approached Huang Lin, chatting, Brother Huang, did you know about this all along? Why didn't you tell me? I'm so sad. Looking at Zhang Lei, who was tearful, Huang Lin was completely bewildered. I didn't tell you? Wasn't it because you didn't believe it yourself? Chapter 46, such a big matter, was actually kept under wraps. Huang Lin was completely speechless. Clearly, he saw that Zhang Lei was quite persistent and had made preparations. But now he was turning the tables? He quietly stepped back, wanting to distance himself from such a person. Seeing Huang Lin's actions, Zhang Lei knew his scheme had succeeded and smiled knowingly. There's no need to be so formal. As if recalling something, he turned to the law enforcement team. You all go back and rest. There's nothing going on here. He didn't want his subordinates to see him in a situation that would make him lose face. The law enforcement team members, they knew exactly what Zhang Lei was thinking. After the earlier excitement, most of their sleepiness had dissipated, except for a few Earth mech engineers who really couldn't hold on and had left. Outside the repair shop, there were still more than a dozen law enforcement team members waiting. Most of those who remained were just there to watch the excitement. Only a few Sky mech engineers exchanged glances, reading the same thoughts in each other's eyes. Since that's the case, then let's see who has the skills. One of the Sky mech engineers smiled faintly, filled with confidence. Just a moment ago, he had used many connections and finally gathered a huge sum of 50 million star coins. He believed he wouldn't miss this opportunity for enhancement. Similarly, another one was not to be outdone. His family was already wealthy, and under his exaggerated promotion, he immediately secured 60 million in startup funds, determined to seize this opportunity for enhancement. The two, sometimes it's not just about having more money. I suspect Boss Su will also be selective. The third one, although he hadn't prepared as much funding as the first two, was an owner of B-grade talent, and his mech was of higher quality than the other two. In his view, even if Su Bai chose mech enhancement, he would definitely choose the easier option. Zizizizi, the gazes of the three intersected in the air, instantly sparking. The onlookers couldn't help but shake their heads. Just a moment ago, they said it was impossible, and now they're at odds? Indeed, the allure of success is the most primitive instinct of humanity. Sigh. To be honest, I envy them a bit. They are Sky mech engineers. At least they still have some hope, while we Earth mech engineers are out of luck. Forget it. Being able to witness the awakening of the second talent skill made today worthwhile. It wasn't a waste of our all-nighter. Also, that last moment completely erased my sleepiness. It was truly shocking. However, have we delayed here for so long? Did Zhang's team report yesterday's intel? About that. Yes. Zhang Lei and the law enforcement team members have been at the interstellar repair shop since they were dispatched yesterday. Although the intel has been sorted, they didn't dare to report it up without Zhang Lei's orders. Currently, the intel is still in the hands of the Yunhai law enforcement team. South River Fleet Headquarters. Xiaoping, can you explain what's going on? Zhao Tianming was currently sitting at the command desk, tapping his right index finger repeatedly on the surface. When you arrived there yesterday, wasn't the battle already over? Zhao Qianming's tone was filled with confusion. Zhang Xiaoping was sent by him to protect Zhao Mingwei, and he also arranged for her to assist Yunlong team and Yunhai law enforcement team if the battle was still ongoing. But the response he received was clearly that the battle had long since ended. So why, until now, has he not received any intel? Let's not even talk about the Yunlong team. Their main task is combat, and they're somewhat amateurish when it comes to organizing intel. The Yunhai law enforcement team is professional in this area. There is a significant oversight in their jurisdiction. How could no one report the situation to him? Go ask that kid Sun Yu if he doesn't want to be the captain of Yunhai anymore. How does he usually teach his subordinates? If he can't handle it, then replace him. Zhao Tianming was clearly furious. From the intel Zhang Xiaoping received from Zhao Mengwei, this matter even involved military MECH within the fleet. The trash from Modification Church was not only causing trouble in Yunhai, but had even corrupted their internal affairs. Such an important matter, and they dared to keep it under wraps. Zhao Tianming's anger was enough to shake the entire South River. Zhang Xiaoping almost immediately responded. I will inform Captain Sun about this matter and have him handle it seriously. Please calm down first. After saying that, Zhang Xiaoping left the command room. Soon, she organized a notice to send to Sun Yu. Yunhai Fleet Headquarters, Captain's Room. Sun Yu was reviewing documents. Recently, Sun Hani's Wanjun Hong Yu had performed exceptionally well and was said to have completely taken the first position in Yunhai No. 1. Besides feeling pleased, Sun Yu was increasingly curious about Su Bai. However, it was indeed inappropriate for him to visit a mech engineer of such caliber casually. He wondered, could that mysterious boss Su enhance to a star-splitting mech? Clearly, there was such a formidable mech engineer right under his nose, yet Sun Yu could not get close. Who could understand this pain? Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, the screen in front of him flickered with red light, and Sun Yu understood that it was a direct file from the upper command. Instantly, he became tense. Zhao Commander wants to see me? Without the slightest hesitation, Sun Yu immediately began to read the notice's content. As he delved deeper, his fists tightened and veins bulged on his forehead. Bang! He slammed the table, scattering the upper documents everywhere. Good for you, Zhang Lei. Such a big matter, and you didn't tell me? Are you itching for a beating? Are there people from the Cold Light Star in the Modification Church? Was the last time Hong Yu was pierced by C-Core rays also related to them? No, wait. Why does this name of the Interstellar Repair Shop sound so familiar? Due to the overwhelming amount of information, Sun Yu, in his anger, momentarily couldn't process it. After calming down, he realized this was the very repair shop where Sun Hani obtained Jun Hong Yu. Remembering this, Sun Yu became even angrier. This Zhang Lei. Just wait until I dock his salary for a year. This matter concerning that mysterious boss Su must be taken seriously. The other party actually discovered the Interstellar Repair Shop and even launched an attack. After thinking for a moment, Sun Yu directly sent a notice to Zhang Lei. Are you not planning to work anymore? Such a big matter was actually kept under wraps. Have you grown wings? Now immediately come see me. Inside the Interstellar Repair Shop, Zhang Lei was still reveling in his successful scheme. Ding! You have a new message. Ding! You have a new message. Ding! You have a new message. The 3 consecutive alerts made him frown slightly. Could it be a message from my wife? No, I can't look. I'll just pretend I don't know later. Shut down. Turn it off immediately. Chapter 47 in Shui. This is a huge win. Sun Yu, who had been waiting in the office for 10 minutes without receiving a reply, was getting a bit impatient. His face visibly darkened. All right, so you're not going to reply, huh? This little brat really thinks he is tough now. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Sun Yu directly dialed Zhang Lei's number. A cold female voice came from a phone. Hello, the number you have dialed is turned off. Please try again later. Bang! The desk was once again hit hard, and Sun Yu's mouth twitched, a forced smile on his face, but his eyes were burning with anger, as if a great flame was about to consume everything in the world. Turning off his phone during work hours, it seems that just deducting a year's salary was too lenient. 2 years' salary, including performance bonuses, this kid shouldn't expect to get a single cent. Having decided on the punishment for Zhang Lei, Sun Yu propped his hands up and kept rubbing his temples. President Zhao Side was urging him urgently. It seemed he would have to go himself. As his thought emerged, Sun Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a great idea. It would also allow him to meet that mysterious boss Su. Good, let us do it this way. Xiao Wang, come in and organize these documents. I'll review them when I come back. Hearing Sun Yu's call, his secretary Xiao Wang pushed the door open and looked at the mess in the room. Feeling a bit confused, "Captain, what is going on?" Sun Yu was completely focused on how to meet Su Bai and casually replied, "Nothing. Just feeling a bit down earlier." Xiao Wang. Oh, when did the captain become so emotional? However, she didn't dare say much and quietly tidied up the documents on the floor. She watched as Sun Yu left. Outside the interstellar repair shop, Zhang Lei had just turned off his phone and was staring intently at the repair room. It had been nearly 4 hours since Su Bai helped in Shui with the enhancement. They had been waiting from morning until evening. Why is it still not done? Zhang Lei's right foot kept shaking, showing how anxious he was. And Shui couldn't help but feel speechless seeing Zhang Lei like this. If she remembered correctly, the one being enhanced was her mech, right? Why is Zhang Lei more anxious than her? Of course, she was anxious too, but she understood that the waiting would be worth the stunning experience later. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Only by enduring this torturous wait could they have a brand new experience later. Suddenly, the sound of the repair room door opening rang out. Tun Shui. This noise was like music to her ears. Without any hesitation, she took a quick step forward and headed straight for the repair room. Following closely behind was Zhang Lei. As for Huang Lin and Xing Yunlong, after their enhancement, they entered a state of zen. They were just there to watch the excitement. Slowly entering the repair room, even though it was the third time seeing it, the scene before them still shocked them. What came into view was a complete set of pure white and luminous snow cannon, as if it had been draped in a layer of silver armor. The originally slender body had been filled out, and most importantly, all the various beam cannon openings on the snow cannon had disappeared. The previous clunky feeling had become sleek and restrained, making one doubt if this was still an armed mech. Although Shui was also confused, she trusted Su Bai and without hesitation entered the snow cannon. At the moment her nerve link connected, she discovered the secret within. An excited voice came from the snow cannon. "Boss Su. This. Seeing this, Su Bai smiled faintly. "Don't be too excited. Go outside and try it out." The snow cannon vigorously nodded, then flew out through the open skylight, arriving in the training ground outside the repair shop. Learning from previous lessons, the remaining members of the enforcement team had long kept their distance from the training ground. Watching the completely renewed snow cannon, they began to whisper, "Is this the snow cannon? How did it change like this? Where are its cannons? Did it break down? This looks a bit like reverse enhancement." "Yeah, the armaments of the armed mech are gone. How can it fight now? This 180 million is wasted." Seeing the snow cannon, they were disappointed but not too surprised. After all, once was enough for such an enhancement. They couldn't expect every time to be like this. It's just a pity for Shui. Although the appearance of the snow cannon was stronger than before, it could only be admired. Without any armaments, it meant nothing. Boom! However, just as this thought arose, the armor on the snow cannon began to separate, and from beneath those armors, all kinds of advanced beam cannons suddenly emerged. Light plasma guns, coverage-type electronic pulse cannons, lateral energy cannons. Looking at these suddenly revealed powerful weapons, everyone fell silent, their eyes wide open, unable to comprehend how so many armaments were hidden beneath the mech of the snow cannon. Who the hell said it was reverse enhancement? Come out. Damn, it's my lack of culture. Just a damn sentence can go far. Can anyone tell me how that slim body of the snow cannon can accommodate these huge weapons? It's my fault. I actually doubted Boss Su's strength. I truly underestimated him. Boss Su? No, it should be Su God. Su God above. Please accept my bow. This time I am completely convinced. Just this alone is worth a small target. And Shui has hit the jackpot. You guys think. Will there be a second talent skill this time? Don't ask me. I don't know anything. Theoretically, this shouldn't happen, but that's Su God. Once Su God makes a move, you'll know if it's there or not. I want to get stronger. I want to become a star mech master. I want to find Su God for enhancement. Wake up. Your talent doesn't allow it. If the previous vortex brought them an intuitive shock, now the snow cannon gave them a twist of shock. They originally thought it had broken down, but instead they got such a surprise. Who can withstand this? Not just them. At this moment, Zhang Lei and the other two who walked out of the repair shop also saw this scene. Huang Lin instantly felt sour. Damn, how can it still transform? It's not fair. So my enhancement is the most ordinary? Xing Yunlong's vortex enhancement was a space-type power, which is already an extremely rare ability. And now, Shueisno Cannon even has the ability to transform. In comparison, his double ninja is the most ordinary. In shock, Zhang Lei didn't even hear Huang Lin's words. He was fully focused on the snow cannon, panting heavily. It's almost my turn. I can have it too. I definitely can. However, at that moment, a pair of somewhat large hands patted him on the shoulder. Oh, what can you do? Suddenly being patted made Zhang Lei jump, and in anger, he didn't even look to see who it was, and exploded. Are you looking for death? You scare me? Do you know who I am? Dead silence. After Zhang Lei said that, the scene fell into dead silence. All the enforcement team members silently took 2 steps back, clasping their hands together in front of their chests, making a prayer gesture toward Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei felt something was strange and turned to look behind him, instantly petrified. Sun Yu's icy gaze was like a deep abyss staring at Zhang Lei, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come, tell me who you are? Thud. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Zhang Lei's legs went weak, nearly falling over. Hurriedly pulling out a smile and touching his head, he said, Captain, what brings you here? I'm your little Karami, the most loyal supporter of the captain, having followed Sun Yu for many years. Zhang Lei immediately began his usual routine of flattering. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu looked at him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, his gaze sending chills down one's spine. Oh, really? I wouldn't dare have a supporter like you. Ignoring messages, turning off your phone, and even hiding such a big incident? Boom! This sentence struck Zhang Lei like a bolt from the blue, instantly petrifying him. Only then did he remember the purpose of his visit to the interstellar repair shop. He wasn't here for enhancements, but to discuss the matter of the church's transformation. However, due to Su Bai's incredible skills, he had completely forgotten about it. It's over, all over. The light in Zhang Lei's eyes instantly dimmed. Having followed Sun Yu for many years, he knew very well his temper. With the mistake he made this time, not being demoted would already be Sun Yu showing leniency. Without a doubt, his salary was gone, with the need to spend a huge sum on enhancing the mech. Losing his salary at this time meant obvious consequences for going home. Zhang Lei felt as if the road ahead was dark, not even knowing if he would see the sun tomorrow. Buzz! Suddenly, the roar of the engine broke through, pulling Zhang Lei from his gray world. He hurriedly looked towards the snow cannon. However, seeing all the cannon ports on the snow cannon beginning to charge, the light returned to Zhang Lei's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Whatever. Let's enhance it first. I'm sorry, Captain. This time it was my dereliction of duty, and I am willing to accept punishment, but please wait a moment. Sun Yu. What is this kid saying? Asking me to wait a moment? The enforcement team. Who is this subordinate? How could he be so bold? You are not the Zhang we know. Bring back the real Zhang. Actually, I always knew that Captain Zhang was super brave. The Captain Zhang who used to be so timid in front of Captain Sun is now acting like a real man, asking the captain to wait a moment. It makes people sigh at the charm of MECH. Bang! Just as Sun Yu was about to say something, a loud bang caught his attention. At this moment, the snow cannon had finished charging and countless particles of light gathered on its cannon ports. Suddenly, these particles surged forward, gathering in front of the snow cannon to form a starry cannon shadow. The size of this cannon was comparable to twice that of the snow cannon, with a diameter exceeding 60 meters. Talent skill, Star Force Heavy Cannon. Even Sun Yu couldn't help but swallow hard upon seeing this giant cannon. He secretly murmured, as expected of Boss Su. Every time he makes a move, it's astonishing. Thinking of the Wanjun Red Moon and that Thunder Snake S. Fong, Sun Yu was not surprised that Su Bai had transformed the snow cannon's talent skill into this. He was just a bit curious about the power of this shot. As if knowing his thoughts, the dazzling star cannon instantly gathered energy. Boom! A scorching beam erupted instantly, sweeping through the training grounds barrier. Bang! Finally, the barrier that could withstand the full force of the breaking star mech shattered under this shot. The cannon fire shot into the sky, like a sword of light across the sky, seemingly tearing apart the heavens. Dong! 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 The cannon light, directed at the sky, exploded, scattering beams of light across the heavens, with immense power sweeping through. A tremor no less than the previous double ninja's release of the Gungjin Scarlet Flame / instantly spread out. The entire cloud sea experienced an earthquake again at this moment. Unlike the previous midnight, this time it was evening, and everyone in the cloud sea clearly sensed this tremor, instantly causing panic. What's going on? Another earthquake? No. Why do I say again? Can we still stay in this cloud sea? Earthquakes every few days? Should we consider moving? This life is not peaceful. Fortunately, the tremor quickly subsided like before. This allowed people to regain their composure. What's going on? Just a tremor and everyone runs? Hey, I just tremble a bit just playing. Should we go or not? Perhaps they were developing weapons, so they dispersed. The same tremor naturally reached the Sief family. The figure in the black robe looked through the window of the Sief family, watching the light column shooting into the sky, his eyes flickering. Is it again from the direction of the interstellar repair shop? Who exactly is this boss Su? He was somewhat puzzled, wondering when such a repairman appeared in a small place like the Cloud Sea. Moreover, it seemed that he was constantly disrupting his plans. If given the chance, he should meet him. Outside the interstellar repair shop, silence reigned. Everyone was stunned by the impact of the snow cannon. It should be noted that even Xie Yunlong's dimensional collapse couldn't break through the training grounds barrier. But now Shui had done it. Xie Yunlong was also staring blankly at Shui. When did the armed mech become so powerful? At this moment, Zhang Lei's eyes were already red, and his longing for enhancement reached its peak. I want to enhance too. I must be able to have such power. It's just a bit of salary. It's just money. Once I become stronger, won't all of this come? Huang Lin was on the verge of tears. As expected, his enhancement was mediocre. If this could break through the energy barrier, what kind of power is that? It's not fair. Sun Yu, however, appeared thoughtful, suddenly revealing the secret behind it. This must be charging, right? Yes, Captain Sunday. And Shui's voice came from the snow cannon, her tone filled with joy. Clearly, she was very satisfied with the snow cannon's second talent skill. This is my second talent skill, Star Force Heavy Cannon, which utilizes the energy of my entire armed body and my Star Force together. The power is as you just saw, but the problem is that this shot requires a long charging time, probably since I arrived at the training ground. And Shui explained to everyone, this slightly reduced the shock. Indeed, this shot has its pros and cons. While gaining immense power, it sacrifices flexibility. If interrupted midway, it could even backfire. As expected, I said the Star Step Mech Shun Ti have such abilities. Sun Yu nodded, accepting this explanation, but then suddenly froze. Wait, what did you say? Second talent skill. The snow cannon nodded. That's right. As she spoke, two phantasmic pulse guns appeared in her hands. Her talent was an A-grade talent, Armed Phantasm. It allows her to use her Star Force to phantasmically produce suitable weapons, which is also the reason she chose the armed mech. To others, this scene seemed nothing special. After all, they had seen it once already. However, for Sun Yu, who was seeing a second talent skill for the first time, he was utterly stunned, abruptly turning to look at Su Bai. His heart raced. This leg must be clung to tightly. What is your characteristic specialty? Xie Yunlong didn't notice Sun Yu's change and instead inquired about Shui's characteristic specialty. By now, no one doubted Su Bai's strength. Since both he and Huang Lin had characteristic specialties, and Xuan naturally wouldn't be an exception. Didn't you see it before? The voice of Shui came from the snow cannon, and then she retracted the cannon ports, returning the snow cannon to its ordinary mech appearance. It's this infinite storage. It allows my snow cannon to store its armaments. And as for the number of stored items, I don't know yet, but I feel like I can at least double my firepower. At this point, and Shui became interested. She was not discouraged by her unique specialty. On the contrary, she was most satisfied with this specialty. Girls love beauty. And previously, all the firepower was directly installed on the snow cannon, making it look cluttered with pipes, which was not aesthetically pleasing at all. But for the sake of firepower, there was no choice. This had always made Shui feel helpless. Now things are better. With this specialty, her snow cannon was finally perfect. The firepower doubled while also being beautiful. One could only say that it was worthy of Boss Su. And their essay specialty? Sun Yu was completely dumbfounded. Even though he was a Starbreaker Mecha Master and the captain of the Yuhai fleet, he had never seen such a scene. A single enhancement not only gave the mecha a second innate ability, but also awakened a specialty. Thump, thump, thump. Sun Yu could even hear his own heartbeat. After so many years, he felt hope once again, a hope that could take him to the next level. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure rushed out, heading straight for Su Bai. Who else could it be but Zhang Lei? He couldn't wait any longer. It was finally his turn. He also wanted an enhancement. Not even a second could be wasted. However, just as he was about to approach Su Bai, a hand grabbed his collar. Go back. Sun Yu directly threw him behind him. Watching Su Bai gradually move away, Zhang Lei flailed his arms in midair, his face filled with despair, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. No! This cry came from the heart, and the pain was palpable, evoking a sense of tragic beauty that left others speechless. Thud! After several seconds of flying, Zhang Lei fell heavily to the ground, lying flat like a starfish, unwilling tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. The light in his eyes extinguished once more. Sun Yu naturally didn't care about Zhang Lei and directly approached Su Bai, appearing somewhat reserved. This scene left the law enforcement team members in shock. This was the captain of the Yuhai fleet, the #1 figure of Yuhai. Today, he actually showed a reserved demeanor in front of a young man. Is the world crazy, or are they crazy? Some even chose to look away, fearing that Sun Yu would hold them accountable later. Su Bai, Mr. Su, right? Sun Yu thought for a moment and ultimately used this opening line. Su Bai, what else with this uncle? He was truly not used to being called Mr. by someone of a similar age to his own father. He waved his hand. Captain Sun, you're too polite, just call me Su Bai. The person in front of him was the boss of Yuhai. Even though he could be fearless in the interstellar mecha repair shop, there was no need to make things too awkward. All right, Su Bai, actually, I just wanted to ask if you can enhance the Starbreaker mecha. Sun Yu directly put forth his request, his eyes filled with expectation. Yes, Su Bai nodded, but it will have to be tomorrow. What do you think, Captain Sun? The moment Sun Yu heard Su Bai say yes, he was instantly overjoyed. But upon hearing that it would have to wait until tomorrow, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. However, he quickly brushed off that emotion. After all, he had waited for so many years, and now that he had finally found hope to advance, what was one more day? No problem. I'll come back tomorrow. You just focus on your work, Su Bai. After saying this, Sun Yu didn't delay and directly took Zhang Lei, who was on the ground, with him as he left. At this moment, Zhang Lei looked utterly despondent, mumbling, my enhancement, my enhancement. Bang! Sun Yu gave him a push. Enhance your hammer. Go back and report what happened yesterday. Didn't you hear Boss Su say he's not taking orders today? Glancing at Zhang Lei, Sun Yu still felt a bit sorry for him. After all, he was a subordinate who had been with him for so many years. If you perform well, come with me tomorrow. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei sprang back to life, jumping up and saluting Sun Yu. Rest assured, Captain, I will complete the mission. The members of the law enforcement team, they're back. They're all back. This is the Zhang Lei we're familiar with. Oof. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living penalty. For neglecting your duties, your 2 years of salary and bonuses are gone. After Sun Yu finished speaking, he left directly, leaving Zhang Lei standing there. It's okay. The enhancements will all come back. Learning that he had lost his salary, Zhang Lei forced himself to cheer up, turning to the law enforcement team members. All right, let's really disperse this time. Seeing Zhang Lei's expression, the members of the law enforcement team didn't dare to say much at that moment. They could only leave quietly. After all, the interstellar mecha repair shop was right here and wouldn't run away. As for the enhancement, they could always come back next time. They were not as anxious as Captain Zhang. There was no way. A middle-aged man had such a little indulgence. Aside from family, mecha was all Zhang Lei had. It was understandable. As the crowd dispersed, the interstellar mecha repair shop finally returned to its former calm. And Shui also left the snow cannon and came to Su Bai, clasping her hands in thanks. Thank you, Boss Su. It's nothing. Su Bai was already familiar with this business, casually waving his hand to indicate she shouldn't mind. Thanks to Boss Su this time. We will do our best to help you with the compensation. If you need our assistance in the future, just let us know. Even though Su Bai saw it as a fair trade, Xing Yunlong and the others still felt they had gotten a great deal. They directly promised Su Bai that they would help wherever they could. Su Bai nodded in response and didn't refuse. The Yunlong team was the strongest team in Nanjing, and there might really be times in the future when he needed their help. Seeing that, Su Bai didn't refuse. The three of them left the interstellar mecha repair shop, all smiles after saying their goodbyes. After they left, Su Bai stretched. Finally, they're all gone. These past 2 days have really worn me out. Indeed, these 2 days could be said to be the busiest since Su Bai acquired the interstellar mecha repair shop. First, he maintained 10 mechas, then built chaos. After that, he dealt with that cold light star remodeler. Next came the mecha enhancements for Xing Yunlong and the others. It could be said that he was quite busy. It's still my fault for being too excellent, enduring the busyness that some of my age student have to endure, he said, slightly narcissistically, as he returned to the interstellar mecha repair shop. Looking at the balance in his account, he revealed a kind smile. 543. 8 million. This was Su Bai's current savings. Such savings were something that the vast majority of Starbreaker Mecha Masters did not possess. Only the outstanding ones could have such a large amount of savings. Of course, compared to the Starbreaker Mecha Masters, he was still a bit lacking. But one must know, Su Bai was currently just a Sky Mecha Master. He had run the Star Whale breathing method once again yesterday, raising his star power to Sky level 6. He should be able to break through to Starbreaker today. First, let us redeem the second layer of the Star Whale breathing method. With Su Bai's current financial situation, he didn't hesitate at all and directly redeemed the second layer of the Star Whale breathing method. After redeeming it, he still had over 490 million star coins left. As Su Bai successfully redeemed it, the content of the second layer of the Star Whale breathing method appeared in his mind. It was basically the same as the first layer, with the only difference being that the operation method had a few more variations. The original Star Whale breathing method only required using oneself as the eye to gather surrounding star power into a tidal absorption. But for the second layer, Su Bai needed to simultaneously construct 2 tidal eyes of star power, creating 2 tidal flows to double the star power gathering. Is this the joy of doubling? After a brief glance, Su Bai quickly understood. As long as he fixed the tidal eye in the palm of his hand, he could easily complete the double tidal flow. It's a pity that his current star power is not enough to construct 2 tides. Forget it. Let's first max out the current star power. With that, Su Bai sat cross-legged on the ground, and the surrounding star power quickly converged around him, centering on himself. His realm also soared. Sky 7 stars. Sky 8 stars. Sky 9 stars peak. When the star power reached the peak of Sky 9 stars, Su Bai finally felt a slight obstruction. Is this the bottleneck of a breakthrough? Since gaining his talent, Su Bai's progress in star power could be described as rapid, and this was the first time he felt what is called a bottleneck. This made him feel a bit curious as he spread his arms and placed them on his knees. Breathe. In just one breath, the starlight on his body instantly spread along his arms to his palms. At the same time, the tidal star power swirling around him also underwent a change, slowly cracking from the center as if it were about to split in 2. Rise! Su Bai shouted sharply. The starlight in his hands surged. Star power rolled in like a tide, and the tidal star power that had originally split in 2, with its star power content halved, was instantly filled with star power, becoming incredibly abundant. Just at the moment when 2 tidal star powers formed, the golden patterns on the interstellar repair shop trembled, blocking the leakage of this aura. Boom! A loud sound. Su Bai's star power realm broke through. He directly transcended the stage of Sky Mechanic and reached the level of Star Mechanic. As he broke through to Star Mechanic, the increase in his body's star power also began to slow down. The previous feeling of rapid progress finally dissipated at this moment. It looks like the star power required for the star stage is more than 10 times that of the sky stage. That's right. Upon carefully feeling the changes in his body, Su Bai discovered that even with double the star power absorption efficiency, his time to increase by 1 star would now take 5 times longer than before. By such a conversion, it is easy to conclude that the star power required for the star stage is indeed 10 times that of the sky stage. No wonder many people spend their entire lives in the star stage and cannot become break star mechanics. At this moment, Su Bai understood the difficulty of cultivation. He possessed SSS level talent along with a truth level breathing method. Yet even with these dual boosts, he still had to break through step by step. For those who lack these, C-level and D-level talent mechanics would undoubtedly find it incredibly difficult to break through to Breakstar. Even B-level talent mechanics cannot casually enter the ranks of Breakstar mechanics. The Reformation Church, the Cold Light Star people, now seem to be quite unsettled. Thinking of the encounters of these days, Subai sighed helplessly. He had initially thought he could happily earn enough star coins through interstellar enhancement and then strengthen his mech to roam the stars. Instead, troubles kept coming one after another. Forget it, let them worry about these matters. Helping them enhance could be considered doing his part. Subai slowly got up and moved his slightly stiff neck. Then he walked towards the maintenance room. He opened the virtual maintenance chamber. Upon entering the maintenance room, Subai immediately issued a command. Almost as soon as he spoke, the voice from the central control responded. Understood, shop owner. Now opening the virtual maintenance chamber. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of energy instantly enveloped the first maintenance room. Although the situation in front of him did not change much, Subai could distinctly feel the subtle differences. At this moment, everything in the maintenance room, except for himself, seemed to have undergone slight distortion. This was the time pressure caused by increasing the flow of time to 3 times its normal rate. However, due to the system's influence, this pressure had been reduced to a minimum. As a shop owner, Subai didn't even feel the slightest bit of time pressure. Is this the 3-fold time flow? Subai glanced around, then took out his gus. After breaking through to Star, he did not immediately enhance chaos for a very simple reason. Yesterday, during the battle with that cold entity, Subai discovered that his current chaos still seemed unable to fully control its core power source. The 5-core simultaneous combustion was still a theoretically existing technology. Even though the system made it a reality, the external materials could not withstand such impact, so Subai needed to make slight modifications to some structures. This was also the reason he entered the virtual maintenance chamber. He wanted to fully craft chaos here. The main issue was still with the joint connections. Previously, in his eagerness for speed, he had put a lot of effort into the skeleton, core, and armor, but the joints were still a bit rough. After surveying the area, Subai instantly found the reason. The main issue was that the joint connections had difficulty withstanding the power of 5-core simultaneous combustion. That was the power of 5 bright stars. For an ordinary mech, it would be lucky not to be shattered. Fortunately, he had specifically kept a few star-level mechanic techniques given by the task assistant. Now that the character for building mechs was complete, the task assistant naturally disappeared. But before it vanished, Subai chose to retain 10 exquisite 3-star mechanic techniques, which was also the maximum allowed by the system. It wasn't that he didn't want to remember more. Baiyuan joint connection method was the method Subai intended to use. Baiyuan mechanics were well known in the Interstellar Alliance, and it was said that he became a 3-star mechanic based on his own strength at the age of 20. Before turning 30, he broke through the shackles of mechanics and became a 7-star mechanic. Now, decades have passed, and Subai had no way of knowing the extent of his mechanical skills. However, the inherited technique left behind during his time as a 3-star mechanic was this Baiyuan joint connection method. Based on the memory in his mind, Subai gripped the thermal knife in one hand and used the other to sense the changes in the surrounding metal with the fusion of all things. Zzzz. The thermal knife touched the outer shell of chaos, instantly sparking and dropping sparks. Subai swiftly removed the outer shell of chaos at the right moment, revealing its internal skeleton. Unexpectedly, the reinforced skeleton had also changed. Seeing the skeleton, which was completely different from his initial design, Subai understood that this was the system's contribution. It's just a pity that even the system has areas it cannot attend to. Once the outer shell was removed, Subai immediately saw the position that felt unusual. Sure enough, following Subai's gaze at the joints of chaos, there was a tiny cavity. This kind of cavity would not pose a problem on an ordinary mech. Due to the overall large size, ordinary mechs have many such cavities at the joints to alleviate internal pressure. However, chaos is a mech weapon. The size of a mech weapon cannot be compared to that of an ordinary mech. It is even only about 1/10 of its size. In such a situation, there is no need to balance internal and external pressure, and the appearance of cavities would instead lead to internal imbalance, resulting in energy overload beyond what the mech itself can withstand. This was also the reason Subai felt something was wrong. There was indeed a problem. Spotting the issue at a glance, Subai also breathed a sigh of relief. This would save him a lot of time and maintenance. The thermal knife in his left hand was switched to a connector, while his right hand continued to sense the fusion of all things, allowing the surrounding metal to instantly adhere to the joints. At the same time, he used the Baiyuan joint connection method to melt the metal with heat and reconstruct the joints while covering them. This series of operations was very intricate, and Subai was fully focused, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Zzzz. Sparks flew, metal covered, joints flowed. Subai continuously repeated this operation in the virtual maintenance chamber again and again until he confirmed everything was correct. Star Sea University Elite Student Dormitory. Zhao Mingyue had just finished a day of training, with fragrant sweat soaking her ice blue hair, making it cling to her back, and her fitted training outfit accentuating her figure, only to be regrettably a bit flat. Zhao Mingyue gently wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, vividly recalling the oppressive feeling brought by Duan Han yesterday. She once again clearly recognized her own lack of strength. No, still too weak. I must quickly master the next technique. And I can't neglect the cultivation of star power. She didn't inquire about the details of this matter from Zhao Tianming, as even her father, Zhao Tianming, wouldn't tell her everything. She could only speculate that the Reformed Church would likely take significant action next. If her strength wasn't enough, she could easily become cannon fodder in that storm. Bang! At that moment, her door was suddenly knocked on. A somewhat irritable, sweet voice came from outside. Airport. Open the door. Don't hide in there and stay silent. I know you're home. You have the ability to sneak out, so why can't you open the door? Yesterday, Zhao Mingyue hadn't replied to the message, and later when she called, the other party actually turned off her phone. This made Zhao Mingyan furious. If it weren't for her busy schoolwork today, she would have come to knock on Zhao Mingyue's door early in the morning. There was no way. It was just too frustrating. You can't even imagine how she felt yesterday. Curling up alone in bed, Zhao Mingyue's words kept flashing in her mind. It was unbearable. Hearing the knocking, Zhao Mingyue's mouth curled up slightly as she slowly walked to the door and opened it. What is all the noise, shorty? Aren't you afraid of disturbing the peace? If this gets out, your status as the campus belle might be at risk. However, before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Mingyan lunged forward and tightly hugged Zhao Mingyue. Bang! Caught off guard, the two of them fell to the ground. Zhao Mingyan, straddling Zhao Mingyue, glared fiercely at her. Quick, spill it. What exactly did you do? What happened yesterday? If you try to fool me, As she spoke, Zhao Mingyan reached her mischievous hands towards Zhao Mingyue's waist. Don't go too far. Haha, I'll tell you, okay? Zhao Mingyue suddenly attacked, laughed so hard that tears welled up in her eyes. As Zhao Mingyan had been her childhood friend, she had somewhat mastered her weaknesses, especially when it came to tickling. However, the scene of them rolling on the ground, one in a short skirt and the other in a fitted training outfit, was somewhat indescribable. In any case, anyone who could type with both hands would be a decent person. After a bit of playful wrestling, Zhao Mingyan finally stopped her mischievous hands. Not gonna lie, this airport is quite exquisite. So envious. Thinking about her own decent figure, but occasionally having a bit of extra flesh, unlike Zhao Mingyue, who had been exercising for years and had an excellent feel. At that moment, Zhao Mingyue looked like a peach blossom, her eyes shimmering, completely slumped on the ground, breathing heavily. Seeing her like this, Zhao Mingyan revealed a proud smile. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Hurry up and tell me. Bang. However, just as she was feeling smug, Zhao Mingyue suddenly flashed behind her, wrapped her arms around her towering waist, and continuously blew into her ear. Weren't you wanting to hear? How about I tell you like this? Zhao Mingyan, who was previously so proud, trembled at that moment, her legs closing together. Feeling shy, let's talk, properly. Her ears were her weak spot, whether it was whispering or blowing air. It was hard for Zhao Mingyan to withstand. Of course, this weak spot could only be used between the two of them. If it were someone else, they could just unleash star power and talent to crush them to bits. They wouldn't be able to get close to them at all. Zhao Mingyue, feeling empowered, naturally wouldn't hold back and continued. Weren't you just feeling quite proud? Look at you. Was that even a way to ask someone? I see you were quite enjoying it. Get ready. I'm about to start speaking. Don't get me wrong. In the end, Xiao Mingyan still shed reluctant tears and completely surrendered. If Zhao Mingyue really told her like this, she wouldn't be able to take in a single word. Although it was a bit embarrassing, intelligence was more important. She would settle the score with this airport later. Thud. After Zhao Mingyue blew a few more breaths, she finally released her hands, and Xiao Mingyan fell to the ground in response. Fortunately, she was still a sky mecha master and didn't suffer any substantial injuries. Xiao Mingyan quickly recovered, and this time both of them tacitly avoided discussing what had happened earlier. All right, tell me, what exactly did you experience yesterday? Since Xiao Mingyue sincerely asked, Zhao Mingyue generously told her, so, like this. As Zhao Mingyue recounted, Xiao Mingyan kept her mouth slightly open throughout, unable to close it. After she finished speaking, it took a moment for Xiao Mingyue to react. So you mean, Boss Su asked you for help because he wants to build mecha armaments? Combat mecha armaments have really been born? The Reformed Church is also taking action? Wait, you mean Boss Su's mecha armament can actually crush the Starwalker mecha? Hold on, let me catch my breath. This information is just too much. Initially, she thought Zhao Mingyue was just helping Su Bai with a little task and was deliberately teasing her. She didn't expect. She actually missed out on so much. She exchanged messages with Su Bai every day, and such a huge event happened without him telling her. And he still said she was his fan. Oof. Scumbag. Xiao Mingyan suddenly felt that the world was not worth it. Her cheeks puffed up, clearly furious. Seeing her like this, Zhao Mingyue felt quite pleased, but soon became serious. This matter is not a joke. You might need to prepare in advance, although I haven't inquired much about the reasons behind this matter. Since the Reformed Church has taken action, and there might even be infiltration into the fleet, we must be cautious. Their intentions are likely significant, and with our current strength, we could easily become cannon fodder. Hearing Zhao Mingyue's words, Xiao Mingyan also put away her little temper, her gaze shifting as she nodded earnestly. Indeed, we're still too weak. If first-year students at Shanghai University heard their conversation, they would surely shout, "How could this be? You two are the first and second in the rankings, and if this is considered weak, what are we? Trash." The two exchanged glances and put away their previous playful intentions. Xiao Mingyan looked at Zhao Mingyue somewhat proudly. "Airport, I allow you to train with me now. With your level, being a sparring partner is quite good." Zhao Mingyue glanced at her expressionlessly. I wonder who is really the sparring partner. The two's strengths were already on par, and the reason she lost so badly before was purely due to the mecha discrepancy. Now that they were back on the same starting line, Zhao Mingyue naturally wouldn't concede. In an instant, a faint smell of gunpowder filled the air. The moment their gazes met, it was as if thunder had struck. Faintly, an aura emanating from Zhao Mingyue's dormitory startled passers-by. What's going on? Is Goddess Zhao angry? It feels so oppressive. I think I just saw Goddess Xiao go in. Do you think they will start fighting again? Huh? If it were mecha, Xiao Mingyan had already proven herself, but in close combat, even if she had S-grade talent, it wouldn't be enough to take on Goddess Xiao, right? Indeed. Forget it. Let's move quickly to avoid being caught in the crossfire. At the headquarters of the Yinhai fleet, Sun Yu looked at the information in front of him. His face darkened, and he turned to the lifeless Zhang Lei, narrowing his eyes into slits. Xiaozhang, are you living too comfortably? Zhang Lei, who had lost his opportunity for enhancement, felt like a walking corpse and didn't even have time to hear Sun Yu's words. He had sacrificed defending his wife to get 180 million, and now he couldn't even use it? He couldn't describe this feeling. It was just that living had become quite meaningless. He could only numbly nod. Captain is right. Sun Yu. Bang. In the end, he couldn't hold back and directly punched Zhang Lei on the head. Sun Yu even used star power for this punch. If he weren't afraid that Song Yin would wipe Zhang Lei out, he would have even considered using his own talent. With a heavy blow, Zhang Lei's head sank under the impact, and he finally regained his senses. He straightened up, holding his head and looking around. Who attacked me? Ha! It's me. A cold laugh came, and upon hearing this familiar voice, Zhang Lei shivered. Captain, what brings you here? He reached up to touch the small bump on his head, looking innocent. Seeing this kid's expression, Sun Yu almost couldn't help but hit him again. Fortunately, considering the bigger picture, Sun Yu finally calmed himself down. What do you think about this matter? Zhang understood that Sun Yu was referring to the issue with the modification church. He changed his previous dejected demeanor and began to think seriously. I'm afraid. It needs to be thoroughly investigated. After all, according to the Yunlong team and Boss Su, the modification church actually has a Changhu. That means there are undoubtedly problems within our ranks. What worries me most now is whether that Changhu came from our Yunhai or the Nanjing fleet, or somewhere else. It is indeed very troublesome. Zhang Lei, now in work mode, made Sun Yu very satisfied. What he said was indeed the crux of the problem. Since it involved the fleet's internal affairs, it was no longer just a matter of the modification church. This indicated that someone among them had even taken the side of those madmen. And Changhu, as a fleet mecha, even if it's a universal type, is still a stepping stone mecha. There are not many people who can operate such mechas. At least in Yunhai, only he, Zhang Lei, and the other two vice captains have this authority. With this in mind, Sun Yu's gaze deepened, and his tone became heavy. We must first confirm that the mechas did not leak from our Yunhai. Handle this matter discreetly. Temporarily suppress the public opinion regarding the interstellar repair shop. I've heard that there were many young people present yesterday. Before the matter is clarified, have them seal the information. Sun Yu quickly made a decision. The first thing to do was self-examine. He and Zhang Lei were certainly fine, but he couldn't guarantee the other two vice captains. Those two were different, having been seconded from outside. They were not well-known entities. Zhang Lei received the order and saluted. Understood. He then left Sun Yu's office, and when he reached the door, he weakly probed. Captain, if I handle this well, can you take me with you tomorrow? Heh, what time is it, and you're still bargaining? Sun Yu's tone was heavy. The entire Yunhai might be in a crisis, and Zhang Lei actually dared to bargain with him? However, thinking of the news he heard from the law enforcement team, and then recalling Ms. Zhong, Sun Yu instantly empathized and ultimately couldn't bring himself to be harsh. We'll talk about it after you've handled it. Make sure to complete the task. Zhang Lei received Sun Yu's approval, instantly brimming with enthusiasm, regaining his usual competence, and immediately started dealing with the matter. After he left, Sun Yu slowly turned around. Looking out the window at the bustling Yunhai, his hands clasped behind his back, the CF family. Also UC core raised before. Now that the modification church's monster is a Hongguang star person modification, there might be a connection between the two. The CF family shouldn't be involved. Inside the interstellar repair shop, Su Bai had completely finished processing the chaos joint. After reinstalling the armor, he entered chaos to experience it. The previous pressure was gone. It really was due to the hollow. Master Beiyuan is indeed impressive. After using his joint connection method, the strength and flexibility of chaos joints have improved significantly. It seems the system isn't omnipotent. I also need to quickly improve my repair skills. After this incident, Su Bai felt deeply. Indeed, the system is powerful, but is not all-powerful. As a mechanic, I need to quickly enhance my skills with the system's help. Only then can I ensure everything goes perfectly. After experiencing the wonders of the Beiyuan joint connection method, Su Bai's mindset changed. I hope that one day, I can also create my own legacy technique. Aspiring to reach great heights. Even with the system by my side, I must continually improve myself to avoid becoming its vassal. Forget it, thinking too far ahead. After a brief moment of ambition, Su Bai chuckled at himself. Right now, I'm just a stepping stone mech engineer, and my repair skills barely qualify me as a star-level mechanic by relying on others' legacy techniques. I still need to focus on improving my strength. Su Bai didn't know how long he could keep the system a secret, but as long as he could elevate his strength to a level capable of sweeping everything aside, what would it matter when the system was exposed? Setting a small goal. First earn 1 trillion and become a true mecha master. With that said, Su Bai left Chaos and touched the body of Chaos with one hand. Now that it was complete, it was time to enhance it. Third level interstellar enhancement. With an expenditure of 10 million star coins, the repair room instantly sparkled with starlight. A vast and majestic aura erupted from Chaos. This enhancement was like gathering thousands of stars in one, the starlight shining bright, adding depth to the red and black mecha. The starlight dotted the black mecha's surface like countless stars in the sky. The third-level interstellar enhancement allowed the sky mecha to directly enter the ranks of the star-breaking mechas. The re-strengthening of the metal body made it indestructible. Most importantly, The terrifying power within its core erupted violently. Bang! The explosion sent shockwaves, instantly raising the temperature in the entire virtual repair chamber. Fortunately, Subai had long prepared and had used star power to protect himself. Even so, the shockwave had sent ripples through his surrounding star power. The original 5-grain seeds had completely transformed, no longer the half-stellar cloud stone and half-grain seed like before. In terms of purity, these 5-core power sources had now completely transformed into star cloud stones. Adding to the amplification of the 5 cores, chaos and its core power now even surpassed most star-breaking mechas. Looking at the newly revitalized chaos, Subai directly left the virtual repair chamber and went to the training ground outside. The bright moon hung high. Due to the previous turmoil, the outside of the interstellar repair shop was almost completely sealed off, and outsiders could not get close. At the far end, the law enforcement team members were on duty. Click! Hearing the door of the interstellar repair shop open, the law enforcement team members responsible for guarding immediately looked towards the entrance of the repair shop. Hey, isn't that Boss Sue? Where's he going so late? I don't know, but shouldn't we remind Boss Sue to be careful? Didn't you hear? He even took down a stepping stone mecha. Do we need to remind him? You didn't mention it, and I almost forgot. I didn't expect Boss Sue to be so young. Not only is his mechanical repair skill remarkable, but his strength is also so formidable. This is the difference between people. We're like the bright moon compared to the firefly when it comes to Boss Sue. Ahem, I got carried away. Even if you say that, Boss Sue can't hear you. Wait, did Boss Sue enter the training ground? Is he going to practice? Holy crap, he got into the mecha. Is this mecha armed? This is my first time seeing it. So cool. At this moment, Subai has already entered chaos, naturally attracting everyone's attention. Although these law enforcement team members had heard of it, they had never seen Subai's chaos with their own eyes. After witnessing it firsthand, they could only say it was even more powerful and handsome than they had heard. Wait a minute. Wasn't it said before that Boss Sue's mecha was only 3 meters tall? Why does it look nearly 5 meters tall now? Hey, it seems so. Could it be? The same thought arose in the minds of the law enforcement team members, and they exchanged glances, followed by the sound of swallowing saliva from the crowd. Hey, has he undergone enhancement? Boss Sue has broken through to become a Starpath Mecha Master. Holy crap, such a young Starpath Mecha Master? And that's not all. When he was a Sky Mecha Master, he could already defeat Starpath Mecha Masters, and now that he has broken through, won't he be unstoppable? Is the gap between people really this vast? Boss Sue, please, spare some mercy. This doesn't leave any room for others to live. As the aura of chaos dissipated, everyone confirmed their suspicions. In amazement, they also sighed. They had seen the world and weren't unfamiliar with S-class talent prodigies. But to see a monster like Subai, this was indeed their first time. Not to mention his incredible mechanical repair skills. Just entering the ranks of Starpath Mecha Masters at his age is enough to shock the world. Subai naturally couldn't hear the discussions around him. He didn't come to the training ground to show off. He mainly came to test the new skills he gained after enhancement. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Subai focused his gaze, fully concentrated. A flash of red light flickered in the eyes of chaos, and the entire mecha soared into the air, leaving behind countless afterimages in the sky. Each afterimage seemed indistinguishable from the real chaos. The afterimages of chaos simultaneously swung their right arms and delivered powerful punches. Bang, 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 bang. The punch force broke through the air like thunder. With countless afterimages punch winds exploding in the air, swift as the wind, rushing like a waterfall. Just the punch winds prompted the defensive barrier to rise. Even beneath the punch winds, the barrier, capable of withstanding a full strike from a star-breaking mecha, began to show fine cracks. Special trait, 1,000 flowers and 10,000 shadows. By moving at high speed, it creates seemingly real afterimages. Each afterimage can be real or fake. Chaos can attack from any afterimage's position at any time. This resulted in the scene of countless punches being unleashed. This spectacle made the onlookers drop their jaws again. They had never seen such a grand display. Especially since each afterimage seemed real. This wasn't just an afterimage. It was a clone. Everyone, holy crap, this is impossible. How could there be such a technique? Is this a clone? Boss Su's mecha can actually create clones. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even a mecha master with clone talent can only create up to 8 clones at once. How many is Boss Su creating? At least hundreds of clones. How is that possible? Even a celestial mecha master's star power isn't enough to create this many. But how do you explain? The evidence is right before our eyes. I don't know, but it's just impossible. This is not mecha at all. Sigh. One can only say that Boss Su has surpassed worldly understanding. With him, anything is possible. The mind was shocked, causing some law enforcement team members' resolve to waver. Su Bai's display was indeed too astonishing. However, before they could recover from the shock of 1,000 flowers and 10,000 shadows, the hundreds of chaos returned to one. Chaos stood majestically in the air, towering at a height of 100 meters, like a king of the dark night descending to the world. Overlooking the vast multitude, the crowd's gaze quickly shifted to the chaos standing in the sky. They were quite puzzled. Why did Boss Su go so high? Is he trying to enjoy the view of the sea of clouds? I see you hammering. Does Boss Su have that much leisure? Then what is he doing? I don't know. If they could have boldly speculated about Su Bai's next move before now, it's better not to guess. It's completely unfathomable. Fortunately, Su Bai didn't leave them in doubt for too long. The starlight above chaos flickered instantaneously, like brilliant stars. Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from it. Instantly, energy gathered above its head, and surrounding star power surged toward its crown, quickly forming a glowing sphere of starlight. Feeling the star power on it, everyone immediately held their breath, staring at the sky without blinking. Even at a distance of 100 meters, the residual waves of this energy sphere still made them feel immense pressure. Thud! Under this immense pressure, some weaker law enforcement team members even knelt on one knee, struggling to hold on. Even so, they maintained their posture of looking up, fearing they might miss the upcoming scene. Buzz! As the gathering of light completed, the starry sphere shot into the sky, creating a column of light that tore through the clouds and broke the heavens. Outside the light column, starry lights flickered, creating countless air masses through friction, instantly exploding. Countless starry lights fell like a meteor shower, crashing down onto the ground. Bang! 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 Countless light columns struck the ground, hammering into the training field, which rapidly developed one pit after another. Until the last starry light fell, the once indestructible training ground was completely turned into a giant pit. Even the surrounding barriers were torn to shreds. Boom! The explosion's aftermath swept through, the pressure waves surged, directly toppling the law enforcement team members to the ground. The residual waves spread outward, crashing against the buildings in the sea of clouds. Regardless of whether it was a high-rise or flat ground, they all trembled under this pressure wave. Unlike the earlier sensations from the starry heavy artillery or the Gongjin Scarlet Flame Slash, this was a true massive tremor. Even those who had fallen asleep were awakened by this shaking. What is happening? This feels like a real earthquake. This sensation is much stronger than before. Wait. Why do I feel like the building across is shaking? Run. This kind of situation played out in countless households. It wasn't until they left their homes and reached the ground that the shaking stopped. This instantly sparked public outrage. Is this ever going to end? Day after day. When will it stop? Don't tell me it's another new type of weapon research. Which good person develops a new weapon every day? Where is the Sea of Clouds fleet? They must give an explanation. Exactly. This life is unbearable. Many people even took direct action, flooding the hotline of the Sea of Clouds fleet. Xiao Wang, as Sun Yu's secretary and petition officer, was currently in a state of panic. He rushed into Sun Yu's office. Captain Sun, something bad has happened. All right, you let someone control it for now. I already know about the situation. Just now, Sun Yu naturally felt the tremor and was even able to determine that the source of the shock was the interstellar repair shop. After arranging for Xiao Wang, he left the fleet building directly and headed straight for the interstellar repair shop, his face full of anxiety. Su Bai must not be in trouble. With such a huge commotion coming from the interstellar repair shop, his first reaction was that the Transformation Church had gone mad, completely deciding to take drastic measures against Su Bai. That previous attack had felt threatening even to him, not to mention Su Bai. No matter what, Subai must not be harmed. The opponent's repair technology is a treasure of all of Huaxia. Sun Yu rushed to the interstellar repair shop without stopping. Meanwhile, Subai, who was in chaos, felt a bit awkward. Looking at the training ground that had completely disappeared below, he scratched his head helplessly. The power is a bit too strong. This was his talent skill, Stellar Flash, acquired after his third awakening. He thought using it within the training ground wouldn't cause too much impact. Who would have thought that the training ground would be blown to pieces? He hurried to the ground, leaving chaos and looking at the law enforcement team members lying on the ground, still shaken. Subai scratched his head. Are you all okay? His appearance made the law enforcement team members realize that the person in front of them was still a youth under 20. They hurriedly got up and brushed off the dust on their clothes. We're fine. It's just that, Boss Su, the commotion you caused was too big. What? What was that move? It's the first time I've seen someone blow up a training ground. So strong. Really too strong. Can mecha weapons be this powerful? After all, it was just the residual wave, and they were already prepared, with some having put up defensive gear in front of them. So those with weaker strength only received minor injuries. Most of the law enforcement team members were just knocked over and had their clothes dirted. But this still didn't change their respect for Subai. After all, this residual wave was still dissipating after shattering the training ground barrier. If that move had really hit them, the outcome was too terrifying to imagine. This is my talent skill. Feeling guilty, Subai wasn't impatient with their questions and directly explained. Sure enough, Boss Su also has 2 talent skills. The law enforcement team members nodded, then seemed to think of something. No, it should be 3. And that previous clone, according to the intel, they knew that Subai had used another sword-type talent skill to kill Duan Han at the start. And just now he had also used a clone and that stellar fall talent skill. There should be a total of 3. That clone is not a talent skill, nor is it a clone. That's my special trait. Seeing their misunderstanding, Subai explained again. But is it really a misunderstanding? After all, he really does have 3 talent skills. It's just that he hasn't demonstrated the dark energy beam cannon in front of others yet. Upon hearing Subai's explanation, everyone nodded. I see. At this moment, they felt that Subai was not as unattainable as they thought and was quite easy to talk to. He even patiently explained so much to them, unlike what they had imagined about him being aloof. They had misunderstood. Subai was never a cold person, especially not in a situation where he had almost harmed others. He killed Duan Han because the other party deserved it, and these law enforcement team members, even if their strength was mediocre, were people contributing to the defense of Yanhai. Naturally, he wouldn't treat them coldly. The law enforcement team members had a simple exchange with Subai and were about to report the situation here. After all, with such a huge commotion, the fleet side must be in chaos right now. Suddenly, an angry shout came from a distance. Scum of the Transformation Church. Captain Sun, you had arrived on the battlefield. Even from a distance, everyone could see the might of his Songlong. Concerned about Subai, Sun Yu didn't care too much. He drove Songlong all the way. Upon seeing the training ground in front of the interstellar repair shop had turned into a giant pit, he was furious. He immediately shouted, ready to deal with the attackers from the Transformation Church to honor Subai's spirit in heaven. Seeing Songlong getting closer, the law enforcement team members were dumbfounded. What happened to Captain Sun? Scum of the Transformation Church. Where are the scum of the Transformation Church here? Oh no, he's charging over. Seeing the somewhat out-of-control Songlong, the law enforcement team members scattered in all directions, fearing being caught in the crossfire. This was a Star Walker 5-star mecha. If they took a direct hit, they would really be finished. Whoosh! Just then, Subai's figure disappeared, and chaos, bathed in starlight, appeared directly in front of Songlong. Upon seeing the mecha suddenly appear in front of him, Sun Yu instinctively threw a punch. The 50-meter tall Songlong was still larger than chaos even with a punch. Boom! A loud bang. The shockwave surged, and dust flew, obscuring the view. The law enforcement team members thought it was bad. Oh no, Boss Su has been hit by Captain Sun. It's over. This was Songlong's full power strike. Boss Su is likely in serious trouble. Sigh. Captain Sun is being reckless. If anyone finds out, Captain Sun would probably be in big trouble. Quickly go find Boss Su. He must not be harmed. They all believed that under Captain Sun's furious strike, Subai would surely be in grave danger. even though Chaos had already shown terrifying strength. But power is one thing, and defense is another. Not to mention Chaos was just a mecha weapon. Even if it were a normal mecha, a Starwalker mecha couldn't withstand a full power strike from a shattering star mecha. Everyone was in a state of panic, their hearts racing. Captain Sunday. It's all a misunderstanding. Subai's voice suddenly came from the smoke, which relieved everyone while also shocking them. No way. Is this real? Boss Su's mecha weapon actually blocked Captain Sun Songlong's strike? Is that reasonable? Songlong's fist is supposed to be bigger than Boss Su's chaos. All they could say was, no wonder it's Boss Su's mecha. Everything Boss Su produces is premium quality. It's not something we can casually judge. Everyone was amazed, but the most shocked was naturally Sun Yu. That punch he threw was completely instinctive, and coupled with his anger, he had almost used 10 times the strength. Aside from not attaching the Songyan, it could be said to beat Songlong's full power strike. Such a punch was actually blocked by Subai. Subai, are you okay? Sun Yu's words had a double meaning. One was that the other party hadn't been harmed by the Transformation Church, and the other was that he had taken his punch and was still fine. It's all a misunderstanding. Hearing the double entendre in Sun Yu's words and recalling his angry shout when he arrived, Subai understood that he had been misunderstood. After confirming that Subai was unharmed, both of them left their mechas and came to the crowd. Captain Sun, seeing Sun Yu appear, the law enforcement team members quickly saluted. Sun Yu waved his hand. Let us talk what happened here. As he spoke, he pointed at the giant pit in front of the interstellar repair shop. The law enforcement team members, upon hearing this, were momentarily at a loss for words. Subai shook his head. I'll explain. I just gained an upgrade and was preparing to test my talent skill. And this is how it turned out. Saying this, he helplessly shrugged. He truly hadn't expected such a huge commotion to arise. This? You did this? Sun Yu was taken aback, his gaze darting back and forth between Subai and the giant pit. Even though Chaos had blocked his punch earlier, that was nothing compared to the complete destruction of the training ground, especially considering the aftermath that shook the entire Yanhai was actually formed after the training ground was destroyed. What level of power is this? At least Sun Yu believed it would be very difficult for him to achieve this. After all, he was a 5-star mech engineer. Yet, he sensed that Subai's cast was only at the 1-star level of the star paving realm during their earlier encounter. This wasn't just a gap of one major realm. Even having witnessed Subai's mech repair skills, Sun Yu still found it hard to believe. If anyone had told him before that someone could overclock a mech's performance to such an extent, he would have thought they were still half asleep. But it was Subai speaking. Moreover, there were so many law enforcement team members as witnesses. They couldn't possibly be lying to themselves. Sun Yu suddenly felt a chill and looked at Subai with a changed expression, his tone testing. Subai, are you considering developing the fleet? Of course. The repair costs will still follow your rules. As long as you agree, I will guarantee your absolute freedom within my capabilities. Sun Yu had previously thought about recruiting Subai. After all, his mech repair skills were nothing short of miraculous. But considering the cost, he had given up on the idea. Moreover, just for mech maintenance and enhancement, there was no need for Subai to join the fleet. He could just come to the interstellar repair shop. However, now having witnessed Subai's strength, he truly felt the urge to spare no effort to recruit him into the Yanhai fleet. This was comparable to his own combat power. And he was so young. Currently, Subai was merely a star-paving mech engineer, yet possessed such strength. What level would he reach when he became a star-breaking engineer? With the potential Subai had shown, it wasn't impossible for him to become a star-falling level engineer, even surpassing Hung Tian. But that's not necessary. However, Subai directly refused Sun Yu. If you need enhancements or repairs, you're always welcome to come to the interstellar repair shop to find me. Joining the fleet? Not to mention that Subai had no such intention. Even if he did, he couldn't do that. The interstellar repair shop was his foundation, and he was very clear about that. If he left the interstellar repair shop, it was uncertain whether the system could still provide help. After all, the condition for triggering the system was to own a repair shop. No matter how many promises Sun Yu made, he couldn't agree. Seeing Subai refuse so decisively, Sun Yu understood that he truly had no intention of joining the fleet. Although he felt a bit regretful, he didn't say much, only sighing. Well, Then it seems our fleet and you, Su-bai, are not fated. Forcing Su-bai to join? Are you crazy? Not to mention the strength of the other party. He might not even be able to please him. Just the fact that he would need to seek Su-bai for enhancements in the future made it impossible to force him. However, the training ground still needed to be rebuilt for you. Sun Yu stroked his chin, thinking that he needed to come for enhancements tomorrow. And it wouldn't do without a training ground. The basic training ground was no longer suitable for you here. After today's incident, it was clear that a star-breaking level training ground was insufficient to meet Su-bai's needs. Sun Yu looked towards the law enforcement team members nearby. You all go and have someone build a high-level training ground here, constructed according to the scale of the competition venue. A competition venue scale training ground is generally used for the top talents from various countries on Blue Star to exchange ideas. Among these top talents, there are no shortage of star-breaking mech engineers, so a star-breaking level training ground would naturally struggle to withstand their battles. Hence the need for a stronger star-falling level barrier. Sun Yu thought this should be foolproof. After all, Yanhai didn't have any star-falling level experts. Not to mention Yanhai, even the entire Huaxia didn't have many star-falling level experts. However, upon hearing Sun Yu's words, the law enforcement team members looked a bit troubled. The costs required for a competition venue scale training ground were simply incomparable to those of a basic training ground. The main defensive barrier alone was worth hundreds of millions of star coins, and building it for the interstellar repair shop without reason was simply unreasonable. But what? This time, due to the invasion of the Transformation Church, Su-bai disregarded danger and saved the citizens of Yanhai, killing the attackers on the spot. This was the compensation he deserved. Saying this, Sun Yu looked at Su-bai, seeking his opinion. Su-bai, you have no objections, right? I have no objections. As Sun Yu inquired, Su-bai readily agreed. Su-bai naturally had no objections. Having the training ground built outside his door was also beneficial for him. If it weren't for the existence of this basic training ground, he would have been unable to directly experience the power of the talent skills he gained. Using them directly would inevitably lead to results like the previous incident with the Sword of Attraction. It could even cause significant losses like the recent Starburst event. As for the compensation Sun Yu mentioned, if he hadn't brought it up, Su-bai wouldn't have known or cared at all. Now, it was quite good to exchange for a training ground worth hundreds of millions of star coins. Of course, he could ask for other compensations. But compared to the training ground, the value of other compensations would certainly be greatly reduced. Su-bai's thoughts were indeed correct. If it were to change to other compensations, without any personal interests mixed in, Sun Yu would only be able to compensate a maximum of several tens of millions of star coins, which was already quite high for compensation. It was a price that could only be given because of Su-bai. However, now replacing it with a high-level training ground directly multiplied the compensation tenfold. After all, calling the training ground a compensation could also be seen as a public facility. It just needed Su-bai's permission to use it. It could benefit every guest who came to the interstellar repair shop. All right, since you have no objections, then let's arrange it and get started. I have other matters to attend to. See you tomorrow. On the way back, Sun Yu didn't drive his Songling anymore. Earlier he was anxious to get there as soon as possible, but now he wasn't in such a hurry. Only poor Xiao Wang. At the petition office, Xiao Wang was currently vacant-eyed, continuing to take calls from the public while urging her subordinates to calm them down. Sigh, what on earth is going on? Everything was fine. How did it suddenly turn into an earthquake? The captain too, leaving without a word. In the end, I still have to bear it all alone. Not only has my skin been sagging lately, but I also have a lot of crow's feet. Xiao Wang kept muttering to herself, originally thinking that the position of the captain's secretary should be quite leisurely, with many things not requiring her to worry about. Who would have thought that besides things she couldn't do, she was almost responsible for everything else? Ahem, gossiping behind someone's back is not a good habit. Sun Yu happened to hear Xiao Wang's muttering. Although he felt a bit embarrassed, he kept a straight face. He merely coughed a couple of times to remind Xiao Wang of his presence. Oh, Captain, you're here. Xiao Wang glanced up at Sun Yu and pretended nothing had happened. Having been Sun Yu's secretary for so long, she understood that the fact he didn't directly reprimand her indicated he felt guilty, and it was indeed the case. I came to notify you to draft a notice to send out, to say that the recent earthquakes were caused by our Yunhai fleet developing new weapons, and there won't be any more in the future. Sun Yu was very certain about this. After all, he had even changed the training ground for Su Bai to a high-level one. Could he still shake the star-falling level barrier? It was simply non-existent. All right. Hearing Sun Yu's statement, although it was a bit far-fetched, it was indeed the best way to stop the uproar. Xiao Wang immediately executed it. Soon, the announcement was released. Is it really developing new weapons? The fleet said so. It should be correct, right? So we don't need to move? They said there won't be any more in the future. I hope that's true. The development of weapons is just that, developing weapons. Yet they choose to disturb people's dreams in the middle of the night. Perhaps it's for confidentiality? However, the power of this weapon is indeed frightening. Just the testing can cause such commotion. All right, let's trust them this time. But if it happens again, we will report it to the Nanjing fleet. Support. With the announcement released, the pressure from the petitions suddenly decreased. Xiao Wang and the petition staff finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that there was nothing going on here, Sun Yu returned to his office. He had already reported in advance that he wouldn't be going back. After so many incidents, he indeed needed to stay at the fleet. Report to the captain. Their results. As soon as Sun Yu returned to his office, Zhang Lei hurried over, looking rather grim. According to preliminary assessments, there was likely a problem on Deputy Captain Ji's side. Zhang Lei lowered his voice, worried about being overheard. Upon hearing that there was indeed an issue within the Yunhai fleet, Sun Yu's brow furrowed, and his tone became somber. Is there any evidence? Not at the moment. However, a month ago, Deputy Captain Ji had called for a batch of field tigers, and when it was time to retrieve them, 3 were missing, supposedly due to strategic destruction. This time, that mutated field tiger was almost completely blown to pieces, and we can't determine if it was from that original batch. What Zhang Lei said was all speculation. Since Su Bai had turned that mutated field tiger into rubble, they had no leads to follow. Of course, even if that field tiger still existed, it would be difficult to identify it as part of the original batch after modifications. Since the other party had made modifications, the production sequence would naturally have changed. All right. Continue investigating this matter, primarily focusing on Deputy Captain Ji's side. I will handle the specifics as necessary. Sun Yu clasped his hands on the desk, supporting his chin, his gaze flickering as he pondered the ins and outs of the entire situation. Borrowing field tigers, the appearance of sea nuclear rays, and the attack on the interstellar repair shop. Could it be too coincidental? He did not directly conclude that this matter was related to Deputy Captain Ji or Captain Ji Changyun, as this lead came too easily. It was likely a misdirection from the other party. Zhang Lei nodded in agreement with Sun Yu's arrangement, but still cautiously probed. Captain Sunday, I wonder if tomorrow. Could you clarify your investigation? Had you clarified it? Sun Yu narrowed his eyes into a line, looking at Zhang Lei without any fluctuation in his expression, making him feel a chill. The wailing never ends. This shouldn't delay anything, right? How long will it take to finish a thorough investigation? Now he regretted not heeding Huang Lin's advice at that time. Sigh. Why was he so petty back then? After leaving Sun Yu's office, Zhang Lei was left speechless and choked up. Chapter 57 Zhao Tianming. Has that kid sprouted wings? After Zhang Lei left, Sun Yu fell into deep thought again. He matched the information in his hand one by one, trying to discover some clues. After a while, he found a problem in the most inconspicuous sea nuclear ray incident. The report stated that an external employee of the CF family severely injured E with a sea nuclear ray, and that member had already been executed by the CF family. No way. At Yunhai No. 1 High School, how could the CF family allow an external employee to enter the school? There had been too many issues with Yunhai previously, and the CF family's matters were not considered too serious, which led Sun Yu to overlook their use of sea nuclear rays. And the fleet had not paid much attention to this point either. Now, when everything was combined, it seemed that the situation was not that simple. It seemed that the CF family had to be investigated. Sun Yu made up his mind. After the reinforcement tomorrow, he would head to the CF family. The night was uneventful. The Yunhai fleet was very busy, whether it was suppressing public opinion or conducting secret investigations. Especially Zhang Lei, who was in a delicate state, working hard while feeling a sense of regret. As for Su Bai, after the enforcement team began their work, he returned to the interstellar repair shop. Lying on his resting chair, Su Bai stared at the cold ceiling. No, I still have to go home in a couple of days. Staying here all the time is not a solution. He had originally stayed in the repair shop for safety reasons. But now he had broken through to the star-treading realm and could even temporarily possess the strength of a star-breaking mecha master. With such strength, he should be able to walk sideways in Yunhai. Even if the modified church attacked again, he could escape thanks to the high mobility of chaos. Moreover, after breaking through to the star-treading realm, his star power was concealed by the system. To the average person, he was just an ordinary person, unless he exposed himself actively, which could also increase his chances of survival. At the very least, it shouldn't be a problem to wait until Sun Yu arrives. From today's events, it could be seen that this captain of the Yunhai fleet was indeed very responsible. In the South River Fleet, Zhao Tianming had also been very busy recently due to the beast tide of the Tao Tai. Thousands of Tao Tais. This was a large-scale beast tide that hadn't occurred in decades. Such a beast tide happened to occur near Starry Sky Number 1, which was under South River's responsibility. And even this hottest powerhouse in Huaxia felt a tremendous headache. Moreover, one wave had not yet settled when another arose. First, there was the Tao Tai beast tide, and then the attack by the modified church. What a hassle. That kid Su Nantian is so carefree. After discovering that Su Bai had opened an interstellar repair shop and that his daughter seemed to have some relationship with him, Zhao Tianming often recalled the past years. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious of that old friend who was now missing. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of Zhao Tianming's office. Entering was Xing Yunlong. He had been busy with his own mecha enhancement in the past few days and hadn't had time to report the modified church incident to Zhao Tianming, which made Xing Yunlong feel a bit ashamed. After all, this should be his job. General Zhao. Seeing Zhao Tianming seated at his desk, Xing Yunlong directly saluted. I'm here to report on the situation at the interstellar repair shop. Good timing. Yunhai has also made a report. You are among the first to arrive at the scene. You should also check if there are any discrepancies in their report. As he spoke, Zhao Tianming projected the report content sent by Sun Yu onto the light screen in front of him, and Xing Yunlong began to review it alongside him. Here, there is a bit of a problem. Soon, Xing Yunlong discovered that the report sent by Sun Yu had some issues. This battle was entirely accomplished by the shopkeeper of the interstellar repair shop, Su Bai. By the time we arrived, the battle had already ended. Xing Yunlong pointed to a line in the report. With the joint efforts of the Yunlong team and the shopkeeper of the interstellar repair shop, Su Bai, the remnants of the modified church were eradicated. This might have been added by the Yunhai fleet to consider their face, but he didn't need such credit. The reason the Yunlong team could become the strongest team was that they pursued the truth. This was clearly Su Bai's achievement. They didn't need to share credit. Zhao Tianming raised his eyebrows. Really? He hadn't inquired about this in detail before. Even when he saw this information, he assumed the Yunlong team took the lead and that Su Bai played at most a supporting role. He never expected that Xing Yunlong would say that the remnants of the modified church were killed solely by Su Bai. If you remembered correctly, Su Bai was the same age as Ye this year, and at that age, some top talents were only Sky Mecha Masters, and that Duan Han had reached the level of a star-treading Mecha Master. Did he single-handedly kill a star-treading Mecha Master? Or was he piloting a mutated star-treading mecha? In shock, Zhao Tianming couldn't help but question. It was simply too unscientific. A youth not yet of age, a star-treading mecha master? Such talent, even throughout the history of Blue Star, no one could compare to him. Of course, Boss Su, he is a divine person. Although Xing Yunlong was not one to joke, he was very serious and stated things as they were. Zhao Tianming. Divine person? What do you mean by that? Could it be that kid has sprouted wings? I admit his father does have some strength, but that's just a bit stronger than me. How could his son be so terrifying? Zhao Tianming didn't understand, but at this moment, he was very curious. He took Zhao Mingyue's words as a joke. After all, it was normal for young people to see things through a filter. But since Xing Yunlong said it, he had to take it seriously. Can you elaborate? At this moment, Zhao Tianming's interest in Su Bai took precedence, postponing the information review, as he had already read it once, and shouldn't have too many problems. Well, we have to start with Boss Su's repair skills. Upon hearing Zhao Tianming inquire about Su Bai, Xing Yunlong's face showed admiration, and even his tone rose a few notches. You mean, he can let a mecha awaken a second talent skill? He can even awaken specialized traits? You guys in the Yunlong team all sought that kid for enhancement? And that Zhang Lei from the Yunhai enforcement team even offended Sun Yu for the sake of enhancing his mecha? Hiss, how is that possible? After hearing Xing Yunlong's description, Zhao Tianming's eyes widened, and he fell into a daze. At this moment, he recalled the scene when Zhao Mingyue asked him for money earlier. Could it be? Zhao Tianming wanted to directly confirm with Zhao Mingyue again, but thinking that it was already late at night, he dismissed the thought. All right. You take this information back to check. I need to calm down. This general of the South River Fleet was now somewhat stunned. He needed to cool down. Yes. Xing Yunlong replied, and then left Zhao Tianming's office. He was not surprised by Zhao Tianming's astonishment. After all, who could believe that there was such a legendary repair master in Yunhai? Chapter 58. Sun Yu, should I cut in line? The door to the office creaked shut. In the spacious office, only Zhao Tianming remained. He let out a deep breath and glanced at an old photo on the side. Looking at the man in the picture and couldn't help but sigh. It shouldn't be. You don't have the talent for mech repair. Could it be inherited from Zhou Mo Yun? That shouldn't be either. She isn't a mech repair master. Goodness. What a surprise you've given me even after all these years of retirement. Zhao Tianming was filled with mixed feelings at the moment. The personality of Xing Yunlong forced him to believe that what he said was the truth. At the same time, he was very puzzled. If Su Bai was just strong in combat, able to fight against Star Mech Masters, he could barely accept that. After all, both of his parents were powerful mech masters, and a slight genetic mutation leading to a strong talent wasn't impossible. But to say that his mech repair talent surpasses all ages? That just doesn't make sense. Neither Su Nantian nor Zhou Mo Yun are mech repair masters, and there has never been any legendary mech repair master from their family. How could he have such strong mech repair abilities? It's truly strange. Despite this, a smile unconsciously crept onto Zhao Tianming's lips. After all, he is the child of an old friend. Even though they have never met, he is still Zhao Tianming's junior. I heard that Ye has a good relationship with this kid. This incident just happened to occur on site. If it really doesn't work out, should I rekindle that childhood betrothal? He sound good. Our Zhao Zongchang completely forgot that he was secretly glad that the childhood betrothal wasn't settled back then. Now he is thinking about bringing the two together. What a changeable man. In the starry sky, Su Nantian couldn't help but sneeze again. This action caused Zhou Mo Yun to worry. What is wrong with you lately? Why are you sneezing so often? I don't know. I just feel like someone is talking about me. Su Nantian hesitated. At his level, missing a night or two of sleep was fine, but if it happened too often, it didn't feel right. Could that brat be cursing me behind my back? Zhou Mo Yun couldn't help but chuckle. You know that what you did would get you scolded by Xiaobai? As she spoke, a hint of longing appeared in her eyes. After all, that was the child she carried for 10 months. Although she did it to make him stronger, being away for so long naturally made her miss him. I said, wouldn't it have been better to say goodbye properly back then? Why did it have to be such a dramatic departure with a letter left behind? And you insisted that I delete Xiao by S contact info. Even changing the phone number. Zhou Mo Yun kept complaining to Su Nantian. Sigh, we had no choice, right? You know that brat. He seems carefree on the surface, but deep down he wants to be a mech master more than anyone else. With us around, he would inevitably want to put on a brave face, and if something goes wrong over time, what then? Besides saying goodbye properly? Would you really have the heart to leave if you faced him directly? Su Nantian gently pulled Zhou Mo Yun into his arms and comforted her. At worst, we'll sneak back to see him after a while. The child has grown up. He will eventually leave the protection of his parents, so you should trust him. Hearing Su Nantian's words, Zhou Mo Yun felt a bit better, putting away her longing and nodding softly. But we still need to hurry up and build a small account. Su Nantian's serious expression suddenly changed, resembling a wolf eyeing a flock of sheep. As he made faces at Zhou Mo Yun, Zhou Mo Yun shot him a flirtatious glance, lightly punching his chest, but didn't resist too much. Su Bai was actually relieved. If these two were really at home like this, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Luckily, they left. At their age, aren't they ashamed? It's really hard to watch. On the morning of the vertical sun, Sun Yu hadn't slept all night. As he stood up and stretched at the moment the sun rose, it was nothing for someone at his level to go days without sleep. Stretching was just a habit. On his desk were recent intelligence reports about the CF family, which didn't seem unusual. It appeared that a year ago, Xie Zhihao, the head of the CF family, had left Blue Star for a period of time, returning to the CF family after 3 months. That seemed to be the case. He still had to visit the CF family. However, he should first go to the interstellar mech repair shop. That was the priority. After putting away the documents on his desk, Sun Yu quickly arranged his schedule for the day and headed straight for the interstellar mech repair shop. However, Sun Yu didn't expect that when he arrived at the interstellar mech repair shop, there were already quite a few people queuing outside, and it was about to fill the entire training ground. Sun Yu. What is going on? Didn't we suppress the public opinion already? Why are there still so many people? He slowly approached, only to hear people in the crowd complaining. You got your account banned too? Me too. Sigh. I don't know what they were thinking. Just mentioning the interstellar mech repair shop gets your account banned. Exactly. I was going to promote it, but I couldn't send anything out. I heard it's because someone attacked outside the repair shop a couple of days ago. Is there anyone here who was present? I was there at the time. The attacker was a star mech master. But unfortunately, the other party couldn't withstand Boss Su's sword. Are you kidding? ISNT Boss Su, a mech repair master? A star mech master couldn't withstand his sword? Have you read too many novels? It's true. I was there too. We almost got finished off, but thankfully Boss Su stepped in and saved us. Boss Su was that brave? Of course. It's probably because of this that comments about Boss Su were deleted, and we got banned. No worries, it's good. At least we who saw the video early can come and line up first. Right? Let those who missed out cry. Hearing their words, Sun Yu stood there in shock. The interstellar mech repair shop had become this popular? Even with public opinion suppressed, so many people were still interested? Speaking of which, Sun Yu was actually the second person to know about the interstellar mech repair shop, since the first customer was his daughter. He just didn't expect that wanting to contact Boss Su more naturally would allow others to get ahead of him. Sometimes, overthinking leads to this. He didn't consider that since Su Bai opened such a mech repair shop, the purpose was naturally to make money. There wouldn't be so many rules. Looking at the young people in front of him, Sun Yu felt a bit awkward. As the captain of the Yanhai, he certainly couldn't cut in line, right? If word got out, he would surely be criticized. But if he didn't cut in line, looking at this queue, he would have to wait until tomorrow at least. Sun Yu found himself in a dilemma. This was even more troublesome than investigating the Reformed Church. Just as he didn't know what to do, the door of the interstellar mech repair shop swung open. Su Bai stepped outside and seeing the crowd. He was also confused. How? Are they back again? There was a wave of customers before, but there were only about 10 who actually needed maintenance. But this time was clearly different. After the previous incident, these people should all be genuine customers. Among them, Su Bai even spotted Zhou Yunzheng. With so many people, how long would it take to get through? For the first time, Su Bai felt the urge to expand and hire staff. He couldn't personally attend to every customer. Not to mention that not everyone could accept the price. And even if they could, with so many people, how long would he be busy? Fortunately, he suddenly spotted Sun Yu at the back of the crowd. Su Bai quickly waved his hand, Captain Sun, over here. Then he smiled at everyone. This is a client who made an appointment yesterday. From now on, our shop will also adopt an appointment system for reception. I will post the specific arrangements on the Star Network. I apologize for the inconvenience, everyone. The moment he saw Sun Yu, Su Bai quickly came up with the idea of using a lottery system for repairs or enhancements. This way, he could determine in advance how many people he would receive each day, avoiding situations where others had to wait outside. As for today, he could only say sorry. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, there was quite a bit of discussion outside the interstellar repair shop. Huh? Is that true? Do we really have to make an appointment? Sigh. I should have checked the Star Network first. Boss Su, can't you make an exception? We've come all this way. Some people hoped Su Bai could be flexible, but he understood that setting such a precedent was not an option. If he made an exception now, what about the people behind? When would it end? So he decisively stated, sorry, there's nothing I can do. If you want to come, please go back and draw lots. Okay. After hearing Su Bai's words, Zhou Yunjin was the first to agree to Su Bai's condition and left the scene. He had benefited before and understood how rare Su Bai's enhancements were. Since the other party said so, they would just follow suit. With the first person leaving, those who had been saved by Su Bai also left one after another. Boss Su, make sure to draw me. They were also a bit unlucky, having encountered Duan Han before, and now facing a lottery system. However, they didn't have too many complaints in their hearts. As this group of people left, the crowd in front of the interstellar repair shop gradually dispersed. Seeing this, Sun Yu directly approached the front of the interstellar repair shop, his expression somewhat complicated. Su Bai, you don't have to sacrifice your clientele just to help me enhance. I can wait. Sun Yu believed that Su Bai's actions were to help him enhance his mecha, even causing so many customers to leave. This made him feel like he was benefiting at someone else's expense. Su Bai found it a bit strange. No, I just thought with so many people here, I probably wouldn't get a chance to rest today. Besides, helping you enhance was already agreed upon. Sun Yu, all right, I overthought it. Having strength really does allow one to be willful. Other repair shops hope to be overwhelmed with work, yet Su Bai is complaining about having too many customers. Indeed, with his level of repair skills, ordinary orders simply couldn't satisfy him, no matter how strict the conditions. As long as Su Bai could spread the news that he could awaken a second innate skill in mechas, the interstellar repair shop would still have plenty of customers, and they would all be high-end clients. This was also Su Bai's intention. He had been considering relying on maintenance to sustain his business, but it seemed that was no longer necessary. If he really needed to provide such services, he could just hire someone to do it. Ding! Host S thoughts detected. Special mission triggered. Expand the interstellar repair shop and recruit a mechanic employee limited to 3 weeks. Requirements. Employee must be at least a 1-star mechanic level. Mission rewards. Unlock 4-star mechanic inherited skills. Gain weapon enhancement. Starship enhancement branch. Upon seeing the mission issued by the system, Su Bai was taken aback. Ever since Chaos was completed, the system hadn't given him any missions. Now, he was just planning to hire someone, and a mission was issued? Could it be that this mission was issued based on what I was thinking? This point still needed verification, but the mission requirements were indeed a bit demanding. A 1-star mechanic is still a star-level mechanic. Such people could establish their own repair shops wherever they go, yet they were being asked to work here. However, the mission rewards were too tempting for Su Bai to refuse. Not to mention the 4-star mechanic inherited skills. Just the weapon enhancement and starship enhancement branches were opportunities he couldn't miss. Having experienced the benefits of interstellar enhancement, Su Bai understood that as long as it was a system enhancement, it would certainly exceed normal expectations. If weapon enhancement and starship enhancement were added, then the speed at which he made money would be incomparable. However, the starship, it seemed there wasn't enough space here. Looking at the size of the interstellar repair shop, Su Bai felt that enhancing a starship here was definitely not feasible. But that didn't stop him from accepting the mission. At this moment, Sun Yu had already entered the interstellar repair shop and looked at Su Bai, who was standing still. With some confusion, Su Bai, what's wrong? Su Bai waved his hand in response. It's nothing, just thought of something. Come on in. Saying that, he stepped in the maintenance area. This was Sun Yu's first time entering Su Bai's maintenance area. And even he had to admit that this was the most well-equipped maintenance area he had ever seen. Moreover, the various tools were very advanced. Indeed, only such a maintenance area would be worthy of Su Bai. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on his star ring. Song Yan rise. In an instant, the 50-meter tall Song Wolf was displayed in the maintenance area. Even though he had seen it once before and even fought against it, seeing that Song Wolf again still gave Su Bai an unavoidable sense of oppression. This was a star-breaking mecha. Indeed, the previous mechas were somewhat trivial in comparison. Looking at the Song Wolf in front of him and comparing it to the previous mechas, even the vortex didn't seem worth mentioning. A star-breaking mecha was meant to break stars, soaring through the universe. Only upon reaching the star-breaking mecha stage could one truly possess the ability to roam the starry sky and have the power to traverse star systems. Others, even star-stepping mechas, could only fight in the starry sky and maintain short-distance flight. If the distance was too long, they would struggle. Seeing Su Bai's expression, Sun Yu felt quite proud. At this moment, Su Bai finally showed a reaction appropriate for his age. Previously, His performance had been somewhat too extraordinary, making it hard to believe he was a youth not yet of age. How is it? Might Song Wolf isnt bad, right? Seeing Subai like this, Sun Yu couldn't help but feel proud. His Song Wolf was a 5-star, star-breaking mecha. It was the most precious thing he owned, apart from his family. It was well maintained as well. He even hesitated to use it at first when helping Sun Han test her innate skills. It's indeed impressive. You could tell Captain Sun takes good care of it. Subai didn't refute Sun Yu's words. The fact was that the Song Wolf was indeed exquisite. If he didn't have the system, he probably wouldn't even be qualified to repair and enhance mechas of this level right now. But that was only temporary. Subai's mechanic skills were also steadily improving. He had nearly mastered 10 3-star mechanic inherited skills. If calculated by mechanic levels, he could also be considered a 3-star mechanic. The systems helped played a part, but more was due to his own efforts. Detected a mecha available for enhancement. Current mecha level is high. 4th tier enhancement recommended. Requires 10,000 interstellar points. 4th tier enhancement can improve the core materials of the mecha while obtaining a high-level innate skill and awakening 2 special characteristics. The cost to enhance Song Wolf was 5 billion star coins. After confirming the effects of the 4th tier enhancement, Subai directly set the price for Song Wolf. Even though Sun Yu was already prepared, he still felt a bit pained. Even if he took out 5 billion star coins in one go, it still hurt a bit. But thinking about gaining a second innate skill and awakening special characteristics, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right." Although previously the reinforcement cost for Xingyan Long and the others was only 180 million star coins. His own broken star mech is of a different value than the stepping star mech. The difficulty of reinforcement is also evident. So Sun Yu didn't think there was any problem with Subai needing 5 billion. Seeing Sun Yu agree, Subai directly took out the prepared contract template and filled in the price and mech level. As for awakening the second characteristic specialization, he didn't mention it directly, letting Sun Yu feel it for himself when the time comes. After signing the contract, Sun Yu immediately transferred the money to Subai. 25 billion star coins credited to the account. With this 5 billion deposit, Subai's star coin amount exceeded 9 billion. If he hadn't previously reinforced chaos in exchange for the second layer of the star whale breathing method, he would have reached 3 billion star coins with this deposit. A definite small tycoon. Such wealth can be compared to an average broken star mech master. After Sun Yu left the maintenance room, Subai walked over to Tsang. Looking at this 50-meter giant, Subai couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, it has to be big enough to have a sense of oppression." Compared to the giant before him, his own chaos seemed a bit inconspicuous. No matter, it's not impossible to become bigger. After comforting himself, Subai no longer tangled over the size issue. 4th level reinforcement activated. As his hand lightly touched Song, a blue light shot up into the sky. This reinforcement was different from before. Subai could directly see every change into Songlong. Under the blue light, the outer armor of Songlong began to be dismantled, revealing its skeleton and joints. Every detail was observed by Subai, and he certainly would not miss such an opportunity. So this is the skeleton and joints of a broken star mech. Indeed different from the previous ones. Compared to the first 3 realms of mechs, Earth, Sky, and Stepping Star, broken star mechs belong to another level. If divided by 3 boundaries, they can be categorized as mid-tier mechs. Generally, builders are 4-star mech engineers, and their inherited skills are naturally stronger than those of the previous 3 stars. Subai could see that even the northern source joint connection method couldn't be compared with it. Did they use magnetic levitation joining techniques? Is this the method of a 4-star mech engineer? Now Subai is also considered a 3-star mech engineer, although he can't use it. He saw the clues at a glance. The joints of Songlong are fixed to the skeleton using electromagnetic attraction methods, which, unlike traditional welding, increases joint flexibility while maintaining its stability. Is indeed a good method. Soon, the blue light continued to extend along the joints of Songlong, spreading within the skeleton. The materials of Songlong's skeleton and joints were all upgraded at this moment. This also allowed Subai to see its skeletal structure more clearly. The arrangement of the skeletons was not like traditional ones. It seemed to be more compact, animal-like skeletons. The number of these bones does not conform to the traditional human standard of 206 bones. Clearly, there are more and they are more compact. Moreover, many of the skeletal structures exhibited varying degrees of stretching, totaling 397 bones, which is the same as the number of wolf bones. I wonder if all broken star MECH skeletons are constructed in this beast-like manner. After seeing Songlung's skeleton, Su Bai couldn't help but speculate. However, he couldn't verify it and could only compare it when he reinforced the broken star mech again in the future. In fact, it's not just broken star mechs. There are also different skeletal situations in stepping star mechs, and even in sky and earth mechs, just like the abdominal king, snake and field tiger he had seen before, whose skeletal quantities are not the same as traditional mechs. Soon, the blue light continued to spread, crossing the skeleton and joints, reaching the core power source. Su Bai had seen Songlung's core power source before, so he wasn't surprised. At this moment, the nebula stone wrapped in its core chamber began to gradually change under the nourishment of the blue light. The energy on it began to rapidly surge, quickly exceeding the limit that the nebula stone could withstand. Ultimately, it settled at 80% nebula stone and 20% star cotton stone. Su Bai was not surprised by this, as the star cotton stone is a core power source material that is strictly controlled by the entire Star Alliance and contains enormous energy. Even with a 4th level reinforcement, it cannot completely convert the core power source of a stepping star mech into star cotton stone. To achieve that, according to Su Bai's estimation, at least a 5th level reinforcement would be needed. That would be the reinforcement level aimed at star falling mechs. With the power source reinforcement completed, under the coverage of the blue light, Songlung's heavy armor gradually enveloped its skeleton, the flames on it gradually being devoured by the blue light. And the originally azure body now appeared even deeper. If it was previously a sky-like azure, it now leaned more towards a deep-sea blue. Boom! A loud roar echoed. A towering inferno erupted from Songlung, as if an ancient emperor was descending upon the world, reborn in flames. This terrifying wave made Su Bai's expression change, and he hurriedly entered chaos. Chapter 61. A Fresh Appearance. Sun Yu's decision boom. Flames erupted, engulfing the sky with an overwhelming force, the fire raging endlessly, as if it were eternal and indestructible. Faced with this scorching inferno, Su Bai could only pilot Chaos desperately to resist, and with the enhancement of Chaos Mecha and his own star power, he barely held off the intense heat. Su Bai could withstand it, but the surrounding equipment was not so fortunate. Under this high temperature, the outer shell of the electronic platform melted away, and the electronic components within crackled continuously. Even the thermal knife could not endure such temperature. The blade tip began to collapse and scatter around. Just as it was about to touch the ground, a golden light surged, triggering the celestial level defensive barrier. This finally halted the spread of the flames. At the same time, outside the door, Sun Yu's gaze shifted slightly. He had just sensed an extremely familiar, yet more terrifying aura emanating from the maintenance room. Songyan? Sun Yu hesitated. His talent was merely B-level flame control, and being able to use the power of Song Yin was largely thanks to the strength of the Song Wolf. It could be said that becoming a Starbreaker mech master was almost his limit. He had hoped that through Su Bai's enhancement, Song Wolf would reach a higher level, thus benefiting himself and allowing him to break through. But the current situation was somewhat beyond his imagination. That earlier power made him feel a bit palpitated. No matter how one looked at it, he was a 5-star Starbreaker powerhouse. A mere hint of aura made him feel uneasy. What exactly had Su Bai done? Sun Yu was eager to see what was happening inside, and if it weren't for Su Bai's rules, he would have rushed in. But for now, he could only wait. In the cloud sea, perhaps only Su Bai could make him feel this restraint. Just as Sun Yu was waiting anxiously, the maintenance room door suddenly swung open. Without any hesitation, Sun Yu directly entered the maintenance room, and upon seeing Song Wolf before him, his eyes nearly bulged out. This is Song Wolf. No wonder Sun Yu was suspicious that Song Wolf before him, aside from its wolf-like head, bore no resemblance to the original Song Wolf in body or color. Especially now, just standing there, Song Wolf exuded a sense of pressure that made even him feel a bit overwhelmed. Without hesitation, Sun Yu leaped into Song Wolf. The neural link connected. The azure glow in Song Wolf's eyes flickered, and at the same time, the flames on its body moved as if alive, presenting a fierce wolf-like appearance. A deep roar seemed to emanate from its belly. The ceiling opened in response to the sound, and Song Wolf shot into the sky, directly arriving at the newly completed training ground. Sun Yu piloted Song Wolf as it continuously moved through the training ground. When Su Bai appeared at the back of the training ground, the excited voice from Song Wolf finally came out. This. 2 special talents? 2 talent skills. Su Bai, you are truly remarkable. At this moment, no amount of praise could express Sun Yu's admiration for Su Bai. He never expected the other party to give him such a big surprise. In addition to the 1 talent skill and 1 special talent he had already guessed, there was actually an additional special talent. Previously, he felt a bit pained about the 5 billion star coins, but at this moment he felt none of that. If he were to give an evaluation, it would be worth it. Super worth it. This far exceeded his expectations, even under the influence of Song Wolf. Sun Yu felt that the realm he thought had reached its peak was beginning to loosen. Given some time, he would definitely be able to cross the threshold of the 5-star Starbreaker and even challenge the Starfall Mech Master. It should be noted that before this, Starfall Mech Masters were almost exclusively reached by A-level talent Mech Masters. If he truly ascended to the Starfall realm with a B-level talent, it would be an unprecedented achievement. He originally intended to experience his talent skills and special talents, but Sun Yu did not do so. After a brief feeling, he left Song Wolf and came to Su Bai, laughing as he patted Su Bai's shoulder. Having you in Huaxia is truly a blessing for Huaxia. All right, I want to say much in thanks. If you need help in the future, just let me know. As long as it doesn't violate principles, I will definitely lend my full support. Sun Yu's promise carried weight. After all, his identity here was not just the head of the Sun family, but also the captain of the Cloud Sea fleet. It could be said that in the Cloud Sea, he was the highest-ranking official. Countless powerful figures in the Cloud Sea had racked their brains hoping to meet Sun Yu just for a familiar face. Now, he personally promised that as long as Su Bai did not violate principles, he could seek his help at any time. If this got out, countless people would be shocked. After finishing, Sun Yu did not linger, as there were still important matters to attend to. The visit to the CF family must not alarm the snake. He planned to go alone. If the commotion was too great, they would be prepared, and nothing could be uncovered. His intuition told him that this visit to the CF family was not simple. Seeming to sense Sun Yu's concerns, Su Bai could not help but ask, "Captain Sun, if you need help, you can also mention it." Sun Yu had always treated him well. After sensing his talent skills, he had come directly to help. And even when Su Bai refused to join the Cloud Sea fleet, he didn't say much about it. He remembered this kindness. Now that the other party seemed to be in some trouble, Su Bai would not shy away from helping if he could. It's better if you don't get involved in this matter. I'm just going to take a look, but there may indeed be a need for your help in the future. Faced with Su Bai's goodwill, Sun Yu was somewhat tempted, but he ultimately declined. Although Su Bai had the strength to contend with a Starbreaker Mech Master for a short time, he did not want to put Su Bai in danger. Moreover, if he could not resolve it himself, it would be meaningless for Su Bai to go. The other party was a treasure of Huaxia and absolutely could not suffer any loss. His mechanical repair skills could elevate the entire Blue Star Alliance to a higher level. All right. Seeing this, Su Bai did not say much. Although he had taken a hit from Sun Yu yesterday, he knew that his strength was still somewhat lacking compared to a Starbreaker Mech Master. Furthermore, with Song Wolf having been strengthened, the gap in strength between them had widened. If even Sun Yu felt danger, his going would be pointless. After bidding farewell to Su Bai, Sun Yu left directly. Watching the other party's departing figure, Su Bai sighed helplessly. I'm still too weak. I want to take customers today. I should focus on training. By the way, Central Control, please set up the lottery system. Let us have 3 slots for a day. Su Bai returned to the Interstellar Repair Shop and directly ordered Central Control to start building the lottery system. Initially planning to strengthen 2 mechas a day, he eventually arranged for 3 slots. Truly diligent like me. Back at the Interstellar Repair Shop, Su Bai began to cultivate. He sat cross-legged on the floor, placing his palms on his knees, operating his star power, with both hands as the core, 2 streams of star power tides flowing naturally. As the star power surged in, his star power also increased, continuously absorbing external star power to strengthen himself. The originally somewhat unstable first star power of the Star Treader solidified instantly with the influx of external star power and began to expand outward, gradually rushing towards the second star of the Star Treader. Su Bai was cultivating, while Sun Yu, after leaving the interstellar repair shop, headed straight to the CF family. Looking at the CF family mansion before him, his brow furrowed slightly. This mansion has something strange. As a Starbreaker mech master, his perception was significantly stronger than that of ordinary people. At this moment, the CF family mansion gave him a feeling of being surrounded by gloom. The surroundings of the mansion seemed to be filled with an inexplicable, malevolent aura. Originally, it was just a guess that the CF family was related to the reformed Holy See, but now it's almost confirmed. At this moment, he was already prepared to leave and directly mobilize the fleet for a full-scale attack. Even though he was a Starbreaker mecha master, he still understood the principle that a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Without knowing the local firepower situation, he could not act rashly. This was the iron law of the fleet. It seemed that this was the stronghold of the reformed Holy See. Sun Yu's tone was incredibly indifferent as he gazed at the CF family's mansion, as if he had already pronounced the death sentence on them. Collaborating with the enemy to persecute the people of China is a serious crime. Such people are even more detestable than the reformed Holy See itself. Let us leave first. Sun Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately prepared to retreat. Captain Sun, since you've come, why not come in and have a chat? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind Sun Yu. Sun Yu hurriedly mobilized the star power in his body while lightly touching the star ring with his right hand. The azure light shone brightly. The azure wolf stood tall in the air. Sun Yu leaped up and instantly entered the azure wolf. The other party seemed to have been prepared for this. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, including Xie Zhihao, 3 mechas surrounded Sun Yu. The mecha on the far left was wrapped in strange black patterns, covering its originally light yellow body. The sharp angles on its head were even broken in half, looking quite eerie. A Y-45 speed type, Starbreaker mecha, crown. Height, 40 meters, weight, 1,000 tons. Engine power, 23 million kilowatts. Thrust, 5 billion kilograms. This was originally Xie Zhihao's mecha, but now the appearance of Crown was completely different from before. What should have been a majestic crown now appeared sinister and eerie, no longer possessing the former majesty. The mecha on the far right was also wrapped in strange black patterns, and its originally white body now looked like a polluted garment covered in mud. The long blades on its arms had also changed from titanium to a pale purple metallic substance, constantly emitting a faint odor of corrosion. IU-48 strength type Starbreaker mecha, Wave Slayer. Height, 40 meters, weight, 1,100 tons, engine power, 24 million kilowatts, thrust, 7 billion kilograms. This was the mecha of another Starbreaker 9-star mecha master from the CF family, Elder Xiaowen. Alongside Crown, it was one of the 2 peak Starbreaker powerhouses of the CF family. Wave Slayer was most famous for its ability to slice through gold like mud, yet at this moment, its once sharp double blades appeared particularly unappealing, with serrated edges and purple mist wafting off. The mecha in the middle was also hidden in black fog, but its momentum and overall appearance were incomparable to the previous Crown and Wave Slayer. The oppressive feeling it exuded was incredibly stifling. Even within the Azure Wolf, Sun Yu could not help but frown. KK-35 balance type, Starbreaker mecha, Shadow. Height, 48 meters, weight, 2,000 tons, engine power, 40 million kilowatts, thrust, 2 billion kilograms. The name Shadow comes from its ability to blend into darkness, making itself undetectable. It was precisely because of this that Sun Yu had not noticed it immediately. However, looking at the 3 mechas in front of him, Sun Yu showed a look of disdain, and the wolf head of Azure Wolf was held high. Do you think you can keep me here with just the 3 of you? Hearing Sun Yu's words, Xie Zhihao's voice came from Crown. Captain Sun, you are overly confident. Your strength is indeed formidable, but with the 3 of us working together, you cannot escape. I advise you to surrender. That way, you can avoid bodily harm. That's right. At your age, you should be retiring. A voice full of vicissitudes came from within Shadow. Upon hearing this voice, Sun Yu's brows furrowed tightly, and a cold laugh escaped from Azure Wolf. I didn't expect it to be you, Lin. You left the Yunhai fleet years ago and actually chose to collude with the scum of the reformed Holy See. Do you still think you are worthy of your past beliefs and oaths? Sun Yu's tone carried anger. Even though he already suspected that there were issues within the Yunhai fleet, the person in front of him was someone who, like him, was born and raised in Yunhai and served in the Yunhai fleet for many years. He only officially resigned 8 years ago. Once a comrade, now fallen to this state. Even wanting to confront him, Sun Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation. What do you know? Star power mechas should be eliminated. Like old-fashioned mechas, products that classify people into ranks from birth should never have been created. Our Lord's divine might has shown us a new direction. If you abandon the darkness and join us, you may still be spared. Sun Yu stared at Shadow in front of him. The information in the other party's words was quite substantial, leading him to ponder. Finally, he sighed helplessly. So it's because of Shabby that you've turned out this way. Shut up. You are not worthy to mention Shabby. If it weren't for you so-called gifted chosen ones, would Shabby have embarked on such a path? You all deserve to die. Upon hearing Shabby's name, Shadow's eyes were filled with fierce light, and the entire mecha seemed to tremble, revealing Lin's emotions within. Shabby was naturally Lin's son, who had aspired from a young age to become a mecha master and join the Yunhai fleet to become a strong person. However, fate played a cruel joke. Despite his father being a Starbreaker mecha master, Shabby had no mecha talent. In desperation, he took another irreversible path, uploading his consciousness to merge with the mecha. This is what is known as the intelligent life faction. The result was predictable. The brain could not withstand the upload pulse of the neural link and exploded directly, leading to Shabby's demise. Not long after this incident, Lin left the Yunhai fleet. He never expected that the other party would join the reformed Holy See. Indeed, Lin was a pitiful person. The fate of his only son was indeed tragic. However, that was Shabby's own choice, unrelated to the Yunhai fleet, and even less so to China. Those with star power talent can become mecha masters and hold a transcendent status. It is true. Those without star power talent still have their own opportunities, whether it is to work in mecha repair and become a mecha repairman or to shine in other industries. They all have their own lives. If everything is attributed to talent, it is a great disdain for those who, despite lacking talent, still shine brightly. Fallacious reasoning. Sun Yu understood that from the moment Lin stepped into the reformed Holy See, he was no longer the comrade of the past. Now he was his enemy. The enemy of China, the enemy of Blue Star. The actions of the reformed Holy See were all aimed at inciting war, with bloodshed and atrocities. They were not worthy of sympathy. Ha! We've reminisced enough, Mr. Shui. Don't waste your breath. Killing Sun Yu again would greatly aid our plan. Crown moved directly behind Shadow, with particle beams flashing at its side, ready to strike. Wave Slayer was the same. They could not allow Sun Yu to escape. Otherwise, it would surely be a disaster for the Xie family. Since the other party had come here alone, it must be a covert operation. As long as they properly handled his corpse, it would likely not be discovered. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, boom, Shadow instantly activated, gripping the black gold long blade tightly, moving in a Z-shaped pattern as it slid, its form shifting unpredictably while the blade dragged on the ground, making a tearing sound. In an instant, the long blade was raised diagonally from bottom to top, slashing towards Azure Wolf. Crown and Wave Slayer were also not idle. As soon as Shadow moved, these two peak Starbreaker mechas instantly arrived at the sides of Azure Wolf, launching an attack alongside Shadow. Crown raised both fists, clenched into hammers, and smashed down like Mount Tai pressing down. The Wave Slayer swung its double-edged, serrated blade, with a dark purple aura dissipating from it, misting into liquid and resembling the head of a crocodile hunting its prey, ready to erode everything. 3 mechas surrounded the blue wolf in a triangular formation. This was the most basic tactical arrangement of a mecha squad, consisting of 1 balance type, 1 speed type, and 1 power type mecha. This not only sealed off the movements of the opposing mecha, but also maximized damage when all 3 attacked simultaneously. The triangular tactic was about to take effect, and the attacks from the 3 were moments away from landing on the blue wolf. Bang! At that moment, a cerulean barrier appeared out of nowhere, instantly enveloping the blue wolf, with azure flames igniting upon it, radiating an intent to burn the heavens. Anything that came into contact with it was reduced to nothingness. The azure flames blazed, resembling an everlasting flame of hope. With a cry of despair, the crown was the first to bear the brunt. Its hammer-like arms were instantly repelled upon contact with the cerulean barrier, and then the azure flames attached, quickly burning its arms, which were originally strong and powerful, to mere ashes in an instant. Even a mecha's AI couldn't react in time, allowing Xie Zhihao inside to experience the bone-corroding and heart-burning pain. On the other side, Wave Slayer also drew in a cold breath. Its double blades, which could corrode everything, had lost their previous ferocity under the azure flames. As the purple mist evaporated, the serrated double blades of its arms turned to charcoal, slowly falling down. However, Shadow, who chose to confront the blue wolf head-on, was in an even worse situation. Even using advanced mecha techniques like the Z-step and employing the rotating force for a cleaving strike, it left not a single ripple on the cerulean barrier. Instead, the counterforce transmitted back caused its hands to lose sensation, instantly throwing out the black-gold long blade, which ignited in azure flames mid-air and was completely reduced to dust. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Gathering the strength of 3, what was supposed to be a guaranteed strike ended up in such a dismal outcome. To put it jokingly, 3 against 1 ended with a counterkill. Can you play or not? Shui Lin and the others found it hard to believe. No. It's impossible. Even if you're a 5-star mecha master, you shouldn't be able to withstand our combined attack. What on earth did you do? The original you absolutely did not have such power. Shui Lin was very familiar with Sun Yu's strength, having worked together for many years. He thought this plan was flawless. Logically, as long as he and Xie Zhihao teamed up, success would be at hand. To prevent any variables, he even brought along Xie Wen, ensuring that Sun Yu would have no chance of escape. Who would have thought, not only did they fail to achieve their goal, but they didn't even inflict a scratch on Sun Yu. Instead, they suffered heavy losses. That azure flame, to them, seemed to come from the abyss of hell, like a soul-snatching ghost fire. Seeing the trio's appearance, Blue Wolf raised its head high, and Sun Yu inside smiled slightly. As expected of Su Bai, this talent skill is truly powerful. Facing the 3-man assault, Sun Yu was indeed a bit nervous, but there was no time to dodge. That was when he unleashed the second talent skill he had acquired, Azure Flame Barrier. Unexpectedly, the effect was so extraordinary. If it weren't for Su Bai, he would have suffered a great loss. And now, even against 2 peak star treading mechas and nearly equal to himself Shadow, he still held the upper hand. He could even capture them all in one net. Who knows? 3 days apart, and one should look at each other with new eyes. While you were defecting to the Transformation Church, I wasn't idle either. It seems your so-called master doesn't think highly of you, and your strength hasn't improved much. Sun Yu, taking advantage of the situation, looked at the 3 with a hint of sarcasm. Shui Lin, though unwilling to accept it, couldn't refute. He just couldn't understand why someone with only a B-level talent like Sun Yu could reach such a level of skill. Shadow, Crown, and Wave Slayer exchanged glances and quickly retreated. Withdraw. Now, they had lost their weapons, and both Crown and Wave Slayer had sustained varying degrees of damage. Continuing the battle would only lead to more losses. Seeing the opponent trying to escape, Sun Yu revealed a cold smile. Want to escape now? It's too late. Hearing his words, Shui Lin was unconcerned. We are indeed not your opponents. But don't forget, what is Shadow strongest at? Able to hide in the night and flee thousands of miles away. That is the true strength of Shadow. Even if your Blue Wolf is strong, can it surpass me in speed? Oh, really? However, the voice that came from behind made Shui Lin tremble, and fine cold sweat dripped down. Shadow slowly turned around, only to see Blue Wolf had appeared behind him without him noticing. Impossible. How could you possibly discover my trace? Shui Lin could no longer hold himself together. If he could barely accept that Blue Wolf had become extraordinarily strong due to years of training. The fact that the opponent could not only detect his position, but also appear behind him in an instant was truly spine-chilling. This was completely inconsistent with the setting of Blue Wolf as a power-type mecha. The response to him was a punch enveloped in azure flames. Blue Wolf raised its right fist. With azure flames rolling, carrying the force to burn the void, and instantly struck down on Shadow. Boom! The force was overwhelming, like rolling thunder with scorching fist winds. The azure flames burning all living beings. This punch instantly pierced Shadow, with azure flames spreading from that dark hole, quickly engulfing Shadow entirely. The once proud 3-star mecha was completely reduced to ashes under this punch. Even the core power source, the nebulous stone, completely dissipated, leaving not a trace of energy behind. The intent to kill followed. This was one of the 2 special abilities Blue Wolf had acquired. As long as it locked onto a target, it could instantly appear behind them. Even if the target used a concealment-type talent skill, there was no escape. Only a dead end awaited. What a pity. Using it for the first time, the strength was still not well controlled. Blue Wolf shook its hand, with Sun Yu's voice echoing, tinged with regret. But regarding the killing of Shui Lin, he had no hesitation. It's the same as before. From the moment he entered the Transformation Church, he was no longer his kin. He was even more detestable than those who were originally part of the Transformation Church. The fate of a traitor is nothing but death. As for capturing him alive, Sun Yu didn't waste his effort. Once captured, people from the Transformation Church would self-destruct, which was a major reason they were called a cult. No. Impossible. Run. Quickly escape. The scene of Blue Wolf killing Shadow as easily as crushing an ant was witnessed by Crown and Wave Slayer, and fear instantly spread in their hearts. They looked at the Blue Wolf, which resembled a war god, with no intention of resistance. In the end, had their ultimate ambush turned into their own trap? This was hard for the 2 to accept. How could he suddenly become this strong? The intelligence was wrong. If the Yanhai fleet, or rather the entire Nanjiang fleet, was hiding their strength. As Crown hurriedly fled, Xie Zhihao was also analyzing the reasons for their failure. Upon thinking that perhaps the entire Nanjiang fleet was concealing their strength, his mood plunged to the bottom. However, before he could think of a solution, whoosh, Blue Wolf was already there, and the azure flames on its right fist were the last light it would see in life. Boom! The azure flames burned. Enduring the pain of being burned to nothingness, the originally soulless eyes seemed to regain some clarity, reflecting a sense of relief and gratitude. At the moment of his impending demise, he used his last ounce of strength to utter 2 words. Big. Exam. As Sun Yu heard these words, his pupils instantly contracted, and through the emptiness, he also noticed Xie Zhihao's abnormality. Unlike Shui Lin, it seemed that the other party was under control, only regaining his senses at the very end. Now, Sun Yu understood why the crown known as Howren, why the open-hearted Xie Zhihao joined that reformed church. All of this was against his will. Thinking of this, an overwhelming anger ignited, making him feel a scorching heat in his heart. Gritting his teeth, the scum of the reformed church, his gaze turned to the Wave Slayer that had not yet escaped far. Sun Yu hesitated a bit, unsure if Xie Wen was also under control like Xie Zhihao. Sing Tsung slay the crown and then turn his gaze towards him. Xie Wen was drenched in beads of sweat, driving the Wave Slayer with both hands raised. Don't kill me. I was just under control. Really? Hearing this, Sun Yu let out a cold snort. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly threw a punch. Bang! Fire erupted, and looking at the overwhelming flames, Xie Wen had a puzzled expression. He didn't understand why. Having clearly stated that he was under control, Sun Yu still struck so fiercely. Unfortunately, this question would forever remain unanswered. The fire engulfed him, and his consciousness fell into darkness. The Wave Slayer ultimately turned to nothingness. After killing the Wave Slayer, Sun Yu exhaled a breath of foul air. The previous pity was unnecessary. Xie Wen was obviously different from Xie Zhihao. He had willingly joined the Reformed Church, willingly driven to persecute the people. Anyone who was truly under control would never say they were under control. After the battle, Sun Yu did not leave Songlong but instead surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there were no hidden ambushes before calling Zhonglei. Beep, beep, beep. Dozens of minutes later, Zhonglei arrived at the scene with the law enforcement team. Seeing the chaos around and the rejuvenated Songlong, Zhonglei felt a pang in his heart. It seemed the captain had been strengthened. Damn it, I should have been able to strengthen too. Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, Zhang Lei approached Sun Yu, who had already left Sun. Captain, what happened? The CF family has been corrupted by the Reformed Church, and everything related to the CF family must be thoroughly investigated, leaving no stone unturned. Then have someone clean up the battlefield. At this moment, Sun Yu resumed his role as the captain, strategizing and taking charge. He directly arranged for Zhang Lei and the law enforcement team to seal off the CF family. It was now certain that the Reformed Church had a significant connection with the CF family, so everyone from the CF family had to be thoroughly investigated. The Field Tiger was likely manipulated by Shuai Lin, but you still need to keep an eye on Deputy Captain Ji. After the previous battle, Sun Yu estimated that the Field Tiger was mostly behind Shuai Lin's machinations, but vigilance was still necessary. Shuai Lin? He actually has a connection with the Reformed Church? Hearing the name Shuai Lin, which he hadn't heard in a long time, Zhang Lei was somewhat surprised. But upon seeing Sun Yu's expression, he chose to remain silent. Things were probably not that simple. He should focus on getting his work done and strive to undergo strengthening as soon as possible. Thinking of his own strengthening, Zhang Lei was immediately motivated, starting to arrange for the law enforcement team members to surround the CF family and initiate the charge. Just as the law enforcement team was clearing the CF family, atop a distant peak, a figure in a black robe billowed in the wind. Looking indifferently at the busy law enforcement team and the devastated CF family, behind him, a burly man stepped forward, looking puzzled, "My lord, why let Sun Yu move against the CF family? If we acted together, he would definitely have nowhere to escape. If we don't give him a taste of sweetness, how would Sun Yu let his guard down? Besides, are you sure we would succeed without fail if we acted? Do you have confidence in breaking through that Songyan power and that Kanglan barrier?" Not knowing where Sun Yu got such power from. At this point, the figure in the black robe couldn't help but shake his head, his gaze slightly shifting towards the direction of the interstellar repair shop. Could it be him? No. After all, he's just a boy. It is impossible for him to revitalize the broken star mecha. Now that the CF family has been eradicated, their clues have been cut off, and it won't affect our grand plans. After a brief pause, the figure in the black robe glanced indifferently at the burly man. Zhou 1. I will leave the matters of Yanhai to you for now. I will return first. The burly man Zhou quickly knelt on one knee upon hearing this, bowing his head in response. My lord, please rest assured, I will definitely fulfill your orders. Chapter 65. The old can't do it, and neither can the young. The black-robed man walked away, and Zhou Wenkai slowly got up, his vertical pupils filled with excitement. He never expected that the adult would entrust such an important place as Yanhai to him. He must work hard and live up to the adult's expectations. With the CF family's base gone, he could only look for another base. The cold wind howled, and the lights flickered. Inside the CF family, screams and explosions could be heard from time to time. 2 hours later, Zhang Lei approached Sun Yu with a worried expression and shook his head. No one survived. They were all members of the Transformation Church. I wanted to interrogate them, but at this point, Zhang Lei hesitated, as the scene inside was quite shocking. Even though he had experienced interstellar wars and escaped from beam artillery, he still felt a lump in his chest. It doesn't matter. Since they are all from the Transformation Church, we probably won't get anything useful from them. Let someone clean up the scene, by the way. Let those young ones do it. Sun Yu understood that it was impossible to extract information from the members of the Transformation Church. Even those of lower strength would have bombs planted on them the moment they joined. Undoubtedly, the inside would be the tragic aftermath of the CF family's self-destruction. Let the newcomers go in? Wouldn't that be a bit? Zhang Lei felt uneasy about letting the new members clean up the scene, as it was a sight he himself struggled to handle. He worried that they might not be able to cope. Now is the time for them to see the truth and face reality. It's better than when their turn comes, and they end up paralyzed with fear and lose their lives. Sun Yu's tone was very serious. They were the Yanhai fleet, and while it was manageable during peacetime, these were extraordinary times. A star war could break out at any moment, and if the day of the star war really came, these inexperienced newcomers would pay a heavy price. This was their experience. If possible, he hoped for a world of peace, but unfortunately, there were always those who wanted to disrupt this tranquility. Hearing this, Zhang Lei stopped speaking. He understood that Sun Yu was right. Compared to the price to be paid later, feeling nauseous now was nothing. He immediately made arrangements. after assigning the newcomers to clean up the aftermath at the CF family. Zhang Lei quietly approached Sun Yu. Captain, how do you think I've been performing lately? Sun Yu glanced at him. Not bad. Zhang Lei, since it's not bad, could you take a look at my request for enhancement? Zhang Lei looked at Sun Yu with anticipation, blinking continuously, his expression eager to please. Sun Yu, winky face, I knew you had ulterior motives. But your performance has indeed been good lately, and given the current situation, it's better to be stronger. All right, you can go tomorrow, Sun Yu said casually. Zhang Lei felt as if he heard heavenly music, jumping up. Thank you, Captain. You're a great guy. Sun Yu, how did I end up with such an unreliable right-hand man? Thinking about how the future of Yinhai depended on this kid in front of him, Sun Yu helplessly rubbed his forehead. Ugh, this is too nauseating. Help me. Save me. I can't take it anymore. As the two were talking, sounds of retching could be heard from the CF family. Clearly, the young law enforcement team members were quite frightened by the scene inside. Sun Yu, the old can't do it, and neither can the young. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Su Bai. If only Su Bai were willing to join the fleet. Meanwhile, Su Bai was busy cultivating. As the last trace of star power surged in, his realm's shackles shattered, and he advanced to the second star realm. After the breakthrough, Su Bai let out a breath of turbid air. The star whale breathing technique was powerful, but the pressure each time was quite significant. Su Bai clenched his right fist, clearly feeling a bit fatigued. He had absorbed dozens of times the star power of others, but correspondingly, the pressure caused by this power was also proportional. His pressure was several times greater than that of others. If it weren't for his high innate talent, he might not have been able to withstand it. It seemed that the breathing technique wasn't always better when stronger. He still needed to find one suitable for himself. After stretching a bit, Su Bai logged onto the Star Network. He checked the comments and the situation for tomorrow's lottery. On the Star Network, the reviews for the Interstellar Repair Shop had reached 10,000. Su Bai felt a bit embarrassed. Why are there so many comments? Is it too much to draw 3 every day? He casually opened the comments section to take a look. I would trade 10 years of my roommate's single life for a chance to win. Not enough. I would trade his entire life of being single for a chance. Huh, you still can't do it. I would trade 10 centimeters off his height for a chance. Wow, bro, you're ruthless. If it weren't for a deep-seated grudge, I wouldn't believe it. Be careful. You might get stabbed at midnight. Looking at these comments, 2 black lines appeared on Su Bai's forehead. Were these customers serious? Of course, he was happy that business was good, but hanging on like this wasn't a solution. It seemed he had to recruit an assistant as soon as possible. Su Bai made up his mind. At that moment, he noticed a pinned comment in the comment section. Hee, what Interstellar Repair Shop? I don't believe it. If this Su Bai shopkeeper is really that amazing, come and compete with me. Seeing this, Su Bai quickly clicked on the comment to check this person's information. Chu Ran, female, 20 years old, the youngest 1-star mechanic in Huaxia, officially certified by the Huaxia Mechanic Association. Seeing this, a glint appeared in Su Bai's eyes. Is there really such good news? A 1-star mechanic just appeared at my door. The hardest task was to find a star-level mechanic, which star-level mechanic wasn't treated as a treasure by their own repair shop. How could he recruit someone to work for him? But it seemed that a perfect candidate had appeared. Su Bai's lips curled up slightly. He immediately sent a message to her. Yindu, Mechanic Research Society. A short-haired, delicate-looking girl was frame by frame watching a video on her phone. The video showed Su Bai performing maintenance on mechas simultaneously with 10 threads in operation for Zhou Yunzheng and others. As the video reached the moment Su Bai used a mechanical arm to remove the King Cobra armor, the girl pressed pause. I knew there was something wrong. This video is definitely fake. At this moment, Chu Ran noticed that Su Bai's right hand was not on the control panel, meaning he was just pretending. Faking it damages the reputation of mechanics. How did this person become popular? Seeing Su Bai like this made her feel angry. She loved mechanics. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a 1-star mechanic at such a young age, and she naturally wouldn't allow anyone to tarnish the profession of mechanics. In her view, Su Bai was clearly using hype to become famous, and then charging high repair fees. Such people were the ones she looked down upon the most. Suddenly, her phone rang. Just as she was watching the video, the pop-up interrupted her pursuit of Su Bai's flaws. Who is it? She opened her Star Network with some impatience. Anonymous mechanic. Hello, I am Su Bai. Chu ran. Subai. Which Subai? Her expression suddenly became a bit strange. Could it be that scammer? After thinking for a moment, she directly replied to him. Light of Mechanics. That scammer from the Interstellar Repair Shop? In the Interstellar Repair Shop, Subai, who was comfortably propping up his leg, suddenly saw Chu Ran's reply and was taken aback. The corners of Subai's mouth lifted slightly, and his eyes sparkled. Cheater? I haven't heard that title in a long time. Indeed, at first, some may have thought of him as a cheater. But after enhancing so many mechas and with the maintenance videos circulating, his reputation had long been established. The number of people in the lottery on the Star Network spoke volumes. He never expected. There were still people who regarded him as a cheater. This was just perfect. He originally thought of luring Chu Ran to work at the Interstellar Repair Shop with incentives. But it seemed now he could take a different approach. Anonymous mechanic. I'm not a cheater. I heard Miss Chu is looking for me to compete in mecha repair skills. So I came to the appointment. Chu Ran saw Subai's message and instantly exploded with anger, her long fingers continuously tapping on her phone screen. Mecha repair light. Who has the miss? You're the miss. Your whole family are misses. After sending that, she puffed her cheeks in anger and saw Subai was ready to accept her challenge. Raising an eyebrow. Is this cheater trying to ride on the hype? To be fair, Chu Ran was being unreasonable. It was her who proposed the challenge. So how did it turn into Subai riding on the hype? After pondering for a moment, she finally nodded and replied, Okay, but if you lose, you have to close your repair shop and publicly apologize to the entire network. Acknowledge the fact that you fabricated. I absolutely will not allow a cheater like you to tarnish the reputation of mechanics. Just as Subai was about to propose adding some stakes, he saw the message from Chu Ran. Subai, what fabricated video? When did I ever fabricate anything? Tarnish the reputation of mechanics? You want me to close my Interstellar Repair Shop? This person is quite the grudge. After seeing Chu Ran's demands, Subai silently deleted what he had previously typed. He initially thought that if Chu Ran worked for him for 3 months, that would be enough. Now, anonymous mechanic. All right, I can agree to your terms, but I have a condition too. If you lose, you have to work at the Interstellar Repair Shop for 10 years. Chu Ran, who originally thought Subai was too scared to reply after waiting for a long time, suddenly saw his response and was even more furious. 10 years. This person is simply, at just 20 years old, Chu Ran had become a 1-star mechanic with unparalleled talent in mecha repair. Under normal circumstances, in 10 years, she could even aspire to become a 4-star mechanic. How could Subai want to exploit a challenge to get a 4-star mechanic to work for him? Anonymous mechanic, so what's it going to be? Accept or not? Of course. If you're too scared, just pretend I didn't say anything. Chu Ran, who was hesitating, saw Subai's words and instantly became furious. She clenched her teeth so hard that her molars nearly crumbled. Scared? Do you know who you're talking to? Without any hesitation, she quickly moved her fingers, tapping furiously on her phone screen, almost smashing it. Mecha repair light. I accept. You can decide the time and place. Go back down then. Subai thought about adding a bit more fuel to the fire, but unexpectedly, Chu Ran took the bait right away. He hesitated. This person seems a bit dim-witted. Is she really the youngest 1-star mechanic? As a mechanic, being calm, composed, and cautious are the most basic traits. Every mechanic must possess the ability to remain unfazed even when faced with a crisis. After all, mecha repair is a meticulous task. Sometimes a misaligned part or too large a gap between armors can lead to catastrophic failures. This girl seems to ignite easily. She feels a bit unreliable. Subai misunderstood Chu Ran. Her skills as a mechanic are beyond doubt. Every certified mechanic has passed rigorous tests, and, at least when it comes to repairs, Chu Ran can guarantee absolute focus. But, this time, she did indeed act a bit impulsively. Tomorrow afternoon, just come to the Interstellar Repair Shop for the location. Seeing Subai's message, Chu Ran had a look of as expected. He really wants to ride on the hype. Choosing the location to be his own repair shop. Fine, by tomorrow, your shop will no longer exist. After thinking it over, Chu Ran directly announced her bet with Subai on the Star Network to prevent him from backing out later. Once published, it instantly caused a huge uproar. Chu Ran was like a rising star in the mecha world, receiving much attention. Although the Interstellar Repair Shop was somewhat obscure in the mecha community, It was equally popular and sought after in Yunhai. This matter quickly topped the trending searches in the Yunhai region of the Star Network. Countless people participated in the discussion. Chu Ran is going to compete with the owner of the interstellar repair shop. If she loses, she has to work for him for 10 years? I know Chu Ran. What the hell is that interstellar repair shop? Hey, how can you talk like that? I admit Chu Ran is impressive, but she has nothing compared to Boss Su. Have you seen 10-thread operations? 10 threads? What is that? Click the link and you'll find out. Hee. Saying so much. ISNT is just a video. Chu Ran is recognized as the youngest one-star mechanic by the China Mecha Association. Can Su Bai even compare? Yeah. This can't be just a ride on the hype, right? Is he trying to boost his shop's fame? You don't need to ask. It must be the case. It's surprising that Chu Ran fell for it so easily. I can already guess the smile on Su Bai's face hiding behind the screen, getting such an easy opportunity for advertising. But it can't be said that way. After all, if he loses, he has to close the shop and apologize. So what? He can just reopen the shop after apologizing. He is already famous, and ISNT this kind of thing common nowadays? Forget it. We'll know tomorrow if he is a mule or a horse, right? By the way, where is that interstellar repair shop? I want to go watch in person. Hee. Do you really want to go to Yunhai? Sorry to interrupt, but I'll probably arrive there and 1T even have a place to stand. This is going to be fun. Doesn't this count as the first competition among the young generation of mechanics? It shouldn't count, although Chu Ran's talent is strong. She doesn't represent the younger generation. There's still many mechanics stronger than her. As for Su Bai, we don't know his actual strength, so it's hard to comment. Su Bai naturally had no idea that this matter had already fermented on the internet. He simply posted a statement on his official website. There is something going on tomorrow. The lottery winners will be postponed by 1 day. Although he felt a bit sorry for the lucky ones, there was nothing he could do about it, right? When Chu Ran came to work, he could just take on more orders. After posting this announcement, Su Bai went to rest. While he was resting, the impact of this matter was continually expanding. In just a few hours, it reached a popularity of hundreds of thousands. There were tens of thousands of replies, and the post was being constantly shared. At Star Sea University, training ground, the Platinum Valkyrie opened its wings behind, flames swirling, bathed in golden light. The golden flames illuminated the sky, and the golden flame spear continuously thrust out, several beams of gunfire accompanied by golden flames, creating a series of piercing sounds. Rushing straight towards the Winter Swordmaster. Just as it was about to hit the Winter Swordmaster, her blue eyes flashed, her footsteps shifted, instantly dodging the gunfire while gripping a broad sword tightly. Her body slightly bent, the engine roaring, and with a powerful swing, she struck. The ice blue sword light erupted, sword energy surged, and a white mist trailed behind, causing the water droplets in the air to continuously freeze and fall. The ice particles touched the golden flame and were instantly evaporated. Bang! Water vapor rose, shrouding the vast training ground as if one were in fairyland. Whoosh! The Platinum Valkyrie flickered, and the particle accelerator behind her erupted, power at full throttle, reaching the back of the Winter Swordmaster almost in an instant. Inside, Xiao Mingyan's lips curled up, victory assured. She raised the golden flame spear and lunged downwards at the Winter Swordmaster, the spear striking like a dragon. Utilizing the boost from the blink, her strategy was to catch him off guard. Just as the golden flame spear was about to touch the Winter Swordmaster, he leaned back slightly, trying to extend the distance between himself and the spear. Buzz! A sound of the sword ringing. The Winter Sword energy that had previously shot out flipped in the air like a boomerang, instantly arriving behind the Platinum Valkyrie. At that moment, Xiao Mingyan's focus was entirely on the Winter Swordmaster, completely unprepared for the sword energy behind her. Bang! With a loud noise, the wings behind the Platinum Valkyrie instantly solidified, covered by the intent of Winter. The outcome is decided. The victor is Winter Swordmaster pilot, Zhao Mengyue. The battle ended, and both sides exited their mechs. Zhao Mengyue approached Xiao Mingyan, slightly raising her head. Now it's 110 matches, 26 wins, 58 draws, and 26 losses. Xiao Mingyan, somewhat unconvinced, gritted her teeth. Airfield. What kind of dirty trick is that? Which sword energy can still turn corners? There was no way. Losing this time was indeed frustrating. She had initially felt victory was in her grasp. As a result, her sword energy unexpectedly turned back and defeated her. Who could accept that? Zhao Mengyue, hearing this, looked disdainful. Huh. Little shorty, your tactics were clean, creating a visual blind spot and then using blink to sneak up on me. Zhao Mingyin's use of blink surprised Zhao Mengyue as well. However, it also made her realize why her attack had missed in that initial battle. This must be her specialty. The two faced each other, looking as if neither would concede. Finally, they both let out a cold snort in unison and turned their heads to the side. Suddenly, Xiao Mingyin's phone rang. Little assistant, Sister Yin Yin, it's bad. Our StarNet has been exposed. The live broadcast room has been stormed. Xiao Mingyin. Ever since she advertised Su Bai's interstellar repair shop last time, she had hardly done any live broadcasts, focusing entirely on her training. Could it be that fans couldn't resist after seeing her absence from live streaming for so long? It shouldn't be. This isn't the first time. Indeed, Xiao Mingyin's live streaming could be described as fishing for 3 days and sifting through the net for 30. Logically, not streaming for a month was common. Initially, fans complained about it, but later they got used to it. After all, Xiao Mingyin's main identity was a student at Starcy University, and she was also the top student, so her studies had to come first. After pondering for a long time without figuring out the issue, Xiao Mingyin directly asked the little assistant. She seemed like a goddess. What's going on? Aren't our fans all pretty chill? Little assistant, it's not about the fans. Sister Yin Yin, didn't you advertise that interstellar repair shop last time? There's a problem with the interstellar repair shop. Now, Xiao Mingyin was even more confused. A problem with the interstellar repair shop? Could Su Bai's skills really have issues? Didn't she see how his aircraft's strength soared after the enhancement? She seemed like a goddess. What exactly happened? Only then did the little assistant tell her about the bet between Su Bai and Chu Ran. After understanding the ins and outs of the situation, Xiao Mingyin stealthily glanced at Zhao Mengyue. Last time you secretly went to Boss Su for such a big deal. Now it's finally my turn. The wheel of fortune turns. This isn't something I intentionally kept from you. At that moment, Zhao Mengyue happened to meet Xiao Mingyin's gaze and smiled kindly. Little shorty, do you have some unmentionable secret? Why are you looking at me so warily? Xiao Mingyin, hurriedly waved her hand. No. How could I keep anything from you? We're childhood friends, still allies. If I were to hide something from anyone, it wouldn't be you, right? Zhao Mengyue. Cut it out. If you weren't feeling guilty, would you be so polite? Spill it. Zhao Mengyue saw right through Xiao Mingyin's thoughts. Her politeness indicated there was something fishy going on. Saying this, she quietly moved to Xiao Mingyin's side. If you don't say it, I'll... Whoosh. Xiao Mingyin felt Zhao Mengyue's whisper next to her ear, instantly jolting her awake, and reluctantly revealed the situation to Zhao Mengyue. So that's how it is. Chu Ran is at odds with Boss Su. After getting the answer, Zhao Mengyue was satisfied and then stroked her chin with her fair hand. This little girl probably hasn't been through the harshness of society, really doesn't know her limits. How could she question Boss Su's repair skills? Let's go. Tomorrow we'll go see to prevent her from denying it after losing. Xiao Mingyin, it should have been me going alone. Next time, I need to act more naturally. All right, let's go tomorrow noon. I also want to see if that loser has anything to say when Boss Su sees me. Thinking of how she had been messaging Su Bai continuously these days, only to receive replies like OMM and OK. Xiao Mingyin was furious. She was Xiao Mingyin. After all, she was very popular. And look at Su Bai's attitude. He made her, the goddess adored by thousands, become a devoted admirer. She suspected she was being CPU-ed, but had no evidence. It made her lose confidence. Chapter 68. Completely silencing Su Bai. The two immediately ended their practice for the day, tidied up, and then fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yindu, Mechanic Research Association. An old man with graying hair was leisurely sipping tea in his office. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted him, causing him to frown. He put down his teacup and sat up straight. Come in. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Hurried footsteps sounded, and a plain-looking young man rushed in, his face anxious as he shouted, President, something's wrong. The old man's forehead twitched with anger. I'm fine. Sherming, winky face, but he quickly continued. No, that's not what I meant. What I mean is that something happened to the president. Old man, Ming, realizing he had made an accidental slip of the tongue, he quickly corrected himself. Not that. It's Chu Ran who is in trouble. Bang! Hearing the name Chu Ran, Qianyu slammed his hand on the table, his tone filled with a murderous intent. Who dares to touch Chu Ran? They must not want to live anymore. Chu Ran was the pride of their South River Mechanic Research Association, a top genius not only in Huaxia, but also in the entire Blue Star. Usually, he treated her like a precious jewel, afraid she might break. How could someone dare to harm her? This was truly a case of a soft knife cutting off a head, utterly ignorant of the consequences. Gulp, feeling the pressure from the old man in front of him. Ming couldn't help but swallow hard. This man was the president of their South River Mechanic Research Association. Not only did he have many successful students, but he was also a five-star mechanic himself. Once he got angry, the entire mechanic community would be thrown into chaos. Moreover, although he himself didn't have strong physical power and couldn't pilot mechs, as long as he spoke, the Starfall mech engineers would willingly show him respect. Actually, no one touched her. Strictly speaking, it should be that she actively proposed to compete in mechanic skills. Ming wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, fearing that if he delayed too long, it would lead to irreparable consequences. Oh, is that all? Why are you making such a fuss? Qianyu shot him a cold glance, wondering if Ming was too idle. Isn't it normal for mechanics to compete in skills? Moreover, Chu Ran was still young, full of vigor, and looking for someone to spar with was quite common. No, this time it's a bit different. Ming realized he had been misunderstood by Qianyu and hurriedly corrected. This time she even made a bet. If she loses, she has to work at the opponent's mechanic shop for 10 years. What? Hearing this, Qianyu, who was about to sit down, suddenly stood up again, his white beard blowing with his breath. Is this digging a pit for oneself? And it's for our own representative. Come, tell me more. Qianyu instantly became interested, wanting to see which ignorant kid dared to undermine his own wall. President, look, the young man said as he took out his phone and showed Qianyu the message from Chu Ran. Subai, Interstellar Mechanic Shop? When did Yinhai get such a mechanic shop? Qianyu's expression turned strange after reading it. First of all, he had never heard of an interstellar mechanic shop, and he had never heard of Subai either. Logically speaking, he knew almost every star-level mechanic who was well-known in South River. Was this kid trying to ride on Chu Ran's fame to promote his mechanic shop? Due to his age, Qianyu usually didn't pay much attention to his phone or the internet, which Ming understood. So he immediately handed over the video of Subai at the interstellar mechanic shop. At first, Qianyu was surprised to see Subai performing a 10-thread operation in the video, his brow slightly raised. But soon, his expression turned serious, showing some displeasure. This is just a trick to fool people. Obviously, he noticed that Subai's right hand was not on the control panel during the operation. One-handed 10-thread operation? Impossible. This was most likely a synthetic video. Instantly losing interest. This kid is just flashy, engaging in these deceptive tricks. Our mechanic's reputation is tarnished by such rats. Qianyu had already returned to his seat, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said slowly, "Call that girl Chu Ran over for me." Upon hearing this, Ming didn't ask further and directly complied. A few minutes later, Chu Ran arrived at Qianyu's office, led by Ming. "Teacher, you were looking for me?" Chu Ran was puzzled, not knowing why her teacher was looking for her so early. She still had to go to Yinhai to teach that Subai a lesson, and it would be bad if she was delayed. "I heard you were competing with someone today." Qianyu looked at Chu Ran with a smile, the wrinkles on his face bunching up. Chu Ran's heart sank. Her teacher usually didn't go online. How did he know? Thinking of this, she shot Ming a glare. Ming, seeing this, immediately turned his head aside. "Don't look at me. I don't know anything." Chu Ran, I've solved the case. It was you who leaked the news. At the same time, she was pondering how to persuade her teacher. "All right, don't give me that look like you're trying to fool me. This time, I'll accompany you." Qianyu looked at Chu Ran's evasive expression and could tell what she was thinking. "Teacher, you want to go with me?" "President, you're going to Yinhai?" Now, not only was Chu Ran confused, but even Ming was puzzled. According to his thoughts, after informing the president, the latter would likely stop this farce. They couldn't let that so-called interstellar mechanic shop take advantage of it for free. Now, Qianyu was going to go in person? Wasn't that giving the other party even more hype? This was also what Chu Ran thought. Initially, she accepted the competition somewhat impulsively, now that her teacher was accompanying her. Wouldn't that make it even more high profile? If Subai knew, he would probably be grinning from ear to ear. Well, if I don't go, who will judge for you? Qianyu glanced at the two with a hint of coldness in his tone. If he bribed a few people to casually judge you as losing, wouldn't you really have to work for 10 years at the opponent's place? At this moment, Qianyu's impression of Subai had plummeted to the lowest point. Since the other party would go to such lengths for hype and produce a fake video, it was likely they would use other underhanded tactics. Although Chu Ran had an extremely high talent for mechanics, she would normally never lose to him. But given her inexperience, if she was tricked, she would only suffer losses. I see. Shi Ming, being a few years older than Chu Ran, quickly understood Qianyu's intentions. The president was preparing to ensure that Subai would never recover from this. All right, it's decided. The time you agreed upon is in the afternoon. We should set off now. Qianyu made a decisive statement. His purpose for going this time, as Shi Ming said, was to ensure that Subai couldn't turn things around, even if the other party didn't use special means to win. If he lost and really had to close his shop, people would remember it. He could just start over later. But with his presence, things would be different. He was the president of the South River Mechanic Research Association, and it could be said that mechanics or mech engineers in South River would have to give him some face. A mechanic he deemed to have no future, no matter how famous, would not be able to stir up any waves in South River. As for whether Subai could win, he had never considered that. If he really had the ability, why would he resort to such deceitful videos to fool people? Meanwhile, while Chu Ran and the others were setting off, Subai had just gotten out of bed. He stretched lazily and prepared to open the door. The time was just right. Unexpectedly, the task was completed so quickly. A hint of joy appeared on Subai's face, feeling that his luck had been quite good recently. Click. However, when he opened the door, the scene in front of him left him stunned. The training ground in front of him was unexpectedly crowded with people again. Subai. Didn't I say I wasn't taking customers today? Besides, didn't they switch to a lottery system? Looking at this situation, there seemed to be even more people than before. The moment Subai stepped out, the crowd outside saw him and immediately erupted. Oh, Boss Su is out. Ha. Look at Boss Su's appearance. He looks like he just woke up, but his looks are still on point. I'm dead. Why does Boss Su look so cute? Ha. He must be confused right now, seeing so many of us as soon as he steps out. It's like he has nothing to hide. Boss Su must be feeling guilty for standing us up, which is why he has that expression. Who stood you up? I was stood up. I finally won the lottery. Sob. Boss Su, we're not here for repairs this time. Didn't you have a bet with Chu Ran? We're here to watch the fun. Hearing this, Subai's face darkened. What do you mean cute? Subai, am a dignified man. How can I be called cute? And as for standing you up, didn't I say I would make it up later? So petty. Fortunately, in the end, they finally revealed their purpose. But this left Subai somewhat confused. How did you know I had a bet with Chu Ran? Subai looked at the few people in front with a puzzled expression. He hadn't disclosed anything about the bet. He just wanted to find someone to work with. There was no need for it to be common knowledge. It was Chu Ran who said it. Boss Su, you really hid it from us. Exactly, you're too tight-lipped. We're all friends. Couldn't you just say a word? Tight-lipped? I'd like to try that. It feels like I've mixed into something strange. You can check Chu Ran's Darnet. She made it public. Exactly. Her fans are saying Boss Su is riding the wave. But it was clearly Chu Ran who announced it. What does it have to do with Boss Su? Our Boss Su is genuinely skilled. Does he need to ride the wave? I admit, Chu Ran is an excellent mechanic, but compared to Boss Su, she has nothing. Subai automatically filtered out some of the strange comments. Is Chu Ran crazy? He originally thought of not letting her embarrass herself too much since she would be his employee in the future. As the boss, he naturally had to consider his employees' feelings. But she insisted on making a big deal out of it. Fine. But with so many of you, my shop can't fit you all, right? Subai accepted their reason for coming, but with so many people, even if his repair shop were 10 times larger, it still wouldn't fit. Are we just going to wait here? You don't have to worry. I'll just go in and I'll live stream it. A pleasant voice came from the crowd as Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mengyue slowly walked out. The crowd also cooperatively made a path for them. Xiao Mingyin smiled as she approached Su Bai. Boss Su, long time no see. Did you miss me? I missed you a lot. Saying this, she even posed for a flying kiss. Bang! Zhao Mingyue, unable to stand it any longer, directly gave her a love punch on the head. Stop being silly and speak properly. Sorry, Boss Su, we saw the update from Chu Ran and came over. You don't mind, right? Zhao Mingyue pressed down on the flailing Xiao Mingyin and looked apologetically at Su Bai. Su Bai, it's fine. Rather, it's a great help. Since Xiao Mingyin is helping with the live stream, then these people didn't come for nothing, right? Wait, it seems like they could watch it at home too. Boss Su, I'm so thoughtful, right? About the discounts. After finally breaking free from Zhao Mingyue's grasp, Xiao Mingyin immediately leaned in front of Su Bai and started talking about the discounts. Oh, that's not possible. Su Bai refused directly without thinking. I've already said, this is a matter of principle. Xiao Mingyin was speechless. She understood. It's Boss Su, no doubt. She was just casually mentioning it because Su Bai took too long to reply to her messages. She just wanted to tease him this time. Unfortunately, this guy is unyielding. After this series of interactions, the crowd was somewhat surprised. Many people blinked and whispered, is there something going on between Boss Su and Xiao Mingyin? Oh, is it that explosive? I said, why was Xiao Mingyin advertising for no reason? Turns out she's family. Sai, if it's Boss Su, I'd be willing to step back. Come on. If it's not Boss Su, you and T get a chance. There were quite a few of Xiao Mingyin's fans among them. After all, they initially came because of her advertisement. As for later, they were impressed by Su Bai's skills, although most had only seen it and not experienced it themselves. That doesn't prevent them from trusting Su Bai. They're all from Yunhai, and with such a mechanic emerging from Yunhai, they naturally support him unconditionally. Moreover, he saved their lives. Just the life-saving grace alone is beyond repayment. He called so many people to watch a competition, yet said he's not riding the wave. At that moment, a crisp voice rang out in the crowd. Chu Ran felt very unhappy seeing so many people gathered outside the Star Mechanic shop. She really didn't expect that Su Bai would promote himself so grandly for attention. How much would it cost to gather these people? Little did she know, she was the only one who had been announcing the bet from start to finish. Qian Yu and Shiming walked in front, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. President, I told you we shouldn't have come. Look, ISNT this giving him free advertising? Shiming leaned close to Qian Yu's ear. He still didn't agree with Qian Yu's decision. They should have just stood him up, letting Su Bai spend money for nothing. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Qian Yu glanced at Shiming coldly. Shiming immediately raised his right hand to gesture a zipping motion in front of his mouth. He was indeed a bit carried away, daring to question this person's decision. When the crowd saw Chu Ran arrive, they all made way. But many were puzzled when they saw Shiming and Qian Yu. Who are these two? Could they be helpers Chu Ran found? Could it be that she is afraid she can't win and is looking for outside help? No way. She is at least a one-star mechanic. They were just ordinary people. Even if they had mech masters, they were just students who had just become ground mech masters, so they naturally didn't recognize Qian Yu. But just because they didn't recognize them didn't mean no one did. When the three of them reached Su Bai, Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyin both bowed to Qian Yu. Elder Qian. They were quite unsettled. They didn't expect that for just a bet between the younger generation, this person would be invited? What exactly does Chu Ran want to do? Qian Yu glanced at the two with some confusion. Xiao girl? What are you doing here? As the president of the South River Mechanic Research Association, he naturally knew Zhao Tianming, and he was also acquainted with Xiao Mingyin's father. He had seen the two before. However, he didn't understand what they were doing here. Are they friends with this kid? After approaching, Qian Yu began to size up Su Bai, and he had to admit that Su Bai's appearance was indeed outstanding. Moreover, seeing the three of them arrive, he didn't seem flustered at all. Instead, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. At that moment, Qian Yu recalled the details from the previous video, doubting whether he had misjudged him. We are here to watch the match between Chu Ran and Su Bai. Zhao Mingyue politely answered Qian Yu's question. I'm responsible for the live stream. Xiao Mingyin waved her phone. You two are involved in this too. Qian Yu furrowed his brows tightly. The identities of these two individuals were not ordinary. If they were friends with Su Bai, perhaps this person really had some skills. Others might develop a good impression of someone because of their appearance. But although the two young girls were not very old, their knowledge was not shallow. This is not a competition between Su Bai and Chu Ran. We're just here to watch the excitement. Zhao Mingyue smiled, although she didn't know the other party's intentions. It was clear they were there to support Chu Ran. But this is their matter, and Elder Qian shouldn't interfere, right? She didn't think Su Bai would lose to Chu Ran, but if Qianyu wanted to go back on his word later, she wouldn't agree. At worst, she would tell her father about this. Even if Qianyu was a 5-star mechanic, she believed Su Bai's mechanical skills were not inferior to his. At the very least, Elder Qian definitely couldn't enhance his Winter Sword Master to such an extent. Right? Elder Qian wouldn't interfere in the competition between the young people, would he? That would not sound good if it got out. Xiao Mingyan also expressed her stance. They believe in Su Bai, and certainly couldn't let him be bullied for no reason. Qianyu. Oh, why do these two little girls look like I'm the bad guy? Do I, Qianyu, seem like someone who uses power to oppress others? Of course not. I'm here to be the referee. Young people's competitions are fine, but if someone cheats, I won't let them off easily. Qianyu's tone was light, but his words carried weight. While speaking, he glanced lightly at Su Bai and then changed the subject. However, if this young friend really has skills, I, Qianyu, would willingly vouch for him. This was also his principle. If Su Bai relied on deception to gain attention and tarnish the reputation of mechanics, he would not let it slide. If Su Bai truly had skills and defeated Chu Ran, he would vouch for him, and even if he lost, he wouldn't pursue it too harshly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan were somewhat surprised. This was Qianyu, a highly respected senior in the mechanical engineering community of Nanjiang. With him vouching for Su Bai, the interstellar mechanical shop would surely become popular in Nanjiang. It turned out Qianyu was not there to help Chu Ran cheat. After all, with Elder Qian's prestige, why would he need to cheat for her? Sorry, Elder Qian, I hope I didn't offend you. Zhao Mingyue clasped her hands in respect and bowed, then stepped aside. She had been overly concerned about protecting Su Bai earlier and had indeed crossed a line. After all, the other party was an elder, and her tone was somewhat offensive. Xiao Mingyan also put her hands together in front of her chest, smiling as she apologized. It was all a misunderstanding. Now, they were completely at ease. If it came to mechanical skills, even 10 Chu Rans wouldn't be enough for Su Bai to defeat. That's right, they were that confident. Su Bai. After the dialogue among the three, Su Bai finally realized who this somewhat familiar old man was. Qianyu vouching for him? Wouldn't that be too much work? Oh wait, in the future, he would also have employees. For any issues, he could find the staff. In short, after today, unless it was a custom order, he would look for the staff. However, Qianyu's words sparked dissatisfaction among many people. Who is this old man? What a big talker, wanting to vouch for Boss Su. Does Boss Su need him to vouch for him? I don't know, but I don't recognize him, so he shouldn't be a big shot. Indeed, we know Captain Sun, General Zhao, and even Captain Zhonglei. This old man's rank probably isn't even as high as Captain Zhonglei's. This vouching is better left alone. Qianyu. His wrinkled fist had quietly clenched tightly. You ignorant kids. What Captain Zhonglei? Is that little brat trying to provoke me? As for Sun Yu and Zhao Tianming, well, it's normal for people to know them since they're fleet captains. Just as Qianyu was about to give Shi Ming a signal, a gasp finally erupted from the crowd. Qianyu. He is the president of the Nanjiang Mechanics Research Association. This is a big figure in our Nanjiang mechanical community. I didn't expect him to come. Qianyu. Oh, good boy. You're really something. Oh, this old man is quite famous? Yes, pretty famous. I just checked. He seems to be a master in our Nanjiang mechanical community. Then in vouching for Boss Su does have some qualifications. Don't. It's already difficult enough to draw lots. If it gets any hotter, what year and month will we have to draw to? Ha! Can you even draw that now? Aye. Hearing the discussions among the crowd, Qianyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Mainly, these people didn't seem to have been invited by Su Bai. Did Su Bai even arrange a lottery? Were these people complaining about the difficulty of drawing lots? Could it be that he really misjudged the situation? Indeed, it might have been a bit hasty to conclude that the other party could be cheating based on just a video. Gradually, a hint of anticipation began to appear in Qianyu's eyes. He wanted to see what kind of surprise Su Bai could bring him. After the commotion settled, Chu Ran was also somewhat surprised by her teacher's decision. Vouching for him? Oh, wait. The premise is that he has to defeat me. There was simply no possibility of that. She was proud and had the capital to be proud, having always been the child of someone else's family. Moreover, she had broken the record for the youngest one-star mechanic in Huaxia, raising the age by 6 years. Before her, the youngest one-star mechanic had successfully broken through at the age of 26. Such an achievement had made her somewhat lost in the glow of honor. Wherever she went, she received praise. Seeing Su Bai's 10-thread operation, she initially approached it with a learning attitude and was surprised to see someone of her age capable of such feats. Unfortunately, after watching closely, she was greatly disappointed, not to mention that the video couldn't even show the mechanical skills Su Bai used. Even that 10-thread operation seemed somewhat absurd. This led her to vent her frustration and even accept Su Bai's challenge. Chu Ran took a deep breath, casting aside her distractions. No matter what, she could not lose this bet. Otherwise, would she really have to work for him for free for 10 years? All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get started. Chu Ran fixed her gaze on Su Bai, her eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Okay. Su Bai calmly looked at Chu Ran, his gaze unperturbed. For Chu Ran, this was a bet, but for Su Bai, this was a recruitment. If Chu Ran's level was too low, then after signing the contract and completing the task, she could just be a helper. If she was decent, then he could hand over some simple orders to her. Perfect. Soon, Xiao Mingyan and the two girls, along with Qian Yu, followed Su Bai into the interstellar mechanical shop. Even Qian Yu was somewhat surprised upon seeing the equipment and DCOR inside the shop. Not only was the outer wall made of vibrating gold, but the interior also used such materials? Quite extravagant. Then, his gaze suddenly swept over to a nearby storage bed. His expression froze. This young man actually lived and slept in a mechanical shop? Just this level of diligence didn't look like someone who was faking it. It turned out the old man had been hasty. He was unsure if Su Bai truly possessed the level of a star mechanic, but his attitude was beyond doubt. That video, perhaps it wasn't fake? At least it shouldn't be something he faked. Qian Yu's gaze towards Su Bai now carried a hint of apology. If he hadn't personally come, he might have made a decision later that he would regret upon learning of this matter. Now, even if Su Bai lost, he had abandoned the idea of blacklisting him. He was even considering whether to let Chu Ran give up the bet. Just as Qian Yu was pondering, Su Bai spoke up lightly. How do we compete? His calm demeanor made it seem as if he was not personally involved. This made Shi Ming stunned. This is a gamble that concerns whether to close down one's repair shop. Why are you so relaxed, brother? Chu Ran took a step forward, just about to say something. However, Qian Yu's voice came from behind him. Since this is a competition of mechanical skills, let's start by testing our eyesight. Just in time, I have 2 small objects here for both of you to observe and state the problems you see. How does that sound, little brother? Qian Yu looked at Su Bai, having changed his opinion of him and wanted to see what level of mechanical skills Su Bai truly had. Don't worry, this object was just obtained, and Chu Ran hasn't seen it beforehand. Seemingly worried that Su Bai might think he was favoring Chu Ran, Qian Yu explained directly. Old Qian, you're joking. I naturally trust your credibility. Su Bai replied with a faint smile, not believing that the other party would favor Chu Ran. Otherwise, there are still people live-streaming behind. Seeing Su Bai looking at her, Xiao Mingyan waved her right hand while holding her phone in her left hand, recording the scene in front of her. At this moment, her live-streaming room already had 1 million viewers, with many coming to watch the excitement due to the stream being popular. Oh, isn't that Xiao Yan? Finally remembered she has a streaming job? Sister Yan? Sister Pai. You're the real sister in the stream. Finally waiting for you to start streaming. Can we change the habit of streaming for 3 days and slacking off for 30 days? Look at the sister next door. She doesn't sleep every night, focusing on companionship. Wait, where is Xiao Yan? Who is that handsome guy in front? What the heck? Quickly spread the word. Xiao Yan has officially announced something. What? Xiao Yan is getting married? Spread the word quickly. What? Xiao Yan had a baby. I can't accept this. Watching her viewers spread rumors, Xiao Mingyan felt quite helpless but still didn't show her face, only explaining, Ahem. You little haters, enough already. Today's main characters are not me. It's those 2 over there. Thank them, as you are about to witness a showdown of star-level mechanics, but no tickets are required. Of course, if the brothers want to send some gifts, they can do that too. Xiao Mingyan became a web celebrity naturally due to her cheerful personality and her unique streaming style. Clearly a beauty, she chose to go the funny girl route. This interaction was indeed effective. Gifts in the live streaming room surged instantly. Yin is 5 meters tall, sends a super battleship. I'm the funny Yin, sends 10 long-range planes. Not sending coins is just companionship. Send a little star. The live streaming room was lively. In a repair shop, Su Bai and Chu Ran had already entered the maintenance area. This time, Su Bai did not close the glass of the live streaming room. The scene in the maintenance area was visible to the audience outside. The equipment in the maintenance area was seen by the viewers in the live streaming room, and many knowledgeable people exclaimed, "This boss is really rich, using only the best equipment. Where's this repair shop? I haven't seen it in South Zhou." Sigh, the repair shop at my doorstep suddenly doesn't seem appealing anymore. In my imperial capital, I declare that the equipment in the repair shops is not this good. Seeing that the two were ready, Yu took out 2 metal blocks resembling mecha skeletons from the star ring and handed them to Shi Ming, who distributed them to the two. Your first competition is to identify which of the 4 basic types this mecha skeleton belongs to and state what problems it has. After the two receive the metal blocks, Yu spoke calmly. The time limit is 10 minutes. Since it's a competition, there must be a time constraint. He couldn't let them look indefinitely. They had to state the information they observed within 10 minutes. This round is a fundamental requirement for mecha engineers. If one cannot identify the issues of a mecha at a glance, how can they provide repairs? After Shi Ming handed the metal blocks to the two, the timer officially started. Chu Ran looked at the metal block in front of her, no longer calm, her brows furrowed. This metal was somewhat special. She could tell from the material that this was a skeleton of an earth mecha. Generally, the bones of armed and strength-type earth mechas differ by part, but their diameters usually range from 1 meter to 2 meters, while speed and balance types mostly range from 0.5 to 0.7 meters. However, this one was precisely caught between the two, with a diameter of about 0.85 meters. Compared to speed and balance types, its diameter was too large, but it also fell short for armed and strength types. Just as she was deep in thought, Su Bai in another maintenance room had already spoken his answer. This is a skeleton of a speed-type mecha. Based on my judgment, it should have suffered from thermal expansion followed by rapid cooling, resulting in internal structural changes. Chapter 72. Is it really necessary to be so fast? As Su Bai's words fell, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone, even Chu Ran, turned their gaze towards Qianyu. At this moment, Qianyu was not calm either. He looked at Su Bai with surprise in his eyes. How did you notice the problem with the skeleton in such a short time? After entering the interstellar machine repair shop, he felt that Su Bai was not someone who would deceive others. The other party must have some skills. But this was too fast. It should be noted that even he took a minute to analyze these 2 pieces of skeletons to arrive at his conclusion. And Su Bai, 10 seconds. What level of insight is this? As soon as Qianyu's words fell, everyone understood that Su Bai was right. However, from Qianyu's tone, it was clear that Su Bai was a bit too fast. As all eyes in the venue focused on Su Bai, the live broadcast also zoomed in on him. It was simple. Just weighing it in hand would reveal the answer. Su Bai shrugged. This should be the most basic copper gold. But the weight is completely different from normal copper gold, which naturally leads to the conclusion that it expanded and contracted with heat and cold, then had its internal structure destroyed. Upon hearing this, Qianyu suddenly realized he indeed hadn't analyzed it in hand. But this also proved that Su Bai not only had extraordinary insight, but was also very adaptable. Looking at Su Bai, his gaze became even more expectant. In the first round, Su Bai wins. First blood. After hearing Su Bai's answer, Chu Ran bit her lip tightly, not expecting to lose so thoroughly. She hadn't even carefully distinguished that the material of the metal was copper gold, and the answer was already out. For the first time, her confidence was shaken. Was the gap really this big? Fortunately, this was just the first round. Chu Ran forced herself to cheer up. It's okay. There will be more opportunities. Now, she wouldn't say anything like Su Bai is a fraud. That would be an insult to herself. If she couldn't even beat a fraud, how could she claim to be the youngest 1-star machine repairer? 666. This handsome guy is strong. I don't know if he's strong, but he is really fast. I just wonder if he's this fast in other aspects too. Evil laugh. JPG. Outside the venue, cheers erupted. I knew Boss Sue was the best. Look how scared that old man is. Wait, I always feel that the old man's gaze towards Boss Sue is a bit strange. How to describe it? A bit drooling. Oh, never mind. The image is too beautiful. I dare not think. After the first round of competition ended, Qianyu looked at the two, mainly focusing on Su Bai. Now for the second round, we will test your concentration. I have 2 sets of basic electronic gun components in hand, and you need to assemble them under external interference with a time limit of 1 hour. In the second round of the competition, Qianyu decided to increase the intensity for both of them. He specifically turned to Xiao Mengyin and Zhao Mengyue. Xiao girl, this round requires your help. You need to enter the repair room and drive the mechas, setting the power to maximum. As machine repairers, they're somewhat fond of mechas, and being able to maintain focus in front of something they love is also a basic quality of a machine repairer. Zhao Mengyue and Xiao Mengyin nodded. No problem. Xiao Mengyin then set up her phone on a stand so that it could see both sides. Take off, I'm going to boss Sue's side. Xiao Mengyin took the initiative and ran directly to repair room number 1, where Su Bai was. Zhao Mengyue didn't expect her to make such a surprise move and could only go to the repair room where Chu Ran was. Upon arriving at the repair room, the two touched the star rings. Platinum Valkyrie and Winter Swordmaster made a stunning debut, not to mention the people in the live broadcast room. Even Qianyu was taken aback when he saw the 2 mechas. What exquisite sky mechas! The materials must be at least 1 level higher than ordinary sky mechas. However, when the engines of the 2 mechas roared to life, Qianyu was completely stunned. This core power source is not right. The sky mecha cannot have such strong power. Mango? After all, he was a 5-star machine repairer. Upon hearing the engine roar, Qianyu roughly guessed the core power source. But this discovery left him completely unsettled. Which good person would use Mango for a sky mecha? This was the first time he had seen the 2 mechas, so naturally, he didn't know that this was the enhanced appearance after Su Bai's modifications. He thought it was the trump card prepared for them by Zhao Tianming and the Xiao family. As Qianyu sighed, Chu Ran was completely absorbed. The ice-blue body of the Winter Swordmaster Ran, its lifelike snowflake patterns made her incredibly obsessed. Not having the talent of a mecha master was her greatest regret in life. She loved mechas and also loved machine repair. Not being able to pilot the mecha she crafted was a pain that every machine repairer could hardly avoid. As if it were a heaven's confinement. Most people with machine repair talent could not cultivate star power and could only continuously improve in theory. So beautiful. I wonder which master created this. Chu Ran gazed at the Winter Swordmaster Ran, asked the question everyone wanted to know. Your neighbor. Zhao Mengyue didn't hide it from her, and a voice mixed with some mechanical sounds came from the Winter Swordmaster. Chu Ran? Shiming. Qianyu. Did I hear wrong? My neighbor? Chu Ran's ears rang as if struck by lightning, and she stood there in a daze, her eyes seemingly losing their light. Zhao girl, are you saying this mecha was crafted by Su Bai? Qianyu instantly leaped up, his tone inexplicably excited. He had thought this was a work of a master, but it turned out it was this young man in front of him? To be able to apply Mango to a sky mecha, what level of machine repair skills did the other party have? Of course, the base was the Ice Swordmaster. It was Su Bai who helped me enhance it to the current Winter Swordmaster. The Winter Swordmaster nodded. All right. My Platinum Valkyrie was also enhanced by Su Bai from Golden Valkyrie. Xiao Mengyin in the other repair room added. Thud. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran fell directly to the ground. Her pride and confidence shattered completely at this moment, her eyes vacant, murmuring, I actually provoked a master? Before, she could still comfort herself that perhaps Su Bai was just good at observation. But upon hearing that these 2 mechas were crafted by him, she realized how limited her perspective was. What meaning does this competition have? Not only her, but Qianyu was also stunned to learn that these 2 mechas were enhanced from Ice, Swordmaster, and Golden Valkyrie. For a moment, he doubted whether he was truly a 5-star machine repairer. Being able to enhance ordinary sky mechas to this extent, this at least falls into the domain of 6 stars or higher. Su Bai, 6 stars. Am I crazy? Or is the world crazy? Chapter 73, I still prefer your wild and unrestrained look, just as they were in shock. Su Bai had already finished assembling the electronic gun. He looked at the dazed Qianyu and the soul-crushed Chu Ran sitting on the ground beside him. Subai, what happened? Wasn't it said that the gun assembly had to be successful in an interference environment? Why is she on her knees? What kind of expression is that? It's as if she just won the lottery, only to accidentally wash the ticket in her pocket. Thinking she had found a beautiful love, only to realize she was the third wheel, believing the readers would like it only to get no 5-star reviews. What is this look of being abandoned by the world? Hey, everyone, Subai tentatively asked. This finally pulled everyone out of their shock. Qianyu went straight to the first repair room, not even glancing at the electronic gun in Subai's hand, and bowed to him. I'm sorry. We were presumptuous this time. Master Su's skills far exceed our imagination, and this competition doesn't need to continue. I, as a disciple of evil, apologize to you and concede. Seeing Qianyu directly apologize to Subai, Shiming hurriedly followed suit. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I actually underestimated you. Your abilities are far beyond what I can comprehend. How ridiculous that I thought you were just trying to gain popularity by betting against Chu Ran. Nothing is more persuasive than being able to enhance these two mechs. Even though I could see the anomalies in the metal skeletons within 10 seconds, and now completed the electronic gun assembly in less than a minute. For a master who can enhance mechs to such a degree, this is simply child's play. There's really no need to. Subai felt a bit embarrassed being praised by the two, as the system was responsible for enhancing the mechs. The two of them were his true level. However, that was only for now. Perhaps in the future, he could achieve this without the system. However, this scene was not perceived the same way by the audience in the live stream. Qianyu, the president, actually apologized to Subai in public, and even said he was inferior to him. Could this be self-directed and acted? Is this it? Refund. Self-directed and acted? But that's Qianyu, the master of the mech repair world in Nanjing. How could he not cherish his reputation and pave the way for a junior? Exactly. And look at Chu Ran, she's in such a state. If this is acting, I would call her an Oscar winner. Hee. The foolish ones are still discussing whether it's acting. Smart like me. I'm already heading to Yanhai. The person is already at the airport, about to take off. Hee. Brother's upstairs, you think you're on the 5th floor, but you're actually on the 1st floor. The Interstellar Mech Repair Shop requires a number for reception. Surprised or not? It's still not too late to change your ticket. By the way, I checked, and the number of people who made reservations has already reached 100. 000. Good luck. The shot brought by the Platinum Valkyrian Winter Swordmaster was far less than Qianyu bowing his head, as their identities were there, and the two mechs. After all, they were separated by a light screen. They could only feel how cool they were without seeing the intricacies. Don't come over. Hearing Subai's words, Qianyu let out a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the other party would feel resentful and immediately scold the dazed Chu Ran. This is a master of mech repair. It's a realm he hasn't yet reached. He actually wanted to endorse Subai. That a bit overestimating oneself. As for Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingwalai, that's impossible. Their identities are there, and there's no need to lie in front of everyone. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran suddenly shook, and a hint of spirit returned to her previously vacant eyes. She drooped her head and approached Subai. She was somewhat afraid to look up at Subai. Just thinking about what she had said before made her want to find a crack in the ground to hide. She actually questioned a mech master, and even bet against him. Her toes dug into the ground, so embarrassed she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. After a long pause, she timidly spoke. Master, I'm sorry, I was rude. As she spoke, she looked up to gauge Subai's expression. Seeing him looking at her meaningfully, Chu Ran hurriedly lowered her head again, resembling a defeated mouse. Subai, what is this? I still prefer your wild and unrestrained look from before. Don't forget our bet. Subai cast her a faint glance and spoke directly. It was originally just to recruit an employee, but it turned so complex. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran suddenly looked up, astonished, her eyes blinking rapidly. She had a face full of surprise. She thought the other party was just joking, trying to make her realize that there are always greater heights and greater people. But is she really going to work for him? No, wait. This isn't just working. This is an incredible opportunity, being able to work beside such a master. In time, her mech repair skills would surely improve by leaps and bounds. Not only did Chu Ran think this way, but even Qianyu and Shiming were a bit surprised. Qianyu was the first to react, patting Chu Ran's back. Why aren't you thanking Master Su yet? Chu Ran also snapped out of her excitement. Thank you, Master Su. Ming looked at Chu Ran with envy. Sigh, her life is so good. I also want to learn from Master Su. Subai. This is the first time I've seen someone so happy about working for free. Ahem. It's fine, it's fine. Subai casually brushed it off. He hadn't seen Chu Ran's skills yet, but at least she was a one-star mech repairer. So his task was considered complete, right? Let's get this signed. Saying that, Subai took out a contract from behind and handed it to Chu Ran, which clearly stated a 10-year employment with no salary. Chu Ran took the contract without a second thought. She signed her name and handed it back to Subai. Boss, let me know when I start working. Subai this. He took the contract back and looked it over again, confirming he had indeed said there was no salary. Why is she so enthusiastic? Ha ha ha. All right, just follow Boss Su well from now on, and I'll leave the research and learning to you. Seeing Chu Ran sign the contract, Chinyu laughed heartily, feeling very pleased. This time we have troubled you, Master Su. If you have time, please come to our Mech Repairer Research Association to discuss. I have many questions I want to ask you. After the farce ended, Chinyu directly bid farewell to Subai and invited him to discuss mech repair knowledge at the association when he had the chance. After saying that, he left with Ming. Once the two left, only Subai and the other three remained in the interstellar mech repair shop. Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan exchanged glances, nodding in tacit agreement, looking at Chu Ran as if facing a great enemy. Previously, they only thought that the other was wronging Subai and must give her a hard slap in the face, but they forgot about her bet with Subai. What to do? They would have to work together for 10 years. This close proximity, a lonely man and a lonely woman, no matter how they thought about it, it didn't seem good. That Chu Ran, do you have a house over there? Shall we go look at some properties? Xiao Mingyan approached Chu Ran with a friendly demeanor, immediately grabbing her hand, completely forgetting that they were still live streaming. What did I just see? Xiaoyan, let go of your pig hoof, let me come. Hee every day saying they have no money, but now taking someone to buy a house. Is this using our money to support another little fairy? Chapter 74. This starship enhancement is a bit pricey. Oh ho, as if realizing something. Xiao Mingyan went straight to her phone, smiled, and waved her hand. Bye-bye, everyone. That's it for today. I'm logging off. After saying that, she closed the live stream in less than a second, achieving what could only be described as light-speed logout. In the pitch-black livestream room, countless question marks appeared. Wait, I paid. What is there that I can't watch? Xiao Yin is getting more and more arrogant. She used to count down before logging off, but now she just disappears? Unfollow. Block. Don't struggle upstairs. She can't see your comments now. All I can say is, QTND. But, did anyone record today's stream? I feel like it could go viral. It's been 10 minutes since it was posted. Your reaction is too slow, bro. It's still you. It's strange that these people could chat for so long while staring at a black screen. It can only be said that fans reflect their streamers. After logging off, Xiao Mingyan directly linked arms with Chu Ran. Let's go. We need to get down to business. Chu Ran. She was startled by Xiao Mingyan's action. To be honest, it was their first meeting. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to be so forward? Before she could say anything, Zhao Mingyue also came over, standing beside them with a friendly smile. It's okay. We've known each other for a while now. Let me show you around and get familiar. Finding a good place to stay is very important. Saying this, both of them didn't give Chu Ran a chance to refuse and directly dragged her away. Subai, you guys have already taken away a new employee without even testing her skills? Forget it. Fortunately, Subai's mind wasn't on testing Chu Ran's skills at the moment. Just now, the system prompt arrived as expected. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a 1-star mechanic employee. Time taken, 2 days. 4-star mechanic skills are now unlocked. And a 4-star inheritance skill, one-tie weapon forging method, with full proficiency is awarded. The system has opened the weapon enhancement branch and starship enhancement branch. Here it comes. The rewards have finally arrived. Now, several branches have appeared on the system panel. Weapon enhancement. Enhance weapons based on their level by spending corresponding interstellar points. 1 point for Earth, 10 points for Sky, 100 points for Star Treader. Subai raised his eyebrows upon seeing this. The interstellar points for weapon enhancement are probably 1/10 of that for mechs. Not too bad, not too expensive. But when he looked at the starship enhancement, His face instantly darkened. Subai. Starship enhancement. Enhance starships based on their level by spending corresponding interstellar points. 1 million interstellar points for Starbreaker level, 10 million for Starfall level, 100 million for Eternal Sky level. Great. It's clear I could just rate it, but you're asking me to enhance it instead. Subai was frustrated that the interstellar points required for Starship enhancement were actually 100 times that of MECH's. Truly a money-sucking beast. Forget it. Let us set aside the Starship matters for now. Subai helplessly spread his hands. Although starships are mostly controlled by fleets, and fleets are typically wealthy, the cost of enhancing an Eternal Sky starship, which translates to trillions of star coins, would still be a heavy burden for any fleet. Keep in mind, this is just the cost. You must make some profit from it, right? It's estimated that only the main fleet of the Imperial capital and the Huaxiao Alliance could afford such expenses, but it seems only they possess Eternal Sky starships. Subai calmed himself down a bit and focused on his last branch, the 4-star Mechanic Inheritance Library. Each 4-star Mechanic Inheritance was priced, and fortunately, they weren't too expensive, with each costing around 1,000 interstellar points, equivalent to about 10 million star coins. This price would likely be snatched up in a frenzy. For those large families, a 4-star Mechanic Inheritance could significantly enhance their entire family's mechs, and with some luck, they could even cultivate a 4-star Mechanic. Forget about 10 million star coins. Even if it were multiplied by dozens, they would be willing to pay. Subai simply browsed through it and didn't rush to buy. He had just mastered the 10 3-star inheritance skills at hand. He could wait a day for the 4-star ones. Moreover, he still had one skill with full proficiency, right? One-tie weapon forging method. Seeing this inheritance skill, Subai couldn't help but wonder if the system had intentionally guided him to take the weapon route since he couldn't enhance starships. As a 4-star mechanic inheritance skill, it certainly wouldn't be too bad. 4-star mechanics are usually on par with Starbreaker mech engineers. Although he didn't know who this one-time mechanic was, being included by the system proves that the person indeed possesses the strength of a 4-star mechanic. Entering the virtual maintenance chamber, Subai took out the vibranium materials he had previously bought from the interstellar net. These materials nearly filled half of the maintenance chamber. He spread them out on the ground and moved to the front of the vibranium. This forging technique mainly targets melee weapons. It wouldn't be much use for energy swords and firearms. Subai took out a thermal knife, set the power to the maximum, and struck down directly onto the vibranium in front of him, using his right hand to employ the technique of blending all things, constantly sensing the feedback from the vibranium and making timely adjustments. With both hands working in harmony, he danced in the air like a dragon, systematically disassembling, adjusting, and shaping the vibranium in front of him. Once he confirmed that one side was correct, he began to move on to the next area for polishing. Sparks reflected the fine sweat on Subai's forehead. His eyes were focused, not daring to slack off, as if he were sculpting a piece of artwork. Time passed little by little. Subai slammed his right hand down hard on the weapon prototype in front of him, creating a series of fist imprints on the grip connection. Then he kept copying. Ultimately, he formed an irregular matrix. Once everything was done, Subai began to arrange the sensing components on each of the fist imprints, forming a circuit board. He then covered it with a layer of vibranium. Looking at the cold, 15-meter-long great blade lying on the ground, Subai nodded in satisfaction. This was a broad knife, made entirely of indestructible vibranium, and unlike traditional blades, its edge was not narrow on one side and wide on the other, but rather almost of equal width. Such a weapon would typically be prone to damage. However, the one-tie weapon forging method excelled here, using a density compression method to embed a large amount of vibranium, allowing it to automatically adjust the required sharpness based on the electronic components added last, and even turn sharp weapons into blunt ones to adapt to various combat scenarios. Nice. It looks quite decent. Looking at the weapon he handcrafted, Subai was very satisfied. This was also his first time creating a Starbreaker level weapon purely by his own effort. However, this wasn't the end. He looked at the long knife with a slight smile. Let's test the enhancement effect. Subai placed his right hand on the grip of the great blade. 4th tier weapon enhancement will enhance the weapon by 1 tier and provide a random attribute bonus. Upon seeing this, Subai raised his eyebrows. He initially thought weapon enhancement would merely improve the materials, but unexpectedly, there was also an attribute bonus. Weapons with attribute bonuses are incredibly valuable for mech engineers with the corresponding attributes. Though not as rare as talent skills and specialized traits, they're still not plentiful. Boom! Unlike enhancing mechs. At the moment Su-Bai chose to enhance his weapon, a loud explosion echoed, followed by a flicker of red light that instantly enveloped the broad blade in front of him. From the tip of the blade to its tail, a visible transformation began to occur. The original vibrating gold was replaced with a material that was translucent and glossy, with a hint of purple. Purple crystal, one of the 7-colored crystal materials, known for its unparalleled sharpness and high ductility. The 7-colored crystal is a material used for mechs and weapons that surpasses vibrating gold, typically utilized only by star-falling mechs. Soon, the broad blade lost its original appearance. Boom! Another explosion sounded, and the blade's edge flowed like fire. A faint black flame instantly covering the blade. It was as if it had donned a layer of fiery armor. The golden patterns on the ground surged, quickly extinguishing the flames, leaving only a bit of black flame retreating to the junction between the handle and the blade. Not bad. Looking at the broad blade ahead, Su-Bai propped his chin with his right hand and thought for a moment before deciding on a name. The first weapon shall be called Nanju, Southern Candle. The deity of Zhongshan, known as Zhuyin, is rumored to have flames of the Zhu dragon, which are black flames. Since Nanju originates from the South River and has black flames, naming it Nanju is quite reasonable. Su-Bai silently gave himself a thumbs up. He truly is a naming expert. After admiring Nanju for a while, Su-Bai clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. TSK, this repair shop is due for an upgrade. It's getting cramped even for a weapon. Indeed, when Sun Yu came before, he had noticed that the size of his repair shop seemed a bit small. While it barely accommodated the Broken Star mech, it felt very crowded. Now, with a broad blade lying on the floor taking up half the space, wouldn't it be impossible to fit more if he got more? With a plan in mind, Su-Bai immediately took action. First, he called Sun Yu. Beep, beep, beep. As the phone rang, Sun Yu, who was in the office overwhelmed with thoughts about the CF family matters, furrowed his brows. Who is it? Calling now. But when he saw that the caller was Su-Bai, his brow instantly relaxed, somewhat surprised. Su-Bai. Without thinking, he quickly answered. Hey Su-Bai, what you want? Having experienced Su-Bai's formidable enhancements, Sun Yu was very satisfied. Not only did he escape from a crisis and counterattack, but more importantly, it gave him hope for a breakthrough. Naturally, he wouldn't turn down Su-Bai's call. Captain Sun, I mainly want to ask if I can buy the suburban area near my interstellar repair shop. Su-Bai got straight to the point without beating around the bush. The interstellar repair shop is located in the outskirts of Yunhai City, with the surrounding suburban area covering about 6,070 million square meters, approximately the size of an ordinary university. If he could acquire all of it, it would be enough for the expansion of his interstellar repair shop. Sun Yu was taken aback. What do you want that land for? I plan to expand the shop. Su-Bai answered directly. Hearing this, Sun Yu got so excited that he stood up. You want to expand? That's great. Is 700,000 square meters enough? If not, we can add more. If Su-Bai wants to expand the interstellar repair shop, he must support it, as it means the other party is preparing to take on more orders. There is also the possibility of developing other businesses. This would not only make it easier for him to enhance again, but also benefit everyone. Why not? After all, that area isn't used. Giving it all to him wouldn't hurt. That's enough. Thank you, Captain Sunday. How many star coins will I need? I'll transfer it to you directly. Seeing that Sun Yu agreed, Su-Bai sighed in relief. He was worried that without the land, the system wouldn't recognize his expansion. Let me think. It should be about 1,000 star coins per square meter. Sun Yu answered without hesitation, quoting the minimum price to Su-Bai. If possible, he would have liked to give it to Su-Bai for free, but the land still belonged to Huaxia, and he only had the right to sell it at a certain price. The star coin still had to be submitted. If it weren't for the fact that it was an unoccupied suburban area, he wouldn't even be able to lower the price this much. Upon hearing the price quoted by Sun Yu, Su-Bai understood that he was making it convenient for him and directly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Captain Sunday. I'll transfer it to you right now. After saying that, He hung up the phone. Beep, 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 7 billion star coins credited to account. Soon, Sun Yu receives Su by S transfer. Xiao Wang, come in for a moment. Divide all the 700,000 square meters around Songhai Road into the name of the Interstellar Repair Shop. Almost simultaneously with the transfer arriving, Sun Yu arranged for Xiao Wang to take care of the matter. The troubles brought by the CF family had been somewhat alleviated by the news of Su by S expansion. This is good, now that the undercurrents are surging. Su Bai's expansion can better enhance our fleet strength, giving us a greater chance in the upcoming war. Sun Yu let out a slight sigh of relief. Although he had won against Shuai Lin and the others before, he knew that it was mainly due to Su Bai S enhancements. If it had been the original him, he might have been done for. I wonder if Zhang Lei went. He should have. After all, he has been clamoring for enhancements every day and working so hard. Thinking of Zhang Lei, Sun Yu couldn't help but smile. He was genuinely invested in the enhancements. However, Captain Sun clearly forgot. He was the last one who didn't need to draw lots to enhance. Does Zhang Lei want to enhance? Of course he does. He dreams of it. What a painful price did he pay for enhancements back then. Even now, his knees are still red. But yesterday, after finishing work, wrapping up the CF family matters, and giving some education to the newcomers, he returned home only to receive shocking news. The Interstellar Repair Shop will adopt a lottery system for appointments, with 3 slots available each day. Zhang Lei, who had long set the Interstellar Repair Shop's star network as a special focus, saw this news immediately. He hurried to participate in the lottery, but when he saw that the lottery had already ended, he was filled with despair. And just now, he clicked on the lottery page again. Upon seeing the number of participants, his eyes completely lost their light. All he could do was pound his chest and cry out, "This is a crime." Chapter 76, The New Business of the Interstellar Repair Shop. Inside the Interstellar Repair Shop, Su Bai's ear once again rang with a notification. Found an expandable area of 700,000 square meters. Requires 700,000 interstellar points. Do you want to expand? Another 700 million. After just transferring 700 million, his balance was only left with 3 billion star coins. Now, it's another 700 million. It's like a game of chance. Goodness. Spending money is indeed easier than earning it. Resigned to this painful reality, Su Bai still chose to expand. Expansion started. Estimated duration, 20 hours. As the system notification fell, starting from the Interstellar Repair Shop, a giant metal shell instantly spread over the suburban area behind. Like a giant egg, sounds of trees falling and digging foundations could be heard from time to time. Fortunately, Sun Yu had already announced the upcoming construction in the area of the Interstellar Repair Shop after learning about Su Bai's expansion. This avoided drawing too much attention. Only occasionally did 1 or 2 passers-by stop to watch. Is this the latest technology in Yanhai? When do we get so advanced? They're even using metal barriers for construction? I don't know, but maybe it's related to the previous weapon research. Perhaps our research results have gained recognition from Huaxia and are being built in secrecy? Oh, that makes some sense. Should we film a video? I think you're getting more and more ridiculous. It's been said to be a confidential project, and not to mention whether your video can be released. Even if it is, do you think you'll get free food and lodging for years? I'm just saying. It's all a misunderstanding. Associating this with the continuous earthquakes reported earlier, the crowd instantly concluded it was related to the newly appeared metal giant egg. They all tacitly chose to keep quiet. Only after Xiao Mingyan and the other 2 returned did they look at this scene with some confusion. Su Bai, what is that thing behind? Xiao Mingyan was now completely puzzled. They had only taken Chu ran out to buy a house, subtly informing the other party that Su Bai might not like being disturbed, so she should be careful. To this, Chu Ran directly agreed. She didn't dare to have any disrespectful thoughts. The other party was a master mechanic and must not like being disturbed. Being able to work at the Interstellar Repair Shop was already her good fortune. She would definitely cherish this hard-won opportunity. Zhao Mingyue looked at the giant metal egg in front of her with a strange expression. Is this construction? Odd. I haven't heard anything about a major project here. Moreover, it started so soon? Chu Ran silently stood by, afraid to speak. She feared Su Bai was still upset, and maintaining silence was the best way to improve his mood. Oh, this? I'm expanding. Subai glanced at the three girls lightly, looking indifferent. Expanding? Is Boss Su planning to start a new business? Xiao Mingyan was very excited upon hearing this. Subai wouldn't he expand for no reason. Since he was expanding, he must be preparing to develop a new business. As the second customer of the interstellar repair shop, how could she miss such an opportunity? Zhao Mingyue and Chu Ran also perked up, focusing intently on Subai, their eyes filled with anticipation. Well, I'm planning to sell some weapons and possibly auction some mechas I've built. Subai directly stated his recent plans. The main reason for the expansion was indeed to prepare for a new business. Strengthening mechas would still be 3 orders a day. That wouldn't change. Maintenance would be left to Chu Ran. In the remaining time, he planned to build more weapons or even mechas for auction. After all, this small amount of money really doesn't last long. Weapons? Mechas? Selling them directly? Upon hearing Subai's words, Chu Ran could no longer hold back. She looked at Subai with excitement, not expecting that she would witness the weapons and mechas crafted by Subai so soon after arriving at the interstellar repair shop. How could this mecha fanatic not be thrilled? So, Boss Su, do you have any ready to show us? Xiao Mingyan looked at Subai with great anticipation. Previously, they had only seen their own mecha strengthened. They all knew Subai's exceptional skills. Now, being able to see the pieces he crafted with his own hands made her eager to try them out. After all, during the chaotic construction, only the airport had seen them. This had always been a regret for Xiao Mingyan. Zhao Mingyue, on the other hand, was more calm about it. She had seen Subai's skills firsthand. He could even craft combat-type mechas. What couldn't he do? However, she couldn't help but feel excited about seeing more. There are no mechas available right now, but I do have a weapon. Subai did not refuse their request. The size of Nanju was originally designed for regular star-breaking mechas and was not suitable for his own use. Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue were both definitely wealthy young ladies. Perhaps they could help him promote it. Saying this, he led the 3 girls into the first repair room. At this moment, the mechanical arm originally used to secure the mechas was used to lift Nanju, presenting it completely before the 3 girls. Upon seeing the appearance of Nanju, the 3 girls gasped. Hiss, is this purple crystal? As a mechanic, Chu Ran was the first to recognize the material used for Nanju. She was now certain of Subai's identity as a master mechanic. Only a master mechanic could craft such a weapon from the purple crystal among the 7 colored crystals. Xiao Mingyan was somewhat surprised, as her golden flame reacted upon seeing Nanju, as if facing a formidable foe. She immediately asked, Boss Su, is this weapon of yours an attribute weapon? She voiced the question Zhao Mingyue wanted to ask. Unlike Xiao Mingyan, she felt suppressed by the aura of Nanju, and her chest felt a bit tight. It's somewhat fire attribute. Subai nodded. Fire attribute. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingyan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, but unfortunately, it quickly dimmed. What a pity. This is a broad knife, and it requires at least a Starfall mecha to use. She was indeed a fire attribute mecha master. But the broad knife did not match her platinum Valkyrie, and she currently couldn't use weapons made from 7 colored crystal materials. This was generally in the realm of Starfall. This is a weapon for star-breaking mechas. Subai shook his head upon hearing this. The material of Nanju is indeed purple gold, but the circuit components he initially embedded were matched with star-breaking mechas. This meant that Nanju was undoubtedly a weapon for star-breaking mechas. Chu Ran, Xiao Mingyan, Zhao Mingyue, who would use purple crystal to craft weapons for star-breaking mechas. Chapter 77 Subai. It's just a weapon. But it shouldn't be possible. How can the electronic components required for the broken star mecha weapon be embedded in the amethyst? It can't withstand the strength of the amethyst at all. Chu Ran was the first to voice her doubts. Even though Subai is a master mechanic, what she sees in front of her is truly beyond her understanding. Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the subtleties. After all, she is the youngest star-level mechanic in Huaxia, although that's not the case anymore. But she is still a 1-star mechanic. She understands the strength of materials much better than Zhao Mingyue and the others. Upon hearing Chu Ran's question, Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan also turned to look at Subai in unison. Subai's mechanical skills are evident, but they also want to know the intricacies involved. This is indeed a weapon of the Broken Star mecha, but how it can withstand the strength of Amethyst is beyond your current understanding. Subai lightly glanced at Chu Ran, silently putting his hands behind his back. How can it withstand it? It must be because it wasn't Amethyst in the beginning. But how can I explain that? Seeing Subai with his hands behind his back, appearing unfathomable, Chu Ran was completely awed, her eyes filled with admiration. She felt ashamed of her previous ignorance. At the same time, she was extremely anxious. Does the store owner think my skills are too low? He won't regret hiring me. Will he? No, I must perform well in the future and not disappoint the store owner. Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan saw things differently. Chu Ran is at least a one-star mechanic. If even she can't understand it, it indicates that the technical difficulty is extraordinarily high. One can only say, as expected of Subai. By the way, Boss Su, I wonder what price you plan to sell this broadsword for? Although Zhao Mingyue's talent is not related to fire, her father is the commander of the Southern River, so perhaps it can be useful in the fleet. The pricing of Nanju is probably around 800 million star coins. Subai thought for a moment and ultimately gave a fairly reasonable price. He spent 1,000 star points, which is 10 million star coins, to enhance Nanju, but the price of vibrating gold itself is not cheap, and based on the amount used for Nanju, it is about 30 million star coins. Originally, selling it for 400 million star coins would have been fine. But considering that the materials for Nanju have now been upgraded to amethyst and also used the Wuntai weapon forging method, his final pricing is set at 800 million star coins. A little 20 times markup should not be excessive, right? This price is more than just reasonable. Is it really that cheap? Chu Ran looked at Subai in shock. This is an amethyst weapon that can be used by the Broken Star mecha. Although there are no reference objects on the market, general Broken Star mecha weapons are usually around 40 million star coins. The craftsmanship used in Nanju is simply unimaginable, and the store owner is only selling it for 800 million? This is simply incredibly generous. It makes sense. A store owner as young as him has already achieved the level of a master mechanic, probably no longer overly pursuing wealth. I need to remember this, and I must become a conscientious mechanic like the store owner in the future. Subai's image in Chu Ran's heart instantly rose a few notches. By the way, Boss Su, do you have more weapons like this? Are there any ice attribute ones? After hearing Subai's quote, Zhao Mingyue immediately asked if there were any ice attribute weapons. This price is too attractive. If she tells her father, he would probably come to buy it without hesitation. Wait, Boss Su, I want this Nanju. I'm gonna make a call right now. Xiao Mingyan was even more direct. After hearing Subai's quote, she immediately decided to buy Nanju, not caring about whether it was a broadsword or whether she would use it temporarily. Once this village is gone, there won't be this store again. Hey, you shorty, I was the one who asked about the price first. What are you doing? Zhao Mingyue glared at Xiao Mingyan, her face full of anger. You won't even use it. It was clearly her who inquired about the price, but now she wants to buy it? A little bit. I don't need it for now, but you won't use it at all if I don't buy it. Are you going to buy it? Xiao Mingyan was equally unwilling to back down. After all, she had a fire attribute talent, and Nanju could still be used with some effort. Zhao Mingyue has an ice attribute talent. She would never be able to use Nanju in her lifetime, just as the two were at odds. Subai lightly coughed a few times. Ahem. You don't need to fight over it. Nanju is a weapon for the Broken Star mecha, and it wouldn't be useful for you to buy it. After some time, I will create weapons for the Sky mecha and the Star Treading mecha. You can buy them then. Although Subai was happy to sell Nanju directly, he had actually thought of suitable buyers. Among the Broken Star mecha masters he knows, Sun Yu, who has a fire attribute talent, is the most suitable for Nanju. His talent is flame control, although it is not a special fire talent. It is precisely because of this that he can accommodate different types of flames. With both Song Yin and Hei Yin at his disposal, his strength should be enhanced. The other party had just helped him solve the issue of the expansion of the repair shop, so it is reasonable for Subai to repay him. Upon hearing Subai's words, the two no longer argued, but instead looked at Subai simultaneously, saying in unison, Really? There are also weapons for the Sky mecha? But I already have the Blade of Winter. Zhao Mingyue bit her lip, feeling quite conflicted. Her Blade of Winter actually surpasses the level of the Sky mecha in strict terms. She doesn't really need melee weapons anymore. I'm not just selling melee weapons. There are also long-range energy weapons or long-range area weapons available. Subai smiled upon hearing this. The reason he chose Ninju as the first weapon he manufactured was mainly to experience the one-tie weapon forging method. But that doesn't mean he won't make firearms and energy cannons, especially the kind used by the Sky Mecha, which is effortless for him at his current level as a mechanic. And with a little enhancement from the system, it would be perfect. The amount of star points needed to enhance the Sky Mecha is hardly worth mentioning. Rather, compared to high-end weapons, selling weapons for the Earth and Sky Mecha is the main event. After all, the number of strong individuals is limited. However, there are still quite a few Earth and Sky Mecha masters. If he sells them all, the profits would be considerable. Sure enough, after Subai finished speaking, Zhao Mingyue's conflicts faded, and Xiao Mingyan beside her also grinned, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Really? Zhao Mingyue's words reminded her that she indeed didn't need melee weapons much, but she lacked long-range output types. Although her talent skill could achieve long-range attack effects, it consumes too much star power. Being able to resolve battles more easily is certainly a benefit. Of course. Subai looked at the two who were overly excited, feeling a bit helpless. It's just a weapon. Is it really worth getting this excited? Chapter 78 Shock. The 70-year-old man, actually. After agreeing to inform Subai when the weapons were done, Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue left. Once the two women left, only Subai and Chu Ran remained in the interstellar repair shop. With nothing to do, Subai decided to test Chu Ran's mechanical skills. He glanced at her and said, "Chu Ran, come in with me." He then walked towards the repair room. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran tensed up, realizing that the real test was about to begin. Taking a deep breath to calm her nerves, she hurried to catch up with Subai. This test was crucial for her, and she couldn't afford to fail. The two arrived at repair room number 1. Subai thought for a moment and took out a pile of low-tier materials. These are all materials used for the Earth mecha weapons. Now, I want you to make a blade, a firearm, and a heavy cannon for me to see. At this point, Subai still held a bit of expectation. If Chu Ran could produce satisfactory weapons, he could hand over all the Earth mecha weapons to her. He would then focus on making weapons for the Sky Mecha. Perfect. It goes without saying that the number of Earth mechas is likely more than the total of all Sky mechas combined. For such a large volume of work, Subai naturally preferred not to do it himself. Hearing Subai's arrangement, Chu Ran didn't hesitate at all and replied, "No problem." Time was of the essence, so she immediately approached the workbench in the repair room, looking at the materials on the floor, which mainly consisted of copper and iron, along with the energy matrix for the electronic gun. First, she took the pulse forging hammer from the side. Bang, bang, bang. She swung the heavy hammer again and again, flattening the copper and iron. This was the first time Subai had seen someone use a pulse forging hammer. After all, he didn't need to. Next, Chu Ran took out a thermal knife and began to thin out the edges of the materials, turning them into small components. She then began to assemble them around the energy matrix as the core. One could say that Chu Ran had some skills. No wonder she became the youngest star-level mechanic in former Huaxia, as her techniques were skilled and she was very focused, completely unlike her usually fiery personality. About half an hour later, Chu Ran wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and looked at Subai with anticipation. However, her expectation dissipated in an instant. Chu Ran, winky face, Subai had already picked up his phone and was typing on the light screen. "Can you not focus?" Looking at Subai's demeanor, Chu Ran was unsure whether to disturb him. Remembering what Zhao Mingyue and the others had told her, Boss Su is very focused on whatever he does. You mustn't interrupt him, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Just then, Subai suddenly looked up and met Chu Ran's gaze. He discreetly tucked his phone behind him and said calmly, "Ahem, are you done? Just leave it there. Next, we'll work on melee weapons. I'll check them together once you're finished." Chu Ran, winky face, was that a serious phone-stowing action? It felt like he was quite practiced at it. There was no way around it. Once she saw Chu Ran start assembling, Subai had a rough idea of her mechanical skills. The rest was mostly repetitive and meticulous work that posed no challenge for him, so he naturally lost interest in watching. However, he didn't expect Chu Ran's actions to be so quick. She had already completed the electronic gun while he was just starting to make one. Chu Ran didn't say much upon hearing this. She simply placed the electronic gun aside and continued crafting the melee weapon, this time choosing the blade. Fortunately, the blade used by the Earth mecha didn't need to be too long. About 3 to 4 meters was sufficient. This time, Chu Ran moved even faster than before. Su Bai's earlier actions made her quite anxious. She was very worried that her skills were too lacking, causing him to lose interest in watching. She directly swung the pulse hammer, striking the metal in front of her with all her might. And just as she finished striking, she lifted the thermal knife for immediate sculpting, switching between the two tools with remarkable ease. Not bad. After being caught off guard earlier, Su Bai this time didn't take out his phone, but instead watched with great interest. Chu Ran was truly serious this time, employing the one-star mechanic's inherited technique, dual skill connection. By switching tools at high frequency with both hands, she could greatly shorten the time it took to forge weapons or mechas. Unfortunately, this technique could only be used on Earth and Sky mechas. Higher level requirements for precision couldn't be met. This time, it only took 20 minutes. A 4-meter-long blade lay quietly on the floor of the repair room. Su Bai waved his hand. All right, I have a general idea of your skill level. Not bad, but still a bit unrefined. From now on, I want you to make 8 blades and 8 electronic guns for me every day. Su Bai directly assigned tasks to Chu Ran. Oh, by the way, I also plan to hand over some maintenance of the Earth mechas to you. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Chu Ran quickly nodded. Don't worry. I guarantee I'll complete the tasks. Su Bai smiled, feeling that she was quite obedient. This way, his burden would be greatly reduced. All right, there is nothing else for today. Come back tomorrow. With that, he walked towards the hall and put away the folding bed. Today, the repair shop was expanding, and he planned to go home for a while. He hadn't been back for several days. Seeing Su Bai preparing to leave, Chu Ran naturally didn't linger and left first. Chu Ran, you can do it. You will definitely earn Master Su's recognition. Chu Ran secretly encouraged herself, her eyes filled with hope, as if the future was bright. After she left, Su Bai directly closed the interstellar repair shop and returned home. Looking at this familiar place, he smiled slightly. It's still comfortable here. Although the repair shop was safe, it always felt like something was missing, and Su Bai couldn't quite put his finger on it. Perhaps it was this sense of familiarity. Here, he could feel grounded, or perhaps it was a habit. After all, it was a place he had spent over a decade in. Today, Su Bai didn't indulge himself. After finishing his star power cultivation, his strength had reached the 3rd star of the stepping star level. At this rate, in 6 days, he would be able to break through this star-breaking level. By then, he could truly roam the cloud sea, letting out a breath of stale air. Su Bai got up to stretch before directly washing up and going to bed. He was quite tired today, mainly because forging the southern candle took a lot of effort. As he lay down, the nerves that had been taut before relaxed at this moment. However, while he was sleeping, several news articles suddenly went viral on the Star Network. Shocking. The 70-year-old man actually publicly apologized to a young man in his 20s. Is this a distortion of humanity? The Cloud Sea seems to reveal a master mechanic. Even 5-star mechanics bow in submission. The intense clash between young men and women actually drew millions of spectators. This time, Xiaomingyan's livestream was public. Her fans had uploaded the video on the Star Network early on. Chu Ran was quite well known on the Star Network. After all, she held the title of the youngest star-level mechanic, making her famous among the younger generation. As for Qian Yu, as the president of the South River Mechanic Research Association, he was also a person that could be easily found with a bit of searching. Soon, it caused a huge uproar. What the hell? Is this true? Did Chu Ran lose? Is it even a question of whether Chu Ran lost? That unknown boss Su is actually a master mechanic. Even President Qian Yu feels inferior. I'm stunned. He looks at most 20. How could he possibly be a master mechanic? By the way, are there still master mechanics around? There are, but they're mostly old veterans. The slightly younger ones have all gone to develop in the Central Star region, right? Sigh. After all, we are still a bit behind, and it's normal that we can't meet their demands. Bullshit. Why hasn't this young boss Su, a master mechanic, gone to other star systems? They must have forgotten their roots. All right. The current issue is the authenticity of this matter. Stop guessing. The Nanjiang Mechanic Research Society hasn't come out to refute it yet. So, it must be true. No way. I need to investigate who this boss Su really is. The news stirred up a storm on the Star Network, and naturally, it was not peaceful across Huaxia. In the capital's Mechanic Research Society, an elderly man was wearing glasses and browsing the news in front of him. His pupils widened, and the shock on his face was evident. What game is that old guy Qian Yu playing? A master mechanic? So young? What a joke. No, he wouldn't risk his reputation to promote a junior. Could it be true? As the president of the capital's Mechanic Research Society, Cui Xianlin was considered one of the top 6-star mechanics. He couldn't imagine that a realm he had not reached in his entire life was now achieved by a young man. Is it really true that blue surpasses blue? Even though there have been many mechanical geniuses from Blue Star, and some have become master mechanics by the age of 35 to venture into the Central Star domain. That was at 35, and how old is Su Bai? Could he be a disciple of those legendary mechanics? Su Bai's talent made Cui Xianlin think of this, and he adjusted his reading glasses before dialing a number. Come my office. After a while, a young man with a well-proportioned figure and long hair tied in a braid entered his office, looking puzzled. Teacher, you called for me late at night? Ouyang Xian, the previous record holder for the youngest star-level mechanic in Huaxia. Even though his record has now been broken, he remains the first among the younger generation. The reason is simple. Ouyang Xian is a late bloomer. Although the age to break into a 1-star mechanic is 25, he is now 28 and already a 3-star mechanic. This speed is comparable to those mechanical geniuses who went to the Central Star domain. HM, I have a task for you. It seems a talented kid has appeared over in Yanhai. Go check it out. Cui Xianlin looked at Ouyang Xian with a hint of disdain. Also, can you cut off that braid? It swings and gives me a headache every time. Yanhai, what do we need to go there for? If I remember correctly, Chu Ren should be in Yendu, right? Ouyang Xian automatically ignored his teacher's complaints and was instead curious as to why he had to go to Yanhai. Is there another genius emerging? Teacher, can you please calm down a bit? Your disciple is Ouyang Xian. Heaven did not give birth to me. Ouyang Xian, mechanics last as long as the night. Ouyang Xian swung his braid vigorously, head held high, full of confidence. Cui Xianlin, winky face, this kid is good everywhere, but his rebellious personality really gives me a headache. Do you know why he is losing his hair? It's all because I'm worried about this kid. All right, enough nonsense. Finish your mech construction and then go to Yanhai. Cui Xianlin didn't want to chat any longer and directly issued his command. Ouyang Xian pouted slightly, somewhat dissatisfied, but could only comply. Fine. Who told you to be my teacher? It's probably going to take another day to finish this mech. HM. Cui Xianlin nodded and stopped looking at him, continuing to scroll through his phone. I said, Teacher, you're already so old and still surfing the Star Network every day. Aren't you afraid of going blind? Ouyang Xian was quite confused by Cui Xianlin's hobby. Other society presidents wouldn't know anything about the Star Network, but his was just fine, holding a phone and scrolling through it, seeming more adept than himself. You don't understand anything. This is called gathering intelligence. Hearing his hobby being criticized, Cui Xianlin shot back. What's wrong? Is there a rule that old people can't browse the Star Network? Ouyang Xian shrugged in response. We're just looking out for you. Even though the current phones use light screens and have no radiation, it's still not good to look at them for long. That's why your head is so bald. Really an ungrateful old man. Coincidentally, the two of them had a very unified view of each other. One might say, not being from the same family means not entering the same door. In Yanhai, in the northern suburbs, within an abandoned factory. At the bottom of the dilapidated factory, mechanical rumblings echoed from time to time, as if machines were operating within. A thin man approached the factory, looking around to confirm no one was watching before directly lifting a tile to enter below. After passing through a tunnel, a man in black, Zhou Wenzheng, stood with his hands behind his back. You're here, tell me, how's the situation at that interstellar mechanic shop? The thin man, Qin Kan, hurriedly relayed everything he knew. What? A master mechanic? You're saying that kid is a master mechanic? Upon hearing about Su Bai's actions, Zhou Wenzheng lost his previous calm. His hands that were behind his back now dropped to his sides, fists clenched. It was clear he was greatly affected. Could it be that the sudden strength of Sun Yu's mech truly came from this kid? A master mechanic suddenly appearing in Yanhai could impact our plans. Tomorrow, you go to that interstellar mechanic shop and probe into Su Bai's reality. Zhou Wenjing pondered for a moment before directly ordering Qin Can to gather intelligence. Qin Can. Tomorrow you go and see if that kid can fix something. Qin Can looked embarrassed. Boss, the interstellar mechanics shop requires reservations and a lottery. Zhou Wenjing frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. Then just enter the lottery. Do I need to teach you how to do it? At worst, you'll have to wait a few days. If he really is a master mechanic, there should be thousands of people entering the lottery, right? Qin Can, previously it was 100,000, and now it seems to be approaching 200,000. Zhou Wenjing. Chapter 80 Zhou 1. My lord, please come back quickly. I can't control Yanhai. Well, obviously he still underestimated the influence of the machine repair master. Even if it's just a suspicion, there are so many people queuing for appointments. Mainly, Zhou thought that only a few strong individuals would be able to use the machine repair master services. Others simply couldn't afford such prices. The result was unexpected. What the hell? Is it that easy to get Su Bai to repair and strengthen without charge? Actually, Zhou wasn't wrong in his thinking. After Su Bai's possible identity as the machine repair master was exposed, most people had already given up hope of finding him for strengthening. They were more interested in catching a glimpse of this machine repair master himself, and many were preparing to exploit the situation and sell their qualifications to others. That's why the number of participants in the lottery continued to rise. Some even became uncontrollable. You should try it. What if we get lucky and get a spot? Zhou ultimately gave up on directly heading to the interstellar repair shop, as the Lord had repeatedly emphasized the need to keep a low profile and prioritize the bigger picture. The last time, because of that fool Duan Han, they lost the CF family stronghold, and now they had to hide in this basement to avoid the limelight. If he went against the Lord's wishes again, death would probably be a minor punishment. He really didn't dare to think about the major consequences. By the way, have there been any updates from Yumeng recently? Putting aside Su Bai's matters, Zhou felt a bit more relaxed after knowing that there were so many people queuing for the lottery at the repair shop. At least the strength of the Yunhai fleet couldn't make rapid progress in the short term. This greatly reduced the threat posed by Su Bai. After all, he was just a machine repairer. It wasn't a big deal. Qin Can shook his head upon hearing this. Ever since the Lord sent Yu Meng to Yunhai No. One to connect with Sun Han, it seems there hasn't been any follow-up. Is that so? You need to keep an eye on her. If she shows any signs of movement, eliminate her immediately. Zhou voice was chillingly cold. Compared to Su Bai, he was more worried about Yu Meng. Her identity was too special. She was sent down from the headquarters of the church. No one knew her background, nor did anyone know her purpose for being here. Understood. Qin Can accepted the order and left the basement, leaving Zhou alone. After he left, Zhou helplessly tapped his forehead. The Lord really didn't say when he would return. Please come back quickly. I can't handle Yanhai. Forget it. Let's leave it at that for now. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Adapting to changes without changing is the best strategy. From a moment Zhou wanted to ambush Sun Yu, it was clear that he was not a perceptive person. One could even say he was somewhat dull. Of course, this was also the reason why the man in the black robe had him take charge. What he wanted was to maintain the status quo. If someone like Duan Han was again arranged to manage the Yunhai situation, by the time the Lord returned, all arrangements would probably be in vain. At least Zhou understood the importance of obedience. The person least surprised by this matter was Sun Yu. At this moment, after being busy for several days and returning home, he naturally saw the news. Sun Yu merely curled his lips, truly unaware of the height of the heavens. Daring to provoke Su Bai? Even Qian Lao wouldn't dare. After Su Bai strengthened Sunlong, he was certain that the other party was indeed the machine repair master. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to strengthen Sunlong to such a degree. He had seen Qian Yu years ago and was even fortunate to witness him help others with strengthening. The mechas he strengthened were indeed powerful, but compared to Su Bai, they were simply insignificant. However, now that this matter had been exposed, Sun Yu felt a bit anxious. Now, the interstellar repair shop is completely on fire, and it will probably not be so easy to find Su Bai for strengthening in the future. I estimate that his expansion today is also related to this matter. Considering Su Bai's acquisition of land for expansion, Sun Yu thought it was likely for this reason. Forget it. I'll see how he has been practicing lately. There's just over a month until the big exam, and there can't be any mistakes. Saying this, he walked towards Sun Hanyi's room. Sun Hanyi's talent was above his, and with the Wanju and Hongyue that Su Bai had strengthened, entering Star Sea University should not be difficult. But, if possible, who would T want their children to achieve better results? Sun Han he had just finished her star power training for the day and was instantly delighted to see Sun Yu return. Dad, you're back? She hadn't seen Sun Yu for several days and had only heard about the Interstellar Repair Shop. She was very concerned about that name. Unfortunately, when she messaged Su Bai, the other party only replied briefly. She couldn't understand what had happened. Now, it was good that she could finally figure it out. I heard you've been busy for so many days because of that Interstellar Repair Shop. Did something happen with Boss Su? Sun Yu's face darkened upon hearing this. After being away from home for so many days, his daughter was indeed asking about another man. Is this what it feels like for a girl to grow up? The little cotton-padded jacket is leaking air. I'm fine. But since it's Su Bai, Sun Yu couldn't possibly harm him, so he could only forcefully change the subject. How has your training been lately? Do you have confidence in the big exam? Sun Han understood that her dad was trying to change the subject and could only shrug. It's about this. I'm currently at Earth 5 stars, and I should be able to reach Earth 9 stars by the time of the big exam. The Earth stage is almost a transition for A-level talents, and the training is quite fast. However, as if recalling something, Sun Han looked a bit troubled. It's just that every time I spar, I can only engage in hand-to-hand combat and can't use my talent skills, which is somewhat disadvantageous. I've been thinking of buying a weapon recently. Indeed, having a talent skill with Earth mechas is too astonishing. And Sun Han, he didn't plan to reveal it unless necessary. Keeping it for the big exam would definitely be a trump card. This also caused her to be somewhat timid during sparring. It would be great if she had a weapon. Sun Yu nodded upon hearing this. That's true. Let me go back and ask around for you. What kind of weapon do you need? Sun Han thought for a moment. A combat dagger, right? Wanjun Hongyu is a speed-type mecha, and a combat dagger will be able to utilize its advantages better. How about an electronic sniper for long range? Electronic sniper? Sun Yu was not surprised that Sun Han chose a combat dagger, but he was a bit surprised when he heard her choose a long-range weapon. The power of a sniper is strong, but you're a speed type. That would be too heavy. Sun Han quickly expressed her thoughts. Precisely because I'm a speed type that I thought of using a sniper. Think about it. Most mechas using snipers are heavily armed. When the enemy takes the initiative, they will choose close combat. At that time, I can catch them off guard. Not bad. As expected of my daughter Sun Yu, this method is indeed worth a try. Hearing this, Sun Yu raised his eyebrows, not expecting Sun Han to have her own ideas. This could indeed be a way to confuse the enemy, broadening her attack options. After agreeing, the two chatted for a while longer, and then Sun Yu went to report his work summary to Ms. Zhongyi. After not being home for several days, if he didn't clarify things, life would become difficult. Yinhai, a certain apartment, looking at the constantly increasing number of participants on the lottery page in front of him. Zhang Lei looked ashen. There was once an opportunity for strengthening right in front of him, but he didn't cherish it. Now, it was too late for regret. If heaven could give him another chance, he would definitely call his wife to transfer money immediately. Zhang Lei, my strengthening is gone. Chapter 81. The Expanding Repair Shop. The first batch of lucky customers arrives the next morning. Su Bai got up from his bed and, after washing up, hurried to the Interstellar Repair Shop. As he reached the entrance, he couldn't help but blink. After a night of expansion, the massive metallic egg behind him had vanished. In its place stood a giant building resembling his repair shop. The Interstellar Repair Shop had now extended, with 700,000 square meters filled with vibranium-built metal structures. Although it was only one floor, the height of the shop rivaled that of skyscrapers, reaching a staggering 60 to 70 meters. Not at all inferior to the towering buildings in the city center. On the contrary, it appeared even more magnificent. Wow, this looks a bit like an interstellar fortress, Su Bai thought, clicking his tongue. Initially, the size of the repair shop didn't seem significant, but after such a dramatic increase in area, the perception was entirely different. Upon entering the shop, the original repair area began to expand outwards, creating a central corridor, followed by various neatly arranged repair rooms, with a massive warehouse at the back. Looking at the newly refreshed repair shop, Su Bai supported his chin with his right hand, pondering for a moment. Let's leave the back area for the starship repair rooms. He quickly decided to separate the back area to serve as the starship repair space, which, considering the size of starships, would occupy at least 4/5 of the current total area of the repair shop. The number of repair rooms was increased to 20, with another 100 rooms designated for displaying weapons and mechs. As Su Bai's words fell, the central control immediately began to manipulate the layout of the interstellar repair shop. Soon, the 700,000 square meter repair shop was partitioned, with the back area blocked off by metal barriers and double doors. The front 20 rooms were transformed into repair rooms, while the back 100 rooms turned into exhibition halls. After completing all this, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction, feeling that arriving 2 hours early today was worth it. The current interstellar repair shop was exactly as he had envisioned. A few minutes later, a gulping sound came from behind Su Bai. Turning around, he saw Chu Ran standing there with sparkling eyes, frozen in place, the slight movement of her throat revealing what she had just done. Chu Ran was utterly amazed. The previous interstellar repair shop had given her a sense of advanced high-end technology, but it still felt somewhat cramped. However, she had only taken a nap, and the repair shop had completely transformed. Not only had the number of repair rooms multiplied, but more importantly, the exhibition hall at the back made her itch with anticipation, prompting her to look at Su Bai. Manager, is that back area prepared for auctioning mechs? Su Bai nodded. That's right, but it's not just for mechs. I plan to display weapons above the breakstar level as well. That's great. Chu Ran couldn't help but cheer, then quickly hushed herself, cautiously gauging Su Bai's expression. Seeing he had no reaction, she finally relaxed. So when do we start today's work? Chu Ran was now full of enthusiasm, eager to build mechs with Su Bai. Oh, you can start right now. Do you remember the task I gave you? The 11th repair room over there is yours. Saying this, Su Bai pointed to the 11th repair room across from the first one, indicating that Chu Ran could begin working. Chu Ran nodded and entered the repair room, but quickly poked her head out again. Manager, it seems there are no materials here. Su Bai nadid, central control. Prepare the materials needed for 8 battle blades and 8 electronic guns for repair room 11. Understood. The response from central control surprised Chu Ran again. This is the configuration of a repair master? It's so intelligent. She had only heard of such central control systems, which were said to exist in advanced star systems in the central star domain. To enter the central star domain, one must reach the level of a repair master, which is a 6-star repair technician, and that is her goal. Although many people say that repair technicians who go to the central star domain forget their roots, more are pursuing more advanced repair techniques. The technological deficiencies of Blue Star cannot be compensated for at present, and without going, they would find it hard to progress. However, many who go never return. Some are enamored by it, but many also perish on the way. Manager Su, I've always wanted to ask, did you come from the central star domain? Chu Ran couldn't help but inquire. Su Bai was just too young. It was hard for her to imagine where else, apart from a central star domain, could produce such a young repair technician. Su Bai laughed, sort of. He rarely explained too much, and having the central star domain take the blame was quite good. It saved him a lot of trouble. Sure enough, Chu Ran's eyes brightened at his words, and she began to complete the tasks assigned by Su Bai. Seeing her diligent appearance, Su Bai couldn't help but sigh. This employee is pretty good. She's quite motivated. I can get ready to work too. Yesterday was a rest day, and today is the first day for the 3 lucky drawn participants. I wonder what their requirements will be. Soon, outside the interstellar repair shop, 3 young men gathered. The leader was Zhou Yunzheng, a regular customer of the interstellar repair shop. The 2 men behind him seemed to know each other as well. The 3 stared blankly at the interstellar repair shop in front of them, looking at each other, their little heads filled with big doubts. Is this the interstellar repair shop? I don't remember it looking like this yesterday. This is practically a fortress now, right? If it weren't for the entrance still being there, they would have doubted whether they had walked into the wrong place. However, they quickly suppressed their astonishment and expressed to Zhou Yunzheng, Old Zhou, thanks to you this time, we didn't expect to be drawn for the first time. Yesterday was quite an eye-opener. I never thought our Yunhai would have a repair master. The first to speak was the chubby boy, Du Feng, who had cried out in the crowd yesterday. The one who spoke next was a tall, trendy youth with a slanted fringe, Wang Bo. The three of them being drawn together could be considered a coincidence or not. The reason was simple. The rules for the first day of drawing were based on order, and Zhou Yunzheng was the first to draw. With his invitation, Wang Bo and Du Feng naturally became the second and third to draw. All right, stop chatting. Have you decided? Do you want maintenance or enhancement? Hearing his friend's praise, Zhou Yunzheng smiled faintly and adjusted his glasses. Isn't that obvious? Of course, it's enhancement. Upon hearing Zhou Yunzheng's inquiry, the two immediately answered without thinking. What a joke! Who wouldn't be tempted after witnessing the Platinum Valkyrian Winter Sword Master? After finally getting selected, wouldn't it be too wasteful just to maintain? Zhou Yunzheng nodded. He had come this time for enhancement. In fact, he had wanted to enhance before, but had never managed to catch the opportunity. Today, he could finally fulfill his wish. The three organized their emotions and directly entered the interstellar repair shop. Click, as the door opened. Looking at the interstellar repair shop that was completely different from before, Zhou Yunzheng couldn't help but adjust his glasses. When he first came here, the interstellar repair shop was definitely less than 1/10 of its current size. This didn't even include the space behind the metal door. The material hadn't changed much, and the overall style remained the same, still emphasizing low-key luxury. This wasn't Su Bai's intention. It was all the system's doing, and he wouldn't take the blame. Everyone knew that Su Bai was frugal. Compared to Zhou Yunzheng, Du Feng and Wang Bo were relatively better off after all. They had only seen the decoration in the live broadcast room before, so their feelings weren't as strong. Oh, it's you. Su Bai was a bit surprised to see Zhou Yunzheng, not expecting that the first guest to arrive after he adopted the lottery method would be him. It seemed that he was the one who directly chose to come from maintenance back then. Boss Su. Zhou Yunzheng didn't expect Su Bai still remembered him, and he felt flattered, quickly greeting him. Du Feng and Wang Bo hurriedly followed suit. Boss Su. Compared to Zhou Yunzheng, they appeared a bit awkward. After all, the person in front of them was a mechanical repair master that even Qin Yu felt inferior to, so their attitude was naturally very respectful. Su Bai also sensed the change in these guests towards him, and couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. It's worth noting that the first guest who came to the store, Sun Hani and Xiao Mengyan, had treated him like a fraud. It can only be said that time has changed, but it seems like it hasn't been long. Shaking off these thoughts, Su Bai smiled and asked, "Do you need anything today?" He had already thought that if they were there for maintenance, he would hand it over to Chu Ran. For a one-star mechanical repair master to maintain an Earth mech was too simple. "I'm here for enhancement." Zhou Yunjin spoke directly, and he had inquired about the prices for enhancements at the interstellar repair shop before coming. He thought he would have to persuade his parents to get the money for the enhancement. However, when they heard he was preparing to go to the interstellar repair shop for enhancement, they immediately took out all their savings from the past 2 years without saying a word. Their family wasn't considered wealthy, unable to compare with people like Xiao Mengyan or Sun Hani, nor like Xing Yunlong and others who were star mech masters with their own sources of income. 5 million was indeed quite a lot. "We are the same." The two behind him spoke in unison, their tone very firm. Du Feng and Wang Bo were in a similar situation to Zhou Yunjin. They had gathered the money with a determination to tighten their belts. But they all believed it was worth it. If they could get Su Bai's enhancement, they might shine in the big exam. And if they could make it into the top 10 in Nanjing, the prize money would definitely cover the cost of this enhancement. All right, knowing he couldn't slack off, Su Bai felt a bit disappointed, but still maintained a smile in response. He also saw the determination in the eyes of the three. And thinking back to when he was the same, stubbornly wanting to awaken his mech talent. "Then you go first." Su Bai looked at Zhou Yunjin. After all, he was a returning customer, so it wouldn't be a problem to give him some priority. The prize for enhancing the Earth mech is 5 million star coins. You all know that, right? Su Bai was just asking symbolically, as his enhancement price list had already been posted on the StarNet. Earth mech 5 million star coins. Sky mech 20 million star coins. Starwalker mech 180 million. Starbreaker mech 5 billion. As for the prices of mechs above Starfall, he didn't post them, as there weren't that many Starfall level experts in Blue Star who needed his help with enhancements. Initially, the price list seemed quite expensive and outrageous. But now, even without the annotation of potential talent skills, no one complained about the price. And the reason was simple. It seemed to come from the hands of a mechanical repair master. It was worth that price. Understood. Zhou Yunjin nodded. Only then did Su Bai hand him the contract, and without even looking at it, Zhou Yunjin signed it directly. He then proceeded to transfer the money to Su Bai. Starry Treasure received 5 million star coins. Payment successful, and Su Bai directly led Zhou Yunjin to repair room number 1. Having gone through it once, Zhou Yunjin didn't hesitate and took out the Abdominal King snake, then exited the repair room. Even after seeing the Abdominal King snake for the second time, with its unique upper limb structure and skeleton, Su Bai still found it novel. The mech master who crafted the Abdominal King snake was indeed a genius. This time, he didn't rush to enhance it directly, but analyzed the structure of the Abdominal King snake before taking action. He had dismantled it once before, but at that time, he didn't have the insight he had now. Many things went unnoticed. Sure enough, it used alloy skeletons, which allowed the skeleton to maintain such curvature without breaking. The connections were also very clever. The upper torso skeleton used 3 connection points linked to the lower body, ensuring it could rotate and strike unexpectedly. However, the technique was still a bit rough. If an additional connection point were added at the joints, it might even be able to fold down directly, achieving a 360-degree ambush. Also, the light armor's polishing was lacking. It's likely the person who crafted this mech was just a 1-star mechanical repair master. However, this idea was quite interesting, and he would like to meet that person if given the chance. While examining the Abdominal King snake, Su Bai made a summary. The conclusion was that the mechanical repair master who crafted the Abdominal King snake was undoubtedly a genius. His imaginative ideas were much better than many veteran mechanical repair masters. However, due to his own skills, although the Abdominal King snake had its merits, there were still quite a few issues with it. Su Bai quietly noted down his comments. As he would be auctioning the mech later, and learning more about different types of earth mech structures would be very helpful for the future. In the capital, at the Mechanical Repair Masters Research Society, Ouyang Xian held a thermal knife in one hand and a pulse hammer in the other, continuously hammering and polishing a piece of metal skeleton. Suddenly, he felt an itch in his nose, sneezed, and almost let the thermal knife slice right through the metal skeleton. Startled, he quickly stopped. Turning back to look at the nearly 30-meter mech prototype, he felt a surge of pride. It seems that wherever I, Ouyang Xian, go, I'm sought after. It was likely that some buyer was praising his masterpiece again. Excellent people are often troubled like this. Speaking of which, his braid behind him kept swinging, and he returned to his work. Indeed, the Abdominal King snake was crafted by him, but it wasn't specifically made for Zhou Yunjin. His original intention was to create a mech with bizarre attacking methods, which led to the exaggerated design of the Abdominal King snake. After completing it, he was quite satisfied. It was snatched up by Zhou Yunjin the very day it was listed on the StarNet. That was also the first mech he crafted. He recorded the pros and cons of the Abdominal King snake one by one. A considerable amount of time had passed. Only then did Su Bai step forward and touch the Abdominal King snake body. First stage enhancement started. The familiar brightness flickered again. The Abdominal King snake was enveloped in white light, and the entire body began to gradually swell. Its previously curved shape became even more exaggerated, and the paint and armor on it changed accordingly. Most importantly, the poisonous mist injector that resembled a snake's head disappeared, replaced by a scarlet snake tongue. Outside, Wang Bo and Du Feng, who had been waiting for a long time, were a bit anxious, occasionally peeking towards repair room number 1. Du Feng patted his stomach and looked at Zhou Yunjin, who appeared calm beside him, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Old Zhou, they're enhancing your mech. Aren't you all anxious? Yeah, if you're not anxious, I'm anxious. I want it to be my turn already. Wang Bo also marveled at Zhou Yunjin's composure. Is there really someone who can remain this calm during mech enhancement? This is the enhancement by a mechanical repair master. Zhou Yunjin glanced at the two through his thin glasses. What's the use of being anxious? It's better to keep calm now. There will be a bigger surprise later. You two are so restless. Wouldn't you just jump up when it's your turn? Zhou Yunjin's tone was gentle and steady. If it weren't for the hands secretly clenched behind him, even his palms turning a bit purple, one would really think he was indifferent to it. Not nervous? How could that be? He indeed belongs to the more steady and calm personality type. But this is his own mech, and the contract just now stated it. After this enhancement, the Viper will awaken its innate skills. At that moment, he was already extremely excited, just forcing himself to remain calm. Truly impressive, old Zhou. Du Feng patted his belly with one hand and gave Zhou Yunzheng a thumbs up with the other. "Oh," Wang Bo exclaimed in amazement. "The way you're acting. I even doubt whether your wife will." He didn't finish his sentence, because at that moment, the door of the first maintenance room opened with a click. Du Feng and Wang Bo had not yet reacted when a shadow rushed past them like the wind. "Wang Bo, Du Feng, all right, you little brat really got me. I thought you genuinely didn't care." The two exchanged glances and hurriedly followed, both eager to see the true form of the Viper. When they entered the maintenance room, the sight of the Viper left them in awe. The originally purple-green armor had now completely transformed into a dark purple color, adding an air of majesty and mystery to the Viper. The scales on its lower body were similarly transformed. The previously somewhat rough tail scales now looked completely renewed, deep and with a stronger metallic luster, even having a faint reflective effect. The overall curvature of the mech's body was greater, looking even more ferocious. The finishing touch was the previously somewhat awkward toxin spray mechanism in its mouth, but now replaced by a serpent's tongue, it resonated with its serpent head, resembling a real snake. No, calling it a snake was inaccurate. It now resembled a dragon. For atop its head, there emerged a dark purple horn. Is this really still the Viper? Du Feng stopped his hands from patting his belly, flailing them in the air. Wang Bo shook his head and said, "I feel it can no longer be called Viper." Just then, even Zhou Yunzheng, despite his extreme restraint, couldn't hide his excited voice. "From now on, let's call it Purple Dragon." Saying this, he jumped directly in front of the purple dragon, leaped up, and entered it. The neural connection was successful. A flash of purple light flickered in the purple dragon's eyes. And then the skylight of the maintenance room opened. Its tail particle accelerator erupted. It shot straight into the sky, overlooking everything below. Whoosh! With a dive, it resembled a dragon soaring over the land. It crashed directly towards the training ground. At this moment, Wang Bo and Du Feng had already arrived at the training ground. Watching the might of the purple dragon, they were itching with excitement. This power must be at least doubled, right? Is this the enhancement from a mech master? However, what astonished them even more was the scene that followed. They saw the purple dragon slightly flick its tongue. A burst of purple mist instantly erupted, and they initially thought this was just Zhou Yunzheng trying out the effects of the toxin. Little did they expect, this mass of purple mist rapidly spread, enveloping the training ground like a sea of purple. The mist condensed and did not dissipate, lingering for a long time. This clearly exceeded Zhou Yunzheng's capabilities. An astonishing thought sprang to their minds, and they blurted out, "Innate skill?" "That's right." A voice from within the purple dragon announced Zhou Yunjing's words. This was the innate skill he had acquired, mist envelopment. Not only could it significantly increase the quantity of his addictive toxin, but more importantly, it could also extend its duration. This way, he would have more options in battle. He could even catch surrounding enemies off guard with a wide area attack. Seeing the scene before them, Wang Bo and Du Feng exchanged glances. Without a word, they rushed to the interstellar mech repair shop. After witnessing the innate skill, they couldn't wait even a second longer. Due to his larger physique, Wang Bo was clearly faster. However, Du Feng behind him suddenly acted without regard for ethics. Slamming into him, he knocked Wang Bo to the ground and then took off running, entering the interstellar repair shop first. Wang Bo sprawled on the ground, glared at the round figure entering the shop, seething with anger. "Fatty, no ethics, huh? Body slam, is it? I'll tell Asian about your bedwetting at age 8. Zhou Yunzheng." As expected, a good brother must never be offended. He knows too much. Inside the interstellar repair shop, Du Feng was still unaware of what awaited him. At this moment, he happily signed a contract with Su Bai and proceeded to change jobs. 150,000 star coins credited. After receiving the money, Su Bai took him into the first maintenance room. Du Feng immediately summoned his mech. Chapter 84. Indeed, the Anna Brothers is. What caught Su Bai's eye was an interesting mech, its body swollen, resembling a gourd, with long upper limbs and slightly shorter lower limbs, covered in yellow heavy armor. The head of the mech was also round and looked very clumsy. By 256 strength type earth mech, yellow gourd, 12 meters tall, 25 tons, engine power 340,000 kW, thrust 40 million kilograms. Indeed, it was a mech very suitable for Du Feng. After taking out the yellow gourd, Dufeng waved and left the maintenance room. Boss Su, I'm counting on you. As soon as he stepped out, he was met with Wang Bo's gaze, which seemed like it could swallow him whole. Dufeng slightly turned his head, avoiding direct eye contact, patted his belly, and laughed. Huh. The weather is really nice today. Wang Bo walked directly in front of him and grabbed his collar. Look me in the eye. Knowing he was in the wrong, Dufeng didn't argue with him, but puffed out his belly and pushed him away with a bounce. Tap, tap. Wang Bo staggered back 2 steps, looked at his slightly thin figure, and gritted his teeth. Just you wait, I'm starting to work out today. One day, I'll definitely lift you up with one hand and dangle you like a basketball. Hee hee, you little blackie. Dufeng was full of disdain upon hearing this. It was Zhou Yunjin who interrupted the two. So, has your enhancement started? Of course. I didn't expect the contract to actually state that it could awaken a talent skill. Boss Su is truly a master mechanic. This is also thanks to old Zhou. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how long we would have to draw lots. After confirming the terms of the contract, Dufeng was extremely grateful to Zhou Yunjin. If it weren't for him thinking of himself and Wang Bo right away, they probably wouldn't have drawn this opportunity at all. Currently, the number of people signing up for the Interstellar Mechanic Shop has surpassed 200,000, steadily moving towards even higher numbers. What? Are you saying the contract has a clause about awakening talent skills? At this moment, Wang Bo no longer cared about being angry with Dufeng. He had accurately caught the key word in his earlier statement. One no, call me daddy. Dufeng puffed out his belly and raised his head, looking at Wang Bo with a teasing expression. Indeed, the end of brothers is father and son. Get lost. If you don't want Zhen to know about your bedwetting at 8 years old, I advise you to confess honestly. Wang Bo directly used his trump card. Indeed, upon hearing this, the arrogance on Dufeng's face disappeared, replaced by disbelief. Are you really going to be so ruthless? No. I said it already. I've been chasing Zhen for 8 years. How can I live without her? Dufeng completely changed his previous demeanor, becoming very humble. Seeing him like this, Wang Bo felt a bit sorry and patted his shoulder firmly. Brother, listen to me. Women will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. Forcing it won't bring happiness. You need to let her know your truest self. Dufeng shook his head upon hearing this. You don't understand. This is love. Zhou Yunjin. Good guy, chatting about life while talking, right? Why believe in anything? Why believe in that damn love? While the three were joking and playing around, Subai also began his recording. He first circled around the yellow gourd, examining the arrangement of its armor. Although it looks bulky, most of the armor has good cushioning, and it seems to have elastic devices. The choice of this construction method for the upper and lower limbs still maintains the center of gravity, indicating that the density of the lower limbs is extremely high and very sturdy. If one is deceived by its outer appearance, they will be caught off guard. The mechanic who built the yellow gourd is indeed an imaginative person. Su Bai's final evaluation was that this should be the work of a seasoned mechanic, likely built after the person became a high-star mechanic. After all, from some small details, that mechanic didn't seem too attentive. Unfortunately, the yellow gourd is still not flexible enough. And while the upper limbs seem strong and powerful, they also affect coordination. That talent of Dufeng's is quite interesting. Subai recalled Dufeng's talent, B-level talent, hardness enhancement. This talent is considered an extremely strong auxiliary ability for mechs, allowing mechs of the same level to have stronger defensive capabilities, suitable for being a meat shield. After thinking for a moment, Subai still wanted to come up with the most suitable talent skill for him. He lightly touched the yellow gourd. First level enhancement activated. The light flickered and through the brightness. It could be seen that the originally gourd-shaped body of the yellow gourd became more three-dimensional, with the size difference between the upper and lower parts becoming more pronounced. The short lower limbs were covered with a layer of material resembling soft mud, making them look more fragile. Meanwhile, the upper limbs gradually became covered with a layer of yellow-brown heavy armor, bursting with strength. On the signature round face, a golden line suddenly connected between the eyes, making it look even more adorable. As time passed second by second, Dufeng kept pacing back and forth. He couldn't be as calm as Zhou Yunjin. He couldn't even pretend. The time seems about right. Is the enhancement going to be completed soon? Old Zhou, what do you think the yellow gourd will turn into? While pacing, Dufeng's mouth was also busy, constantly chattering. Zhou Yunjin, Wangbo, seeing such a big lump swaying in front of him. Wangbo couldn't help but say, "Don't rush, it's probably almost there." As soon as he finished speaking, crack, the door to the maintenance room swung open. Whoosh! Du Feng and Zhou Yunjin both turned to look at Wangbo at the same time. Prophet, it's happening. Wangbo. I just said it casually. Who knew it would be so coincidental? However, it was just a moment's work. Almost as soon as the door was fully opened, the three rushed in. Upon seeing the yellow gourd before him, Du Feng's eyes sparkled. The previous yellow gourd had been unsatisfactory to him because it looked like a gourd, but it was also a bit strange, resembling an 8. Now it finally looked like a real gourd. Moreover, the armor on the upper body looked extraordinary, adding a sense of strength. Du Feng naturally noticed the details of the lower limbs, and he even stepped forward to give it a try. Using hardness enhancement, he punched out. Bang! It's so hard? Du Feng rubbed his slightly reddened fist. That punch had used all his strength. If it were the previous yellow gourd, although it wouldn't have been damaged, it wouldn't have given him such a strong feedback. This seemingly soft lower limb actually hid unimaginable hardness. This made him even more excited. Just as he was about to enter the yellow gourd to experience it, he was stopped by Wangbo. "Fatty, don't rush. Wait until I finish my enhancement. Shall we have a match?" Oh, hearing Wangbo's declaration of war, Du Feng also became interested, his gaze shifting back and forth between the yellow gourd and Wangbo, eventually gritting his teeth. All right. He was also very curious to know how strong his yellow gourd was now. But since Wangbo said so, he could only suppress his eager heart and wait for him to finish enhancing before verifying it together. Upon receiving Du Feng's response, Wangbo's mouth curled up. All right, I promise to keep your bedwetting incident at 8 years old buried in my stomach. If one day Zhen really finds out, it definitely won't be from me. Du Feng, from the moment you said that, I don't believe a single punctuation mark you say. He could only regret in his heart how he had told him about this matter back then. Sigh. One misstep leads to eternal regret. Du Feng angrily patted his belly. Wangbo, on the other hand, followed Su by with a smile to the maintenance room. The familiar process continued, signing contracts, transferring money, and then lightly touching his star ring. A fully orange-yellow armored mech, its armor structure resembling a formal dress, topped with a high hat and seemingly surrounded by a halo. With a long body and what looks like metal boots and 2 red square boxes attached to its waist, appeared directly in the maintenance room. The JK-354 speed-type Earth mech, named Orange Duke, stands 12 meters tall, weighs 24 tons, has an engine power of 350,000 kW, and a thrust of 65 million kilograms. After summoning Orange Duke, Wangbo also left the maintenance room. Subai looked at Orange Duke with a scrutinizing gaze. Is this a speed-type mech? The impression Orange Duke gave him felt more like a balance type rather than a speed type. Both the body proportions and skeletal structure were extremely aligned with balance types. However, it was completely covered in light armor. This left Subai somewhat puzzled. It was as if the mechanic who created Orange Duke intended to create a contrast. There was a rebellious undertone to it. The mechanic was evidently very skilled, but it was a pity. After carefully examining Orange Duke, Subai gave his assessment. This mechanic is not simple. Orange Duke was the mech that brought Su by the most gains. Both the overall design and the method of constructing a speed mech with a balance-type skeleton were eye-catching. However, it was a pity that while the idea was good, the final effect was not satisfactory. The balance-type skeleton could not showcase the strongest characteristics of a speed-type mech, hence the speed was not fast enough. Additionally, Orange Duke did not excel in other aspects, which led to it not reaching a top-tier level among Earth mechs. Nevertheless, this idea still provided Subai with significant inspiration. It was also quite suitable for Wangbo. After some thought, Subai made a decision. B-level talent for short-term transformation. This will be the talent skill. Wangbo's talent was a special type among B-level talents, belonging to the transformation talent, which allowed him to transform the weapon in his hand. However, it was a pity that it had a very serious time limitation. Otherwise, the rating for short-term transformation would definitely not be B-level. He could only transform his weapon into a different one for 1 minute. This minute was indeed too short, likely ending before it even began. This was also the reason for the mixed reviews of short-term transformation. Some praised it, mainly focusing on quality rather than duration. But more people held opposing views. What use is it if you have such a short time? 1 second, it's a majestic spear. The next second, it turns into a fragile short stick. Without caring whether Wang Bo's talent was strong or weak, Subai directly stepped forward and touched Orange Duke. Level 1 enhancement activated. The familiar light flashed. Orange Duke's body began to change. The previously more balanced body gradually started to shift towards a speed type. The boxes at the waist began to compress. The legs boots gradually turned orange-red. The high hat on top began to lower, and two sharp edges spread out from the collar. In the hall, Wang Bo's actions were surprisingly similar to those of Du Feng before. The only difference being that he was not nagging and affecting Du Feng and Zhou Yunjin. Instead, he kept murmuring, "It must succeed. It should be almost done, right? It will be done soon. It must be fine." Du Feng, Zhou Yunjin, where did that reassuring energy you had earlier go? Truly detached when it doesn't concern you, yet anxious like an ant when it does. Just as the three were waiting, the door to the maintenance room opened with a click. Wang Bo, who was ready to charge forward, felt unwell when he realized it was the door to maintenance room 11 that was opening. He immediately darkened his face and looked at Chu Ran, who walked out from inside. Chu Ran looked at the three. The three also looked at Chu Ran. For a moment, the air fell into silence. Ahem, you are the guests who made a reservation today, right? In the end, it was Chu Ran who spoke first. She was now an employee of the Interstellar Repair Shop, no longer the genius girl from before, facing customers of the shop. So she had to be a bit more polite. Zhou Yunjin nodded. Du Feng glanced at her. Hey, weren't you the proud sister from yesterday? Why are you here working? Upon hearing this, Wang Bo rolled his eyes. Did you forget her bet with Boss Su? Hearing this, Du Feng finally patted his belly in realization. Right, you lost, so you have to work for Boss Su for 10 years. Listening to their conversation, if it were the Chu Ran from a day ago, she would definitely have blown up. But she adapted quickly. That's right. I am now also a member of the Interstellar Repair Shop. It is my honor to work for the store manager. As she spoke, a smile appeared on her face, as if she were quite proud. Zhou Yunjin. Du Feng. Wang Bo. Wait, what are you proud of? Chu Ran didn't notice their change in expressions and instead took the initiative to ask, is the manager helping you enhance your mechs? Her tone carried a hint of expectation. She worked very hard today, and her goal was to witness Su Bai's enhancement firsthand. It seems she might make it. Yes, it's my turn now. Seeing Chu Ran's good attitude, Wang Bo no longer cared about her bet with Boss Su. Now, strictly speaking, she could be considered one of their own. Just don't know how long we have to wait. Really? Can I go with you to take a look when the time comes? Chu Ran's eyes sparkled with hope as she looked at Wang Bo, hoping for his approval. After all, she was not the mechanic enhancing Wang Bo's mech. According to the rules of the mechanic circle, she could not go to watch other mechanics enhance or build mechs without the mech designer's consent. Fine, okay. In the end, Wang Bo did not refuse Chu Ran's request. After all, it was just a watch, not a big deal. Click. At that moment, the door to the maintenance room finally opened. The four of them rushed in unison. Looking at Orange Duke before him, Wang Bo blinked. For some reason, he felt his Orange Duke had become a bit slimmer. However, its overall shape was much more imposing than before. The red boxes at the waist, which he previously criticized, now looked like two playing cards quietly inserted at the waist. The high hat on top had also turned into a low hat, no longer as extravagant as before. The light armor of the orange-red body now resembled the quality of a sunset, losing much of the previous paint accumulation feel. Overall, it added a touch of nobility. The previous Orange Duke resembled a sunny and cheerful boy, while the current Orange Duke had a somewhat noble appearance. Truly impressive work by the store manager, Chu Ran exclaimed in wonder. Even though she had already seen Su Bai enhance the Winter Sword Master in Platinum Valkyrie. But it still did not hinder her high praise for Orange Duke. As expected, the materials had all been upgraded a level. The core power source had also been enhanced. Her gaze moved from top to bottom, continuously assessing Orange Duke. This action successfully caught Su Bai's attention, and he raised an eyebrow, looking at Chu Ran. Have you completed your task? Hearing Su Bai's inquiry, Chu Ran seemed to shrink her neck, like a quail that had done something wrong. But she quickly reacted. No. Why am I feeling guilty? I completed my task. She immediately raised her head and puffed out her chest, speaking with confidence. I did it. Su Bai's lips curled slightly, as if whispering like a devil. Good. It seems I underestimated you. With that, you should be able to challenge the same 10 items tomorrow, right? Su Bai's tone was light, but to Chu Ran, it felt as heavy as a mountain. Chu Ran, but she could only brace herself and respond. I guarantee I will complete the task. Su Bai, this employee is really good. As the two conversed, Wang Bo was not ambiguous either, directly jumping into the Orange Duke. The neural link connected successfully. The orange light flickered in the eyes of Orange Duke, and Wang Bo's voice came out. Come on, fatty, it's time for a showdown between men. Du Feng, who is afraid of whom? Let us go. As he spoke, he walked towards the training ground outside the repair shop. At this moment, the skylight of the repair room was wide open, and Orange Duke leaped up, heading straight for the training ground. Hearing that the two were going for a mech battle, Chu Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chu Ran, shopkeeper, can I go watch? She hadn't seen a mech battle in a long time, having been busy improving her mech repair skills for the past few months, finally becoming a star-level mech repair technician. Now working part-time for Su Bai. She really didn't want to miss the chance to watch a mech battle up close, especially one involving mechs enhanced by Su Bai. Sure, Su Bai nodded, thinking that since this employee was working so hard, he couldn't be too harsh. The benefits that should be given still had to be given, right? He was also curious to see whether Orange Duke was stronger in offense or if Yellow Lu had superior defense. Zhou Yunjin was equally looking forward to it. He didn't choose to fight Du Feng or Wang Bo because his Purple Flood Dragon could inflict significant damage on mechs. With an A-level talent, the poison of obsession was no joke. He couldn't bring himself to use that on his good buddy. Su Bai and the other two arrived outside the training ground. Du Feng had already entered Yellow Lu, facing off against Orange Duke. Looking at another mech enhanced by Su Bai, Chu Ran grew excited again. Is this really Yellow Lu? It's like a completely transformed mech. If my teacher knew that the Yellow Lu he made could become this perfect, he would definitely be very happy. Chu Ran said to herself. Su Bai caught some information. Was Yellow Lu made by President Qian? He guessed that Yellow Lu came from a high-star mech technician, but he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Of course. Chu Ran nodded vigorously. Before Su Bai, the person she admired most was Qian Yu. When talking about Yellow Lu, she had a filter. The Yellow Lu is considered a casual creation from my teacher a few years ago, but even though it's just an Earth mech, its design is very clever. It's just that, my teacher didn't pay much attention in the end, so some details are not perfect. Su Bai smiled. This was not much different from his own judgment. Are you ready to be hammered? Du Feng's slightly mischievous voice came from Yellow Lu, filled with gunpowder smell right from the start. This was his usual tactic, to get the opponent riled up and attack recklessly. Unfortunately, this time he was facing Wang Bo. As a brother who grew up with him, was already well familiar with Du Feng's tricks. The engine of Orange Duke roared, full power engaged, the particle accelerator behind its legs erupted, rapidly retreating. As it quickly distanced itself from Yellow Lu, it left a trail of light arc in the air. Wang Bo touched the playing cards at his side, crossed them in front of him, and threw them with force. Two red playing cards intertwined and danced in the air, resembling two neon lights, shooting straight towards the weak point of Yellow Lu, its head. Seeing this, Du Feng in Yellow Lu smirked slightly. He stomped his short legs, and a massive rock wall instantly rose from the ground. The 20-meter-high wall protruded, instantly reflecting the sunset glow like metal. Bang! The playing cards struck the rock wall, instantly bouncing off. How about that, little Bo? This talent skill, the rock wall defense. How are you going to break it? Du Feng in Yellow Lu let out a villainous laugh. Defense had always been his strong point. Unfortunately, the coverage area was not very broad. Now, with this rock wall defense, he could not only compensate for his own weaknesses, but also have stronger means to protect his teammates in battle. After the failed attack, Wang Bo in Orange Duke was not the least bit discouraged. Instead, he let out a meaningful tone. Oh really? There's a trick. Hearing Wang Bo's voice behind him, Du Feng thought to himself that it was bad. He quickly turned to look. Unfortunately, what greeted him was two black cannon muzzles. Meanwhile, at the position where the two playing cards were, the figure of Orange Duke appeared. Talent skill, reversal of heaven and earth. It could instantly swap the positions of Orange Duke and the two playing cards. Wongbo's talent was short-term illusion, which had mixed reviews due to time limits. But when combined with reversal of heaven and earth, it was a whole different story. Who could defend against a weapon that was just blocked a second ago, only to appear behind them the next second? Everything happened in an instant, and there was no issue of not having enough time. This single blow completely transformed Wongbo. Faced with the threat of 2 electronic cannons, Yellow Lu quickly raised its heavily armored arms in front of it. Just as it was about to use rock wall defense to block it off, boom! The 2 electronic cannons fired explosively, crimson beams erupting from the muzzles, striking Yellow Lu instantly. The match is over. The winner is Orange Duke, piloted by Wongbo. Even with the enhanced hardness talent, taking 2 electronic cannon blasts at close range would still cause significant damage. Now, transformed into a standardized training ground for competitions, Yellow Lu and Dufeng were quickly removed from the field. Upon seeing Wongbo swap positions with the playing cards and instantly transform them into 2 electronic cannons, Zhou Yunjin's pupils, hidden behind his lenses, couldn't help but constrict. This strike, in his view, was quite exquisite and could very well turn the tide of the battle. True to the name of reversal of heaven and earth. If he hadn't seen the brilliance of this strike beforehand, he might not have fared well. Looking at the dejected Dufeng, Zhou Yunjin patted his shoulder. No need to be downcast. Your Yellow Lu is not inferior to Orange Duke. You just fell victim to not understanding your opponent's talent skill. Not just you. Anyone who didn't know about the ability of reversal of heaven and earth would have been caught off guard. No, I'm not downcast. I just should have gone in closer from the start. Dufeng didn't feel dejected because he just lost. Instead, he realized that if he encountered a familiar opponent, they wouldn't just recklessly attack. Sometimes, offense is the best defense. If he attacked while taunting the enemy, the effect might be even better. Purely defensive tactics might work in team battles, but definitely not in individual battles. No worries. You were meant to be a tank, and the major exam can be conducted in either individual or team battle formats. Zhou Yunjin wasn't too concerned about this. Dufeng was already recognized by him as a tank. The 3 of them were preparing to participate in the team battle for the major exam. If he had any uncertainty about making the top 10 before, even though Su Bai was a mech repair master, he might not be able to enhance a mech that perfectly matched him. But after today, that thought completely vanished. Not only did the 3 of them obtain talent skills, but they also all received talent skills that were the most suitable for them. In this case, not to mention the top 10, even the champion of South Jiang might not be out of reach. Wongbo, who had just come down from Orange Duke, shared the same thoughts. He didn't comfort Dufeng, nor did he ridicule him. To be honest, the Rockwall defense had also surprised him. He had originally planned to use reversal of heaven and earth to swap positions just as the playing cards were about to reach Yellow Lu. However, that suddenly rising Rockwall caught him off guard. If he hadn't reacted just a bit slower, he would have been the one taking the hit. It can only be said that luck was a double-edged sword. All right, in a few days, the 3 of us need to hurry up and practice together, aiming to develop multiple sets of strategies that belong to us before the major exam. Zhou Yunjin had an emerging leader's demeanor, directly arranging the upcoming plan. At this moment, Chu Ran, who was beside Su Bai, had her mouth slightly open, as if a fist could fit in. Everything that had just happened felt incredibly unreal to her. This is a talent skill? The store manager. You enhanced 2 Earth mechas with talent skills at the same time? How on earth did this happen? She couldn't understand. She really couldn't understand. One would be fine. After all, Su Bai is a master mechanic, with a certain probability of awakening talent skills in mechas. Even if it was an Earth mecha, she could accept that. But enhancing 2 Earth mechas with talent skills simultaneously? What is this probability? Even for a master mechanic. This is just too dreamy, right? No. My Purple Flood Dragon has also awakened a talent skill. Zhou Yunjin even came over to deliver another blow. This left Chu Ran utterly petrified. Chu Ran, 3 mechas? Her voice was already breaking. As a 1-star mechanic, she was somewhat at a loss about what being a mechanic really meant at this moment. Enhancing 3 Earth mechas in one day was no problem. She could do it too. But enhancing them to such a degree and having talent skills? Could the store manager really be a god? Her gaze towards Su Bai changed repeatedly, filled with astonishment, reverence, and fear, as if he were a deity. No way. I'm definitely sticking to this big leg of the store manager. I must perform well and not disappoint him. What has just 10 blades and 10 electronic guns? I'm not afraid. Chu Ran was completely fired up, as long as she could learn from Su Bai. Even if she only learned a little, she believed it wouldn't be worse than going to the central star domain. In fact, she feared that the progress she made beside Su Bai would be faster than that in the central star domain. Without paying attention to Chu Ran's shock, the three of them bowed to Su Bai. Thank you, Boss Su, for your grace in remaking us. They had come to Su Bai for enhancements, nearly using up their family savings. Now it seemed it was not just worth it, it was a total windfall. They would naturally remember this kindness in their hearts. Su Bai smiled and waved his hand. It's just business. You pay me, and I help you enhance. That's reasonable. Su Bai didn't feel anything special about this. His purpose in helping them enhance was also to make money. There was no such thing as kindness or gratitude. After Zhou Yunjin and the others thanked him again, they no longer lingered. It was already evening, and they had spent the whole day at the interstellar mechanics shop. It was time to go back and report the good news. However, they had decided to keep the matter of the talent skills a secret among themselves. Not because they were afraid of their parents spreading it, but mainly because they wanted to leave a little surprise. Watching the three of them leave, Chu Ran couldn't help but sigh. Being a mecha master really is a blessing. Why? Don't you like mechanics? Su Bai looked at Chu Ran with some confusion, considering her earlier gambling with him and her performance over the past 2 days. She was obviously extremely passionate about mechanics. Of course I like it, but if I get the chance, I still want to try piloting a mecha. Chu Ran shook her head and smiled lightly. She certainly loved mechanics, but she also loved mechas. Just as she said at the beginning, no mechanic could resist the temptation of piloting a mecha they built themselves. Then you should perform well. Maybe you'll get a surprise. Su Bai's lips curled slightly, as if he was painting a pie for Chu Ran. Previously, that remade church's Duan Han managed to pilot a mecha, which had caught his attention. Since the remade church could achieve that, who knows? Maybe in the future, he could create mechas that could be piloted without talent and would be harmless? But that's definitely not possible right now. However, this statement didn't come across that way to Chu Ran. Her eyes widened, staring blankly at Su Bai. Store manager. Are you saying you have a way? Ahem. I didn't say anything. Su Bai didn't answer her question, but walked straight towards the interstellar mechanics shop. By the way, show me the results of your work today. Watching Su Bai's back, a light named hope ignited in Chu Ran's eyes. Upon hearing his words, she smiled and replied, Okay. If one day Su Bai really allows her to successfully pilot a mecha, she would be willing to work for that her whole life. Chapter 88. Su Bai. We're not all that evil. Chu Ran skipped along, following Su Bai back to the interstellar repair shop, and soon arrived at repair room number 11. Looking at her masterpiece on the floor, she couldn't help but lift her head slightly, wearing an expression that seemed to beg for compliments. This was a total of 16 ground mech weapons. It would be impossible for anyone else to finish in such a short time. Of course, except for Su Bai. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Su Bai didn't even glance at her. Instead, he stepped forward to inspect the weapon she had made. Su Bai reached out and grabbed the handle of one of the blades, lifting it up with force. The blade, which was over 3 meters long and nearly 4 meters, was immediately weighed in his hands. Not bad. However, it seemed a bit rough. Su Bai frowned slightly and directly gave his evaluation. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran's heart sank, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No. I was a bit careless when making this one. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Initially, she wanted to argue, but under Su Bai's somewhat profound gaze, she instantly lost her confidence. This was the last blade she had forged, and it did seem a bit rushed. She just didn't expect that Su Bai would notice. As expected, nothing could escape the shopkeeper's eyes. Pay attention next time. Su Bai didn't criticize her too harshly. Although it was a bit rough, it was still usable. He moved to the next blade's position and lifted it up with both hands. This one is good. After evaluating all the blades, aside from the first one being a bit rough, the rest were all considered acceptable. Only then did Su Bai walk over to the electronic gun. The craftsmanship of the electronic gun was even more exquisite than that of the blades, causing Su Bai to raise an eyebrow. It seems that firearms are your specialty? Yes. Chu Ran nodded vigorously. She had mainly relied on firearms manufacturing and armed mechs to pass the Level 1 Repair Master test. Compared to melee weapons, firearms were indeed her strong suit, no doubt about it. Not bad, Subai said with a smile. Chu Ran's firearm manufacturing level was quite good among Level 1 Repair Masters. Receiving Subai's praise, Chu Ran's previously diminished confidence was finally restored bit, and she replaced it with a bright smile. Shopkeeper, does this mean I completed my work? All right, you can clock out now. Just come back tomorrow. But tomorrow there will be 10 more. After Subai finished the inspection, he prepared to let Chu Ran go back to rest. He wasn't all that evil. Once the work was done, she could leave. Although, it had already been more than 10 hours since the start of work, but it was no big deal. Okay, Chu Ran felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. She had thought Subai would give her some guidance. But after thinking about it, this was only her first day, so she shouldn't be too hasty. She must work hard tomorrow and not make any more mistakes. After Chu Ran left, Subai closed the door to repair room 11. He planned to directly enhance these weapons. First, he approached the blade, extended his right hand, and selected enhancement. Level 1 weapon enhancement initiated. Interstellar points. This single enhancement that only deducted 1 interstellar point felt somewhat addictive to Subai. A flash of white light, and a low-grade alloy blade transformed into a titanium blade. The overall appearance didn't change much, but it was already an excellent weapon for ground mechs. Generally, titanium weapons were mostly usable only for sky and star step mechs. As the lowest level mech, the ground mech's functionalities struggled to match high-end circuit boards. And low-end circuit boards had a common flaw. They couldn't conduct electricity with any metals other than copper and iron alloys. Now, with the system breaking through this technological barrier, this issue was completely resolved. Once popularized, the equipment for ground mechs across Huaxia and even the Blue Star Alliance would see a significant upgrade. Subai looked at the titanium blade in front of him. While its exterior didn't differ much from ordinary titanium weapons, its interior was an entirely different world. Soon, Subai completed the enhancement of all the blades. Next, he approached the electronic gun, which was about the same length as the blade. With Subai's current strength, lifting it was not difficult. Indeed, her understanding of firearms was considerably stronger, and she had also considered ballistic deviation. After carefully examining it, Subai noticed details he hadn't paid attention to before. Generally, electronic guns would have issues with muzzle shake and ballistic deviation. This was handled very well by Chu Ran. The key lay in its grip, which would automatically correct based on the current aiming direction, adjusting the trajectory. After playing around with it, Subai still chose not to fire it for verification. Instead, he directly proceeded with the enhancement. Soon, all 8 electronic guns were enhanced. Once again, there was a change in material, and the energy matrix was slightly upgraded. As a result, their power soared instantly. By now, the sun had set, the crescent moon had risen, and the stars dotted the sky. That's about it. Let's move to the exhibition hall, and then we can sell them. Subai rubbed his chin and issued an order to the central control. Move the equipment from repair room 11 to exhibition stand number 2. Receiving host command. Now beginning transfer. With the response from the central control, the robotic arms began to operate, lifting a total of 18 weapons from ground. Click. The window opened, and the robotic arm in the adjacent repair room received the weapons, then transferred them to the next repair room. After several transfers, these 16 weapons were neatly displayed on exhibition stand number 2. Looking at the arrangement of the blades on the left and the electronic guns on the right, Subai took out his phone and snapped a picture. He then posted it in his social circle. Anonymous Mechanic. New business for the Interstellar Repair Shop. Starting today, we are selling weapons. Currently selling ground mech weapons, blades, 60,000 star coins, electronic guns, 80,000 star coins, current quantity, 8 of each category. Image, JPG. With Subai's post in the social circle, it didn't take long for people to start liking it. Queen of Thunder. First. That's great. Boss Su is actually selling weapons? I was just about to buy some. Do you have daggers and sniper rifles? She seems like a goddess. Has Boss Su's business officially started? First generation swordmaster. Wishing you booming business and great sales for the weapons. Xing Yunlong. Does Boss Su only sell ground mech weapons? Are there any others? Yunlong team steward. Boss Su, if you have weapons for star step mechs, Please let me know. I will definitely buy. Replacing the captain is my lifelong dream. Yeah, Boss Sue, when will you have some Star-Step mech weapons? We want to get in on the action too. Light of mechanics. Shopkeeper, are these the weapons I made today? You enhance them so quickly. Calm little Joe. Boss Sue actually has this business too? Dufone will always love a Jean. What a pity I don't really use these. Otherwise I'd definitely support Boss Sue. Wongbo wants to work out. Sigh. Mainly because buying weapons doesn't do me much good. Chapter 89 Sun Yu. This concerns the future of Huaxia. Are these people so idle? Subai looked at the comments that appeared in just a second. A bit surprised. Chu Ran could understand. After all, she had let her go home to rest and had nothing else to do. But Sun Hani and Zhou Yunjin should be candidates, right? Shouldn't they be racing against time to train for the big exam? Also, doesn't the Yunlong team have tasks to complete? As for Zhao Mengyue and Xiao Mengyan, they are indeed relatively free now that they have entered Shanghai University. It is said that university students before entering the interstellar era were like this. There were too many comments, and he was too lazy to reply to each one, only picking a few potential customers. For example, Sun Hani asked about the combat dagger and sniper rifle, which was naturally no problem. He could arrange it for Chu Ran tomorrow. Anonymous mechanic. Yes, there are. At that moment, Sun Hani at home saw this message and rushed straight to Sun Yu's study, bursting through the door with excitement. Dad, you don't need to buy weapons anymore. Sun Yu was looking at the Cloud Sea map in his hand. In recent days, he had arranged for personnel to conduct a large-scale sweep of all suspicious locations in the Cloud Sea, but he hadn't found anything. It was as if the transformed church had truly disappeared from the Cloud Sea. This made Sun Yu feel something was off. Suddenly, he heard his daughter shout and frowned slightly. What is going on? Weren't you just complaining about wanting to buy weapons yesterday? You can't keep changing your mind like this. Even if he doted on Sun Hani, he couldn't condone such a bad habit of changing ideas every day. Sun Yu's tone was very serious. No. What I mean is you don't need to go outside to help me buy anymore. Sun Hani hurriedly explained when she saw Sun Yu looking a bit angry. Look, Boss Su has started selling weapons now. Saying this, she took out her phone and handed it to Sun Yu. Upon hearing Su Bai's name, the seriousness on Sun Yu's face faded, and he raised an eyebrow. Looking at the phone, Sun Hani handed over with interest. He also had Su Bai's contact information, but hadn't checked his phone before, so he naturally didn't know about this. When he saw the material of the weapons in the images, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. This is titanium weaponry. You wouldn't be able to use it. Indeed, the weapons in the images were exquisitely made and were from Su Bai's hands, but they were titanium weapons, which Sun Hani, being just a ground mecha master, had no use for. Hey Dad, you're not paying attention. Look closely at what Boss Su said. Sun Hani's lips curled slightly, clearly seeing that Sun Yu hadn't read what Su Bai said. Hearing this, Sun Yu then looked at the text in the image, and upon seeing it, his pupils instantly contracted. This is a weapon for ground mechas? Ground mechas can use titanium weapons now. As the captain of the Cloud Sea Fleet, he understood all too well what this meant. If Su Bai could really produce titanium weapons that ground mechas could use, combined with a number of ground mecha masters, this would be a force capable of changing the course of battle. Don't underestimate ground mecha masters. They're the most numerous among mecha users. There are only 5,000 sky mecha masters in the Cloud Sea Fleet, but there are 25,000 ground mecha masters. That is 5 times the number of other mecha users. If these mechas were all equipped with more advanced weaponry, even if their capabilities lag behind, they could still achieve situations where multiple mechas could contend with powerful mechas. Time is of the essence. Sun Yu directly ignored Sun Hani beside him and called Su Bai. Beep beep beep. After a brief prompt, Su Bai's voice came from the other end. Captain Sun, you're looking for me? Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Sun Yu finally spoke. Su Bai, I wanted to ask you, how many of those ground mecha weapons can you produce at most? After asking, Sun Yu became tense again. Even with Su Bai, he wasn't sure if the other party could really complete mass production, but this was related to the entire Cloud Sea Fleet and even the future of Huaxia. He sincerely hoped to hear the answer he wanted. Production-wise, I can make about 40 to 50 a day at most. Su Bai thought for a moment and gave a number, which also included his own production in the virtual maintenance warehouse. I see. Hearing Su Bai's answer, although it was within reason, Sun Yu felt a bit disappointed. After all, Even someone as strong as Su Bai couldn't possibly produce thousands of such weapons in a day. He had been unrealistic. At that moment, Su Bai's voice came again. However, if you have the basic ground mecha weapons, I can also enhance and modify them, which should speed things up quite a bit. At this moment, Su Bai also understood Sun Yu's intentions. He was estimating the quantity, probably to equip the fleet. This was a big order, and he didn't plan to let it go. Moreover, upgrading the Cloud Sea fleet's equipment would also benefit Cloud Sea and improve his own safety. It was a win-win. Really? Hearing Su Bai's words, hope reignited in Sun Yu's eyes, and he was so excited he trembled a bit. Then, if I want 25,000 combat blades and electronic guns, how long would it take to complete if you prepare the basic weapons? How long? This question stumped Su Bai. Theoretically, enhancing these weapons would take him at most a day or two. After all, it was the system doing the work. But, if he said it like that, the Research Institute wouldn't be able to escape. After a brief contemplation, he gave a conservative estimate, calculating based on the production time of the maintenance factory. It would take about a month. Silence. After Su Bai mentioned the time frame of 1 month, Sun Yu fell silent on the other end of the phone. Sun Hani could clearly see her father's chest rising and falling rapidly, and his eyes seemed to have a faint green glow. It looked quite eerie. All right, no problem. Let us go with the price you set. I'll place the order right now. Sun Yu didn't think twice and prepared to place the order directly. He had seen the prices of Su Bai's weapons before, and logically speaking, if he prepared the basic weapons, the price should be lower. But considering the large quantity and the requirement for a month to complete, giving a little more was understandable. Okay, then you can come to sign the contract tomorrow? Su Bai didn't say much and simply arranged the time for Sun Yu to come over. No problem. I'll have someone prepare everything tomorrow. Su Bai, you should rest early. Sun Yu was in a very good mood at this moment. After some polite exchanges with Su Bai, he hung up the phone. Moments later, he immediately called Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, have the fleet's equipment warehouse count and pack all the ground mecha weapons right now. Xiao Wang. Captain Sun, what's going on? Why arrange this at night? Can it wait until tomorrow? Captain, it's getting late. How about tomorrow? Xiao Wang tentatively inquired. Can't you understand? Now, immediately. This concerns the future of our Cloud Sea. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable. Sun Yu's roar came through the phone before he hung up. Xiao Wang. Oh, what happened to the promised easy work? After the call ended, Sun Yu maintained his previous demeanor. His brows were tightly knitted, and the authority of the Cloud Sea Fleet's captain burst forth. How could matters concerning the entire fleet be delayed until tomorrow? Sun Hani blinked her long eyelashes repeatedly, watching her dad in front of her. This was the first time she had seen Sun Yu at work. His authoritative demeanor was completely different from when he was at home. Indeed, everyone has another side to them. Dad, did you forget something? Sun Hani slowly spoke after Sun Yu settled down and his emotions returned to normal. Did I? Sun Yuan was a bit confused, thinking he had said everything he needed to say. Did you forget about my weapons? Sun Han puffed up her cheeks and pointed at herself. Sun Yu felt a bit embarrassed and patted the back of his head, saying, look at that. I forgot to ask in my haste earlier. No worries. When I go to sign the contract tomorrow, I'll also buy the weapons you need. By the way, what do you need again? Sun Han replied, all right, I'll let it slide this time, since it's for the fleet. I need a combat dagger and a sniper rifle. Make sure you don't forget. Sun Han emphasized her weapon needs again, fearing her dad might forget. Sun Yu nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I've noted it down. Only then did Sun Han leave the study, looking forward to the new weapons. After she left, Sun Yu turned his attention back to the map in front of him. He had conducted a thorough search of all possible hiding places. The only areas left were the tall buildings in the city center and schools. Where could they be hiding? He cradled his chin with both hands, his gaze deep. The turmoil caused by the Transformation Church couldn't possibly just end like this. On the other side, Zhao Tianming was equally distressed. At that moment, he was in a conference room filled with many people, all wearing serious expressions, staring intently at the dense cluster of red dots on the screen behind them. According to our estimates, the tide of Taos would arrive in a month. We have already contacted the Huaxia Fleet headquarters, but they seem unable to provide support due to various circumstances. The first to speak was an elderly man with gray hair sitting across from Zhao Tianming, his tone pessimistic. What about our star track cannon? Can't we eliminate them before they get close to Starry Sky 1? A man with a scarred face and a square jaw chimed in, advocating for a preemptive strike to use the star track cannon to destroy the Taos. That's not feasible. The Taos have a very keen sense of danger, and it's impossible to concentrate fire from that distance. If we wait until they are within a range where we can hit them 100, we might end up harming innocents. A middle-aged woman shook her head, rejecting his idea. Bang! The scar man slammed the table. Then what do you suggest we do? Are we really going to wait until they approach Starry Sky 1 and then send mecha pilots to sacrifice themselves? There are thousands of Taos. If we fight them with mechas, how many lives will be lost? The middle-aged woman was momentarily at a loss for words, her expression dim. They were indeed in a difficult position. Once the beast tide arrived, it seemed inevitable that there would be casualties. All right, for now, let's observe. We won't worry about the situation at the Huaxia headquarters. Let's send unmanned ships to lure those Taos away. The best outcome would be for them to get lost in the Starry Sea and be led away by us. As for the worst-case scenario, they are coming straight for us at Starry Sky 1. In that case, we can't avoid this battle. In short, for the next month, all mecha pilots of the Nanjing fleet would enter a state of first-level readiness. After several people spoke, Zhao Tianming issued the order directly. No one dared to disobey him. The scarred man, though reluctant, said nothing more. He didn't believe they could lure the Taos away. The Taos were a peculiar group. Although they lacked high intelligence compared to star beasts, they were quite troublesome. However, using encirclement tactics usually succeeded in defeating them. The issue was that this time, the number of Taos was simply too large. Previously, there were only 20 or 30 Taos in a group, but now there were thousands. It didn't seem like a random occurrence. But since Zhao Tianming had given the order, the meeting came to an end. As people gradually left, Zhao Tianming leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples to relax himself. It looks like the headquarters is being restrained. Is it the Starry Sky Alliance? Or someone else? Zhao Tianming's gaze turned cold. This matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. However, he couldn't think of what kind of force could trigger such a massive tide of Taos. I hope I'm overthinking this. He sighed helplessly. If only there were a way to instantly enhance the strength of the Nanjing fleet. After all, their overall strength was still too weak. Otherwise, a mere tide of Taos wouldn't be a concern. At the same time, he was puzzled. How come everything was fine before? And now that he had just taken up the position of commander, one issue after another kept arising. He heard that the CF family had already been destroyed by Sun Yu, and the leads on the Transformation Church had also gone cold. Zhao Tianming felt a headache coming on just thinking about this series of events. After receiving Sun Yu's order, Su Bai was in a good mood, so he went straight home. Once home, it was time for his usual training. He sat cross-legged on the floor. After several days of practice, he could now control the star power tides without causing much disturbance. 2 small star clouds quickly formed in his palms, and the star power surged in. His level increased again. After stabilizing at 3-star, he directly aimed for the 4-star level. However, at this moment, the faint starlight flickering in his room was captured by Qin Kan, who was waiting downstairs. Qin Kan was extremely puzzled. What's going on? He even suspected he had seen it wrong. How could there be fluctuations of star power in the home of a mechanic? Oh, it disappeared again? Could it really be my imagination? Qin Kan looked again at Su Bai's window and found that the previous starlight had vanished, leaving him even more bewildered. I guess I've been too tense lately. It was frightening enough that a mechanic master seemed to be his age. If he could also cultivate star power, that would be inhuman, simply a monster. So Qin Kan continued to hide in the shadows, silently observing the movements of Su Bai's home, unaware that his figure had already appeared in front of Su Bai's screen. Chapter 91. Jungle. Who waits for the clouds to part and the moon to shine? What is this person sneaking around my front door for? After finishing his training, Su Bai discovered Qin Kan through the hidden surveillance at the entrance. At first, he thought it was just a passerby wandering around. However, the person kept standing downstairs, constantly changing positions and occasionally looking up. Who would be suspicious? Better to contact the enforcement team first. Su Bai thought for a moment and decided to call the enforcement team to handle the situation. He could confront the person directly, but there was no need for that. After some consideration, he called Zhang Lei. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Zhang Lei was staring intently at the lottery page of the interstellar repair shop on his phone, silently chanting, "I must win." Just as the countdown was about to hit 0, his phone suddenly rang. Furious, he almost threw his phone away. But when he caught a glimpse of the caller ID, Zhang Lei hurriedly stopped his throwing motion. He quickly answered the call, his tone friendly. "Hello, is this Boss Su? Why are you being so polite? It's just a lottery win, and you had to call to notify me." The timing was too coincidental. The lottery was announced just a second ago, and then Subai called. Zhang Lei instinctively thought it was a notification that he had won. "Subai, what's going on?" He was a bit confused by Zhang Lei's words, but directly explained the situation. "No, I'm here to report a suspicious person downstairs at my place. They've been standing there for quite a while. I need the enforcement team to come and handle it." "What?" Hearing it wasn't a notification about winning, Zhang Lei felt a bit disappointed, but when he understood that Subai said there was a suspicious person downstairs, he became serious. "Got it. I'll be there right away." Someone was actually targeting Boss Su? Could it be remnants of the Reformed Church? As expected of Boss Su, we searched for 2 days without finding any clues, and he discovered the person right at home. After half an hour, at that moment, Chinkin was still quietly watching over the entrance of Subai's building. He had no idea that his every move had already been exposed. This wasn't Tia's fault. He had checked the surveillance situation around before coming and had specifically avoided all cameras that could reveal his whereabouts. Moreover, after arriving downstairs, he didn't stay in one place, but kept changing positions to ensure that the cameras wouldn't catch him. Unfortunately, the cameras at Subai's place were personally set up by Su Nantian. Not even a master mecha engineer could escape being caught. "Just you." Suddenly, a pair of hands locked around his arms, and a cold voice came from behind him. Startled, Chinkin tried to break free and escape. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape Zhang Lei's grip. Zhang Lei's arms were like iron clamps, locking him in place. This was also Zhang Lei's talent, the B-level talent Iron Wall Restraint. As long as he got close, unless the opponent's strength could crush him, it was impossible to break free from his restraint. "No, Captain Zhang, what did I do wrong?" Seeing that escape was hopeless, Chinkin instinctively looked at Zhang Lei with an innocent expression. Although he didn't know why the other appeared behind him, he hadn't done anything wrong. Surely he wouldn't just be arrested for no reason? Done nothing? "You're suspected of plotting against the protection target of Yanhai," Zhang Lei said without a second thought. "Come on, at this hour, sneaking around in a place, avoiding all surveillance. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Buzz 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 3 minutes after Zhang Lei apprehended Chinkin, the enforcement team's hovercar arrived at the scene. 2 enforcement team members immediately cuffed Chinkin with star power handcuffs and then took over the restraint from Zhang Lei. Seeing this, Chinkin knew he was in deep trouble, but he truly didn't understand why he had been exposed. "Zhang Lei, I admit defeat this time, but I'm really curious. How did you find me?" At this moment, he dropped his disguise, looking coldly at Zhang Lei, as he believed he had done everything flawlessly. We'll talk slowly once you get to the enforcement team's detention center." Zhang Lei naturally wouldn't answer his question and just casually brushed it off. Hearing this, Chinkin could only grit his teeth, reluctantly being pressed into the hovercar by the enforcement team members. Subai also came down from upstairs. "Captain Zhang, thank you for your hard work." It was already quite late, and the other side managed to arrive so quickly, showing their dedication. "Haha, this is part of our duty. Rather, I should thank Boss Su for helping us catch the foxtail of the suspect." Zhang Lei shook his head, not taking credit. As the captain of the enforcement team, his job was to protect the stability of Yanhai. It was more accurate to say that Subai helped him. "By the way, what did you mean by the lottery earlier?" Seeing this, Subai didn't say much more, but instead asked about what he mentioned during the call. Zhang Lei, isn't your interstellar repair shop having a lottery? The lottery was just announced when you called. I thought you were calling to tell me I won." "Ha ha ha, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Zhang Lei kept scratching the back of his head to hide his embarrassment. "A lottery? You don't need to enter a lottery." Subai was somewhat surprised. Zhang Lei, he quickly waved his hands. No, Boss Su. You don't have to make an exception for me. If you break the rules for me, it'll be chaos in the future." Although he really wanted to enhance his mecha, Subai's rules couldn't be broken for him. If someone else wanted to cut in line later, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among others. "No, didn't you make an appointment early on?" Subai was a bit puzzled. He certainly wouldn't make an exception for Zhang Lei. But he indeed booked an appointment before the lottery was set up. Logically, he should have been scheduled for enhancement on the same day as Sun Yu. Zhang Lei froze in place upon hearing this. After a long pause, his voice trembled. You mean, I'm on a lottery range? Yes. Upon seeing Subai nod, the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Then came an overwhelming joy. This sudden surprise caught him off guard. He didn't even know what words to use to describe his feelings. Enduring hardship and finally seeing the light. The negative turning to positive, dreams coming true, luck turning around. None of these could adequately describe his feelings. The phrase waiting for the clouds to part and the moon to shine was insufficient to express his emotions. God knows how he had been through these days. Thankfully, everything was worth it. Thank you so much. Zhang Lei's eyes were slightly moist as he directly grabbed Subai's hand and shook it repeatedly. Subai, what's going on? Are you that happy? Chapter 92. Captain, I want to take a leave. Zhang Lei shook Subai's hand while his body occasionally trembled slightly, until Subai interrupted him. All right, Captain Zhang, it's getting late. Don't you have things to do? If this continued, it might affect his own operations. If he didn't stop it, Zhang Lei might shake for the whole day. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei reluctantly let go of Subai's hand. Then I'll come and find you tomorrow. He looked at Subai with anticipation, wanted to set the enhancement time immediately. Sure, Subai didn't mind, but thinking that there might be other guests tomorrow, he suggested, how about you come with Captain Sun tomorrow morning? Sun, you should be delivering weapons then, so we can enhance you first. The people in line can be arranged for the afternoon. It shouldn't be a problem. Subai quickly planned for tomorrow. No problem. Zhang Lei didn't quite hear what Subai said, but he heard tomorrow and immediately agreed without any hesitation, afraid that if he took too long to respond, Subai would change his mind. That person left first. Boss Su, goodbye. Zhang Lei was in a good mood, walking with a spring in his step directly to the hover car driver's cabin of the law enforcement team. Get out, let me drive. He replaced the original driver and entered the cabin. Virum. He stepped on the gas and zoomed out, watching the hover car disappear quickly. Subai couldn't help but blink. Captain Zhang, is that considered speeding? He had never seen anyone drive a hover car so aggressively. But soon he stopped thinking about it, returned to his room, washed up, and went to sleep. More than 10 minutes later, the hover car, driven by Zhang Lei, arrived at the law enforcement team. He stepped out of the driver's cabin with a satisfied expression. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Help, help, I'm so dizzy. I can't. I have to take note of Captain speeding. The law enforcement team members stumbled out of the hover car, their legs trembling, as if they had just walked on the edge of life and death. Seeing this, Zhang Lei's lips curled up slightly. I was driving strictly according to the standard. The maximum speed limit for hover cars in open areas is 360 miles per hour. You all know that, right? And why are you all so weak? You're all Earth mech masters. It seems you don't train enough and need to practice more. Seeing Zhang Lei turn the tables, the members with weaker psychological endurance and lesser strength directly collapsed to the ground with a thud. Those with slightly better physical fitness gritted their teeth in anger. But they had no choice. They could only silently take note of it in their hearts. Soon, the team members recovered and arrived at the compartment where Qin was being held. Upon opening the door, the scene inside was unbearable. Everyone after finally recovering, they vomited again upon seeing this scene. After a long time, they gradually regained their composure, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. All right, it seems Captain still showed mercy. They were just a bit uncomfortable. Look at Qin Can. He was directly shocked by the captain's driving skills. Seeing their reaction, Zhang Lei also approached the compartment. Looking at the scene in front of him, his brows furrowed. Indeed, still not okay? The madmen of the Reformation Church, once they sense they're about to be arrested, will self-destruct. We can't get any information from them. This had always been their biggest headache. All clues needed to be explored by themselves, with no possibility of any authentication. Forget it, I'll notify the captain first. Zhang Lei looked at the mess and instructed the members behind him. You clean up the compartment, and don't overlook any potential clues in his clothing. Everyone, we have to clean this up? They exchanged glances, signaling each other to go first. Look at you guys, is this how you behave? Zhang Lei couldn't help but get angry. I'm just asking you to clean up, and you're pushing it off like this. If you end up on a battlefield and see scenes more horrific than this, how will you handle it? Run away. What if you have to clean up your comrades' bodies? The incident at the CF family was one thing. After all, it was the first time seeing such a scene. But even after experiencing it once, you still act like this. This disappoints me greatly. You are all part of the Yunhai fleet. Protecting the people is your duty. With this attitude, how can you bear such a heavy burden? Hearing Zhang Lei's reprimand, the law enforcement team members lowered their heads, feeling a bit ashamed. His words struck at their souls. Soon, one law enforcement member gritted their teeth and entered the compartment, rummaging through the clothing debris. Once the first one did, the second quickly followed suit. The role model effect was strong. With their example, the remaining law enforcement members also began to take action. Even if some were still frowning, as long as they took this first step, they would eventually improve. Seeing this, Zhang Lei finally relaxed his furrowed brows, filled with relief. Leaving this to the team members, he walked aside. He still needed to inform Zhao Tianming about what happened today. After all, he had just had 2 years' worth of wages deducted last time. If he didn't report this time, it might turn into 2.5 years. As everyone knows, 2.5 years is a turning point that cannot be easily crossed. Beep, beep, beep. The call quickly connected, and Sun Yu's slightly impatient voice came through. What's going on? Are you also going to say the weapon inventory can wait until tomorrow? Zhang Lei, I haven't even said anything yet. Weapon inventory? What weapon inventory? What does it have to do with me? After a brief moment of confusion, he quickly spoke. No, it's about the Reformation Church. Did you find something? Upon hearing Reformation Church, Sun Yu's tone turned serious. Yes, I just received a report from Boss Su, saying someone was acting suspiciously downstairs at his place. Zhang Lei recounted the earlier events, just as he mentioned that someone was acting suspiciously downstairs at Subai's place. What? They targeted Subai again. What happened? Is Subai alright? Sun Yu's tone was very tense. Subai was extremely important. Not to mention his enhanced mechanical repair capabilities, just the possibility that the other party could elevate all of Yunhai Fleet's weapons by 1 tier was absolutely unacceptable. It's fine. We've already subdued the person. Sensing Sun Yu's anxiety, Zhang Lei didn't beat around the bush and directly conveyed all the information. The air fell into a brief silence. Only the sound of the summer wind rustling the surrounding trees was heard. Sigh. After a long while, Sun Yu's sigh came through the phone. Forget it. This group of pests is really difficult to deal with. You handle this matter first, and let me know if there are any developments. Okay. Hearing Sun Yu's order, Zhang Lei quickly responded, but soon his gaze shifted. Captain, I want to take a leave tomorrow morning. Chapter 93. The Collapse of Zhou. Taking a leave of absence. You want to take a leave at this critical moment? Sun Yu's tone was somewhat serious when he heard that Zhang Lei wanted to take a leave right after making some progress. Zhang Lei could only explain immediately. Tomorrow, I have an appointment with Boss Su to go to the interstellar repair shop to enhance the mecha. Oh, I see. Upon hearing that it was for enhancing the mecha, Sun Yu's tone returned to normal. Haven't you gone for enhancement yet? It's been delayed for so long. Zhang Lei. Who am I supposed to blame for not going for enhancement? Who should I blame? He nearly lost his composure. The first time he prepared to go, he was turned down by Sun Yu. And later there was that lottery. Now Sun Yu actually asked him why he hadn't gone for enhancement. Well, I didn't have time before, haha. Of course. Zhang Lei didn't directly retort. He could only think about it in his heart. Otherwise, he would lose 2.5 years' worth of salary. All right, then you can come with me tomorrow. Sun Yu didn't refuse Zhang Lei's request for enhancement this time. As he said, it's better to improve strength even a little. Moreover, after experiencing the benefits of Su Bai's enhancement, Sun Yu understood that it wasn't just a slight improvement. Captain, are you going too? Hearing that Sun Yu wanted to go with him, Zhang Lei felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He swore he definitely didn't have any prejudice against Sun Yu. It was just a conditioned reflex. What? Can't I go? Sun Yu teased him slightly in response. Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. Tomorrow, I need to transport all the terrestrial weapons of the fleet to trouble Su Bai for enhancement, and you can help with the transport. Oh, okay, no problem. Hearing that Sun Yu was intentionally following him, Zhang Lei felt much more relaxed, but soon realized. All the terrestrial weapons need enhancement? Unfortunately, before he could ask, Sun Yu hung up the phone. All the terrestrial weapons? How long will that take to enhance? Wait, since when did Boss Su take charge of enhancing weapons? Zhang Lei's mind seemed filled with 100,000 whys. In the past few days, he had either been searching for the whereabouts of the Transformation Church or waiting anxiously in front of a lottery page. He didn't know that the Interstellar Repair Shop had new business. Forget it. Since it's Boss Su, it's not surprising that he can enhance weapons. In the end, Zhang Lei set aside these questions. After witnessing Su Bai's repair skills, it was not surprising for Su Bai to do anything. In the northern part of Yanhai, an abandoned factory. Bang! The sound of objects shattering kept coming out. The burly Zhou Wen was now in the basement, his chest heaving, his vertical pupils constricted, and he was panting heavily, useless, letting it watch a repairman expose itself, and even got caught by the enemy. Zhou Wen was furious. He had repeatedly emphasized that they only needed to watch from a distance. Knowing Qin Can's character, he thought the other party would comply. But even so, Qin Can still self-destructed. The Transformation Church used a monitoring device for self-detonation. If the corresponding target's self-destruct device was damaged, if the other party's self-destruct was not activated, it could be remotely triggered via the device. This was set up to prevent those who wanted to withdraw midway from hiding. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that Qin Can's device was damaged. This indicated that Qin Can was gone. The reason for triggering a self-detonation without his own activation was simple. He accidentally revealed information about the Transformation Church when questioned, where he was caught and lost the ability to act. Either situation was a major mistake. After venting his anger, Zhou Wen felt helpless. Now there really aren't too many people left to use. What kind of magic does the Interstellar Repair Shop have? Every time we go, we lose a person? He had a headache. Qin Can could be considered as confidant. And the layout of the Transformation Church in Yunhai certainly involved more than just them. But there were really not many he could call upon and trust. Sigh. Master, couldn't you have arranged things better before you left? Is the Interstellar Repair Shop watching or not? Do I have to go myself? Zhou Wen was troubled and didn't know what to do. Silly big guy. What are you struggling with here? At that moment, a pleasant voice came from the darkness as Yu Meng slowly walked over. Seeing Yu Meng, Zhou Wen changed his previous dejected demeanor. Placing his hands behind his back and adopting a superior posture. Yu Meng, you'd better show some respect. Don't forget, Yunhai is under my control now. How has your infiltration at Yunhai number 1 been going these days, as ordered by the master? Hearing Zhou Wen's words, Yu Meng looked dismissive, even with a hint of contempt in her eyes. She knew Zhou Wen's character well. He was dull and sometimes a bit reckless, with hardly any merits besides being obedient. It was unexpected for the figure in the black robe to choose him to be in charge. Everything is going smoothly. I'm not like you, who can't even keep an eye on someone. Yu Meng smiled with her eyes, full of teasing. As for the Interstellar Repair Shop, just let it be. Your ongoing failures have certainly drawn the focus of the Yunhai fleet there. It's best not to take any action right now. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Don't forget, Yunhai is. Before Zhou Wen could finish, he was interrupted by Yu Meng. I know the master assigned you to be in charge, but you need to understand the good you've done. If you really expose yourself, can you bear the consequences? The smile on Yu Meng's face disappeared, replaced by an incredibly cold gaze that fixed on Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked into her icy eyes, which felt like a 1,000-foot cold pool, making him shiver, and he finally shook his head helplessly. I understand. Don't slack off over at Yunhai number 1. Of course, I'm not like you guys. After saying that, Yu Meng turned and left, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette. Watching her back, Zhou Wen gritted his teeth. You better not let me catch anything on you. Looking again at the basement, it now felt like a cage imprisoning him. Master, please come back soon. He missed the days when he only had to follow orders beside the master, without having to think about anything. He was okay at doing things, but asking him to lay out plans was indeed a bit difficult for Zhou Wen. What were you thinking, arranging this silly big guy to be in charge? After leaving the basement, Yu Meng looked at the starry sky, her brows slightly furrowed, filled with doubt. Forget it. I won't worry about so much. The Interstellar Repair Shop. A repair master? One interesting person. Mentioning Su Bai, Yu Meng's brow lifted slightly. She was now very curious about who could make the figure in the black robe suffer repeatedly. The next morning, Su Bai arrived directly at the Interstellar Repair Shop, waiting for Sun Yu and Zhang Lei to arrive. He had already informed the customers who won the lottery to come in the afternoon, so he was quite free at the moment. Soon, Chu Ran also arrived at the repair shop. Seeing Su Bai already waiting there, she was a bit surprised. Why did the manager come so early? According to Zhao Mengyue and the others, Su Bai usually starts business after 10 o'clock, and he set his own working hours for 10:30. She made a special effort to come early, arriving at 9, but still didn't he arrive earlier than Su Bai? I had something to do today, so I came early. You're also quite early. Good job being diligent. Su Bai was also a bit surprised to see Chu Ran arriving before work hours. Truly a hard-working employee. Oh right, manager. Were those weapons you posted yesterday made by me? Chu Ran looked at Su Bai and directly asked the question she was most concerned about. After seeing Su Bai's post on Douyin yesterday, she had examined it carefully for a long time, but the battle blades were still uncertain. But she set a small logo on each firearm, so she couldn't possibly mistake them. That's right, I just reinforced it again. Su Bai nodded. There was nothing to deny, and it might even motivate Chu Ran more. Sure enough. So will my weapons be reinforced today, too? Hearing Su Bai's answer, Chu Ran became excited, clenching her fist to her chest, her eyes sparkling like little stars, looking like she was praying. You, Su Bai, what kind of expression is that? Chu Ran's fiery gaze made him a bit overwhelmed, and he could only nod helplessly. Yes, they will. Great, I'm going to work now. With Su Bai's confirmation, Chu Ran was indeed full of energy and immediately rushed to the number 11 maintenance room. Su Bai, really full of vitality. At the same time, on the streets of Yunhai, countless people looked up at the dark shadows in the sky, where one transport ship after another was slowly passing by at high altitude. These transport ships were at least 300 meters long and 70 or 80 meters wide. To have 10 of these transport ships organized and orderly sailing like a dragon soaring in the sky was hard to ignore, especially when seeing the prominent Yunhai fleet insignia on them. People couldn't help but discuss, is this a transport ship for the fleet? So many. Where are they going? It looks like they are transporting something important, right? This is the first time I've seen so many transport ships out at the same time. Their direction seems to be towards the construction site we saw before. Yeah, it looks like it's behind the interstellar maintenance shop. I've seen it before. It seems there's a new interstellar fortress there. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? It was just yesterday, and I didn't dare to take pictures because I was afraid it was a secret organization. Really? Could it be that they're developing new weapons there? Don't say. Some of us study seismic surveys, and it said that the previous epicenters were all near the interstellar maintenance shop. I said, how could our Yunhai suddenly have a master mechanic? It turns out the Yunhai fleet specifically invited someone to develop new weapons. Hey, don't say. It actually makes some sense. Thinking back to the previous weapon development, along with the expansion of the interstellar maintenance shop, plus this time the Yunhai fleet personally transporting a large amount of weapons toward the interstellar maintenance shop. Most people believed they had grasped the truth of the situation. The master mechanic of Yunhai, Su Bai, he was specifically invited by the Yunhai fleet to develop weapons. I didn't expect our Yunhai to have such a presence. Being able to invite a master mechanic, who will still say that our Yunhai has no one. At this moment, I feel so proud. By the way, when will this new weapon be unveiled? I want to see it. Don't think about it. The level of confidentiality must be very high. People were shocked by the scene before them and kept discussing it. On the transport ship, Zhang Lei stood behind Sun Yu, with the staff of the Yunhai fleet behind them. Some were responsible for checking the equipment, while others were counting again, afraid of making mistakes. Captain, aren't we being a bit too high profile? Zhang Lei felt that the way they were going out was indeed a bit too showy. Normally, weapon upgrades shouldn't be done so openly, right? Why is it known to everyone? Sun Yu glanced at him lightly. I want to be high profile. Don't you understand the principle of shocking the mountains and striking the tiger? If we don't show them our attitude after the Church of Transformation repeatedly targets Su Bai, will they let it go? Not to mention, after today, even if they still have their eyes on Su Bai, they will have to weigh what we are actually transporting today. Hearing Sun Yu's explanation, Zhang Lei's eyes brightened. He had only seen the ostentation in front of him and hadn't thought of Sun Yu's intention. He quickly spoke. The captain is wise. In this way, they shouldn't dare to be too reckless. A transport ship of this scale Anyone paying attention to the fleet would know it must be for large-scale weapons or MECHs. Either way, it represents the Yunhai fleet deploying strong firepower outside the interstellar maintenance shop. If they have any other ideas, they need a countermeasure. Clearly, Sun Yu's plan was successful. Among the crowd, several figures had already headed to the basement to report the situation to Zhou Wen. Soon, the basement of the abandoned factory was crowded with dozens of hooded figures of various builds. Their tone was very anxious. Deputy Zhou Wen. It seems the Yunhai fleet is deploying large-scale lethal weapons near the interstellar maintenance shop. I suggest we withdraw all personnel from around there. That's right. I saw it too. Those are 10 large transport ships. Who knows what's inside? I suspect someone among us leaked the target of the operation. These weapons are likely aimed at us. We must evacuate. We can't expose ourselves. Listening to the voices coming from his ears, Zhou Wen stood there in a daze, feeling a bit numb. Just yesterday, Qin had fallen, and today the Yunhai fleet pulled this stunt? What went wrong? Did Qin confess? Impossible, not to mention he already self-destructed. If he really confessed, I would have been done for long ago. His mind was buzzing, deeply realizing the difficulty of being a leader. I know about this matter. Immediately arrange for our people to withdraw from the vicinity of the interstellar maintenance shop. The further away, the better. Also, let the people inside find out what exactly is going on. Maintain all actions as per the original plan. We'll discuss the rest when the master returns. Zhou Wen immediately issued the order. The interstellar maintenance shop was like a nightmare for their Church of Transformation. As long as they got involved, they would suffer losses. If that's the case, then let us avoid the sharp edge for now, although it feels a bit suffocating now. When the day of the plan's execution arrives, he will definitely make Su Bai pay the price. By then, Yunhai, and even the entire Nanjiang, will surely be in chaos. He doesn't believe anyone will care about a mechanic. This is the best way to go. All right, I'll arrange it now. The other plans remain the same. Just recall all the people near the interstellar maintenance shop. Most of the people present were not convinced by Zhou Wen. In their view, Zhou Wen was just a brave but reckless person. However, Zhou Wen's decision this time was not wrong. At this critical moment, if too many personnel were lost again, the impact would be too great. After all, they had just lost the significant support of the CF family. Their current personnel were quite tight. Soon, the crowd dispersed, and Zhou Wen slumped helplessly in his seat, his gaze vacant. He didn't want to think about anything now. He just wanted to wait for the return of the Black Robe. Meanwhile, the transport ships of the Yunhai fleet had already arrived above the interstellar maintenance shop. Looking down from the sky at the full view of the interstellar maintenance shop was even more shocking. Even though Sun Yu had known in advance that Su Bai was expanding, he still hadn't expected Su Bai to expand to this extent. He thought he needed so much land just as a precaution. As a result, this has really turned into an interstellar fortress? Is this the interstellar maintenance shop? Sun Yu was prepared, but Zhang Lei was completely unaware. Seeing the interstellar maintenance shop in front of him, he was directly stunned. Has the era changed? He is a customer from the old era. Is there no maintenance shop in the new era that can accommodate him? No. This change is too big. Looking at Zhang Lei's shocked expression, Sun Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't be so surprised. You are the captain of the Yunhai law enforcement team. All right. Zhang Lei could only suppress the shock in his heart and regain his composure upon hearing this. It's good that they are expanding. At first, he had some doubts about where Sun Yu would park these transport ships. But now, he wasn't worried anymore. Buzzing, the transport ship slowly descended, and then the lift suddenly lowered. Sun Yu and Zhang Lei followed the lift to the front of the interstellar repair shop. Su Bai was already waiting for them at the door. After all, the noise made by the transport ship was too loud. Su Bai, why are you here? No need to be so polite, Sun Yu said as soon as he landed, surprised that the other party actually came out to greet him. Yes, Boss Su. You can just stay inside and be busy. We'll unload these weapons and then come in, Zhang Lei said while directing the transport ship, indicating that Su Bai didn't need to wait outside with them. Su Bai smiled at the two and looked up at the ships in the sky. There are quite a few weapons. Yes, there are 20,000 battle blades and 26,000 firearms, Zhang Lei replied directly, as this was the specific number they had counted. The reason there were fewer battle blades than firearms was mainly because many mecha operators used armed and defensive mechs that didn't require battle blades, while they needed more firearms, creating a certain gap between the two. Upon hearing this number, Su Bai raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect there to be so many firearms. In that case, his profit would increase significantly. After thinking for a moment, Su Bai stopped the crew members who were about to unload. No need to put them here. Go to the back. Boom. With that, a loud noise erupted. At the back of the interstellar repair shop, the ceiling of the large isolation zone opened with a bang. A starship maintenance area, resembling a small town, unfolded before everyone's eyes. Sun Yu and Zhang Lei exchanged glances as they looked at the space behind them. And Zhang Lei directly asked Boss Su, "Is this space behind you?" He had a bold idea in his mind. Such a large space used for repairing mechs would definitely be a waste, and the equipment inside didn't look like a warehouse. Most importantly, there was a long area in the middle with metal fences on both sides. This was clearly a maintenance area. Moreover, it was very likely for maintaining starships. That's right, it's the starship maintenance area. Su Bai didn't hide it. Only fleets own starships, and they are his potential customers. It would be better to promote it first. Really? Sun Yu looked at Su Bai with wide eyes. Su Bai's strength was evident, but to say he could repair starships, he still had some doubts. The complexity and size of starships are dozens or even hundreds of times that of mechs. Even the strongest person would find it difficult to complete the maintenance and upkeep of starship. Even within a fleet, they need a team of hundreds to operate everything, ensuring that the starship can function normally. Such work is generally done at interstellar spaceports. Now, Su Bai actually included starships in the business of the interstellar repair shop. Of course, otherwise, why would I need such a large space? Su Bai was not surprised by their reactions. After all, the gap between mechs and starships was still too large. It was normal to have doubts. Haha, then when there's a chance, I want to see your skills on starships, Su Bai. Sun Yu laughed heartily upon hearing this. Although the starships didn't need maintenance recently, he was still willing to give Su Bai a try if the opportunity arose. After all, if the other party's ability to enhance mechs was so impressive, even if starships were not the same, as long as there was a tenth of it, he would make a huge profit. Zhang Lei nodded continuously like a chick pecking at rice, raising his evaluation of Su Bai even further. The gates of the starship maintenance area opened, and under Zhang Lei's command, the transport ships orderly placed the materials inside. Then, he followed Sun Yu into the interstellar repair shop with Su Bai. Looking at the newly refurbished interstellar repair shop, the two felt as if they were in a different world. They couldn't help but feel that Su Bai was becoming more and more inscrutable. All right, the price will still be as previously agreed. Should I transfer it directly? After the weapons were stored, Sun Yu prepared to make the payment. Don't rush, Su Bai interrupted him with a smile. I still have a weapon, Captain Sun. Please take a look and see if it suits you. Sun Yu was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then hesitated. Su Bai, I usually don't. Before he could finish, he suddenly stopped. At this moment, Su Bai had already led Sun Yu to the display hall of Nanju. Feeling the might of the black flame on Nanju, Sun Yu's eyes instantly shone with brilliance. Su Bai, is this what you meant? Isn't it made of purple crystal? I can really use it. Sun Yu's tone became somewhat urgent. The main reason he usually didn't use weapons was that there were not many attribute weapons that could carry the power of Song Yan. Even ordinary vibration gold materials couldn't carry too much of Song Yan's power. But if it was purple crystal, that would be a different story. Sun Yu looked at Nanju ahead and couldn't help but express doubt. Of course, this is undoubtedly the weapon of the Broken Star mecha. Su Bai smiled. Sun Yu's reaction was very much in line with his expectations. It was worth it to leave Nanju for him. Song Lang was personally enhanced by him. He knew better than anyone that the Song Yin of Song Lang was certainly not something an ordinary Broken Star mecha weapon could withstand. That was why he decided to leave Nanju for Sun Yu to see. After all, he was his biggest customer, and it was only right to let him choose the good stuff first. I'll buy it. How much is Nanju? Sun Yu didn't hesitate at all and was ready to place an order, but then he became a bit worried and inquired about the price. After all, he had just enhanced Song Lang once. If the price of Nanju was too high, he would need to think it over. He was indeed the head of the Sun family and the captain of the Yunhai fleet, but spending money also had to be within limits. 800 million. Oh, I see. Wait, how much did you say? Upon hearing the price, Sun Yu was initially a bit dejected, but he quickly reacted, looking at Su Bai in disbelief. a purple crystal attribute weapon that the Broken Star mecha can use. 800 million. Just like before with Zhao Mengyue and Xiao Mengyan. Upon hearing the price, his first reaction was that it was too cheap. Although this price was more than 10 times higher than ordinary Broken Star mecha weapons. This was a purple crystal weapon. How could it be sold for so cheap? Suddenly, Sun Yu felt warmth in his heart. He understood that Su Bai was taking care of him by setting such a low price. In any case, he accepted this kindness. Thank you. I will transfer the money right away. Stellar Treasure received 3.08 billion star coins. Another large sum of money was credited, finally compensating for the losses brought by the expansion of the interstellar repair shop. Soon, Su Bai took Sun Yu to the exhibition hall of Nanju, and as Sun Yu watched Nanju up close, the black flame ignited at the point where the grip meets the blade. It resembled a black dragon soaring, scrutinizing Sun Yu before it. Seeing this, Sun Yu didn't hesitate and immediately summoned Song Lang, wrapping himself in star power and entering Song Lang. Song Ling and Nanju gazed at each other across the space. Song Yin soared and touched the black flame, erupting into endless sparks. The entire exhibition hall was like a sea of fire, with Song Yin and Black Flame occupying half each, contesting against each other. As the two collided, sparks flew, dark flames rose, and Song flames seared. Bang! Bang! The sounds of collision echoed as the two distinctly different flames sought to subdue each other. The sun-colored flame wolf and the pitch-black flame dragon constantly bit at each other within. Sun Yu inside Song Lang was now covered in fine sweat on his forehead. The continuous use of Song Yin was evidently quite taxing. But to obtain Nanju, he could only grit his teeth and persist. It is rare to encounter such a suitable weapon. If Sun Yu were to fail to bind it due to his inability to hold on, he would undoubtedly regret it for life. Both sides began to fight desperately, as if caught in a tug of war. The temperature in the exhibition hall continued to rise, causing golden patterns to appear and suppress it. Su Bai had long anticipated this and was now standing outside the exhibition hall with Zhang Lei. This exhibition hall was different from the maintenance room. It had no equipment and also had protective barriers, preventing any damage. Looking at the scene inside, which was half azure and half pitch black, Zhang Lei couldn't help but swallow hard. If it weren't for the barrier, just the heat radiating from it could severely injure a person. He had seen Sun use azure flame before, a fire that could easily melt vibrating gold, and this black flame surprisingly matched it. The scene before him was somewhat beyond Zhang Lei's comprehension. Boss Su, is this really just a weapon? He felt uncertain, at least in his experience. He had never seen a weapon with such powerful attributes. Su Bai nodded, of course. What else could it be? Zhang Lei replied, all right. Discussing this with him shows my ignorance. This was indeed a weapon crafted by the other party. What a pity. If the Starbreaker mecha also had such a powerful weapon, that would be great. Zhang Lei felt a bit regretful. Though he knew that Su Bai could definitely create weapons for the Starbreaker mecha, they would never reach the strength of Nanju. Boom! A loud explosion. The azure flame in the exhibition hall gradually gained the upper hand, suppressing the black flame and forcing it into a corner. Bit by bit, it consumed the opponent's territory, expanding its own. Eventually, the black flame within the exhibition hall completely retreated back into Nanju. As the victor, Songlong stepped forward to Nanju, grasping its handle. A roar akin to a dragon's cry echoed as Nanju emitted a sound of sword resonance. Following that, purple light flickered, matching the circuit matrix on Nanju Song. From this moment on, Sun Yu had completely taken control of Nanju. Songlong raised Nanju high in his hand like a king coming to the world, then placed it in front of him to examine closely. He couldn't put it down. All right. Now the binding connection is successfully established. Captain Sun, come out. After successfully controlling Sun Yu, Su Bai gently reminded him. Seeing Sun Yu's expression, if he didn't say anything, who knows how long he would stay inside. Haha, it's been a long time since I used a weapon, so I'm a bit excited. The voice of Sun Yu from within Songlong fell. After speaking, he left Songlong and came outside the exhibition hall, his face full of smiles, clearly still in an extremely excited state. Seeing Sun Yu's gain, Zhang Lei could no longer suppress his restless heart. Boss Su, about my enhancement? He pointed his right index finger at himself repeatedly, eager to proceed with the mecha enhancement. This was the purpose of his visit today. He had even tossed and turned last night, unable to sleep, with his mind filled with thoughts of today's enhancement. This morning, he had gotten up early to check the fleet and ensure their weapon inventory was in order. All for today. His rise, Zhonglei's rise, was today. Subai maintained a smile and nodded. Let's go. I'll help you enhance now. This sentence sounded like heavenly music to Zhonglei. He immediately followed Subai, feeling as if the wind was beneath his feet, almost floating. Sun Yu watched everything, finding it somewhat amusing. Impulsive and reckless, he didn't know when he would grow up. Zhonglei, he had high hopes for him. Barring any accidents, the position of Captain Yanhai would likely be handed over to him in the future. However, the current Zhonglei was still not quite mature. His work ability was unquestionable, careful and serious, but his personality still needed refinement. Hopefully, before he retired, he would become a bit more composed. Watching the two figures, he shook his head and followed right behind. Soon, the three of them arrived at maintenance room number 1. Without any hesitation, Zhonglei directly touched the star ring with his right hand. Chapter 97. Truly unbelievable. The stars flicker, and then a white-themed mech adorned with black armor appears, primarily covering the head, shoulders, waist, and knee joints, standing in a humanoid battle posture. Its arms hang by its sides, each featuring a semicircular metallic arc. 2 pitch-black antennas on the back of its head resemble horns, and above its eyes is a golden convex ornament. 2 black ribbons extend from behind its waist down to the ankle armor. This is the PL-546 power-type star-treading mech. Qingkong, standing at 32 meters tall, weighing 600 tons, with an engine power of 32 million kilowatts and a thrust of 700 million kilograms. This is Zhonglei's mech. To complement his talent for the iron wall confinement, the semicircular arcs on its arms can freely expand and bind. On the battlefield, when cooperating with other mechs, it can achieve pinpoint kills, commonly used in king capture tactics. After taking out Qingkong, Zhonglei reluctantly left the maintenance room, glancing back at its current form multiple times as he walked away. After all, it had accompanied him for many years, and there were feelings involved. Everyone knew about Subai's enhancement. The change was immense, and perhaps when they met again, he would be unrecognizable. This shows that Zhonglei's love for mechs is indeed greater than that of others, as evidenced by his constant thoughts about enhancement. In the end, Sun Yu, unable to stand it any longer, gave him a push. All right, go wait outside. After the enhancement, it will be better than now, right? Yeah, I know. After being pushed, Zhonglei no longer looked back and stepped forward with determination. Once the two of them left, the door to the first maintenance room closed instantly. Observing Qingkong in front of him, Subai noticed the differences compared to the previous ground mechs. Star-treading mechs require at least a 3-star mechanic to craft, and indeed, their craftsmanship is considerably more refined than that of ground mechs. Subai circled Qingkong and reached out to touch the ribbons behind it, then frowned slightly. Are they just for decoration? Upon closer inspection, he found that the ribbons, which had intrigued him before, were merely decorative items, which was somewhat disappointing. In his view, these could have been made from stronger materials to serve as binding tools, elevating the control range. However, the joint connections and skeletal construction were indeed much more meticulous. They didn't seem like the work of an ordinary 3-star mechanic. After making his critiques, Subai also noticed that Qingkong had details that surpassed the average star-treading mech. It was likely crafted by a 4-star or even 5-star mechanic. Every connection was incredibly natural, and the reserved spaces were precise, with the key nodes polished appropriately. These were worth learning from. He could barely consider himself a 4-star mechanic now, but his foundations were not solid. He could only focus on improving himself. After noting these details and summarizing his experiences, Subai stepped forward to stand in front of Qingkong. He reached out and lightly touched its knee. 3rd-level enhancement activated. White light instantly filled the entire maintenance room. Under it, Qingkong began to gradually change. First, its base color seemed polished, becoming more ceramic-like, more translucent, while the black armor became increasingly transparent. The metallic semicircular arcs on its arms also gradually thinned, resembling silver threads. The ribbons behind it likewise transformed, going from mere decoration to black gold material. Time passed second by second. To prevent Zhonglei from being restless, Sun Yu took him directly to the starship maintenance room to supervise the unloading of the transport ship. Even so, Zhang Lei's mind remained in the maintenance room. Captain, how much longer do you think it will take? The cargo is about to be unloaded. What kind of second talent skill do you think I might awaken? Oh, right, there seems to be a special trait, right? His eyes were glued to the weapons ahead, but his mouth never stopped. Sun Yu thought, can he really shoulder the future of Yanhai? Do I need to reconsider? In the end, he chose to seal Zhang Lei's mouth physically, giving him a light punch. Bang! A loving iron fist landed directly on Zhang Lei's head. The last time he did this was probably 2 or 3 years ago. The familiar feeling made Sun Yu somewhat sentimental as he looked at Zhang Lei, who was holding his head and hissing. All right, when the time is right, it will enhance properly. Your talent skill won't be lacking. Don't you know what level Su Bai is? I guarantee it will surprise you. Also, you usually seem quite composed. Why do you get so anxious when it comes to mechs? You can't do that. Next time, I'll deduct your salary for half a year. Whoosh. Hearing that he might have his salary deducted again, Zhang Lei instantly snapped back to attention. He shook his head, no longer thinking about the situation in the maintenance room, and focused entirely on the crew members unloading in front of him. Hey, that's not right. Firearms can't be placed on the battle blade. They're easily damaged. And you, who taught you to hold the trigger while unloading the gun? What if it accidentally fires? Right? Look at him. His movements are perfect, gentle and careful, avoiding dangerous actions. Watching Zhang Lei, who was directing the crew among the crowd, Sun Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. A jade must be polished to become a gem. This kid is starting to show some command potential. Soon, the last firearm was unloaded, consistent with their previous statistics. Zhang Lei instructed the crew members to return to the transport ship and stand by. He then went with Sun Yu to the first maintenance room. Just as they arrived at the entrance, the door to the maintenance room swung open. Sun Yu felt a sudden gust of wind beside him, and then a shadow darted out, directly entering the maintenance room. Sun Yu, slightly taken aback, he helplessly smiled and followed. Truly unbelievable. He still had a long way to go. Upon entering the maintenance room, seeing Qin Kong in front of him made Sun Yu raise his eyebrows slightly. Even though it wasn't his first time seeing Su Bai's enhancement, and even his own Song Long had undergone an enhancement, he couldn't help but marvel at Su Bai's incredible skills. The current Qin Kong was almost unrecognizable from before. Not only had the heavy metallic semicircular arcs on its arms transformed into fine lines that were hard to notice at a glance, but the entire mech's color scheme had also shifted towards a more classical style. Especially upon seeing the 2 black ribbons behind it, Sun Yu's pupils involuntarily contracted. Whoosh! He turned directly to Su Bai. Su Bai, are these ribbons black gold? Su Bai smiled and nodded in response. Yes. I thought those 2 ribbons were a waste as they had no function besides decoration, so I improved them a bit. This statement was half true and half false. It was indeed because he provided direction that the system's enhancement moved in that direction. Su Bai truly is a great talent. Sun Yu was very impressed with Su Bai's thoughts. He had previously felt that Qin Kong was somewhat flashy but impractical, although the craftsmanship was impeccable. There were indeed some issues with both the semicircular arcs on the arms and the ribbons behind. The semicircular arcs seemed to signal to opponents that his main attack method was this. Meanwhile, the ribbons did have a confusing effect, but they were more of a burden and could sometimes interfere with subtle maneuvers. At their level, advanced mech techniques like the Z-step or lateral shifts and jet jumps were standard operations. At such times, even a slight distraction could reveal a flaw to the opponent. Sun Yu had reminded Zhang Lei multiple times to cut off the ribbons, but he was unwilling, insisting that this was the soul of Qin Kong. Sun Yu was also helpless against him. Fortunately, this burden, which only served as decoration, had transformed into a real weapon, making good use of its resources. Sun Yu sighed at Su Bai's mechanical skills. Zhang Lei, however, didn't have the luxury of time. He had already circled around Qin Kong several times. Finally, he nodded in satisfaction, as if remembering something, and hurriedly activated his star power, leaping into Qin Kong. As Zhang Lei entered, the neural link connected successfully. A golden light flashed in the eyes of Qin Kong, and the concave device on its eyes instantly flipped down like a pair of sunglasses, covering its eyes. Upon seeing this, Su Bai finally understood what the concave decoration was for. Su Bai, it seems that the mechanic who made Qin Kong has some peculiar habits. always fond of creating little gadgets. Soon, the gate of the #1 maintenance room opened. Qin Kong soared straight up, quickly passing through the recently launched transport fleet. The fleet members only saw a shadow flash by. Boom! Then a hurricane swept up, nearly toppling many people. What happened? Enemy attack. Alert! Immediately alert. Hurry and notify Captain Sun and Team Leader Zhang. They immediately thought it was an enemy attack and went into battle readiness. Touching the star ring with his right hand, they prepared to summon their mechs. Wait, that seems to be Qin Kong. Fortunately, someone in the crowd recognized Qin Kong, but after a closer look, they were quite puzzled. Qin Kong? I don't remember Qin Kong looking like this. Does it seem a bit different? Indeed, the changes were significant, but look at that ribbon behind it. Yes, and that frame. It's definitely Qin Kong. It seems Team Leader Zhang's Qin Kong has been enhanced. After confirming it was Qin Kong, they relaxed. Qin Kong rapidly descended, flying towards the training ground at high speed. Even with preparation, many people were still blown away by the hurricane it created, unable to open their eyes and only able to shield themselves with their arms. Qin Kong entered the training ground, and Subai and Sun Yu also exited from the interstellar repair shop. Looking at Qin Kong, which was flying and frolicking in the air, Sun Yu felt his blood pressure rising. Are you done playing? A cold voice came from his throat. Qin Kong finally stopped moving. Inside, Zhonglei almost reflexively got up. Seeing it finally stop, Sun Yu's expression slightly improved. Let us try the talent skill. All right. Upon receiving the order, Sun Yu nodded, then opened his hands and forcefully pressed forward. Boom! With a loud explosion, silver threads rapidly spread from his arms, quickly weaving into a giant net. Looking at this giant net, Sun Yu felt a bit disappointed. He estimated this would be another type of binding skill, but it wouldn't be able to control many people. It seemed a bit useless. After all, one couldn't expect Subai to produce overly powerful talent skills every time, right? However, soon his pupils rapidly constricted and his eyes widened. He saw that the silver giant net directly covered the barrier of the training ground, then pierced through it as if it were nothing. How is that possible? Sun Yu exclaimed in shock. This was a standard training ground capable of blocking the full force of star-falling mech. It was pierced through by Zhonglei. No, it wasn't pierced. As a Starbreaker mech master, Sun Yu quickly noticed the difference. Rather than saying the barrier of the training ground was pierced by the giant net, it was more accurate to say it was penetrated. The giant net seemed to be unaffected by this barrier. What is going on? Realizing the truth, Sun Yu directly asked Zhonglei about it. This is my second talent skill, the net of Sun Luo, which can bind and penetrate energy substances until it hits the target, strangling them. Zhonglei's slightly smug voice came from Qin Kong. This move is incredibly useful and very deceptive. Anyone who sees this giant net would immediately assume it's a control skill, but it's indeed an attack skill that tracks. It can penetrate the first barrier and directly strangle the target. It's just a bit weak. At this moment, Zhonglei's slightly regretful voice came through. It's probably just 5 times stronger than my full force strike, mainly because it takes the enemy by surprise. However, he didn't care too much. After all, it was just a talent skill of the Star Treader mech, and being able to track a target is already quite strange. If the power were any stronger, he might as well change his name to Zhang Hao. Not bad. His talent skill is strong, Sun Yu commented, though the power was lacking. The attack of the net of Sun Luo activated when the opponent was least prepared. Who would have thought that an attack could still fall upon them, even when they had blocked it with another object? What about the special traits? After seeing the talent skill of Qin Kong, Sun Yu became interested in the special traits it had gained. Zhonglei nodded at this, immediately controlling Qin Kong to float in the air. He watched as the ribbon at his waist gradually rose, swirling around him like a living thing. Click, click, click. The ribbon began to embed, wrapping around the body of Qin Kong. Then the sound of the mech skeleton twisting continued to emerge. After a moment, a black and white warplane appeared directly in the sky. Seeing the suddenly appearing warplane, Sun Yu couldn't help but rub his eyes. This is transformation? That's right. Qin Kong exclaimed Zhonglei's smug voice from within. He was also shocked when he saw this special trait. He didn't expect it to be transformation. After transforming into a warplane, Qin Kong's speed could even reach 10 Mach. Whether it was the sudden change in form catching people off guard or the super strong maneuverability, it was enough to make it an excellent disruptor. Coupled with Zhang Lei's own binding effect, he was now capable of becoming a game-changer on the battlefield. Chapter 99. Sun Yu. Did I forget something? Sun Yu was starting to find it hard to understand Zhang Lei. With new talent skills and characteristic specialties, Zhang Lei's role couldn't be too rigid. Although his individual combat ability might not be the strongest, he could very well influence the outcome of battles and become a key player. Compared to team battles, he was probably more suited to act as a scout. Buzzing, after demonstrating the characteristic specialty, Qin Kong returned to its original form. Zhang Lei left Qin Kong and directly approached Su Bai, grabbing his hands and shaking them continuously. Su Bai. This scene feels oddly familiar. Boss Su, I really can't thank you enough. Although this enhancement journey has been a bit bumpy, the result is good. Su Bai's enhancement made Zhang Lei extremely satisfied. Looking at Zhang Lei's unwillingness to let go, Sun Yu finally intervened, directly grabbing him by the collar and dragging him backward. At the same time, he waved goodbye to Su Bai. Sorry to trouble you, Su Bai. I'll come back to pick up these weapons in a month. No problem. Su Bai waved back with a smile. This morning, he had just earned 26 billion star coins, more than he had earned before. After the two figures boarded the transport ship and the transport line returned, Su Bai went back to the machine repair shop. He looked at the number 11 repair room and saw Chu Ran focused on crafting weapons, making Su Bai nod in satisfaction. Not bad, no slacking off. He looked just like a boss who suddenly appears behind employees to check if they are slacking. Confirming that everything was fine, Su Bai entered the starship repair room. Looking at the pile of weapons, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. It doesn't sound like much, but when placed in front of you, it's quite spectacular. The sight of 46,000 weapons simultaneously before him was indeed impactful. If these weapons were all equipped on MECHs and the entire fleet mobilized, the scene would surely be even more astonishing. He initially thought there wouldn't be too many mech engineers in the Yunhai fleet. Unexpectedly, there were over 20,000 ground mech engineers alone. Adding the rest, the Yunhai fleet's total scale should be around 30,000. Just imagine 30,000 mechs soaring into the sky, arranged in formation, sweeping the battlefield. It would certainly be a grand spectacle. He figured he probably wouldn't get a chance to see it. Su Bai smiled, realizing he was overthinking. There was no news of any potential Star Wars breaking out, so such a scene would likely be hard to witness. It was better to rest and wait for the afternoon customers to arrive. Su Bai looked at the weapons before him and didn't rush to enhance them. A month should still be plenty of time. At this moment, on the transport ship, Sun Yu stood at the front, suddenly remembering something, and turned to Zhang Lei. Did I forget something? Zhang Lei was slightly taken aback, but began to think seriously. There shouldn't be anything missing. We didn't overlook any weapons. My enhancement is also complete, and, Captain, you also got Nanju. This trip should be considered quite successful. After pondering for a moment, Sun Yu realized there really wasn't anything missed. I must have been overthinking it. Yunhai No. 1 High School playground. Sun Hani had just finished her morning workout when a group of people surrounded her, praising her. I think this time Nanjiang top scholar has to be you. Sun Hani, your Wanju and Red Moon is too strong. Your speed is incredible. We are no match for you at all. Sigh. I initially thought our strengths weren't too different, but it turns out the gap is so big. You could say this is a blessing in disguise. At first, when Red Moon was pierced by a C-core ray, I thought you would be disheartened. Now, Sun Hani had firmly secured the top spot at Yunhai No. 1 High School. Previously, there might have been some dissenters, but ever since Wanju and Red Moon emerged, such opposing voices had become increasingly rare. Many had even entertained the idea of going to the Interstellar Machine repair shop for enhancements. Unfortunately, even if they could afford the enhancement fees, the odds of winning the lottery were daunting. Now, over 200,000 people were in line for the lottery. Who knows how high it will go? With only a month left until the major exam, the chances of drawing a winning ticket were too slim. At that moment, a pleasant female voice rang out. You're all here. As soon as everyone recognized the voice, they instantly turned around. Teacher Yu, hello? Teacher Yu, are you here for morning exercise too? Teacher Yu, would you like to see how I've been training recently? I feel like I've improved a lot. When Yu Meng arrived, Many boys rushed over to ask various questions. At their age, a young, beautiful, and kind teacher was immensely popular. No further explanation needed. Moreover, Yu Meng was not only popular among the boys, but also well-liked by the girls. Upon seeing Yu Meng, Sun Hani's eyes squinted into crescents, and a smile crept on her face. Teacher Yu, I was just working out with them. How come I didn't TC you? Yu Meng shook her head. I just arrived, but you've made great progress recently. Have the weapon issues we discussed earlier been resolved? The reason Sun Hani suddenly wanted a weapon was indeed influenced by Yu Meng's guidance. She pointed out that her attack mode was too singular, seemingly trying to imitate Sun Yu. However, the two were different. Sun Lang had no suitable weapon and was a strength-type mech. Wanjun Red Moon was a pure speed-type mech and without a weapon. Its attacks were indeed somewhat weak. Yes, I've already had my dad go to Boss Su to help me buy one. After spending time together, Sun Hani trusted Yu Meng a lot and directly mentioned that she asked Sun Yu to help buy a weapon. Oh, hearing Su by S name, Yu Meng raised her eyebrows. The Interstellar Machine Repair Shop has started selling weapons? That's new information. Is that true? I didn't see any announcement on the Star Network. Yes, if they really start selling. I have to buy one too. Exactly. I can't enhance my mech, but buying a weapon shouldn't be a problem, right? Upon hearing Sun Hani mention that the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop had started selling weapons, everyone was instantly energized. Boss Su of the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop. That's a suspected master mechanic. The quality of weapons he produces is undoubtedly top-notch. They were all itching to know more. Come on, spill the details. Sun Hani realized she had let something slip, but then thought that since Su Bai had announced it, he must be preparing to officially start this business. So wasn't he exactly reckless to mention it, right? Under everyone's pressing inquiries, she helplessly shrugged. Maybe the current production isn't enough. So Boss Su hasn't announced it yet? I guess there will be an announcement soon. Chapter 100. He had never seen such a scene. When was it? Is it recent news? Alas, what a pity. If I had known earlier, I would have tried anything to get first-hand information. Is the weapon sale real? Then I have to prepare some money. Hey, is the weapon sold at the Interstellar Repair Shop expensive? Yes. Can you reveal a bit more insider information? Surrounded by a crowd and constantly being questioned, Sun Hani felt a bit helpless. No. When the time comes, I must adhere to what Boss Su announces. I definitely can't overshadow him. This point she was quite firm on. Since Su Bai was the one selling the weapons, it was fine for her to mention it. But